That girl may be an educated youth, but she has a terrible temper. She hits people without reason. Even the dogs in the village run away when they see her. How can our family possibly get involved with someone like that? No way. I won't agree to this marriage. Xia Yi had just regained consciousness when he heard his mother's sharp scolding echoing from the courtyard. He lifted his head and looked around. In the dirt-packed courtyard sat a woman with narrow eyes and a headscarf, chopping pig feed on the steps. That was his mother, Ma Xiuqin. Behind Ma Xiuqin stood Xia Yang, his younger brother who looked like a frail student, physically weak and helpless. As for his father, Xia Zhiyong, he was squatting by the doorway of their thatched roof house, puffing away on a tobacco pipe. Xia Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he stared at the scene before him in shock. I've been reborn? He had died and, now, lived again back in 1980 in Chaoyang village. In his previous life, his family was so poor it barely made a sound. His parents were old and frail, and there were too many children at home. As the eldest son, he had been taught from a young age to take care of his siblings and protect the family. And he did exactly that. At 5 years old, he was already doing chores, cooking meals, chopping pig feed, and even giving up his own food rations to feed his younger siblings. When famine struck the country 10 years later, his parents sold off his fourth brother for grain. After that, he became more withdrawn and devoted himself even further to protecting his remaining siblings. Every day, whether answering the production team's call to work in the fields or helping his parents with farm labor, he never stopped working. To ensure his siblings could go to school, despite being a good student himself, he dropped out early and went to work at a brick kiln factory in the county. To fund his younger brother's education at the best high school in town, he even sold blood at a local clinic. When his little sister got into trouble and beat someone badly enough to land them in the hospital, it was Xia Yi who took the blame and served 3 years in prison. His entire heart was dedicated to his family. Under his efforts, even his mischievous younger sister eventually secured a stable government job and gradually rose to become a state-owned enterprise executive. His younger brother, the only one from Chaoyang village to attend university, passed the civil service exam and brought honor to the family, making them respected in the village. But in the end, his entire family turned out to be ungrateful bastards. His parents praised only his successful siblings while treating him with nothing but beatings and disdain. They mocked him for having no achievements, for not bringing them pride, and for still being unmarried at 30, failing to give the family any grandchildren. Naively, he believed that at least he had done right by his 3 siblings. Even if he wasn't successful himself, as long as they thrived, he could share in their fortune. But he never imagined that after dedicating his entire life to this family, his siblings would actually discuss pulling the oxygen tube from his dying body, planning together how much money his house could sell for. All these years of parental favoritism had already shattered his faith in the family. Yet his siblings proved, even worse, they saw all his sacrifices as natural and deserved, showing no gratitude whatsoever. From their cold words, Xia Yi finally realized that his entire family had always treated him as a tool to be exploited endlessly, never seeing him as a true family member. Yet he had always regarded them as his kin, never once considering abandoning them. Even the promise of the homestead property rights, which his parents had vowed to him, had secretly been transferred to his younger brother before they passed away. Even on their deathbeds, his parents had schemed solely for their youngest son. What kind of bias was that? What did everything he had sacrificed for this family amount to? He gave up his marriage, passed up countless opportunities all for his siblings, parents, and this family. This selfish family not only failed to show gratitude, but treated him like a tireless workhorse, continuously squeezing every ounce of strength from him, even refusing to let go even in death. Only then did Xia Yi truly see them for what they were: ungrateful wolves in sheep's clothing. Lying on the hospital bed, tears of regret streaming down his face, Xia Yi closed his eyes with bitterness and sorrow. And now, inexplicably, he was reborn back in 1980. Seeing that Xia Yi hadn't spoken for a while, Ma Xiuqin continued, "Eldest son, I'm doing this for your own good. That girl Shen Yaowei's just not suitable for you. If you don't speak up, he'll consider this settled. Tomorrow, he'll reject this match for you." Xia Yi snapped out of his thoughts, a faint cold smile forming on his lips. The lifelong bachelor was slowly recalling the past events surrounding this arranged meeting. Shen Yaowei was an educated youth from Sichuan Chongqing, also a radio announcer at the neighboring production team. Not long ago, during a business trip, she accidentally slipped and fell into Longyu Gully in the county. That day, Xia Yi happened to be returning home from gathering firewood in the mountains and rescued her. At the time, Xia Yi didn't think much of it. But Shen Yaowei, touched by his kindness and reliability, asked a matchmaker to propose marriage. Xia Yi and Ma Xiuqin were initially quite pleased. However, when they learned it was for their eldest son, Xia Yi, they immediately grew reluctant. This girl was beautiful, well-educated, and earned over 30 yuan a month as an announcer a highly sought-after match across the villages. Xia Yi was also hopeful. After all, he was in his 20s, still single due to taking care of the family. But in his previous life, under his parents' strong opposition, he rejected this marriage opportunity. Their reasons for opposing it? Firstly, they feared that once he married, he wouldn't continue to serve the family like a faithful ox. Secondly, they wanted to secretly introduce this potential bride to his younger brother, Xia Yi. Yes, at the time, Xia Yi had also fallen for the stunning female educated youth, Shen Yaowei, and told his parents about it. To help their youngest son secure this marriage, Ma Xiuqin spoke ill of Shen Yaowei to Xia Yi while secretly sending the matchmaker to introduce her to Xia Yi behind his back. On the day the matchmaker visited to formally propose, Shen Yaowei angrily slapped Xia Yi in front of everyone. She believed the whole scheme was orchestrated by Xia Yi and cut off all contact with him ever since. Years later, when Xia Yi was working in a big city, he coincidentally met Shen Yaowei again. By then, she had risen to become a leader in a government department in unreachable height compared to him. Still single past 30, she remained haunted by those past events. She revealed the entire truth to Xia Yi, leaving him with deep regret, a lifelong wound that never healed. Now, reborn, he had no intention of letting Shen Yaowei slip through his fingers again. Seeing his mother personally arranging things for him, Xia Yi couldn't help but smirk slightly. A moment later, suppressing his expression, he said to Xia Yi with fake sympathy, "Brother, maybe you should just listen to mother. She's doing this for your own good." Looking at Xia Yang's hypocritical face, Xia Yi felt a surge of disgust rise within him, silently scoffing. "So you want to play innocent now?" Xia Yi smiled coldly at Ma Xiuqin and said, "You're trying so hard to refuse this match because you plan to introduce her to Xia Yi next, aren't you?" Chapter 2. I have decided to marry Shen Yaowei. As Ma Xiuqin's thoughts were unveiled, her expression gradually darkened. Even the ever-composed Xia Yi seemed momentarily flustered. When had this foolish older brother of his become so enlightened? Indeed, my intention is to introduce her to your younger brother. After all, he is a university student, possessing culture and refinement, making him a far more suitable match. Just look at your own circumstances. Are you even in the same league as Shen Jiqing? You can barely read a word. How could you possibly share a lifetime with her? Moreover, what is a mere blind date? Rest assured, your father and I can find you someone even better. As the elder brother, you should make some concessions for your younger sibling. Ma Xiuqin asserted with an air of authority. In his previous life, Xia Yi had been relentlessly suppressed by Ma Xiuqin, causing him to become a taciturn individual, afraid to voice his thoughts. This behavior only encouraged others to perceive him as an easy target, leading to even more brazen exploitation. At that time, Xia Yi valued familial affection above all, believing that enduring some grievances was acceptable. Now, however, he realized he had been nothing more than a fool, having spent his life sacrificing himself for the sake of his parents and younger siblings. With his rebirth, he yearned for a different existence. It was time for him to live for himself. Shen Yaowei has chosen me, not Xia Yi. No matter what is said today, I am resolute in my decision to marry Shen Yaowei. Xia Yi replied emphatically, each word deliberate. Ma Xiuqin was taken aback, gazing at Xia Yi in disbelief. In the past, this foolish son had always obeyed her commands, submitting to her whims within their home. Now, he had seemingly grown wings and dared to retort. Do you intend to forget your mother after marrying a wife? For the sake of a woman, you dare to disregard your father and my words? Ma Xiuqin lamented, collapsing onto the ground in despair. Oh, Lao Xia, look at the son you have raised. How unfilial he is. In his previous life, had Xia Yi witnessed his mother throwing a tantrum on the floor, he might have felt a pang of guilt, even believing he had gone too far. However, after recognizing his parents' bias, their stature in his heart crumbled, replaced by a flicker of disdain. Xia Yi hurriedly helped Ma Xiuqin to her feet, angrily turning to their father. Xia Yi at the doorway. Dad, you need to come and handle this with my brother. Just look at how upset he has made Mom. The usually silent Xia Yi, upon hearing his younger son's outcry, lazily set down his tobacco pipe. Within this household, every matter, great or small, was dictated by Ma Xiuqin, while he merely played the role of an imposing figure, akin to a mountain. In reality, he held little sway over domestic affairs and occasionally contributed to the chaos. You must stand tall like a man and not let personal feelings disrupt the bond between siblings. Dad, Spare me your attempts at mediation. I firmly state that I have decided to marry Shen Yaowei, and no one can change that. I will not relinquish this blind date to Xia Yang. You might as well abandon that hope. As the summer sun blazed, Xia Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Her gentle gaze turned suddenly frigid, fleetingly so. Before she hastily feigned a look of grievance, addressing Ma Xiuqin, Mother, if my brother refuses to relent, so be it. If he marries Shen Qiqing. Witnessing his plight filled her with profound sympathy. Looking at her other son, she marveled at how considerate and empathetic her youngest was. No, she must advocate for him. Ma Xiuqin glared fiercely at Xia Yi, exclaiming, after raising you all these years, has it been in vain? You ungrateful wretch. Xia Zhiong, why are you still standing there? Shouldn't you discipline this foolish eldest son of ours? Provoked by Ma Xiuqin, Xia Zhiong seized a small whip from the yard, poised to strike Xia Yi. Xia Yi stood resolute, icy as frost, declaring, if you wish to strike, then do so. Once the blow is dealt, our bond will be severed. What? Xia Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? You intend to sever ties with us? You unfilial son. Xia Zhiong's anger made his beard tremble. Meanwhile, Xia Yang raised her voice, instigating, Brother, what do you mean? Are you truly severing ties with our parents? Upon hearing this, even their timid sister, Xia Qing, who had been hiding indoors, rushed out in astonishment. Xia Yi's eyes glinted with disdain, disregarding Xia Yang entirely. If you refuse to support my union with Shen Yaowei, then I see no reason to remain in this household. What did you say? You impudent brat, today I shall whip you until you bleed. Xia Zhiong could no longer contain himself. Fury surging within him as he lashed out at Xia Yi with the whip. The sudden crack of the whip startled both Xia Yang and Xia Qing. Typically, it was their mother who dealt the blows, and they recalled that their father rarely lost his temper. This time, however, their eldest brother had truly provoked their father. A searing pain radiated from Xia Yi's arm. No one cared to empathize with the agony of that lash. His family merely observed with cold indifference. That strike symbolized the obliteration of their father-son bond. Xia Yi had once harbored a flicker of hope for familial affection, but now it had become an unattainable luxury. With biased parents and selfish siblings, these were the final straws that broke the camel's back. If he continued to reside in this household, what purpose would it serve other than for them to drain him of his spirit? He resolved in his heart to forge his path alone, refusing to be a mere laborer for this family, lest he end up alone and desolate in his old age. Very well, since you have chosen to sever our ties, let us part ways amicably. Fine, fine. You think you can fly solo now, do you? If you leave this house, I guarantee you will starve within 2 days. This family provides for you, and you repay our kindness with betrayal, all for a woman. How audacious. If you have the gall, leave and do not return. Ma Xiuqin rose, hands on her hips, berating him. Let me go then. I have long wished to escape this household. Xia Yi turned and walked towards the gate of the yard, devoid of any attachment to this home. Observing his resolute departure, Xia Zhiong and Ma Xiuqin were taken aback. Their once naive son had completely spiraled out of their control, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of irrevocability. Xia Yang, with a cheerful demeanor, attempted to reassure them. Dad, Mom, brother is merely sulking. Once he comes to his senses, he'll surely return. If he truly abandons home, how will he survive? Xia Qing chimed in. I also believe brother wouldn't dare. Only Xia Zhiong, filled with regret, cast aside his small whip and whispered to Ma Xiuqin, Xiuqin, what if Xia Yi really doesn't come back? Ma Xiuqin dismissively replied, if he dares to stay away, I will break his legs. With his character. Do you believe he won't be back before dinner? Chapter 3. How fortunate is Yaowei? At the moment of departure, Xia Yi felt no regret whatsoever. In his previous life, he had already discerned the true nature of his family, that home had long ceased to accommodate him. The affection he yearned for was but a mirage, as none of his parents or siblings possessed a shred of conscience. Remaining there would only serve to fortify the walls of his own confinement. He had developed a profound aversion to the family he once regarded as vital to his existence, and now sought to liberate himself from its grasp. Leaving home was merely the first step. The next was to seek out Shen Yaowei and resolutely bring her into his life as his wife. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, discovering only a handful of coins and a few grain tickets, lacking even a single banknote. In his previous life, he had diligently labored for a month at the local brick factory, earning a meager salary of 5 yuan. He would retain 50 cents for his meals, sending the remaining 4 yuan 50 back home, accumulating over 50 yuan for his family by year's end. The fruits of his hard work had brought him no joy, as they were squandered by Ma Xiuqin on his ungrateful siblings, Xia Yi and Xia Qing. Reflecting on his past diligence at the brick factory, he now recognized how foolish he had been. If only he could reclaim the savings he had surrendered to Ma Xiuqin. If he genuinely wished to marry Shen Yaowei, how could he manage with only a few coins in his pocket? He could not possibly bring her home only to live on the frigid winds of destitution. In this era, marrying a wife required at least 32 dowry items, and families of better standing would present a substantial dowry outright. If he aspired to bring a city girl like Shen Yaowei into his home with prestige, he would certainly need to provide a proper dowry, along with a new house, ensuring that she enjoyed a life of abundance, never to suffer any indignities. As Xia Yi pondered how to earn money, he unknowingly arrived at the youth station. The station was situated in a relatively remote area of Chaoyang village, requiring passage through several winding mountain paths. Nestled near Golden Rooster Mountain, it offered breathtaking views of the sunset at dusk, a beauty only those residing there could truly appreciate. According to his memories from his past life, Xia Yi vaguely recalled that Shen Yaowei lived in this vicinity, though he could not recall the exact dormitory. The youth commune has become a gathering place for idle men from the village, particularly those who remain unmarried. They flock here, eager to pursue any young female intellectual they fancy, akin to tenacious adhesives. To marry one of these young ladies would be akin to striking gold. However, the women living in the city possess an air of superiority, rendering them largely indifferent to ordinary men. Only someone as handsome as Xia Yi might catch their fleeting attention. Xia Yi lingered near the youth commune for quite some time, yet he did not catch a glimpse of Shen Yaowei. Yigu, what brings you here? Are you looking for Yaowei? Xia Yi sent tea here today. She went to the county town early this morning and has tea returned yet. I heard she is shopping for a new dress to prepare for your future together, spoke Yang Liuyi, another young intellectual who shared living quarters with Shen Yaowei. Yang was gracious and outgoing, and she was Shen Yaowei's closest friend in Chaoyang village. Unfortunately, her transfer orders had arrived, and she would be returning to the city in 2 months. After a brief pause, Xia Yi replied, "Please let her know when she returns that no matter what happens, I will marry her. If my mother suggests introducing my brother to her, that is certainly not my intention. She must not misunderstand. Some matters cannot be clarified in haste. But I will explain everything to her when we meet." With that, he turned to leave the commune. "Yigu, where are you headed now?" Yang Liuyi called after him anxiously. Xia Yi halted and said, "I'm going to the county town to earn some money. My intentions to marry Yaowei are sincere." As he walked away, Yang Liuyi felt a pang of envy. When would she encounter such a genuinely devoted man? She had seen Xia Yi a few times in the Chaoyang Brigade, where he was known for his diligence and reliability, often assisting the female comrades with their agricultural tasks, leaving a profound impression on many. Had it not been for Shen Yaowei's prior interest, she might have considered staying in Chaoyang village to marry Xia Yi herself. Yaowei was indeed fortunate to find such a commendable man. Determined, Xia Yi resolved to venture into the county town to earn money. He needed a substantial sum to bring Shen Yaowei home, over 400 yuan for the bride price alone, in addition to purchasing land for a new house and hosting a banquet. Altogether, it would amount to several thousand yuan, yet at present, he had not a single cent to his name. If he returned to the brick kiln to continue laboring, saving the meager 4 yuan and 50 cents he managed each month would seem an insurmountable task. He contemplated the ways to earn a living anew. Raising his gaze, he noticed the lush green forests of Golden Rooster Mountain. Hunting game there could be a promising endeavor. However, he had rushed out without any tools or weapons. Once deep within the mountains, dangers lurked at every turn, and encountering wild beasts could prove fatal. Even seasoned hunters dared not tread lightly in the old woods of Golden Rooster Mountain. If one cannot hunt for game, one might find some wild mountain goods to sell in the county town for a handsome price. He recalled a young man from a village in his previous life who discovered patches of chicken fat mushrooms and trumpet mushrooms in the forests near Golden Rooster Mountain. He rode his bicycle to the county town and sold them to a restaurant in need, earning over 100 in a single day. At the time, he thought the lad was boasting, but unexpectedly, in this life, it was Xia Yi who made the first move. Beneath a thick layer of pine needles and decaying leaves, clusters of fresh mushrooms emerged from the soil. Xia Yi promptly removed his coat and filled it with the mushrooms until it was brimming. Just as he was about to leave Golden Rooster Mountain, he suddenly halted. What a delightful surprise. Xia Yi quickly set down the coat filled with mushrooms and began to sift through the soil, unearthing a root of Gastrodia alata. This parasitic herb is known for its medicinal properties and can be cooked to alleviate rheumatism and headaches, although it has not yet been classified as a Chinese medicinal material. Many herbal collection stations have begun purchasing it at high prices. Xia Yi searched the vicinity and stuffed his pockets with the freshly dug Gastrodia alata before descending the mountain. As he made his way down, he chanced upon a beautiful sunset painting the horizon above Golden Rooster Mountain. In his previous life, he had never taken the time to appreciate such beauty, but in this life, he would not let these exquisite views slip by. He decided to add a click to the recording for Shen Yaowei to capture all the wonderful moments. Chapter 4. Our brother hasn't returned. As night fell in Chaoyang village, silence enveloped the surroundings. Mom, it seems our brother hasn't come back. The youngest, Xia Qing, peered out the window for a long time, yet there was no sign of Xia Yi returning through the courtyard gate. In the past, even when Xia Yi worked late, he would always return home promptly. He would never be absent at this hour. Ma Xiuqin's expression turned cold as she remarked, if he doesn't come back, so be it, let him starve. Xia Yi, puffing on a long cigarette, glanced at the darkening sky and set his pipe on the table, saying, should I go look for Xiao Yi? I sent him off. I ought to bring him back. If he truly stays away, who will support our youngest? In this pitch darkness, what are you searching for? If he refuses to return, then let us consider him no longer our son, Ma Xiuqin retorted, gripping Xia Zhiyong's arm and glaring at him. She discarded the leftover food into the trash, leaving nothing for Xia Yi. Girl, what are you still staring at in the courtyard? Hurry and go to bed. Don't you have school tomorrow? Xia Qing quickly shrank her neck and, by the light of the oil lamp on the table, spread out her quilt on the con. She wasn't concerned about Xia Yi's safety, but rather fretting over the school fees for her future. If her elder brother truly intended to turn against the family and abandon his responsibilities, her tuition would be in jeopardy. Xia Yang, however, was worried about the tuition. For Ma Xiuqin had entrusted him with all the savings Xia Yi had accumulated over the years. His funds for university and living expenses were quite ample, allowing him to occasionally return from the city to visit their parents. His concern lay in the possibility of Xia Yi pursuing Shen Yaowei, and, should their mother accompany him to propose, encountering rejection would indeed be quite awkward. Shen Yaowei is a girl from the city, and if he could truly marry her, he would have the chance to become a city dweller. Moreover, Shen Yaowei's beauty surpasses that of his university classmates. Mother, could my brother be seeking out Shen Yaowei? Ma Xiuqin was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting this matter. The reason this young man had quarreled with her today was precisely for Shen Yaowei, wasn't it? Tomorrow, we shall visit matchmaker Wang and directly propose to Shen Jiqing at her dormitory. With your status as a university student, how could Shen Jiqing possibly decline this match? Xia Yang revealed a confident smile. Indeed, I am a university student. How could Shen Jiqing possibly prefer my uneducated elder brother? Surely, matchmaker Wang must have confused him with me. It is I whom Shen Jiqing truly desires for a match. Xia Yi borrowed a cart and several bamboo baskets from the production team, filling them with the chicken fat mushrooms and trumpet mushrooms harvested from Jinji Mountain. While the sky was still bright, he swept through the area where he had found the mushrooms once more, unearthing a basket full of Gastrodia. As dusk settled, the cart was laden with several baskets of mountain goods. He wiped the sweat from his brow and pushed the cart with determination towards the county town. Traversing the starry night. In that era of inconvenient transportation, possessing a human-powered cart was already quite remarkable. Some families in the village with better means even utilized donkey carts to reach the county. Without livestock to assist, one would have to walk over 30 kilometers to arrive. Xia Yi borrowed a flashlight from Wang Lauer at the eastern end of the village to illuminate his path, making his way towards the county town in the dark. It was only at dawn that he joined several other vendors entering the bustling county. The county was far livelier than the village, with streets and alleys teeming with people. Numerous cyclists in matching work attire zipped through the streets, clearly seasoned employees of state-owned factories, evoking a sense of envy. There were few shops in the county, and even the supply and marketing cooperative was not ubiquitous. Restaurants with signage were notably scarce. After a prolonged search, Xia Yi finally located the restaurant. Laifu de Fandian, nestled within an alley, which was in need of mountain goods. Recalling from his previous life, the individual who had harvested mushrooms on Jinji Mountain had sold the mountain goods to this very restaurant for over 100. He parked the cart at the entrance and stepped inside. At this early hour, the establishment was fairly quiet, with the owner, Zhou Ying, holding a meeting with several chefs in the back kitchen. Boss Zhou, our new batch of mountain goods has been intercepted by Boss Su from Qifeng Restaurant. If this continues, our business will only worsen. Zhou Ying, The elegant owner of Lai Fu de Fandian, adorned in resplendent attire with arms crossed, gazed sharply at them. I summoned you to resolve issues, not to hear complaints. Since our mountain goods have been snatched away, devise a means to procure another batch. If you cannot solve the problem, then I shall have to resolve the matter with you. Additionally, with business declining and turnover consistently dropping, have you not reflected on the issues within the kitchen? The chef of the Lai Fu Hotel slowly removed his hat and scoffed. Boss Zhou, if that is how you feel, then I must regrettably resign. Witnessing the chef's abrupt decision, the woman furrowed her brow and replied, Nyo Eru, are you threatening me? There is no one in this entire mountain city who understands culinary arts better than me, Nyo Eru. If you believe my skills are lacking, then by all means, seek someone more capable. With that, Nyo Eru tossed aside his chef's hat and departed the restaurant. Boss Zhou, if Chef Nyo leaves, our establishment will truly face ruin. Just as Zhou Ying was at a loss, Xia Yi entered the restaurant and quietly inquired, I hear you are in need of mountain goods. I have top-quality supplies available. Might you be interested? At such a time, a seller of mountain goods? With the chef gone, Lai Fu Hotel could not possibly continue its operations. And even the prospect of sourcing mountain goods would be of no avail. Zhou Ying waved her hand dismissively. No, thank you. We no longer need it. She had already prepared herself for shutting down the restaurant, hoping to at least recoup some of her investment. Noticing the troubled expression on Zhou Ying's face, Xia Yi instinctively asked, is Boss Zhou facing difficulties? Perhaps I could be of assistance. Zhou Ying assessed Xia Yi and shook her head. It's nothing. We are no longer accepting mountain goods here. Perhaps you should look elsewhere. I just saw that your restaurant's chef seems to have left. Would you allow me to cook a few dishes? I might be able to help, Xia Yi suggested. Zhou Ying frowned, her impatience evident. Did I not tell you to look elsewhere? Do you not understand? The kitchen staff persistently urged Xia Yi to leave. Go on. We do not need mountain goods. This fellow clearly appeared to be a country bumpkin. How could he be of any assistance? Taking a deep breath, Xia Yi asserted, I can revive your restaurant. I merely need an opportunity. In his previous life, Xia Yi had taken care of his parents and enjoyed studying recipes, mastering many home-cooked dishes. His culinary skills rivaling those of any restaurant. He hoped to seize this chance, at the very least to earn his first pot of gold. Seeing Xia Yi's confidence, Zhou Ying nodded. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Go ahead and prepare the dishes. Chapter 5. Earning the first pot of gold. The kitchen of Lai Fu Hotel was abuzz with activity. Several chefs gathered around the stove, awestruck by Xia Yi's remarkable culinary skills. He prepared 4 dishes, each a feast for the senses, their aromas tantalizing, and the flavors exquisite, earning him endless praise from the chefs who could tell he was no novice. As the 4 steaming dishes were presented before Zhou Ying, she could not help but widen her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Nyo Eru was the finest chef in the county. His skills recognized by many patrons, yet even he could not produce dishes as visually appealing as these. Zhou Ying swallowed hard, picked up her chopsticks, and savored the dishes, her eyes lighting up instantly. Did you create all of this? Do you wish to apply for the position of our head chef? I could offer you a higher salary, she inquired. Xia Yi smiled and shook his head. Boss Zhou, I am merely here to assist you in your urgent predicament. Zhou Ying was an astute woman, fully aware that Xia Yi might have ulterior motives. She inquired, so, do you wish for me to purchase your mountain goods? Xia Yi nodded and replied, if you had these new vegetables and superior mountain products, your restaurant, Boss Zhou, could certainly be revitalized. Zhou Ying expressed her surprise. Is your only intention to sell the mountain goods? You truly do not wish to join our restaurant as the head chef? I could offer you 50 yuan a month. 50 yuan was considered a generous salary in that era, yet Xia Yi had no desire to remain a chef for life. He aspired to provide a better life for Shen Yaowei. He needed to seize the opportune moment presented by the initial phase of reform and opening up, rapidly amassing capital to construct his own business empire. Boss Zhou, you need not persuade me further. I will assist you for a month. You merely need to ensure the purchase of my mountain goods. Zhou Ying felt an immense sense of regret and said, let me see the mountain goods you brought. Xia Yi grinned and went outside to bring in several baskets of chicken oil mushrooms and trumpet mushrooms from the cart. Zhou Ying examined a few mushrooms closely, her face revealing signs of satisfaction. These mountain goods were indeed of superior quality compared to what she typically sourced, and they were entirely natural. Soon, an astute chef praised, Boss Zhou, these mountain goods are substantial in size and of a quality far superior to what we usually procure. However, he wondered about the pricing. They typically sourced their goods from the county's vegetable market, where the quality was quite mediocre. Yet, the demand for mountain products at Lai Fu restaurant was substantial. and they found it challenging to locate a more economical and high-quality supply. How do you intend to sell your mountain goods? Xia Yi asked with a smile. Since I have agreed to assist you, I will sell this batch of mountain goods to you at market price. Acquiring such high-quality mountain goods for 2 yuan per pound was a surefire profitable venture. To his surprise, this seemingly unremarkable individual exhibited quite a knack for business. Purchasing your mountain goods is a minor matter, but I do have a request. I wonder if you would be willing to comply? With such exceptional skills and the ability to provide a stable supply of mountain goods to the restaurant, retaining him at Laifu Restaurant would undoubtedly enhance her business significantly. Are you hoping for my recipes? Xia Yi discerned Zhou Ying's intentions immediately. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Ying replied, "Would you be willing to impart your culinary skills to our chefs without reservation? I realize this may seem somewhat abrupt, but our restaurant is facing considerable competitive pressure. If we were to incur losses and cease operations, acquiring your mountain goods would be meaningless. How about this? I am willing to offer you a 10% stake in Laifu Restaurant. If the restaurant becomes profitable, you would receive dividends at the end of the year. However, there is one condition. You must not share these skills with other restaurants. What do you think?" Zhou Ying had carefully considered the situation. Allowing Xia Yi to slip away would be a significant loss for Laifu Restaurant, especially if you were to assist other establishments. Retaining such a skilled chef by offering a share in the business would ensure the restaurant's thriving success. Xia Yi furrowed his brow slightly. A mere 10% equity stake. And the dividends would not be distributed until the end of the year. How long would he have to wait? This was a pivotal moment for him to accumulate his initial capital. Receiving cash outright would be far more advantageous. I shall provide you with 6 exquisite recipes as a gesture of goodwill, but I require a production fee of 300 yuan. Zhou Ying was not from a humble background in the county. 300 yuan was a trifling amount for her, and the man before her was worth that price. She pulled out a wallet adorned with intricate embroidery and withdrew 30 crisp bills, stating, "A 10% stake combined with 300 yuan. Are you agreeable?" Her insistence on offering equity stemmed from her recognition of Xia Yi's potential value. With a share in the Laifu Hotel, how could one doubt his commitment to ensuring its success? He gazed at Zhou Ying deeply and smiled. "Since you, Boss Zhou, are so generous, I shall further gift you 4 additional recipes as a sign of my sincerity. Should the restaurant encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Zhou Ying's face brightened with joy. "So, does this mean you accept? I don't even know your name yet." Xia Yi nodded, introducing himself. "I am Xia Yi. Boss Zhou. I still have some goods to take to the herbal medicine station for sale. Once I finish, I will return to assist at the restaurant." Zhou Ying glanced at her quartz watch and replied, "It's still early. Allow me to have Shali settle the account for you." She instructed the restaurant cashier to finalize the transaction, and with 50 pounds of mountain goods sold for 100 yuan. Coupled with the 300 yuan cash Zhou Ying promised, he instantly earned 400 yuan. After leaving Laifu Hotel, Xia Yi wheeled his cart to the herbal medicine station in the county. A sign outside proclaimed, "High prices paid for rare medicinal herbs, price negotiable." He entered with a basket of rare Gastrodia elata. The station's owner, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a keen demeanor, greeted him with a smile. "Young man, what herbs are you looking to purchase? Do you buy this?" Xia Yi inquired, placing the basket before the man. The owner was taken aback upon seeing the rare Gastrodia, but feigned composure. "We don't offer a high price for such items." He assumed Xia Yi was an inexperienced novice and thought to take advantage of him. Xia Yi lifted the basket. "If you don't buy Gastrodia, then your herbal medicine station might as well close down." Seeing the young man prepare to leave, the owner hastily called out, "Wait, I can offer you 5 yuan per pound. Sell it to me." 5 yuan per pound? If you don't recognize its value, I could sell it to someone who does. Realizing that Xia Yi was not easily deceived, the owner reluctantly conceded, "Fine, I'll sell it to you at market price, 10 yuan per pound." Xia Yi shook his head. "No, I want 20 yuan per pound." The owner was left speechless. "Young man, I am already offering you a generous price of 10 yuan per pound. Do not be unreasonable." Xia Yi responded calmly. "I recall that Gastrodia is currently the most sought-after medicinal herb in the market. Do you not understand the principle of supply and demand? Given its scarcity, the price should indeed double. Do not claim that you do not earn, for my prices are quite reasonable." The middle-aged man paused slightly, as if the other party were an expert in herb procurement, possessing an astonishingly comprehensive understanding of the market trends for medicinal materials. He glanced deliberately at the fine quality of the Gastrodia elata in Xia Yi's basket, which was indeed in short supply in the market. "Then I shall earn a little less and sell it to you for 20 yuan. You truly have a knack for business. Xia Yi chuckled as he weighed the basket of gastrodia alata, totaling 8 jane, which would yield 160 yuan, including the earnings from the restaurant earlier. He amassed a total of 560 yuan in a single day, swiftly accumulating enough for the betrothal gifts. Chapter 6. Aside from ego, I hold no one in esteem. A few idle individuals from Chaoyang village were gathered around the educated youth point, leisurely smoking. Suddenly, they spotted a stunningly beautiful woman approaching the dormitory, causing them to instinctively discard their cigarette butts, standing up respectfully with an unprecedented longing in their eyes. The men of Chaoyang village were utterly captivated by this young female educated youth, dreaming of taking her home, often visiting to curry her favor. She sported 2 braided pigtails, her unadorned face devoid of makeup, with bright, clear eyes beneath elegantly arched eyebrows, and beads of perspiration glistening on her delicate nose. Her fair, smooth cheeks resembled the blush of freshly applied rouge. Dressed in a simple gray-blue linen outfit and worn, muddy canvas shoes, she gently lifted her slender arms to wipe away the sweat trickling down her forehead. Such modest attire did not diminish her radiant allure. Every smile and frown tugged at the hearts of those nearby, compelling them to approach her with tenderness. She was Shen Yaowei, the unattached woman whom the men of Chaoyang village longed for day and night. Where flowers bloom, the gentle breeze follows. No man could resist Shen Yaowei's enchanting beauty, and they flocked eagerly before her. Some boasted of their tiled houses, others flaunted their land deeds, while yet others showcased their robust physiques, all hoping to employ their strengths to win over this stunning educated youth. They would gladly endure years of hardship for the chance to marry such a beautiful wife. However, Shen Yaowei harbored a deep disdain for their relentless pursuit. With a frown in her captivating eyes, she halted her steps and, speaking in a thick Sichuan dialect, exclaimed, "Do not follow me. What do you wish to do?" She was a woman whose temperament was as fierce as her beauty was striking. The men of Chaoyang village bore witness to her formidable nature. Some had even seen her, with her seemingly fragile physique, topple a man a head taller than herself. Whenever she unleashed her fury, suitors would instinctively retreat, none daring to approach her lightly. Upon witnessing Shen Yaowei's fiery temperament, the men seeking to impress her willingly parted to allow her passage, watching as she entered the dormitory with her canvas bag slung across her shoulder. If only Shen Yaowei could be a tad gentler, I would guarantee to win her over. If I could marry her, I would dedicate my life to serving her. Shen Jiqing. Even her silhouette exudes beauty, yet her temperament is quite tempestuous. One wonders who could possibly tame her. As the dormitory door at the educated youth point swung open, Yang Liui, seated before a bronze mirror applying snowflake cream, exclaimed joyfully, "Yaowei, you're finally back. I was quite frightened staying here alone last night." Shen Yaowei retrieved a striking red qipao from her canvas bag, smiling as she inquired, "Liui, do you think this dress suits me?" "Yaowei, you are so gorgeous that anything you wear looks splendid. This dress seems tailor-made for you," Liui replied. "I browsed several tailor shops in the county yesterday before settling on this one. Do you think Igu would like me in this qipao?" Mentioning Xia Yi, Shen Yaowei felt a wave of insecurity wash over her, particularly recalling their brief intimate encounter at long ago. The memory made her cheeks flush and her heart race. To her, Xia Yi was the most handsome man in the village, and at times, she felt unworthy of his striking appearance. Despite being a woman pursued by many, she found herself utterly lacking in confidence before the one she admired. She would humble herself, as if the fiery persona others perceived had no connection to her true self. Though she radiated an undeniable charm, it dimmed in the presence of Xia Yi. Yang Liui grasped Shen Yaowei's hand earnestly, saying, "Yaowei, you must not fail to recognize the blessings you possess. You and Igu share mutual affection. Learn to be confident. You are the most beautiful educated youth in Chaoyang village. Why hang your hopes solely on Igu?" Shen Yaowei held the red qipao against her frame and declared with resolve, "I have eyes only for Igu. Actually, Igu came to our educated youth point looking for you yesterday," Liui added, prompting Shen Yaowei to set aside the qipao and ask excitedly, "What did he say?" "He mentioned he is earning money in the county and wants to marry you in style." "Is that true? Does this mean Igu has feelings for me?" Liui sighed. "However, it seems his family does not approve of your union. Igu said his mother might introduce you to his younger brother. I sense that Igi's family situation is quite complicated. Perhaps you should reconsider this marriage?" Knowing Shen Yaowei's disposition, Liui feared that if she learned of such matters, the couple's engagement would be jeopardized, leaving an opening for her. Shen Yaowei furrowed her brows, shaking her head resolutely, regardless of his family's stance. "I am determined to be with Igu. But what if Igi's mother brings his brother to meet you? What will you do?" "Then I shall send them away." "Yaowei, If you truly wish to marry Yi Gu, you must consider that one is his future mother-in-law and the other his future brother. Disrespecting them would be a blow to Yi Gu, as they are still his family. Shen Yaowei fell silent, realizing she might not be prepared to join the Xia family just yet. Yang Liuyi was not mistaken. One was the future mother-in-law, and the other was the future younger brother. If things turned too ugly between the three, it would leave Xia Yi in a difficult position. Yi, do you have any solutions? Yang Liuyi rolled her eyes and soon devised a rather ill-conceived plan. Why not pretend to agree for now? And when Yi Gu returns from the county, suddenly change your mind. No, I would appear fickle and insincere. If Yi Gu finds out, he will surely think I am a bad woman. Yang Liuyi sighed. You Wei, if you truly love Yi Gu, you must break through this barrier. If you disregard my advice, prepare to face regret. With that, she grabbed a canvas bag and left the dormitory. As she exited, she encountered a group of men loitering at the entrance, puffing away on cigarettes, seemingly waiting for a glimpse of Shen Yaowei. They cast a glance at Yang Liuyi, then continued their smoking, completely dismissing her presence. Yet, such a trivial act ignited Yang Liuyi's fury. How could a woman, who was no less attractive than Shen Yaowei, be so overlooked? Or had she fallen short? Angrily stomping her foot, Yang Liuyi cast a jealous glance back at the educated youth dormitory. Why did Shen Yaowei attract others so effortlessly? And why should the man she admired be beyond her reach? She too cherished Yi Gu, and she too deserved to pursue her own happiness. Chapter 7. The Greatest Confidence. At noon, the flow of patrons at Laifu Restaurant suddenly surged to unprecedented levels, with numerous customers trickling in to savor the new dishes. Zhou Ying had long since publicized the news of the restaurant's new head chef and menu. After 2 years of operation, she had built a considerable network in the county, and many fledgling business owners were keen to support her by bringing friends along. Heeding Xia Yi's advice, she also posted notices at the cash register about a customer appreciation event aimed at regaining the loyalty of recently lost patrons. Before long, several permanent brand bicycles were parked outside Laifu Restaurant, as leaders from state-owned enterprises gathered to discuss cooperation over a meal. Shortly thereafter, a Santana sedan pulled up, and Zhou Ying personally stepped out to greet her father. "Dad, what brings you here?" As the driver opened the car door, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, with a square face and a stern expression, emerged. He was Zhou Ying's father, Zhou Dong, the head of the county. He was a man of few words, rarely seeking the limelight. Had he not heard of his daughter dismissing the best chef in the county, he would not have visited Laifu Restaurant at all. Zhou Ying had never relied on her father's connections. With her initial capital of 1,000 yuan, she had steadily established a restaurant in the county. Even when Laifu Restaurant faced fierce competition, she had never considered leveraging her father's name to deter others. Zhou Dong's expression darkened as he remarked, "I heard you fired our county's best chef, Niu. Is the restaurant on the verge of failure? I have long told you, my dear, that as a young woman, it is ill-suited for you to venture forth and engage in business. Yet, you persist in your resolve, proclaiming your ambition to establish the largest restaurant in the county within 5 years. Now, 2 years have elapsed, and I sense you are encountering difficulties. Xia Yi, you are but a novice when it comes to competing with those men in terms of strategy and depth of understanding. Perhaps you should heed your father's advice and return to the county committee, where I can secure a position for you that is far more comfortable than managing a restaurant. Father, it's not as grave as you imagine, merely a small issue, which has already been resolved. Look, our restaurant is bustling with patrons during lunch. It's thriving. So please refrain from worrying unnecessarily." Zhou Ying led Zhou Dong into the front hall of the Laifu Restaurant, which was already teeming with customers. This sight genuinely surprised Zhou Dong. He had anticipated that without the county's finest chef, Laifu Restaurant would be forced to close its doors. To his astonishment, it was still attracting such a crowd. However, upon noticing the sign by the cash register, he could only shake his head in resignation. It turned out that his daughter had managed to retain customers through discounts. But such tactics are hardly a sustainable solution. For a restaurant to thrive long-term, it must cultivate a reputation for delectable dishes. Zhou Dong's expression darkened as he remarked coldly, "This is mere opportunism, a fade of prosperity. Xia Yi, have you not considered how far your restaurant can go relying solely on such discount strategies without the county's finest chef?" Xia Yi ushered Zhou Dong into a private dining room. Smiling as she said, "Father, we have just hired a new head chef today. Why don't you sit back and savor the culinary delights he has to offer?" Zhou Dong maintained his stern demeanor, responding, "When I dine out, I only wish to partake in the dishes prepared by Niu. I cannot appreciate anyone else's culinary skills unless you've brought in an even more distinguished chef from the city. He intentionally glanced through the glass of the private room, where the sound of patrons raving about the food reached his ears. This sweet and sour pork is simply exquisite. I have never tasted such delicious fare, they exclaimed. Didn't they say that the head chef at Lifu restaurant, Yaowei, had left? How are we enjoying such delightful dishes? Surely, Boss Zhou must have recruited a top-tier chef from the city. Zhou Dong felt a flicker of surprise within. Yet his facade remained unperturbed. Could this new chef possess exceptional talent? Father, I assure you, this newly appointed head chef will undoubtedly meet your expectations. In just a moment, I will have him prepare several new dishes for you to enjoy, as a favor for your daughter. As it happened, it was mealtime, so they decided to let the new chef prepare a few dishes for tasting. Father, I will now instruct the kitchen to prepare a selection of new dishes, and I will personally join you for a couple of drinks. In the kitchen, Chef Xia Yi was busily orchestrating the preparation of delectable dishes. The other chefs at Lifu restaurant gazed in awe at the array of exquisite dishes emerging from the kitchen. After completing the final dish, Xia Yi removed his apron with a smile, saying, "There are just a few finishing touches left, which I entrust to you all. Please reflect on the cooking tips I shared with you today as you continue to hone your craft." Chef Xia, where are you headed? I live quite a distance from the county, so I must finish up early to return home. If you encounter Boss Zhou, please convey my regards to her. Xia Yi was well aware that mealtime was the busiest period for restaurants. Knowing that Zhou Ying would be occupied with attending to guests, he decided not to greet her and quietly exited through the back door. This trip to the county town had proven fruitful. He held 560 yuan in his hands and had already devised plans on how to spend it. In this era, transportation was of paramount importance. His first priority was to purchase a bicycle, with the remaining funds reserved as capital for contemplating future business ventures in the county town. He pushed his cart to the bicycle shop and addressed the shopkeeper. "Good sir, I would like a Phoenix bicycle, please." The shopkeeper, presenting a brand new bicycle with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Young man, this is the last Phoenix bicycle we have. It costs 150 yuan, and you'll need a ticket to buy it." Xia Yi rummaged through his pocket, retrieving the industrial tickets Zhou Ying had given him at noon, and counted out 15 large Unity tickets to hand over. Fortunately, he had thought to ask Zhou Ying for several tickets earlier that morning. Otherwise, in this era, even with money, many items would remain out of reach. "All right, this bicycle is yours," declared the shopkeeper, tying a red ribbon around the bicycle's handlebars. "Could you spare me 2 lengths of hemp rope? I borrowed this cart and need to tow it back," Xia Yi requested. The shopkeeper, being a kind-hearted man, pulled out 2 sturdy hemp ropes and smiled. "It's not easy to make a trip to our county town, is it?" Xia Yi nodded gratefully, took the ropes, and secured the cart to the rear of the bicycle. He then mounted the sturdy bike and rode away from the county town, his thoughts consumed by Shen Yaowei. In this life, he was determined not to let her slip away again. The money he had earned was his greatest confidence. He could no longer return to that household which had never regarded him as a person. He needed to find a new place to settle in the village. If he could locate the village secretary and rent a room in the educated youth dormitory, it would be perfect. This way, he could meet Shen Yaowei anytime, without the need to traverse mountains and rivers just to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Chapter 8. The ancestral grave is smoking. The private room was filled with a tantalizing aroma, and an array of steaming, creatively presented dishes dazzled the eyes. Zhou Dong was no stranger to fine dining. He had once had the fortune of tasting several dishes praised by leaders in a renowned restaurant in Chuhan City, which, in appearance, paled in comparison to the offerings before him. Under his daughter Zhou Ying's eager gaze, Zhou Dong scoffed lightly. The presentation of the dishes is indeed impressive, but let us not forget that the palatability of the food is the true cornerstone of a restaurant's survival. Zhou Ying poured him a glass of yellow river daku. Smiling as she urged, "Dad, just give it a try. The new chef we've hired possesses considerable skill, far surpassing that of Yaowei." Zhou Dong picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with his chopsticks, and, upon tasting it, felt an explosion of flavor on his palate. Surely, even the grandest establishments in Chuhan City could not boast such delectable cuisine. Could it be that his daughter was determined to keep the restaurant thriving, even going to great lengths to bring in the finest chefs from the provincial capital? He could not resist sampling the braised fish, and his eyes sparkled with delight at the exquisite taste. He sampled each dish thoroughly and downed a glass of huanga daku, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Based on Zhou Ying's understanding of her father, had the dishes not met his palate, he would not have touched his chopsticks. Observing him relish his meal, The conclusion was clear. Zhou Ying, eager for her father's approval, could not restrain herself from asking, "Dad, what do you think?" Zhou Dong wiped his mouth with a napkin and stubbornly replied, "These dishes are merely average. They barely suffice to sustain the restaurant's operations. Yet such a livelihood is not a sustainable endeavor. What of the new chef you hired? Bring him to me. I have some advice to impart." Zhou Ying grinned. "All right. I shall fetch him at once and let him share a drink with you." She promptly called for the kitchen staff to summon Xia Yi. However, the kitchen staff informed her that Xia Yi had already left, but several dishes remain unserved. How could he have gone? "Boss Zhou." Chef Xia completed all the dishes before departing. "We are merely wrapping up the remaining tasks for him. He mentioned that his home is quite far from the county town. Hence he left early." Resigned, Zhou Ying returned to the private room, only to find Zhou Dong rapidly finishing a plate of sweet and sour pork. "Dad, the new chef had some family matters and has already left for the day." Upon seeing his daughter return, Zhou Dong hastily set down his chopsticks and calmly wiped his mouth, stating, "The chef you hired certainly has an air about him. Even I cannot persuade him? This is utterly unreasonable. As the head of the county, how could he be unable to sway a mere chef? Was he being disrespected so brazenly? Not at all. He was simply unaware of your arrival. Are you not the owner of the restaurant? He disregards the words of his own boss and absents himself without permission? Actually, he holds a 10% stake in the restaurant, making him a shareholder here. The kitchen staff is merely assisting him. Once he has trained the apprentices, he will step away." Zhou Dong scoffed. "So you've already lined up the connections, have you? I believe you have little future in the restaurant business. It would be wiser to return to the county committee compound with me." "Dad, it's not even been 5 years yet. You cannot go back on your word. If I manage to run the largest restaurant in our county town, you must cease bringing up the county committee compound." Zhou Dong could not fathom why his daughter would forsake the public position he had arranged for her at the county committee to delve into the arduous and exhausting restaurant business. Was it due to that enigmatic new shareholder? How far had that girl progressed with him? He was curious to meet this individual who seemed to possess such an inflated sense of self-importance. Zhou Ying nodded. "Very well. I will certainly arrange for you to meet him when the opportunity arises." At the eastern edge of Chaoyang village, a number of elderly villagers congregated, perched on small stools, eagerly gathering information about the village. Xia Yi, riding a phoenix bicycle and towing a cart, entered the village with great fervor. The bright red ribbon tied to the handlebars of his bicycle caught the attention of several elderly women, causing them to immediately rise in surprise. This is evidently a newly purchased bicycle from a reputable dealership, and no family in Chaoyang village possesses such an esteemed brand yet. Xia Yi greeted the elders of the village before returning the borrowed flashlight to old Wang, then swiftly pedaled towards the production team. "Is this the eldest son of the Xia family? Has he managed to acquire a bicycle? Is earning money in the city that lucrative? He has only worked in the city for a few years and already owns a bicycle. Wasn't the Xia family considered the poorest in our village? I heard they were on the verge of starvation. Who would have thought their eldest son would be so capable?" Indeed, when the younger son was accepted into university, even the village secretary visited their home to offer condolences. "Haven't you heard? Even Shen Yaowei has taken a liking to the eldest son of the Xia family and has asked a matchmaker to propose. The Xia family must be blessed. With 2 sons achieving such success, they are bound to soar to great heights in the future." Upon arriving at the production team, Xia Yi parked the cart just as Yang Yaowei happened to pass by. "Igu, you're back from the county?" She approached with small, hurried steps, her cheeks flushed, fidgeting with her braids. "Yes, just returned to drop off the cart." Yang Yaowei quickly noticed the bicycle tied with a red ribbon that Xia Yi was pushing, exclaiming, "Wow. Igu, is this your newly bought Phoenix bicycle? I've heard it's quite expensive. No wonder Shen Yaowei is so smitten with you. How could she possibly let go now that you own a bicycle? By the way, where is Yaowei? Has she returned from the county?" Yang Yaowei rolled her eyes and sighed, expressing her concern. "Igu, she just got back today, but I think you should seriously contemplate your marriage with Yaowei. She is quite pragmatic. After inquiring about your family situation and discovering you have a college-educated younger brother, she seems to be wavering. I conveyed your sentiments to her, but she appeared indifferent, as if she is considering acquiescing to your mother's excessive arrangements." Little did the self-proclaimed best friend of Shen Yaowei realize that Xia Yi had been reborn and was well aware of Yaowei's strong-willed nature. This individual, who claimed to be a close confidant of Shen Yaowei, appeared to Xia Yi as nothing more than a jester, attempting to tarnish Yaowei's reputation. Had he not experienced rebirth, he might have been deceived by Yang Yaowei's words. He scorned her insidious nature inwardly and coldly replied, "Take me to her." He untied the hemp rope from the bicycle, greeted the people from the production team, and then pushed the bike away. Get on. Yang Yaowei blushed deeply, ready to sit in front, but to her surprise, Xia Yi coldly refused. You sit in the back. Chapter 9. I only want to marry Yi Go. As they traversed the bumpy path, Xia Yi rode towards the educated youth dormitory with Yang Yaowei on the back. Though her bottom was nearly jolted sore from the ride, she remained delighted. The presence of a man provided a sense of security, which explained why Shen Yaowei was perpetually preoccupied with matters of the heart. She clung tightly to Xia Yi's waist, her face radiating a blissful smile. Yi Go, if you let me ride your bicycle and it reaches Yaowei's ears, she wouldn't be angry, would she? Yang Yaowei's teasing words sent shivers down Xia Yi's spine. If it weren't for the fact that only she knew the whereabouts of Shen Yaowei's dormitory, he would have been tempted to kick her off the bike. Aren't you Yaowei's close friend? Behind her back, you entice her man. Are you a reincarnation of Pangelian? Xia Yi rolled his eyes several times, deliberately riding the bicycle into several deep potholes. Let us see how you fare, you green TBTCH. Soon, Xia Yi arrived at the youth station near Jinjishan. After securing the bicycle, Yang Yaowei led him to the entrance of Shen Yaowei's dormitory. Before long, familiar voices echoed from within. Shen Zhqing, our family is quite pleased with you, but I think our youngest son is a better match for you. Our eldest son hasn't had much education. He certainly won't be able to spend a lifetime with you. This time, we invited the matchmaker to propose on behalf of our youngest. If you marry into our family, we will treat you like our own daughter. Besides, our youngest is quite taken with you. The moment you visited with the matchmaker, he was smitten. Xia Yang chimed in, Yue Jia, if you agree to marry me, I will cherish you dearly. Even the matchmaker added fuel to the fire. Shen Zhqing, they are quite sincere. And Xiao Xia is the only university student from Chaoyang village this year. You two are a perfect match, destined for each other. Through the crack of the dormitory door, Xia Yi watched the scene where Ma Shouqin and Xia Yang were proposing with clear eyes. Yang Yaowei, sensing the unfolding drama, nearly burst into laughter. Oh Shen Yaowei, you're digging your own grave. If you agree to the proposal in front of Yi Go, you will be seen as a capricious woman in his eyes. Even if you reject the proposal, sending his mother and brother away would still tarnish a man's dignity, and he would not grant you any favorable regard. No matter how she handled this situation, it would not leave Yi Go with a good impression. Heaven, have you finally given me an opportunity? Just as Yang Yaowei prepared to push the door open to defend Xia Yi, he swiftly stopped her. From his understanding of Shen Yaowei, she would certainly not agree to such a ludicrous proposal. She might even expel Ma Shouqin and Xia Yang from her home. He wondered if this false friend, Yang Yaowei, would mislead Shen Yaowei with her fabricated sentiments. What if Ma Shouqin, like in the previous life, shifted all the blame onto him when Shen Yaowei expelled them? How would he resolve that? He wanted to rush in to dispel Shen Yaowei's deep misunderstanding of him, while also yearning to gauge her attitude towards him after the regrets of their past life. If Shen Yaowei's feelings for him remained unchanged, he would willingly forsake worldly splendor, traversing the vast waters to marry only her. Witnessing Ma Shouqin and Xia Yang's shamelessness, Shen Yaowei nearly burst into a tirade. One is the mother of the man she cherishes, and the other is his younger brother, her future mother-in-law and future brother-in-law. How could they conspire against Yi Go in such a duplicitous manner? What did they truly perceive Yi Go to be? Had it been someone else? Her temper would have certainly led her to chase them away with a broom. Yet now, with genuine intentions of marrying Xia Yi, she resolved not to dismiss them in such a barbaric fashion, but rather to employ a more tactful approach. Aunt, I believe there may be some misunderstanding regarding my intentions. My heart has always belonged to Yi Go. My sole desire is to marry him. You are his family, and I harbor no wish to harm you or cause Yi Go any embarrassment. Therefore, let us consider this matter as though it never occurred, and I kindly ask you to leave. Shen Yaowei's stance warmed Xia Yi's heart, and his eyes gradually glistened with emotion. While his relatives viewed him merely as a tool for exploitation, only Shen Yaowei offered him genuine affection. This woman, who once filled him with regret, continuously mended the wounds that had torn at his heart. If you remain steadfast, I shall pledge my life to you. Since Shen Yaowei had articulated her position so unequivocally, he, as a man, felt compelled to offer her a lifelong promise. Shen Zhqing, today as events were orchestrated by Xia Yi, he does not hold any feelings for you. Only our youngest truly cares for you. Ma Shouqin, seeing her plan falter, swiftly shifted the blame onto Xia Yi, a tactic she frequently employed. She aimed to instill a deep aversion in Shen Yaowei towards Xia Yi, thereby making her contemplate marrying Xia Yang instead. Xia Yang, somewhat indignant, questioned, Yaowei, In what way am I inferior to my elder brother? As a university student, I am more than suitable for you, am I not? My brother is merely a rough laborer. What do you see in him? Marvelous. Truly splendid. Yang Li observed this unfolding drama with cold detachment, her heart already dancing with joy. Given the discord between Shen Yaowei and Yi's family, how could she possibly proceed into marriage? With a forceful shove, Xia Yi flung open the slightly ajar door of the dormitory and declared coldly, "Enough. How much more must you defame me before you are satisfied?" Shen Yaowei gazed at Xia Yi's gaunt face, momentarily lost in reverie. She felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. Is he go back? You rascal, do you still care to return? I assure you, I will never consent to Shen Jiqing entering the doors of our Xia family. Absolutely not. I will never acknowledge her as my sister-in-law. Xia Yi took a deep breath and stated, I am no longer associated with you. Whom I choose to marry requires no one's approval. I will ensure Shen Yaowei marries me in grandeur, adhering to the traditional bridal price, and provide her with a substantial home, allowing her to enjoy a life filled with abundance. Xia Yang scoffed. Anyone can boast. What respectable job can you secure without even a diploma? With the meager earnings from your labor, don't even dream of fulfilling such promises, let alone affording a life of luxury. Ma Xiuqin shot Xia Yi a disdainful glare. Hurry home, and spare us the embarrassment here. I assume you are still hungry, are you not? Shen Yaowei took a step forward, unwavering in her gaze as she looked at Xia Yi and declared, I believe in you, Eagle. I trust everything you say. Even if it means living without a grand house, without the comforts of life, or the luxury of meat at every meal. I am willing to share the simplest of meals with you. Yang Liuyi observed the deep, passionate exchange between the two, consumed by jealousy. What was happening? Ego was daring to defy his family for Shen Yaowei? Was that even reasonable? Chapter 10. Where did he acquire such wealth? The promises made between them, akin to an oath of eternal commitment, ignited a fiery resentment in Xia Yang. Where had he faltered? Shen Yaowei, you will come to regret this. He silently vowed. Ma Xiuqin seized Xia Yang's arm, exasperated, and exclaimed, Son, we are leaving. As long as I refuse to acknowledge her as my daughter-in-law, let us see how she crosses the threshold of the Xia family. As long as we tighten our belts, your elder brother will never marry. Given this, should I not expect the money I previously sent home to be returned to me? Xia Yi asked coldly. Dream on. After all these years of eating and drinking at home, you expect me to refund you? Not a chance. Fine, I shall forego that money, considering it repayment for the nurturing I received from you. But I will never send another penny home, and do not dare to ask for any. From now on, I sever all ties with you. You cannot even support yourself, and you dare speak of severing ties? Very well. If you are willing to abandon your family for such a woman, I shall pretend you were never my son. Do not come seeking my favor in the future. She spat on the ground in disgust and forcefully dragged Xia Yang away from the youth dormitory. Mom, I refuse to accept this. Why does Shen Yaowei wish to marry my elder brother, but not me? Am I not worthy as a university student? Son, you are a university student. But there are plenty of girls in the city. We can do without that girl. In time, you will find a better wife in the city, and that will infuriate them. Mom, are we truly going to sever ties with my elder brother? Will he stop sending money home? What will happen to my little sister's education? Besides, if I want to marry a city girl in the future, I will need money. What is there to fret about? If necessary, we can simply deny her education. Why should a girl waste her time studying when she will end up as someone else's wife? Let her go to work early and contribute to the family. Additionally, don't forget your second sister is there to assist you. She married well and now enjoys a life of abundance. As an elder sister, it is only right for her to support her younger brother, is it not? Xia Yang smiled broadly. Mom, you have a plan. My second brother-in-law's family raises pigs. They should be quite well off, right? Neither daughter could have anticipated that Xia Yi's declaration of severance would lead to their tragic fates. Nearby the youth dormitory, a brand new Phoenix bicycle was parked, its handlebars adorned with a red ribbon. Son, look, I wonder which youth managed to buy a bicycle. They earn only 20 or 30 a month. But being educated makes all the difference. Upon seeing the bicycle, Xia Yang could not help but stop, his eyes sparkling with desire as he lovingly caressed the seat. This was a Phoenix bicycle, costing over 100. Mother, once I earn a considerable fortune, I shall gift you a bicycle just like that. Ma Xiuqin smiled, feeling a sense of comfort. Our child is indeed filial. Unlike your elder brother, he is utterly worthless. As they chatted, they walked toward Xiaoyang village and happened upon their neighbor, Aunt Zhao, who was preparing to go to the mountains. Comrade Xiao Xiao, what brings you to the mountains? I intend to gather some mountain goods for the family. Are you here to discuss a marriage proposal with Comrade Shen? How is the engagement progressing? Will we soon be celebrating at your home? Don't even mention it. That girl is so ungrateful. She absolutely refuses. That shouldn't be the case. Your eldest has already acquired a bicycle, and now there's a college student in the family. City girls are more discerning than we are. How could she possibly refuse? Ma Xiaoqin was momentarily taken aback. What are you talking about? My eldest has a bicycle? How is that possible? Surely, you must be mistaken. Are you unaware? Everyone in the village has seen it. Your eldest returned from the county today riding a sturdy bicycle, looking quite proud. Comrade Xiao Ma, your hardships have finally paid off. Both of your sons are thriving. Meanwhile, look at my foolish son, toiling away in the fields with no hope in sight. As she watched Aunt Zhao's departing figure, Ma Xiaoqin felt as if struck by lightning, her mind buzzing. Mother, did you say that bicycle we just saw belongs to my brother? Where did he get such money? Ma Xiaoqin was equally curious. Where on earth did this boy get his money? He earns only 5 yuan a month, sending 450 home. How could he possibly save over 100 yuan to buy a bicycle? Just as they were at a loss, they saw Xia Yi riding a bicycle, with Shen Yaowei seated boldly on the front. Suffocating, petrified, shocked, Ma Xiaoqin stood frozen. Her eldest son had just proposed a division of the family, yet here he was, nonchalantly riding past her on a new bicycle. How infuriating. This mother had yet to ride on the bicycle her son purchased, only to see an outsider enjoying it first. Xia Yang was equally bewildered, his mouth agape as if it could fit an entire egg. What is happening? Isn't my elder brother just a brick worker at the kiln? He does the hardest labor for the least pay, and he still sends money home. How could he have any extra to buy a bicycle? No wonder Shen Yaowei preferred his elder brother over him. It turned out the only difference between them was a bicycle. What is so remarkable about that? Once I finish college and earn a fortune, I will not only buy a bicycle, but also a house in the city. Just wait and see. Then you shall understand the vast difference between yourself and a college student, Xia Yang thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Yang Lu, who had just left the youth station, gazed at the departing Xia Yi, her teeth clenched in frustration. She had been denied the chance to sit at the front of the bicycle and was now forced to watch Shen Yaowei settle comfortably in Xia Yi's embrace. Throughout it all, Xia Yi had lavished his affection solely on Shen Yaowei, completely disregarding her presence. It was as though Shen Yaowei's existence overshadowed all her brilliance. Shen Yaowei. Just you wait. I will not relinquish ego. Sitting on the 2/8 bicycle, Shen Yaowei smiled sweetly. In front of Xia Yi, she could comfortably play the role of a delicate woman, nestled in his embrace. She could shed her strong facade and willingly show vulnerability to the man she cherished. Ego, I can hardly believe you bought me this bicycle. When I say I will marry you, it is not merely an empty promise. I want everyone in the village to know that marrying me will bring you a lifetime of happiness, leaving the other women in the village envious. Shen Yaowei leaned against Xia Yi's sturdy chest, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed. Ego, even without the betrothal gifts, I would still choose to marry you. I'm enamored with you as a person. Nothing else matters. Moreover, I feel quite guilty about the rift this has caused with your family. Perhaps you could find a moment to mend things with them, allowing them to gradually accept me. This slight discomfort is nothing to me. Xia Yi shook his head vigorously. This family must be divided. I do not care what others think. No one shall make my woman suffer even the slightest grievance. Chapter 11. Ego, you are so good to me. A postal worker clad in green military attire rode his bicycle to the dormitory of the educated youth. Yang Liuyi, your letter. Yang Liuyi immediately snapped back to reality, accepting the envelope handed to her by the postman. It was a letter from her family, informing her of her recent transfer back to the city, and soon she would return home, no longer needing to toil in the countryside for points. She knew that Shen Yaowei had not only given up her chance to return, but had also chosen to remain in Chaoyang village. At the time, she thought Shen Yaowei foolish, forsaking a good life in the city to stubbornly marry a countryman. Now, it seemed she had been naive. A man like Ego, who would defy the world for love, was indeed rare to find. Comrade, may I have another newspaper? The content of the newspaper discussed the important policies of national reform, along with a shocking announcement. The admissions office of Jianghan University in Chuan City was expanding its enrollment, not only for current high school seniors, but also for all educated youth in the countryside. This meant that educated youth could not only sit for the college entrance examination, but could also be accepted into prestigious universities. Upon reading this news, Yang Liuyi was exhilarated. If she could pass the exam and gain admission to Jianghan University, her future would undoubtedly be bright. If Shen Yaowei were to hear this news, she would undoubtedly immerse herself in preparation, determined to gain entrance to Jianghan University at any cost. If the two remained inseparable in Chaiyang Village, then I would certainly have no chance with Ego. However, if Shen Yaowei were to enroll in Jianghan University, the distance would separate her from Ego, leaving me an opportunity to pursue him, even if I ultimately failed to win Yi's heart. Surely I could find a more suitable match at such a prestigious institution as Jianghan University? This truly would be killing two birds with one stone. Yang Yui folded the newspaper, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. She carefully tucked away the page regarding Jianghan University's admissions and then opened the letter from her family. Her family urged her to return home early, insisting on arranging a match for her. They mentioned that the suitor worked at a state-owned factory, offering impressive conditions, including a bride price of 32 legs. They argued that she would eventually marry, so it would be wiser to settle down with a decent man and live a grounded life. However, Yang Lu harbored no affection for the mundane existence of such an honest man. Moreover, the men her family introduced were certainly far inferior to Xia Yi, and she found no interest in them whatsoever. I am a person of ambition. Why should I settle for just anyone? She thought. In this modern era, women hold half the sky, and she believed herself no less than any man. She aspired to be admitted to Jianghan University, determined to prove herself to her family. She wanted to convey that a woman's path is not limited to marriage. If she were to marry, it should be to the finest man in the world. In a fit of defiance, she tore the letter to shreds and tossed the relocation order into the fire. Jealousy can drive one to madness. With a sullen expression, Yang Lui resolved that she would not let Shen Yaowei take advantage of the situation. She could never forsake Ego. Xia Yi's words left Shen Yaowei blushing. In that moment, she appeared far less tempestuous than the rumors suggested, bestowing her unique gentleness upon Xia Yi. Ego, where are we headed? She asked. I want to find Secretary Li and arrange a place for me at the youth station, so I can see you every day. With her head bowed, she resembled a shy flower blooming, her ears flushed and her cheeks as red as an apple. The fact that a man could stand by her against the world was already more than enough to satisfy her. Years ago, she had chosen not to accept the relocation order simply because she did not wish to marry someone she did not love. She had opted to remain in Chaoyang Village. She was determined to find a man she truly liked, for that was the only way to honor her own heart. Yigu, you were so kind to me. The bicycle came to a stop at the village committee's entrance. Xia Yi retrieved several pieces of the beloved white rabbit milk candy, which he had specially purchased from the county supply store, and placed them in Shen Yaowei's palm. This is your favorite candy. Wait for me here. With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair, sending her heart racing. Even the sight of his figure entering the village committee appeared exceptionally tall and upright, making her heart nearly leap from her chest. A blissful smile blossomed on her face as she gently unwrapped a piece of candy and tasted its sweetness, which filled her heart with joy. Xia Yi knocked on the door of the village committee office. Li Jianmin, the village secretary, lifted his head upon hearing the knock. Come in. Ah, it's the boy from the Xia family. You've made quite a name for yourself. I've heard from folks in the village that you've even taken to riding a bicycle and are doing well in the city. Now that the country has just announced reform policies to help some people get rich first, you certainly seem to be responding well to the national call. Could you perhaps share some of your wealth-building experiences with our villagers? Xia Yi humbly replied, I have no wealth-building experience. I merely stumbled upon some luck and managed to earn a bit in the city. Secretarially, I came here to request something. Li Jianmin removed his reading glasses and smiled. What is it that you wish to apply for? I wish to apply for a dormitory at the youth station, I expressed. Li Jianmin furrowed his brow slightly and replied, the dormitories at the youth station are not open for arbitrary applications. You must meet the eligibility criteria. You are not a youth, so what purpose would it serve for you to reside there? I desire to be closer to Shun, I explained. As someone who has experienced this before, Li Jianmin instantly understood my intentions. It was indeed a case of wanting to gain favor through proximity. That is not permissible. I cannot violate the established rules. The dormitory is not a place for just anyone to reside. If I were to set a precedent for you, it would lead to chaos. Besides, you are living comfortably at home. Why would you wish to move out? Once you and Shin have established a relationship, will she not be able to join your family? Would moving into the youth station dormitory not be redundant? Secretary Li, this brings me to my second point. I wish to separate from my family, which necessitates my moving out. Li Jianmin's expression grew serious. Separation is a significant matter. Have you given it thorough consideration? I have thought it through very clearly. It is often difficult for a just official to resolve familial disputes. Drawing from his many years as the village secretary, Li Jianmin surmised that the Xia family must have reached an irreconcilable conflict, leading to this decision. Since you have made your mind up, I shall speak to your parents on your behalf. There is a straw house near Jinjishan that my uncle previously occupied. He has moved to the city for work and has not returned for many years. Perhaps you could stay there temporarily? Li Jianmin had watched Xia Yi grow up and was aware of the struggles he faced in helping to raise his younger siblings. Thank you, Secretary Li, Xia Yi asserted, producing a large sum of money and placing it on the desk. Please accept this as my rent. Li Jianmin promptly returned the money, his expression solemn. You must take this back. You have your own burdens. Do not feel obliged to me. If you insist on offering money, then I shall not allow you to stay in the house. After much polite exchange, Xia Yi found it difficult to refuse, tears welling in his eyes. It dawned on him that even in leaving home, warmth could be found everywhere. He vowed to repay this kindness in the future. Chapter 12. The separation is determined. In the evening, Li Jianmin sat at home enjoying dinner prepared by his wife, Wang Changjing. Why are you in such a rush? She inquired. I still need to visit the Xia family to discuss the matter of separation. Is it the eldest son of the Xia family who proposed the separation? The same young man who has been earning money in the city to buy a bicycle, as rumored in our village? Indeed, it is he. If Xia Yi becomes successful, our village shall share in that fortune. Old man, I suspect this lad has only just begun to enjoy a better life. Wanting to marry has made him disregard his parents. He is undoubtedly an ungrateful wretch. Li Jianmin shook his head. The situation is likely more complex than you perceive. If their family had not reached an irreconcilable conflict, there would be no need for Xia Yi to take such drastic measures, given his character. I have watched him grow. He has endured considerable hardship in helping his parents care for his siblings. He is kind-hearted and dependable. How could he possibly be an ungrateful wretch? Just today, he approached me seeking to move into the youth station dormitory to be nearer to Shen. However, I did not consent to his moving into the youth dormitory, for there are regulations in place. Instead, I temporarily lent him the vacant cottage near Jinjishan that belongs to your brother. Wang Changjing paused slightly and said, What? Why did you lend my brother's house to a stranger without consulting me? Besides, our little Hui is still living there. How did little Hui end up living there? Didn't she go to work in the city? Are you deliberately hiding Hui's matters from me? Li Jianmin's blood pressure surged instantly. Knowing that you disapprove of little Hui idling away with her paintbrush, I discreetly arranged for her to stay with my brother for inspiration. Li Jianmin trembled with anger and stood up indignantly, saying, Then what are you doing here in a daze? Hurry and notify little Hui to come back. If that scoundrel Xia Yi moves in, won't the misunderstanding escalate? Old man, I'll go find little Hui right now. Please don't be angry. Li Jianmin pressed his fingers to his acupoint and shouted, I will first visit the Xia family. You quickly bring her back, and we'll settle accounts later. As dusk approached, Xia Yi arrived at the doorstep with Shen Yaowei. Go, let me accompany you inside. Now that we've decided to be together, there are many things we must face together. Xia Yi gently rested his hand on Shen Yaowei's shoulder and said softly, You wait here obediently. I will go inside to gather a few things and come right out. Concern flickered in Shen Yaowei's clear eyes. No matter the obstacles, she wanted to confront them alongside Xia Yi rather than cower behind him like a timid coward. With newfound determination, she took his arm and declared, I want to go in with you. Regardless of what harsh words your family may say, you shouldn't bear it alone. We should face it together. Xia Yi felt warmth in his heart and unhesitatingly pushed open the gate of his home. It was time to confront what lay ahead. Inside the earthen brick house, the sound of a girl weeping echoed. Mom, I can take the college entrance examination in a year. Please let me go to school, all right? I promise I will study hard and not let you down. If you want to go to school, ask your older brother for tuition. Our family cannot afford to support you. Your brother is doing quite well and wants to split from us. If I had the means, who wouldn't want to support another college student? Stop crying, girl. It's your father's inability. If you want to blame someone, blame me. As a girl, even if you get into college, you will eventually marry. It's better to go work in the city early and contribute to the household. Xia Qing wept, her eyes blurred. Sobbing heart-wrenchingly, Please, I want to take the college entrance examination. I don't want to work in the city. Ma Shouqin, growing impatient, shouted hysterically, Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Your brother refuses to be the family's workhorse anymore and doesn't want to support your education. What good does it do to plead with us? It's not like I want to split the family. If you keep crying, you might as well leave this home. Xia Yang comforted her from the side, saying, Little sister, it's our brother's callousness that has caused this. He has money to buy a bicycle but won't pay your tuition. Our mother is helpless. She can only arrange for you to work in the city. Don't blame her. If you must blame someone, blame our brother. It's all his doing. Xia Yi, on the verge of fainting, buried her head in her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Her greatest fears came to fruition. Under the malicious machinations of Xia Yang, Xia Qing's heart brimmed with resentment toward Xia Yi. Just then, the front door of their home was gently pushed open, and Shen Yaowei entered, linking arms with Xia Yi. Upon seeing Xia Yi, Ma Xiaoqin was filled with ire. For the sake of a woman, he had turned their household upside down. And now he sought to return home to secure her consent for this marriage? With this thought, Ma Xiaoqin placed her hands on her hips and imperiously declared, "What are you back for? Didn't you insist on splitting from the family? Even if you kneel and beg me today, I shall never consent to this union. As long as I draw breath, Shen Yaowei shall never cross this threshold." Xia Yang, witnessing the intimate display between Shen Yaowei and Xia Yi, felt an inferno of rage igniting within him. Shen Yaowei was the most beautiful educated youth in Chaoyang village, the dream of countless men. Yet she had fallen for his rough elder brother, who in the village Wu and Ti wished to see his brother dealt with. Xia Yi paid no heed to Ma Xiaoqin's harsh words, focusing solely on tidying up. "And where did you get the money to buy a bicycle? You better clarify that, or you shall not stay in this house," Ma Xiaoqin questioned coldly. Xia Yi gathered the household clothes and said to Shen Yaowei, "Let us go." "Xiaowei, your mother is talking to you," Ma Xiaoqin admonished. "You're becoming increasingly outrageous. Your little sister can't even attend school because of you. And you don't even inquire about her. How have you turned into this? One Shun-educated youth has bewitched you into such a state. And you still have the audacity to bring her home? I also disapprove of this marriage." Shen Yaowei took a deep breath and replied, "Ego is not one to forsake his kin. The transgressions committed are known only to your hearts." She found Ma Xiaoqin's introduction of her to Xia Yang utterly ludicrous, something unbecoming of a mother. With such biased parents, it was no wonder Yi's resolve to separate was so resolute. "Our family matters have nothing to do with you." Xia Qing, weeping, could no longer contain herself and shouted at Shen Yaowei. She was genuinely anxious. Her two brothers had caused such turmoil over a woman, which she initially thought was inconsequential. But now, the fire at the city gates had indeed affected the fish in the moat, and she too suffered greatly. The instigator of all this chaos was none other than Shen Yaowei. Her heart was nearly consumed with hatred for Shen Yaowei. Xia Yi shot a cold glare at Xia Qing and said, "Xia Qing, perhaps you should abandon your studies. Even if you were to enter university, you'd still be a calamity. In my past life, it was Xia Qing who led to my 3-year imprisonment. In this life, the biased Ma Xiaoqin shall not harm me but will certainly wreak havoc upon Xia Qing. It is time for these ungrateful wretches to taste the wrath I have accumulated from my previous existence." Xia Yi grasped Shen Yaowei's hand and turned to leave, his icy gaze sending shivers down spines. This family was destined to be divided. Chapter 13, Mortifying. Heartless creatures. If you have any courage, never return to this home. The frantic screams of Ma Xiaoqin echoed behind Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei. Shen Yaowei observed Xia Yi's calm demeanor, his expression devoid of any turmoil. His attitude towards his family was indistinguishable from that of a stranger. What has he truly endured in this household to become so callous? She clutched Xia Yi's hand tightly, her gentle gaze infused with a hint of resolve. "Ego must have borne an immense burden to be with me. I cannot let him down for all he has sacrificed. Ego, I empathize with your current emotions. You are not alone in facing this turmoil. You have me by your side." Shen Yaowei displayed an expression of understanding, tightening her grip on Xia Yi's hand. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Yi remained oblivious to her thoughts. He had merely come to recognize the true nature of his family, realizing they were a group of ungrateful wolves, perpetually draining him of his spirit. And he had long since lost hope in them. Yet, in Shen Yaowei's eyes, he appeared as a romantic who would sacrifice everything for love. Ironically, in that era, such fervent devotion to love was particularly appealing to women. Xia Yi could even discern pink bubbles in Shen Yaowei's eyes, brimming with affection, as if her face was inscribed with the words, "I must marry you." Having left home not long ago, he encountered Aunt Zhao, who had just returned from the mountains. Her cart was laden with several baskets of mountain goods, some of which Xia Yi had never seen before, including one basket filled with various rare medicinal herbs. Upon noticing Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei holding hands at the gate, Aunt Zhao exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, didn't your mother say that your engagement with Shen Jiqing fell through? How is it that you are holding hands now?" She refrained from finishing her sentence. In this era, love and marriage were championed as free choices. Yet traditional women had not yet reached the point of shameless display of affection as seen in later generations. Women of this time still blushed at the thought of holding hands and felt shy about kissing, let alone flaunting their affection in public. Upon encountering Aunt Zhao, Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei immediately released their hands. Before Xia Yi could explain, Shen Yaowei took the initiative, saying, "Who said the engagement is off? Ego and I are on the verge of a wonderful union. Remember to come for the wedding sweets and celebration." She tactfully omitted any mention of Ma Xiuqin's absurd antics, thus preserving Xia Yi's dignity. If Aunt Zhao were to learn of such a ridiculous mother, she would surely gossip behind their backs, ridiculing their family. Xia Yi smiled and echoed, "Aunt Zhao, Yaowei is right. In a while, it will be the day of our joyous celebration, so do come and support us." "All right. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness in advance," Aunt Zhao replied. "These must be the mountain goods you just gathered from Jinjishan?" "Indeed. Your uncle is feeling weak, and we are stockpiling some mountain goods to help him regain his strength." An idea suddenly struck Xia Yi. If someone could help him gather mountain goods from Jinjishan every day, it would save him a great deal of trouble. "Aunt Zhao, these mountain goods look splendid. How about you sell them all to me? I'll give you 50 cents per pound. What do you think?" 50 cents per pound? That's about the price of half a pound of pork. Aunt Zhao's eyes widened, her mouth watering. "Xiao Yi, please don't jest with me. These are just common items found in the mountains. How can they be worth 50 cents a pound?" Xia Yi extracted a large banknote from his pocket and smiled, saying, "Aunt Zhao, I have the money to settle the bill, so you can rest assured and sell it to me." The sight of the substantial banknote left Aunt Zhao momentarily speechless. Her face instantly lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "I'll go fetch the scales for you right away." The 3 baskets of mountain goods she had gathered weighed a total of 15 pounds, with 12 pounds consisting of mushrooms, and the remaining 3 pounds comprised rare medicinal herbs, all of which were taken by Xia Yi. And Zhao, now delighted with her earnings, couldn't contain her happiness. She had made 7.5 yuan in no time, enough to brighten her entire day. "If you come every day to collect mountain goods, I can gather as much as you need. It might be a bit laborious for you, but what a wonderful opportunity," she mused. Could this boy truly be so generous, practically giving her money? Her brows danced with delight. "It's no trouble at all. Xia Yi, just tell me how much you want, and I'll collect it from the mountains for you. As long as the money is sufficient, it will hardly be a hardship." Earning 7 or 8 yuan in a day could easily add up to over 200 yuan a month. Truly, hard work leads to prosperity. The notion of such fortune landing in her lap made her giddy with excitement, even in her dreams. After leaving Aunt Zhao's home, Shen Yaowei, puzzled, inquired, "Good. Why are you collecting these mountain goods and offering such a high price of 50 cents? Those items can be found in abundance in the mountains. Isn't that a waste of money? I intend to sell them in the county town, where I can fetch 2 yuan per pound, making a profit of 1.5 yuan. It's a worthwhile investment, and it saves me the trouble of foraging myself. Consider it a few yuan spent on hiring someone for the collection. But isn't that a form of speculation? You must keep this under wraps, otherwise it could get you into trouble. The country's policies have changed, and the market economy is open now. What I am doing is legitimate business. This bicycle was purchased with the profits from selling these mountain goods. Is that so? Then you must be cautious. It's said that a prudent approach ensures long-lasting success." Xia Yi affectionately ruffled her hair and gently replied, "All right, wait here while I go to the production team to fetch a cart." Upon arriving at the production team, he found it too cumbersome to borrow a cart, so he opted to buy one outright, handing over a large banknote that left the team leader astounded. "Isn't this a bit extravagant, Comrade Xia? I will provide you with the change shortly. I don't have that much cash on hand right now. No need for change. The remaining amount can be used to improve the meals for the comrades in the production team," Xia Yi declared, leaving without a backward glance as he rode away on his bicycle, pulling the cart. Comrade Xia! Comrade Xia!" Upon reaching Aunt Zhao's door, he loaded the 3 baskets of mountain goods onto the cart, and then accompanied Shen Yaowei back to the youth hostel. At the entrance of the hostel, Shen Yaowei lingered, reluctant to part ways, holding on to Xia Yi's hand and unwilling to let go. "Ego, you must come and marry me soon. Don't make me wait too long." Xia Yi chuckled, affectionately tousling her hair. "Indeed, once I save enough money, I will come to marry you in style. Now you should return and rest. I will head back first." As he turned to leave, that fleeting moment lingered in the air. Shen Yaowei suddenly and inexplicably embraced his waist from behind. He could feel the softness of her figure against his back. Moments later, with a bashful expression, Shen Yaowei flicked her braided hair and hastened toward the dormitory. As she closed the door, her sparkling eyes glimmered like rippling azure waves, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Leaning against the closed door, she gently caressed her chest, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. Her ears flushed a deep crimson, her cheeks ablaze, and her hands involuntarily fidgeted with the braid resting on her shoulders. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 14. A Keen Mind. Xia Yi was taken by surprise when Shen Yaowei stealthily embraced him from behind. By the time he collected his thoughts, she had darted away like a startled rabbit. Before he could savor the moment, she had already shut the dormitory door. Why embrace me and then flee? Xia Yi pouted. Yet, having been favored by such a beautiful woman as Shen Yaowei was not a loss. However, being a young man full of vigor, how could he possibly sleep soundly that night? If he returned to bed, his mind would surely wander. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, he mounted his bicycle and began searching for the temporary lodging arranged for him by Li Jianmin near Jinjishan. Meanwhile, Shen Yaowei was still lost in the sweetness of the moment when her housemate Yang Yaowei startled her. Yaowei, why are you back so late? Did you and Iga go to the cornfield? Confess. Shen Yaowei's face flushed like the evening sky, a fiery halo spreading across her cheeks. Her dreamy eyes seemed to speak, betraying her inner joy. No. What cornfield? Yaowei, don't talk nonsense. With that lovesick look on your face. It's practically radiating from you. Don't even think about denying it. Hurry and tell me how far things have progressed with Iga. If you don't, I might just take matters into my own hands. With that, Yang Yaowei relentlessly targeted Shen Yaowei's sides. Shen Yaowei squirmed under the playful assault, quickly pleading, Yaowei, stop it. Iga is not that kind of man. He took me to the village committee and then to his home to fetch some clean clothes. When we were at his place, his family didn't treat us kindly and vehemently opposed our marriage. But Iga remained unfazed, resolutely choosing me. It seems he has made up his mind to break away from his family, desperately wanting to move out. Knowing he would go to such lengths for me fills my heart with contentment. Yang Yaowei felt a pang of envy. If only a man could be so devoted to her, she would willingly give her all. Yet the reality was that many men lacked the boldness of Xia Yi, who displayed such unwavering commitment for love. Such idealistic love stories she had only heard in folklore, like those of the cowherd and the weaver girl, or Liang Shanbua and Zhuang Dai. The love in reality was often messy and mundane, lacking the fervor of legendary tales. Yaowei, you truly are fortunate. I envy you. If I could find a man like Iga, I would never let him go. Are you not about to return to the city? I hope you encounter your destined gentleman. Yang Yaowei feigned innocence and quickly retrieved a folded newspaper from her canvas bag. I have no intention of going back to the city. Look at this article in the newspaper. This year, Jianghan University is expanding its enrollment for college students, and we, the educated youth from the countryside, also have the opportunity to participate in the college entrance examination and qualify for admission to prestigious institutions. Shen Yaowei felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, exclaiming, does that mean we are all eligible to take the university entrance exam? Indeed. And we could even be admitted to a renowned institution like Jianghan University. Yaowei, let us take the exam together. Let us aim for Jianghan University. The two young women, brimming with enthusiasm, embraced each other joyfully, as if they were children. As the excitement waned, Shen Yaowei gradually regained her composure. If she were to be accepted into Jianghan University, would that not imply a separation from Xia Yi? How would they maintain their relationship then? Yaowei, what is the matter? You were so happy just now. Why the sudden melancholy? Yang Yaowei inquired. If I get into Jianghan University, what will happen to Iga? Shen Yaowei asked. Her brow furrowed in concern. Yaowei, Iga is not the kind of person who would impede your progress, is he? If you are accepted into Jianghan University, he should be delighted for you. Surely, your bond can withstand this minor trial? As a false confidant, Yang Yaowei unleashed a series of persuasive arguments, causing Shen Yaowei's resolve to waver. She began to believe that Yang Yaowei was correct. If a relationship could not endure such challenges, it would be rendered meaningless. Iga will definitely support me. I will tell him about this right away. A fleeting, cunning smile crept across Yang Yaowei's lips. Yaowei, if you are accepted into Jianghan University, you and Iga will not be able to spend every day together. Eventually, cracks will appear. She playfully draped her arm around Shen Yaowei's shoulder, grinning knowingly. If you gain admission, Iga will surely admire you even more. What man does not appreciate a more accomplished woman? Humph. If you succeed, the disparity between you and Iga will only widen, making your relationship increasingly unstable. Even if you do not get in, it does not matter. You have already instilled in Iga the sense that you could slip from his grasp at any moment. And that rift will only continue to grow. While Yang Yaowei pretended to share an unbreakable bond with Shen Yaowei, she secretly calculated her own gains. This newspaper seems to contain information about national policy reforms. May I take a look? Yang Liuyi handed over the newspaper with a smile, saying, "Go ahead." Shen Yaowei quickly scanned the contents, her beautiful eyes gradually revealing shock and disbelief. The latest national reform policies have indeed opened the market economy and have begun to spread from urban areas to the countryside. In the future, activities like Xia Yi's dealings in mountain goods will no longer be considered speculation. When he purchased those goods this afternoon, he seemed to already be aware of the latest national reforms, which explained his nonchalant demeanor. Shen Yaowei recalled that Xia Yi, coming from a humble background, had left school before even graduating from primary education to toil in the production brigade, occasionally laboring in the brick kiln factory in the county to earn tuition for his younger siblings. Yet now, he had the acumen to capitalize on the newly implemented reform policies, earning the equivalent of a bicycle's price in a single day. Such shrewdness seemed almost exaggerated. His insights appeared somewhat incongruous with his educational background, leaving even someone like her, a knowledgeable youth, feeling inferior. Perhaps ego often indulged in literature pertaining to such matters, consistently striving for self-improvement. "Xiaoqin, it seems you truly scared Xiao Yi away," remarked someone nearby. "If he leaves, so be it. That unfilial wretch is a calamity to keep at home." "Mother, Secretary Li has come to our house," Xia Yang exclaimed, pointing towards the window, his face alight with excitement. Having previously been accepted into university and receiving personal encouragement from Secretary Li, he recognized Li Jianmin at once. Ma Xiaoqin hurried to greet him, immediately launching into her grievances. "Secretary Li, you have arrived. You must intercede on my behalf. My unfilial eldest son insists on splitting from the family for a woman. He earns money outside but refuses to contribute a single cent to the household, not even for his sister's education. He has become utterly obsessed, determined to marry Shen Jiqing from our village, and when we opposed, he threatened to sever ties." Xia Zhiyong lamented alongside her, "Secretary Li, it's a shame that a once harmonious family has come to this. It's all because of that woman, Shen Yaowei. I cannot fathom what kind of enchantment she has cast on our Xiaoyi, leading him astray to the point of abandoning his family. Such a woman, who disrupts the harmony of others' households, deserves to be publicly denounced in the village." Li Jianmin's expression hardened as he replied solemnly, "Is it your prerogative to publicly denounce Shen Jiqing? I am here to formally inform you that Xiao Yi has applied for separation from the family." Chapter 15. Truly absurd. Applied for separation? Xia Yang and Xia Qing dashed out of the house, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Earlier that afternoon, Xia Yi had mentioned separation in defense of Shen Jiqing, and they had dismissed it as mere bluster, not taking it seriously. However, if he had approached the village secretary to apply for separation, the gravity of the situation had shifted dramatically. This indicated that Xia Yi had resolutely made up his mind, a determination that could not be questioned. Otherwise, he would not have involved Li Jianmin personally. Fuming, Xia Zhiyong's beard trembled as he declared vehemently, "I will fetch Xiao Yi now and clarify this matter. Why on earth is he seeking separation? We provide for him, and what grievances could he possibly have? During the nationwide famine, we could not bear to send him away, yet how can he be so heartless as to consider splitting from us for a woman?" Li Jianmin restrained Xia Zhiyong, asserting firmly, "I know this child well. If you hadn't pushed him to the brink, he would not have made such a decision. You both must reflect on your actions." Li Jianmin's words echoed Shen Yaowei's sentiments, effectively disarming Xia Zhiyong and Ma Xiaoqin. What wrong could parents have committed when everything they did was for their children, even if they showed a hint of favoritism towards their youngest son? Was that truly a grave sin? Ma Xiaoqin exclaimed with fervor, "Li Jianmin, even if the heavenly king himself were to arrive today, I would never agree to a division of the family. Moreover, I will not consent to our eldest son marrying that wretched girl, Shen Yaowei. None of you should attempt to persuade me. The reason our eldest son has become so unfilial is all due to that insufferable Shen Yaowei. He used to heed my every word, but now his temperament has drastically changed, as obstinate as a mule. How are we to live as a family in the future? If I see that girl Shen Yaowei in the village again, I shall not let her off lightly." Li Jianmin, as a village official, believed he had expressed himself with sufficient tact. However, the Xia couple appeared utterly oblivious to the implications of his words. His refraining from outright cursing was already a considerable show of respect towards them. Yet, as Ma Xiaoqin conversed with him, she not only addressed him by his full name but also refused to reflect on her own shortcomings, placing the blame for her eldest son's departure squarely upon an outsider. This unreasonable and disruptive behavior was profoundly detestable. Before Li Jianmin could retort, Xia Yang chimed in, echoing Ma Xiaoqin's sentiments, "Secretary Li, my brother has truly overstepped this time. He secretly saved money to buy a bicycle without consulting the family. That was over 100 yuan, squandered entirely. If he had saved that money, my sister and I could have secured our tuition fees. But now, for the sake of that woman Shen Yaowei, he disregards our family entirely. You must advocate for us. It was no wonder Xia Yi insisted on separating. If the family remained united, once he married Shen Yaowei, they would surely face turmoil and unrest. Furthermore, Xia Yi was a resilient young man. Having endured hardships over the years, he had finally made a name for himself in the city. It would be a tragedy for him to be hindered by his family. He was the first in the village to ride a bicycle, and his future held great promise. In stark contrast, his family seemed short-sighted, intent only on demanding and controlling his life, which elicited profound sympathy for him. Upon arriving at the Xia household, Li Jianmin aimed to mediate the conflict, striving to ensure satisfaction for both parties and to ease the tensions within the Xia family. On his way, he had learned from the production team that Xia Yi, upon purchasing his cart, had given a large sum to the collective without asking for change, using the remaining money to cover the meal expenses for the comrades there. How could such a generous soul be indifferent to his family's welfare? After an afternoon of visits and inquiries throughout the village, Li Jianmin uncovered the true reason behind Xia Yi's insistence on separation. As a village official, he was duty-bound to be impartial and to seek justice for Xia Yi. With a stern countenance, he confronted Xia Yang, declaring, "Xiao Yang, as a university student, how can you still be so confused, unable to distinguish right from wrong? That money was earned by your brother. He has every right to spend it as he sees fit, and you have no grounds to criticize him. Li Jianmin, why do you not admonish that scoundrel of our eldest son instead of attacking my youngest?" Ma Xiaoqing snarled, her face twisted with fury. "It is he who is unworthy of Shen Jiqing. Our youngest is a university student, and his circumstances are far superior to his. What does it matter if he relinquishes this marriage to his brother? He will not suffer any loss. In due time, his father and I will find him an even better match. Why should he be so irate?" Li Jianmin seethed with anger and exclaimed, "Ma Xiaoqing, you are utterly unreasonable." With that, he turned to leave. Summer Yi could no longer remain in this household. If he stayed any longer, he would surely be driven mad by such a family. Upon returning, he would agree to Summer Yi's request for separation. At that moment, Xia Qing, her eyes reddened, implored Li Jianmin, "Secretary Li, my brother no longer wishes to support my education due to his marriage. Could you assist me? I promise I will gain admission to university and will not disappoint you." Li Jianmin paused, taken aback by Xia Qing's tear-filled eyes, which exuded a pitiable charm. It was evident that Summer Yi's desire for separation had inadvertently ensnared Xia Qing. The village of Chaoyang had produced only one university student, Summer Yang. If another emerged, it would bring honor to him as the village secretary. "I will speak to your brother. You must continue your studies and not let your university aspirations be hindered." "Thank you, Secretary Li." Xia Qing's tear-streaked face gradually brightened with a smile, albeit one tinged with bitterness. "Once I am admitted to university, I will ensure that all of you regret your decisions." Before darkness fell, Summer Yi finally located the humble cottage at the foot of Jinjishan, as described by Li Jianmin. Nestled in a picturesque, verdant setting beside a waterway, the cottage was surrounded by a lovely garden adorned with a profusion of fragrant flowers. One could surmise that its occupant possessed a poetic soul, evoking the serene imagery of picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence while leisurely gazing at the southern mountains. Summer Yi secured his bicycle at the entrance and, carrying his belongings, gently pushed open the door. A delightful aroma of roses wafted through the air, and the walls were adorned with vibrant and engaging artworks. Each piece rivaled Van Gogh's oil paintings. Although Summer Yi lacked an understanding of art, he could discern that each creation was a labor of love from the artist. Alas, such masterpieces were all too easily overshadowed in this unfortunate era. Just as Summer Yi entered the bedroom, the sound of rushing water echoed through the space. A woman, her shoulders bare as she bathed in a wooden tub, called out with alarm, "Who goes there?" Chapter 16. A vivid lesson. Summer Yi promptly retreated from the bedroom, apologizing. "I am terribly sorry. I was unaware that someone else resided here. Secretary Li sent me to stay temporarily." "Your father sent you here?" The woman in the tub hastily donned a white shirt, keeping a wary eye on the bedroom door, apprehensive of this uninvited guest. "Please wait outside for a moment." She climbed out of the tub, hurriedly dressed behind a mosquito net, occasionally peeking out to ensure the man outside harbored no ill intentions. Once she had clothed herself, she exhaled in relief and took a wooden comb to tend to her damp hair while stepping out of the room. Summer Yi stood engrossed before several paintings. only turning around slowly upon hearing her footsteps. A visage, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water, appeared before Xia Yi's eyes. Her bright eyes and radiant smile, along with skin as pure as snow, accentuated by the fabric of her white shirt which subtly hinted at her fullness, complemented by her damp, flowing hair, presented a striking blend of innocence and allure. She was Li Jiamin's daughter, Li Kaiwei. Are you particularly fascinated by these paintings? In the face of an unfamiliar man who had trespassed into her home at night, Li Kaiwei exhibited neither tension nor unease. Xia Yi's chiseled features were precisely aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Moreover, anyone her father deemed worthy of lending their home could hardly be a villain. As Xia Yi withdrew his gaze from Li Kaiwei, he nodded and remarked, "These paintings exude a distinct expressionist style reminiscent of Van Gogh. Each piece seems to encapsulate a ferocious beast lurking within the artist's heart, both abstract and exaggerated, yet still conveying the wildness of the creator's spirit." Li Zihui's lips curled into a joyful smile. This was the first time she had received acknowledgement of her work from another. "Are these your private collection? I wonder which esteemed artist created them." Caught slightly off guard, she replied with a smile, "Not a private collection. I painted them all." Xia Yi expressed his astonishment. "All of these are your creations? You appear so youthful, yet possess such remarkable artistry. You are truly gifted. If a gallery were to showcase your work in the city, these paintings would undoubtedly hold significant collectible value." Flattered, Li Kaiwei could hardly contain her delight. Xia Yi's words seemed to penetrate the depths of her soul, resonating profoundly. "You seem to possess a deep understanding of art," she noted. "You must have explored it somewhat. Yet, no artwork in this world is flawless, is it? Take Venus, for instance. It possesses its own unique beauty and its imperfections." Xia Yi nodded, speaking candidly. "While your creations are admirable, they are somewhat out of sync with the times. Much like Van Gogh, who was born in the wrong era and only gained recognition posthumously, your paintings too exist in a period that does not appreciate them. Akin to floating duckweed, ephemeral and fleeting." His words struck a chord within Li Kaiwei, as melancholy washed over her countenance. Xia Yi had articulated the disappointment she had long harbored. "You offer me a sweet date, only to deliver a slap that leaves me utterly disheartened. No, my intention is not to discourage you. Rather, I wish to liberate you from the confines of your own creation. You must open your eyes to the world, lest your artistic vision be limited. Only by expanding your horizons can your work reach greater heights." For years, Li Kaiwei had struggled for her family's acknowledgement, imprisoning herself within a narrow realm in pursuit of art, reluctant to step beyond. Xia Yi's sudden intrusion into her world served as a wake-up call. "You have imparted a vivid lesson to me. May I ask your name?" "Xia Yi. I am Li Kaiwei. I shall remember you." "Li Kaiwei? That name sounds remarkably familiar." Suddenly, a renowned painter from a past life surfaced in Xia Yi's mind, bearing that very name. As dusk descended, the voice of Wang Changjing echoed from outside. "Dear daughter, are you in there? Your father has arranged for someone else to stay here. You must hurry back home with me." Li Kaiwei smiled faintly, leading Xia Yi out of the grass hut, leaving Wang Changjing in a state of shock. Her daughter was clad in a form-fitting shirt, devoid of any undergarments. Her hair damp, clearly just having bathed. Observing the lingering expression on her daughter's face, it was hard for Wang Changjing not to entertain negative thoughts. Surely, something untoward had transpired between them. Anger surged within her as she nearly slapped Xia Yi. This young man, who had yet to clarify matters regarding Shen Yaowei's family division, now had the audacity to pursue her daughter? Her impression of Xia Yi had plummeted further. With a hint of irritation, she inquired, "Could you not find somewhere else to stay until tomorrow?" Xia Yi, with an awkward smile, replied, "I requested temporary accommodation at the youth station from Secretary Li, but he declined and placed me here instead. If this is inconvenient, I can find another place to spend the night." Li Kaiwei grasped her mother's arm and said, "Mom, please allow him to stay. Since it was arranged by Dad, there must be a reason. It's getting late. Let us head back and let him rest here." "Why are you speaking up for an outsider?" Wang Changjing shot Xia Yi a disdainful glance, only to be pulled away by Li Kaiwei. As they departed, Li Kaiwei cast a lingering gaze back at Xia Yi, as though imprinting his visage firmly in her memory. "Stop looking. He is not a good person. Having already entangled himself with Shen Yaowei from our village, and now he is trying to charm you. It would be wise to keep your distance from him. And you, a young lady, how can you dress like this? Surely, hasn't he developed inappropriate intentions towards you? Living alone outside, you must learn to protect yourself. Do you hear me?" Li Kaiwei smiled. "Mom, I've grown up. There is no need for you to worry. Does Dad already know I'm secretly staying here?" Wang Changjing fell silent. If he knows, so be it. I shall return home and face him. At 4 in the morning, Xia Yi awoke. He loaded all the mountain goods onto a cart and set off towards the county town on his bicycle. The paintings within the grass hut had been gathered by him. In his eyes, the value of these artworks would only multiply with the passage of time. Li Kaiwei was destined to become a renowned artist, and the pieces she casually created now would one day hold significant worth. Though Xia Yi lacked profound artistic appreciation, his decades of experience surpassed Li Kaiwei's, leading her to mistakenly regard him as an art-savvy intellectual. By dawn, Xia Yi arrived in the county town, first selling the basket of 3 pounds of rare medicinal herbs purchased from Aunt Zhao at the collection station for 76 yuan. He then sold the remaining 12 pounds of mountain goods to the Jiyuan Hotel, earning another 24 yuan. This series of transactions netted him a total of 100 yuan. His funds had now reached 490 yuan. After spending half the day in the county town, his gaze fell upon a modestly sized dance hall. Chapter 17, Shall We Dance Together? The dance halls of the county town in 1980 bear no comparison to those of later years and the nightclubs that followed. During the day, the dance hall remains closed. However, as night falls, a considerable number of patrons, including many strikingly handsome individuals and beautiful women, gather at this venue. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xia Yi, noticing the dance hall's delayed opening, decided to return to the Fuda Hotel. Just as he was about to slip into the kitchen, he was called to a halt by Zhou Ying. Xia Yi, could you postpone your work for a moment? I wish to discuss something with you. Coincidentally, he too had a matter to confer about. They entered a private room in the hotel together. Xia Yi, my father visited yesterday noon and relished the dishes you prepared. He expressed a desire to meet you, but you had left early. Thus, I would like to inquire when you could spare some time for me to introduce you to him. Does your father have something of great importance to discuss with me? No, he simply wishes to meet you and engage in a light conversation. There is no need for pressure. I apologize, Boss Zhou, but I am quite busy lately and genuinely have no time for trivial matters. Trivial matters? How could meeting her father be deemed trivial? Countless individuals yearn for a chance to meet my father, yet you are turning him down? Zhou Ying appeared somewhat bewildered. Xia Yi, actually, my father, Xia Yi interrupted her. Thank you for your father's recognition, Boss Zhou, but I truly have pressing matters at hand. Would it be possible for me to stay overnight at our hotel tonight? Our hotel lacks proper beds. You would be quite uncomfortable. Perhaps I could arrange a guest house for you? Xia Yi waved his hand dismissively. A guest house would be an unnecessary expense. I can make do with a few chairs to create a sleeping area. What has prompted you to wish to stay in the county tonight? I intend to conduct an on-site examination of the county's dance halls this evening. Are you considering venturing into the dance hall business? The investment costs are substantial. One cannot begin without several thousand yuan. Just the imported neon lights are quite costly. I have a tentative interest in that direction, but I wish to start with a small business first. Zhou Ying's eyes reflected a glimmer of admiration for Xia Yi, and she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then I shall accompany you tonight. Unlike Zhou Ying, who comes from a well-off background, the educated youth like Shen Yaowei are quite different. Zhou Ying has been influenced by overseas culture, and both her attire and thoughts are remarkably fashionable. She does not exhibit any modesty typical of a delicate woman in front of Xia Yi. Rather, she confidently opts for a proactive approach. After a brief contemplation, Xia Yi agreed to let Zhou Ying accompany him, as she was undoubtedly more familiar with the county than he was. Furthermore, visiting a dance hall, a place replete with vibrant lights and lively spirits, would feel somewhat out of place without a female companion. At noon, the Fuda Hotel, under Xia Yi's management, remained bustling with activity, witnessing a flow of customers several times greater than before. Conversely, the Qingfeng restaurant, which competes with the Fuda Hotel, faced a dismal fate, experiencing 2 consecutive days of disarray and desolation. The owner of Qingfeng restaurant, Taming, could no longer remain composed. Had he not intercepted the mountain goods meant for the Fuda Hotel? Logically, without the supply of mountain goods, the Fuda Hotel should have been devoid of competitiveness against Qingfeng restaurant, posing no threat whatsoever. Moreover, he has successfully incited the renowned chef Yaowei of the Laifu Hotel, a culinary master celebrated throughout the county for his exquisite dishes. How is it possible that the establishment continues to thrive despite losing such a valuable asset? For 2 consecutive days, the business has suffered greatly, and I demand a plausible explanation. Mr. Su, I have inquired on your behalf, and it turns out that the cunning Zhou Ying has implemented a discount event to express gratitude to both new and returning customers, allowing the restaurant to mitigate some losses through generous concessions. However, Such a strategy of reduced pricing cannot sustain itself indefinitely. If we simply hold our ground, we shall surely outlast them, and without a supply of mountain goods, Laifu Hotel will inevitably close its doors. There is no need for concern, Mr. Su. We still possess the illustrious Neo Eru as our shining emblem. In a matter of days, patrons will return, and how could Zhou Ying ever hope to rival you? Su Daming furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, is that so? She intends to engage in a protracted battle with me? Very well, I shall indulge her. Beginning tomorrow, we shall launch a discount campaign at Xingfeng Restaurant, mirroring that of Laifu Hotel, and I shall reclaim all their customers, ensuring Zhou Ying's establishment meets its demise. The vibrant city of Xingqing is far more bustling than the silent village of Chaoyang. The streets are alive with night owls wielding flashlights to find their way home, while the cinema buzzes with the comings and goings of youthful couples. Zhou Ying returned home to don a striking red dress, drawing attention as she strolled along the street. Persuaded by Zhou Ying, Xia Yi shed his outdated Zhongshan suit in favor of a crisp white shirt and tailored black trousers, cinched at the waist with an exquisite leather belt. Under Zhou Ying's meticulous styling, Xia Yi appeared transformed, showcasing his handsome and charming side to its fullest extent. It must be said that Zhou Ying's aesthetic sense is in perfect harmony with contemporary fashion. Upon entering the dance hall, the couple became the center of attention, gathering the gazes of numerous striking men and women. The dance hall resonated with soft melodies, and under the glow of neon lights, the atmosphere was imbued with a tantalizing allure. Elegant individuals moved gracefully across the spacious floor, engaging in spirited ballroom dances. Zhou Ying naturally took Xia Yi's arm. Smiling as she asked, shall we dance? Xia Yi shook his head in refusal, expressing his desire to wander about instead. Zhou Ying, exasperated by his lack of romantic inclination, rolled her eyes in disbelief. How could you decline an invitation from a stunning beauty like me? Under the flickering neon lights, Xia Yi possessed an impeccably handsome visage that could render anyone blushing with a mere glance. Soon, several attractive women approached Xia Yi, inviting him to join them in lively dance. Zhou Ying found herself nearly toppled by the throng, her high heels barely maintaining their stance, and her frustration surged within her. The unexpected popularity Xia Yi garnered in the dance hall ignited her competitive spirit. How could I possibly be overshadowed by these superficial women? After all, the very garments he wore were selected by me. If he accepts an invitation from another, I shall cease to acknowledge him entirely. As anticipated, Xia Yi politely declined the advances of these women. However, his merciless rejection of these women subjected him to the envious and resentful gazes of countless men around him. Among the handsome men and beautiful women frequenting the dance hall, who would not desire a romantic encounter, with so many enchanting women inviting him to dance, how could he turn them all down? What a predicament that places us in. Upon noticing that the charming ladies surrounding Xia Yi had all departed, Zhou Ying promptly linked her arm with his. With a haughty demeanor, she puffed out her chest, as if declaring her claim over Xia Yi to the other women who coveted him. Weren't you going to dance? No more dancing. Let me keep you company around here. Chapter 18. A Greater Business Opportunity. The recent throng of alluring women around Xia Yi stirred a ripple within Zhou Ying's heart. Women are often drawn to strength. The more sought after a man, the more he radiates brilliance, igniting their intense jealousy. Xia Yi's rejection of so many women's advances led Zhou Ying to subconsciously conclude that his refusals were made for her sake. Little did she know that Xia Yi regarded her merely as a trustworthy partner, harboring no inappropriate thoughts towards her. In his heart, there was no room for another woman. Others were but fleeting shadows to him. Yet, this unconscious act only served to enhance his allure in Zhou Ying's eyes. After wandering about the dance hall for a while, Zhou Ying, eager to alleviate the awkwardness of her previous rejection, could not resist inquiring, how was the assessment? Xia Yi pondered for a moment before responding. The atmosphere of the dance hall lacks privacy. If it were up to me, I would prioritize the hall's seclusion. I envision creating more private rooms within the venue, allowing young couples to dance and sing freely without restraint. These are merely my immature thoughts, and realizing them is currently quite challenging. Unintentionally spoken, yet deeply considered by the listener, Zhou Ying contemplated briefly before exclaiming with delight, Xia Yi, I believe your idea is exceptional. If my restaurant profits handsomely, I shall invest in a dance hall, and you can manage it for me. We can discuss the dance hall investment later. At present, I have uncovered a more significant business opportunity. I wonder if Boss Zhou would be interested in joining me to earn some money? What do you have in mind? The patrons of the dance hall are all fashionable and trendy individuals. If we were to create our own style, Wouldn't they be compelled to follow this trend and emulate it? We become the fashion they pursue? How could that be possible? Zhou Ying quickly dismissed Xia Yi's notion, adding, even if you did create a trend, where lies the business opportunity in that? Do you know where one can procure cowboy hats and monocles? They abound in the black market. What do you need these items for? How about you help me acquire them all tomorrow? I have $450 in capital, ready to invest entirely. Zhou Ying widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Xia Yi, you ought to exercise caution. If those items from the black market do not sell, they could become a liability. I plan to temporarily reside in the county for the next few days. I shall return only when I have sold everything. Are you intending to sell them in the dance hall? Those foreign novelties might not move well, would they? Let us take a look tomorrow evening. Zhou Ying said with a resigned shake of her head. Forget it. It is futile to reason with a stubborn individual. Only by letting him experience the bitterness of financial loss will he grow more cautious in his business endeavors. The village of Chaoyang, shrouded in darkness, rendered visibility nearly non-existent. Shen Yaowei, residing in the youth dormitory, leaned out of the window, gazing at the bright moon and starry sky, unable to stifle a yawn. Yaowei, do not wait any longer. The application for the youth college entrance examination has been released, and once the deadline passes, they will be unable to compile the statistics. This is a matter of great importance regarding your university admission. Do not let it slip away, Yang Yaowei kindly reminded her. Let us wait a bit longer. Yigu hasn't returned yet, Shen Yaowei replied. All day, she had been searching for Xia Yi in Chaoyang village. Eager to share the good news about the college entrance examination with him, she had even sought out Li Jianmin to inquire about Xia Yi's whereabouts. And after considerable effort, she located the thatched cottage near Jinjishan, only to find that Xia Yi had already vanished without a trace. She inquired around the village, but no one had seen Xia Yi, not even Aunt Zhao, Xia Yi's neighbor, who mentioned she hadn't seen him return. She had amassed a considerable amount of mountain goods at home, awaiting Xia Yi's arrival, yet a day had passed without any sign of him. Shen Yaowei was certain that Xia Yi had gone to the county town to earn some money. After work in the production team that evening, she patiently waited at the village entrance along the main road until nightfall, yet still no sign of Xia Yi. What time is it? What are we still waiting for? Yigu surely will not return tonight. Do not jeopardize your own affairs. Fine. If Yigu does not return by tomorrow, I shall submit the application form, she declared. Meanwhile, in the county town, Xia Yi remained oblivious to Shen Yaowei's wait. Upon entering the dance hall with Zhou Ying, his thoughts were solely on fulfilling his promise to Shen Yaowei and eventually marrying her in a grand manner. The past few days in the county town were crucial for him. He was uncertain whether he could create a fashionable trend, but he recalled a saying from his previous life, classics never go out of style. Awakening the next morning, he found it was already 9 o'clock. Zhou Ying had someone carry 2 duffel bags to the private room of the restaurant and then called for Xia Yi. I procured these items for you from the black market. Please inspect them, she said. Xia Yi opened the duffel bags to find them filled with pairs of black sunglasses and an assortment of black cowboy hats. Are there no women's versions of the cowboy hats? Zhou Ying opened another duffel bag, stating, they are all here. Xia Yi, are you certain you can sell all these items? I cannot shake the feeling that this is rather dubious. I must remind you, if they do not sell, that 500 yuan will be a sunk cost. Stretching lazily, Xia Yi replied, you will accompany me to the dance hall tonight. We shall earn some money. And I will share 10% of the profits with you. All right, we shall go together tonight. I am curious to see how this fellow intends to create a fashion trend. Meanwhile, the Chief Phone restaurant had been running a discount promotion for 2 consecutive days, even showcasing well-known names like Neo Eru, yet the results were meager. The business at the restaurant remained lethargic, while the Laifu Grand Hotel thrived with a constant stream of customers. Su Daming could not fathom the management secrets behind Laifu Grand Hotel's success. Despite launching similar discount promotions, their establishment drew no interest. How could they possibly be marketing themselves? Why were the patrons at our restaurant dwindling? Boss Su, I recently sent someone to inquire about Laifu Grand Hotel, and it seems their head chef has been replaced. I heard they have revamped their menu with numerous novel dishes, all of which are unfamiliar to the locals. We stand no chance against them. Indeed, Boss Su, the dishes at Laifu Grand Hotel are both exquisite and affordable. Even if we offer the same discounts, we lack any competitive edge unless what? Su Daming asked coldly. Unless we covertly learn their recipes. Our restaurant might have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we may be forced to shut down. With a chef like Neo Eru on our team. Isn't it easy to learn from Laifu Grand Hotel's cuisine? Su Daming snorted disdainfully. I underestimated Zhou Ying. Find out who their new head chef is. I intend to lure him away with a generous offer, ensuring Laifu Grand Hotel's closure. Chapter 19. Breakdancing captivates the audience. As night fell, Zhou Ying donned a loose checkered shirt and, persuaded by Xia Yi, put on a pair of black sunglasses. Upon arriving at the dance hall, she nearly failed to recognize Xia Yi. He was dressed in a white shirt, gray sweatpants, canvas shoes, sunglasses, and a cowboy hat. "Why have you dressed like this?" Zhou Ying questioned. Xia Yi smiled. "If only the clothing options in our county were not so dull, I would have dressed even more flamboyantly." Zhou Ying scoffed. "How can someone with such poor fashion sense claim to set a trend? You'll see shortly. However, today, I need you to help me sell some goods." With a bang, they pushed open the dance hall doors, and soothing music filled the air. In the dazzling neon-lit space, handsome men and beautiful women danced joyfully to simple ballroom music. Zhou Ying followed Xia Yi closely, perplexed. "You expect me to sell goods? What will you be doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Yi had already approached the elderly gentleman guarding the tape recorder, eager to select an appropriate dance track. What on earth is he planning? Zhou Ying tossed 2 large bags onto the floor and crossed her arms, watching Xia Yi. At that moment, Xia Yi sifted through several tapes before finally selecting a newly popular Cantonese song, Genghis Khan. He handed over a dime to the old man, asking him to play the song. After some fuss, the music began to play. In the midst of the wind and sand, chasing and pursuing, we sing passionately to one another. No worries, stumbling and drinking, joy is painted on our faces. The lively and exhilarating melody caused the dancing couples to momentarily pause their steps, captivated by the rhythm. In the center of the venue, a uniquely dressed man danced with agile grace, moving freely to the rhythm of the music. His stylish steps immediately ignited a strong curiosity among the onlookers, particularly a group of young girls who couldn't help but direct their gaze towards this passionate dancer. They covered their mouths in awe, exclaiming, "He dances so handsomely." Even the young men, who had only recently arrived at the dance hall, found themselves captivated by Xia Yi's distinctive dance style. It was simply too cool. They attempted to mimic his moves, only to discover that the complexity of the steps surpassed their expectations. Wow, is dancing like this even possible? Did he learn this abroad? These moves are amazing. I could never do that. It must take ages to master. This is the true essence of foreign disco, isn't it? His performance is fantastic. I absolutely adore it. The murmurs grew into a crescendo of excitement, and Zhou Ying watched, entranced. Heavens, this fellow can execute such advanced dance moves. She clearly saw the spark in the eyes of many young admirers as Xia Yi became the focal point of the entire gathering. A burst of breakdancing instantly electrified the crowd. Thunderous applause surged forth. Xia Yi concluded with an elegant moonwalk reminiscent of Michael Jackson, sending the audience into a frenzy. Men whistled, and women screamed in delight. Xia Yi slowly removed his cowboy hat and bowed graciously. He gestured to the elderly man by the record player to continue the music, then waved his hands invitingly, encouraging everyone to join in the dance. The electrifying performance prompted the handsome and beautiful to join the disco revelry. Just as the crowd was caught up in the joyous abandon of dancing, Zhou Ying opened her bag and called out, "Does anyone need a projector or a cowboy hat? Only $5 for a set." Her enthusiastic shouts drew the immersed young men and women into a frenzy of eager purchases. They all yearned to be the center of attention like Xia Yi. Surely, if they donned such a stylish outfit and executed mesmerizing dance moves, they would captivate the crowd. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, with everyone having purchased their gear and lost in the disco madness, Xia Yi removed his sunglasses and cowboy hat, quietly leaving the dance hall with Zhou Ying, who was counting the money. Outside, Xia Yi exhaled a long sigh. "It's been a while since I danced. I feel a bit out of practice." Zhou Ying handed him the money, patting his shoulder. "You're impressive. You've hidden your skills well, dancing so beautifully. I merely went up to make a fool of myself. As long as the items sell. How did we fare tonight?" Xia Yi received a substantial handful of cash, casually inquiring. "Since items on the black market are eager to sell, I set the prices quite low. The combined cost of the 2 items was only 50 cents. I managed to acquire all the goods from the black market, so they should be unavailable in the county market now. I brought in 860 sets, spending $430. We sold 208 sets tonight, bringing in a total of $1,040. After deducting the initial investment of $430, we netted a profit of $610 for the night." Xia Yi, your business acumen is astonishing. The earnings from just one night nearly rival the revenue of a restaurant over several months. He contemplated internally that if he were to sell the remaining stock, it would take at least a week. After all, subsequent sales would likely exhibit a declining trend. Once the novelty wore off, sales would stagnate unless he resorted to drastic price reductions or sought someone to take over. Selling his goods in the county over a week seemed an excessively slow pace, given that envious competitors would soon emerge to imitate his success. The business landscape would undoubtedly become more challenging. He needed to sell off his inventory with remarkable speed, accumulating capital before other operators could react. To achieve swift sales, he considered enhancing the entertainment offerings at the dance hall. With this thought, he scrutinized Xia Yi from head to toe. Xia Yi felt uneasy under his gaze and furrowed her brow, asking, "Why are you looking at me like that? Boss Zhou, don't you dance as well? How about I teach you something unique, and we perform together tomorrow night?" Xia Yi smirked slyly. "Last time you turned me down. Now you're eager to dance with me?" She crossed her arms defiantly, huffing, "Have you forgotten how you rejected me before? I'll give you a 20% share of the profits. Let us sell this batch quickly." The thought of a potential profit of several thousand startled Xia Yi, who gasped. This guy was making money at an astonishing pace. For the next 2 nights, the duo poured all their energy into the dance hall, dazzling the audience with their spectacular performances, attracting numerous handsome men and beautiful women, igniting the atmosphere. They managed to sell all but 130 sets of their merchandise, totaling 730 sets sold, with a total revenue of $3,650. By the 3rd night, competition began to surface, with others also selling in the dance hall, albeit at $4 per set. Soon, a wave of competitors flooded in, and the market began to resemble a battleground of wolves vying for scarce resources. Xia Yi looked at the dwindling stock with a face of despair, saying, "Xia Yi, the fashion trend we painstakingly established is merely becoming someone else's garment." Xia Yi smiled slightly, unperturbed, and replied, "Sell the remaining stock to them at 50 cents each to recoup your capital, then withdraw from the dance hall market." "What? You don't plan to sell anymore? Can you really bear to give up such a lucrative business?" Chapter 20. The 1,000 Yuan Tycoon. A shopping frenzy. Xia Yi laughed nonchalantly. "In my view, the market for Western-style mirrors and cowboy hats is nearly saturated. The market is limited. I've harvested my share ahead of time, while those who enter later will only sip the remnants. There's no need to engage in a bloody competition. Besides, we've already profited enough. It's wiser to withdraw and seek other avenues for income." Xia Yi was momentarily taken aback. The man before her possessed a calm wisdom that was almost unbelievable. He seemed to exude a unique charm that made her willingly desire to follow in his footsteps. After several days of companionship, Xia Yi's initial admiration for Xia Yi has transformed into deep reverence. She, adorned in high heels, approached a vendor selling frog glasses and cowboy hats at the entrance of the dance hall. She cast her 2 luggage bags before him, engaged in negotiations to sell the remaining stock at wholesale prices. Xia Yi, retrieving a pack of peony cigarettes priced at 50 cents from his pocket, lit one and took a deep drag. In his previous life, poverty had made it impossible for him to indulge, as he dared not smoke even the 5-cent sunflower seeds, resorting instead to scavenging discarded butts in the brick kiln for a fleeting nicotine fix. Yet, now reborn, he had ascended to the threshold of a 1,000 yuan fortune through his own endeavors. After concluding her business, Xia Yi approached and patted Xia Yi on the shoulder. "We managed to sell the remaining 130 sets at a bargain price of 80 cents each after my negotiations. It appears we have made the trade of Western mirrors and cowboy hats increasingly sought after, as the black market has inflated their wholesale prices. I cannot help but feel a sense of reluctance to relinquish the business channels we painstakingly established." Xia Yi inhaled sharply, releasing a plume of smoke as he replied, "The fluctuations in price are a reflection of supply and demand dynamics. When demand exceeds supply, prices naturally rise. Conversely, when supply outweighs demand, prices plummet. Given my ability to cultivate market opportunities, why not channel my energy towards the next lucrative venture?" Xia Yi pouted slightly, handing the recently acquired earnings to Xia Yi. "You are quite generous. Have you contemplated what your next business endeavor will be?" "I have not yet determined my next step, but should a promising opportunity arise, I will certainly enlist your involvement," he stated, counting the cash and presenting approximately 75 yuan to Xia Yi. "This is your share of the profits. It's more than fair. You sourced the goods for me, assisted in selling them, and even performed alongside me at the dance hall. I prefer not to owe debts of gratitude, so please accept it." Seeing Xia Yi's reluctance to accept, Xia Yi insisted, pressing it into her palm. Xia Yi remained somewhat incredulous, pondering how Xia Yi had managed to amass over 3,000 yuan within just 5 evenings, leveraging an initial investment of 430 yuan. The earnings from those 5 nights nearly rivaled the annual revenue of the Laifu Hotel, which had been in operation for nearly 2 years, yet had not surpassed 3,000 yuan in total profit. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be exasperating. By the way, Boss Zhou, I need to return home for a few days to attend to some matters, so I won't be going back to the county for the time being. Zhou Ying expressed her surprise. What? You are leaving? What will happen to the kitchen? The Laifu Hotel is thriving, and without your oversight, I fear it may struggle to continue. I have arranged everything in the kitchen. The chefs are quite astute, and they have nearly mastered the signature dishes on the menu. However, I worry they may not meet the customers' tastes. The reputation we painstakingly built for Laifu Hotel cannot be jeopardized. Don't forget, you also hold a 10% stake in it. Zhou Ying was determined to keep such an exceptional man close. What could possibly compel you to return so urgently? Xia Yi inhaled deeply from his cigarette, crushing the discarded but beneath his foot with force. I am going back to get married. The words struck Zhou Ying like a thunderbolt, causing her delicate frame to tremble, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. After painstakingly nurturing feelings for a man, she was devastated to learn that he was on the verge of matrimony. Congratulations then. Wishing you a joyous wedding in advance. Zhou Ying's beautiful eyes struggled to conceal her despondency. As she turned to leave, tears cascaded down her cheeks, leaving her lost and forlorn. She quickened her pace, vanishing into the night, burying her affection for Xia Yi deep within her heart. The following morning, Xia Yi awoke and placed the hotel key on the counter before departing alone on his bicycle, dragging a cart behind him. He parked the bicycle with the cart at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. This was his second visit. The first had been hurried, during which he had merely purchased a few pieces of white rabbit candy. Xia Yi cast a glance at the array of goods displayed on the counter and withdrew a substantial wad of bills. Comrade, I would like 10 jean of rice and 10 jean of flour. The rice was priced at 1.2 cents per jean, while the flour cost 1.4 cents per jean, both being fine grains that attracted the attention of those around him. In this era, only families of considerable means could afford such delicacies, while the average person subsisted on coarse grains. The cashier, wearing an indifferent expression, weighed out the 10 jean of rice and flour and placed them on the counter. As Xia Yi presented a large denomination bill, the surrounding patrons were taken aback. The previously brash cashier's demeanor shifted, becoming more courteous. Sir, do you require anything else? The cashier's inquiry implied that she could hardly provide change for 10 yuan. After perusing the high-end goods for a moment, Xia Yi decided to purchase 2 cans of malted milk. In this era, malted milk was a rare commodity, unaffordable for ordinary households. Encased in red and white tin cans, it was not only regarded as a luxury item but also a symbol of nutrition. The 2 cans would cost 7 yuan without tickets. And with the previous purchase of 10 jean of rice and flour, Xia Yi spent a total of 9 yuan and 60 cents. The surrounding customers regarded him with envious glances, speculating that someone who could spend so freely must surely have wealth. Even the cashier regarded Xia Yi with newfound respect as she prepared to give him his change. And I would also like 1 jean of white rabbit candy, he added, cradling the 2 cans of malted milk and carrying the 10 jean of rice, 10 jean of flour, and 1 jean of white rabbit candy. Xia Yi exited the cooperative and cycled directly to the market. The prices for fruits and vegetables at the market were quite affordable, most being just a few cents per jean. However, pork was comparatively expensive, costing 5 mao per jean without meat ration tickets. Xia Yi purchased additional fruits, vegetables, and pork, requesting a snakeskin bag from the pork vendor to carry his purchases. Glancing at the sky, he noted the time. The department store in the county town should be opening soon. He placed the filled snakeskin bag on the cart and pedaled towards the department store, where he intended to acquire larger items. Sewing machines, tape recorders, watches, and cameras must be purchased with tickets. Without industrial tickets, the prices are considerably higher. Now, on this summer night, with 300 large unities in hand, I have finally gathered all these wedding gifts. The Farron brand sewing machine costs 160 yuan. The Panda brand tape recorder 80 yuan, the Diamond brand watch 100 yuan, and the Seagull brand camera 220 yuan. Due to the absence of industrial tickets, Xia Yi paid significantly more than the prices offered by the department store, spending over 600 yuan to acquire the remaining 4 major items. These large goods were adorned with a red ribbon. The cashier at the department store treated Xia Yi with great warmth, affectionately addressing him as boss. Sir, could you provide us with an address? We can send someone to deliver it to your home. Can it be delivered to the village? The cashier was momentarily speechless. The company has a policy of only providing delivery services within the county town. Xia Yi noticed the cashier's discomfort and smiled, saying, I'm just joking. Just have someone load the items onto the cart. All right, sir. The workers at the department store busily moved the items Xia Yi purchased onto the cart at the entrance. Just as he stepped out of the department store, he heard a voice call out from the entrance. Mr. Su, I've found out everything. He is the new head chef at the Lifeng Hotel, Xia Yi. Su Daming looked at Xia Yi with a hint of admiration. You must be Chef Xia, right? Xia Yi frowned slightly and replied, Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Daming, the owner of Qifeng Restaurant. I heard you've recently been the head chef at Lifeng Hotel. Would you be interested in joining us at Qifeng Restaurant? We can offer you double the salary. Sorry, I'm not interested. Su Daming was taken aback. He did not expect this young man to be so loyal to Zhouing. He glanced at the department store behind Xia Yi and suddenly hatched a plan. Chef Xia, please don't be so quick to refuse me. I wonder what kind of conditions the owner of Lifeng Hotel has offered you to make you so steadfast? I can meet all her conditions and even offer you an additional 50 yuan in cash. What do you say? If you follow me, Su Daming, I guarantee that within 6 months, you will be able to afford the 4 major items at the department store. Xia Yi coldly replied, Could you please step aside? I need to return. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Following boss, Su will be far better than being with that Zhouing. You do well to be sensible, Su Daming warned, glaring at the burly man beside him. Rude. Master Xia is my esteemed guest. You all better speak respectfully. He looked at Xia Yi with a smug expression, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Chef Xia, why not just agree? He spoke in a friendly tone. Though his words carried an underlying threat, as 2 imposing figures loomed nearby, ready to pounce should Xia Yi dare to decline. I said I'm not interested. Faced with the threat, Xia Yi showed no inclination to compromise. Su Daming's expression instantly darkened, as 2 burly men beside him cracked their knuckles and lunged towards Xia Yi. With remarkable swiftness, Xia Yi seized one of the giantess' arms and executed a swift shoulder throw. Following this, he landed a punch into the abdomen of the other giant, causing him to spit out saliva. In mere moments, these battle-hardened men were sent tumbling to the ground by Xia Yi's deft maneuvers. Suffocation, petrification, shock. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. What kind of terrifying skill was this? The adversaries were dispatched in the blink of an eye. Su Daming, at this moment, was paralyzed by fear, retreating several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Having long been accustomed to bullying others in the county with threats and coercion, he never anticipated that he would encounter a formidable opponent today. He pleaded for mercy. Master Xia, it's all a misunderstanding. Xia Yi regarded Su Daming with a gaze infused with regal disdain, then rode away on his bicycle, dragging a cart behind him, leaving the department store behind. Su Daming's eyes were fixed on the cart, which was laden with the 4 essential household items tied with red ribbons, leaving him dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had promised that anyone who followed him would be able to acquire these items within 6 months. Yet, here was Xia Yi, having secured them after merely a week of work at the Lifeng Hotel. He struck himself across the face in frustration, lamenting, What was I even pretending for? Having departed from the county, Xia Yi returned to Chaoyang village with the 4 items in tow. The skills he had demonstrated at the department store were honed during his previous life in prison. In that high-pressure environment, he had no choice but to grow stronger, lest he be trampled upon. With astonishing explosive power, he had once faced off against 5 or 6 inmates simultaneously without faltering, thus earning his reputation. Even the notorious prison bully, who had once ruled the roost, had to defer to him, offering him cigarettes with a sense of caution. At the village entrance, elderly men and women fanned themselves with banana leaves, seeking respite under the shade of a large tree. As Xia Yi rode past them, the 4 significant items on his cart gleamed brightly. Hello, elders, he greeted, prompting a flurry of gossip among the old folks. Isn't that the eldest son of the Lao Xia family? Last time, he returned on a bicycle, and now he brings back something from the city. Aren't those the 4 essential items? I've heard that many brides in the city require these as part of their dowry. Which girl from our village has caught the eye of the eldest son of the Lao Xia family? With 4 items as a dowry, this marriage must be splendid. Did you not hear? The eldest son of the Xia family intends to marry our village's Shen Jiqing. He is back to present the dowry. Shen Jiqing is truly fortunate. With 4 items as a dowry, her wedding will be exceptionally grand and prestigious. As for my daughter, if her prospective husband could even provide a bicycle as part of the dowry, I would wake up smiling from the dream. As Xia Yi rode past the village committee, he was spotted by Li Jianmin. Xia Yi, come here, I need to discuss something with you. Xia Yi promptly halted his bicycle, smiling as he responded, Secretary Li. What can I do for you? I have approved your application for division of property from last time. Your parents have indeed gone a bit overboard. I have already expressed my concerns to them. You, my child, have faced challenges since a young age, and it pains me to see you endure such hardships. Secretary Li, please do not speak like that. Regarding the division of the family property, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude to you. Let us not indulge in such formalities. The arrangement I made for you last time was thoughtless on my part. I was unaware that my daughter was residing there. That house has now been vacated for you, and you may move in at your convenience. Xia Yi smiled and said, why not let Kai Wei stay there instead? I can find another place. No. You should be the one to move in. That girl, Xia Yi, is always distracted and will never amount to much. Secretary Li, you must not say that. In truth, Kai Wei possesses remarkable talent in painting. It is merely that her current creations have not found their time. If she were given the opportunity to hold an exhibition in the city, she would surely astonish everyone. Li Jianmin was taken aback by Xia Yi's faith in his daughter and sighed. Given our circumstances, it is difficult enough to even consider an exhibition, let alone sending her to an art academy for further study. Do not worry. Once I earn some money in the city, I will assist her in organizing an exhibition in Chuan City. Chapter 22. Otherwise, you will bring shame upon yourself. You wish to help Xia Yi hold an exhibition? Li Jianmin was momentarily stunned and shook his head repeatedly. No. Xia Yi, it is commendable that you have such intentions. But organizing an exhibition costs several thousand or even tens of thousands. It is not something ordinary people like us can afford. Xia Yi grinned and replied, Secretary Li, I am serious. For me, organizing an exhibition is a commercial venture. I see the commercial value in Kai Wei and am willing to invest in her. Go back and tell Kai Wei to focus on her creations. Give me 2 months to prepare, and I assure you I will make the exhibition happen. Li Jianmin, taken aback by the unexpected generosity, said, Xia Yi, your consideration for Xia Yi leaves me at a loss for words. Let us dispense with the formalities, Secretary Li. I appreciate your efforts regarding the family property division. In a few days, I intend to apply for a residential plot in our village to build a tile-roofed house. Li Jianmin was taken aback. A tile-roofed house costs at least several hundred yuan. How much has this young man earned in the city? He couldn't help but glance at the cart. Goodness. The 4 essential items for the betrothal were all prepared. A complete set of these items costs no less than 500 or 600 yuan. Previously, he had only heard that this young man had bought a bicycle in the city and thought little of it, merely feeling that he had made some progress. However, now this young man not only returned with the 4 essential items, but also intends to apply for a residential plot in the village to build a brick house. He roughly calculated that all of this would amount to no less than 1,000 yuan. How long has this young man been working in the city to earn 1,000 yuan? Even with the wave of reform allowing for fortune in the city, isn't the speed of his success a bit too rapid, nearly akin to a rocket? At this moment, Li Jianmin's respect for Xia Yi deepened. Xia Yi, you have truly struck it rich in the city. You must share your wealth-building experiences with the villagers when you have the chance. My modest earnings hardly qualify as a fortune, so please do not trouble me further. Li Jianmin shook his head in helplessness, suddenly struck by a thought. Xia Yi, when I last visited your home to discuss the division of property with your parents, they were quite agitated. It would be wise for you to find an opportunity to soothe their feelings. Furthermore, your sister has a strong desire to pursue her studies, and given your parents' limited capabilities, the responsibility of nurturing her talent falls upon you, the elder brother. Take my advice. They are, after all, your kin. Do not allow the situation to deteriorate into enmity, as it may invite ridicule from others. Li Jianmin patted Xia Yi's shoulder, trying to ease the tension between him and the Xia family. However, upon hearing these words, Xia Yi not only failed to express gratitude, but also instantly turned cold. Secretary Li, while most matters are open to negotiation, any expectation for me to mend my relationship with them is unwelcome. With that, Xia Yi remounted his bicycle and swiftly departed from the village committee. Li Jianmin was left in a state of bewilderment. Has this young man truly turned against his family? Xia Yi pedaled expressionlessly towards the youth dormitory. He would no longer contribute a single penny to that household, nor squander his resources on those unworthy of them. In this lifetime, he resolved to live for himself and ensure that Shen Yaowei enjoyed a better life. As for those ingrates, he would abandon any inclination to assist them and respect the course of fate, allowing them to fend for themselves. The bicycle, towing a cart, halted at the entrance of Shen Yaowei's dormitory. The door was slightly ajar, and voices drifted from within. Shen Yaowei conversing with an unfamiliar man. Yaowei, your uncle and aunt mentioned that you received a transfer order to return to the city 2 years ago, yet you have not returned. They are quite worried about you. Did I not write to them? I am doing quite well here. I understand you are reluctant to go back, but it is mainly to avoid me. We grew up together as childhood friends, and our families even arranged a marriage for us, though we have spent several years in the countryside as youths. Perhaps our bond is not as close as it once was, yet feelings can be nurtured over time. I traveled for over 10 hours by train from Sichuan just to fulfill our family's wishes regarding our engagement. Shen Yaowei furrowed her brow. Tang Zhenghua. That engagement was merely a jest among our elders. Why take it so seriously? They may not have meant it, but I have always regarded you as my fiancée. If you are willing to marry me, my family can offer a substantial betrothal gift, along with 800 yuan as a marriage price. Do not speak such words. I already have someone I care for. Please do not seek me out again. Shen Yaowei felt compelled to speak in Sichuan dialect. After being rejected by Shen Yaowei, Tang Zhenghua was struck by a profound sense of defeat. As the pampered scion of the Tang family from Sichuan, he was accustomed to having his desires fulfilled, with countless women vying for his attention and seeking to marry into the Tang family. Yet his heart had always belonged to Shen Yaowei, with whom he had grown up. The readily available suitors held no allure for him. Only a woman like Shen Yaowei, whom he could not possess, ignited his fervent desire for conquest. Yaowei, in this world, only I can bestow happiness upon you. Do you truly wish to spend your entire life in this desolate valley? Marry me, and I promise to make you the happiest woman alive. The towering Tang Zhenghua, leveraging the intimidation of his height, gradually closed in on Shen Yaowei. A palpable sense of danger emanated from him, prompting Shen Yaowei to instinctively swing her arm and deliver a sharp slap to Tang Zhenghua's face. Tang Zhenghua, do not be so presumptuous. Let me reiterate, I do not harbor feelings for you. If you persist in lingering here, I shall call for assistance. Upon hearing Shen Yaowei's fierce roar, Xia Yi forcefully kicked open the door. The moment Shen Yaowei spotted Xia Yi's return, a radiant smile illuminated her face, one that Tang Zhenghua had never witnessed before. Shen Yaowei dashed to the entrance and threw herself into Xia Yi's embrace. Ego. Witnessing the woman he cherished leap into another man's arms, Tang Zhenghua felt as though his heart had shattered. Flames of fury ignited in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, yearning to tear Xia Yi apart. Were it not for his desire to maintain the decorum befitting a man in Shen Yaowei's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to beat Xia Yi to a pulp. Yaowei, is this the man you admire? He sneered, his cold visage adorned with an air of haughty disdain. Pray tell, where do you earn your keep? Surely, you are not just a common peasant from this obscure valley? With that, contempt and disdain colored his gaze as he aimed to trample upon the dignity of the man before him. Do you think you are worthy of vying for my woman? Xia Yi replied, I am merely an ordinary villager from Chaoyang village. However, Shen Yaowei is my woman, and I hope you cease to harass her, otherwise. Otherwise what? Do you intend to strike me? Tang Zhenghua rose, his towering figure casting an imposing shadow over Xia Yi. Yet, Xia Yi remained unfazed in the face of such provocation. Otherwise, you shall bring humiliation upon yourself. Chapter 23. For you, it is not a burden at all. Tang Zhenghua found the situation laughable. I, the esteemed heir of the Tang family, would humiliate myself before a mere peasant from a valley? In terms of lineage, my ancestors and parents were all esteemed officials within state-owned enterprises. As for education, I am akin to Shen Yaowei, a product of the Educated Youth Program. This brutish peasant, reeking of poverty, dares to speak so boldly in my presence. Young man, you may not yet comprehend who I am. Regardless of your identity, should you continue to pursue Yaowei, I shall not hold back. Tang Zhenghua clenched a fist larger than a bowl, scoffing, and how do you intend to confront me? Seeing the malicious glint in Tang Zhenghua's eyes, Shen Yaowei quickly shielded Xia Yi behind her. Tang Zhenghua, please leave at once. Return and inform my parents that I have found the man I wish to marry, and they need not worry about my future any longer. With bloodshot eyes, Tang Zhenghua roared at Xia Yi, what kind of man hides behind a woman? Be bold and confront me. Tang Zhenghua, if you dare lay a finger on ego, I will not let this matter rest. Shen Yaowei glared furiously, exclaiming with indignation. Tang Zhenghua, unable to contain his anger, retorted, Yaowei, is this the man you wish to marry? What can such a coward provide for you? Living with someone like him, you want to even have enough to eat. If you marry him, you will never find happiness. Whether Yue would be happy or not is of no concern to you. What I can offer Yue is no less than what you can provide. Tang Jingguo laughed arrogantly. You, a mere peasant from a remote village, probably don't even know what the 4 essentials are. Let us not even mention the essentials. Can your family come up with the 800 in bride price? You and Yue are clearly from different social strata. Why force such a humiliating bond upon yourselves? This scornful taunt filled Tang Jingguo with a sense of satisfaction. He aimed to make the presumptuous man before him aware of the vast chasm separating him from Shen Yaowei. Only then would he feel ashamed and retreat. Yet, Xia Yi remained unfazed, his expression as tranquil as a placid lake. Tang Jingguo secretly scoffed. The unsophisticated fellow is rendered speechless so quickly. Shen Yaowei shot Tang Jingguo a disdainful glare. Tang Jingguo, be quiet. Doesn't he need to prepare any of that for me? I like him just as he is. Do you think everyone is like you, only valuing material conditions? As long as he is the one I love, I would willingly endure a life of hardship by his side. Conversely, even if someone could provide me with sumptuous meals, I would not find joy in their company. Xia Yi smiled reassuringly. Yue, please don't say that. How could I bear to let you suffer with me? With that, Xia Yi pulled out a thick stack of money, counting out 100 bills and placing them in Shen Yaowei's palm. I will never be stingy with you. Whatever others give you, I will give even more. Tears welled in Shen Yaowei's eyes. She felt the weight of the money in her hand. No wonder Xia Yi had been absent from the village these days. He had been working hard to marry her. She was unaware of how he had earned this money. But to her, every single cent represented his toil and struggles. Shen Yaowei's tears fell like a string of pearls from her eyes. Xia Yi gently wiped away her tears, speaking softly. Yue, my determination to marry you has never wavered. Witnessing the growing affection between Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei, Tang Jingguo's fury intensified. He shouted with rage, Yue, don't be deceived by him. This money must have come from dubious sources. How could a mere bumpkin like him earn so much? He might be drowning in debt, and marrying him would mean plunging into a vast pit of fire. Shen Yaowei shot Tang Jingguo a sharp look, coldly asserting, Tang Jingguo, stop slandering me. I know him far better than you ever could. Yue, wake up. Don't remain so deluded. Tang Jingguo seethed, his body trembling with rage. Leave this place at once. I no longer wish to see you. Shen Yaowei shouted vehemently. The more Tang Jingguo disparaged Xia Yi, the more she perceived his lack of grace. He was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Dare you challenge me to a duel? He exclaimed, pointing a finger at Xia Yi in a final attempt to salvage some dignity. Xia Yi, however, paid no heed to Tang Jingguo's impotent rage and instead turned to comfort Shen Yaowei. Yue, there's no need to be upset over such trivial matters. Outside, I have prepared a dowry for you. Come and see. As they stepped out of the dormitory, Shen Yaowei's eyes fell upon the 4 essential items bound with red ribbons on the card at the entrance. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Is this all for me from you? Ego? She inquired, astonished. This is the complete set of the 4 essentials, and I've even added a camera to capture all the beautiful moments with you. Additionally, I've brought rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, and fresh pork from the county town, along with 2 cans of malted milk to help you regain some strength since you seem rather thin. She covered her mouth, overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily at a loss for words. Throwing her arms around Xia Yi, she wept with joy. Ego, you are so wonderful to me. It feels like a dream. Though Tang Jingguo could similarly provide such gifts, their significance in Shen Yaowei's heart was entirely different. The items he offered were merely a product of his family's affluence, lacking any semblance of personal effort. Shen Yaowei was acutely aware of Xia Yi's humble background and understood the immense challenge he faced in acquiring these gifts. She held a deep appreciation for ambitious men, as they embodied the future she aspired to. In contrast, Tang Jingguo was merely a privileged scion, living off his family's advantages, leading a life of indulgence and idleness. Upon emerging from the dormitory, Tang Jingguo's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Xia Yi's carefully arranged dowry. A mere rustic from the countryside had truly managed to assemble the 4 essentials and presented such a lavish gift. Was this the sensation of self-inflicted humiliation? The arrogance with which he had mocked mere moments ago now turned to utter despair. Not only had he lost the woman he cherished, but he had also been stripped of his dignity and grace, trampled underfoot by his rival. Yue, you will regret this. Tang Jingguo seethed as he stormed away from the youth dormitory, his eyes burning with fury. He silently vowed to make Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei pay dearly for their actions today. Observing Tang Jingguo's furious departure, Shen Yaowei remained unfazed. Ego, I was so worried when you didn't return a few days ago. I was busy earning money. Working until the early hours and couldn't come back to the county town, Xia Yi replied. Please don't overexert yourself. I would be heartbroken, she implored. Gently stroking Shen Yaowei's head, Xia Yi reassured her. For you, it's not hard at all. Chapter 24. I love what you gave me. Ego. There is something I wish to share with you. Since you were away from Chaoyang village the other day, I took the liberty to make a decision without consulting you. Xia Yi began to move the 4 essentials into Shen Yaowei's dormitory. Whatever you decide, I will support you unconditionally, he affirmed. Ego. Jianghan University is planning to expand its enrollment this year, specifically targeting the rural youth, so I would like to sit for the exam and give it a try. Xia Yi grasped a handful of the creamy white rabbit milk candies from the snakeskin bag and tucked them into his pocket. This is splendid. If you get accepted into university, I would go to great lengths to support you. Shen Yaowei's cheeks flushed. I have saved quite a bit myself. As she spoke, she pressed a hefty stack of 100 bills into Xia Yi's embrace. Brother Yi, I am not one to covet material possessions. I cannot accept this money. Take it back, for there will be many occasions in the future when you will need it. Xia Yi removed the fruits and vegetables from the snakeskin bag and placed them beside the stove. My earnings are meant for you to spend. If you refuse to use them, then what is the purpose of my hard work? Brother Yi, I am aware of your kindness. But I also know how hard you toil for this money, and I do not wish for you to suffer for my sake. Xia Yi's heartstrings were touched, as if by an unseen force. So this is what it feels like to be cherished by another. In my past life, I never truly experienced the sweetness of being loved. Yaowei, shall we go register our marriage? Shen Yaowei's cheeks flushed deeper, her heart racing. Her voice barely a whisper. I will follow your lead, Brother Yi. Then I shall prepare a meal for you. After we eat, we will go register. Shen Yaowei exclaimed in surprise. Brother Yi, let me handle the cooking. You work so hard to earn money. How could I bear to let you do this? Xia Yi gently pressed Shen Yaowei onto a chair. Just sit quietly and wait for your meal. Shen Yaowei looked astonished, gazing at Xia Yi's tall and sturdy figure as if she had discovered a treasure. Is this the man I will cherish for a lifetime? He is handsome and kind, diligent and ambitious, caring and considerate. He possesses insight, responsibility, integrity, and unwavering spirit. Shen Yaowei rested her chin on her hands, entranced as she watched Xia Yi busily moving about. It was not until the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air that she snapped back to reality. Xia Yi had prepared a dish of stir-fried pork and fish-flavored shredded pork. The rich scent of the meat made Shen Yaowei swallow hard. Give it a try. Shen Yaowei picked up her chopsticks and delicately lifted a tender piece of meat to her lips, experiencing an explosion of flavor. This is delicious. It rivals the dishes served in restaurants of the county. After tasting Xia Yi's cooking, Shen Yaowei felt that all the meat she had eaten before was utterly bland in comparison. How wonderful it would be to enjoy such delectable meat every day. I will cook for you daily. Halfway through her meal, her expression turned melancholic. But if I get accepted into university, I will be separated from Brother Yi. Xia Yi smiled reassuringly. It's all right. I can bring you meals at school. Shen Yaowei looked at Xia Yi, her expression serious. Jianghan University is over 200 kilometers away from Chaoyang village. Then I will take a bus to visit you. Brother Yi, I suddenly do not want to attend university. The thought of being so far apart from you pains my heart. Xia Yi held Shen Yaowei's hand, saying, Yaowei, do not speak such foolishness. Our separation is only temporary, but attending university is a lifelong opportunity. I do not want you to miss out on such a wonderful chance because of me and regret it forever. Focus on your studies. If you get accepted, I will be genuinely happy for you. Shen Yaowei's eyes reddened with emotion. Never before had anyone offered such unconditional support. In her own home, she had never received any respect, yet this man before her bestowed upon her an abundance of warmth. You mustn't be so kind to me in the future, or you might spoil me, she remarked playfully. Silly girl, if I spoil you, won't that mean you can't bear to be away from me? Shen Yaowei, unable to contain herself, cupped Xia Yi's face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Let's go and register our marriage right now. With that, she took Xia Yi's hand and resolutely exited the dormitory. As they stepped outside the youth cadre point, they noticed a group of idle individuals loitering nearby. Among them was Lu Yuan, an older youth from the neighboring village, who approached Shen Yaowei with a box of white rabbit milk candies, eager to impress her. He disregarded the seemingly inconspicuous Xia Yi beside her, even rolling his eyes dismissively. Shen, I heard you really enjoy white rabbit milk candies. So I bought you a box from the supply and marketing cooperative, he announced. A few idle youths Lu Yuan had enlisted for moral support egged him on. As today he planned to confess his feelings to the most beautiful young woman in Chaoyang village, Shen Yaowei. They cheered from the sidelines. Lu is so generous. That box must cost at least a yuan. Shun, since Lu is treating you so well, why not consider dating him? Shen Yaowei furrowed her delicate brows and pushed away the box of candies. I'm sorry, but I don't like white rabbit milk candies. You can keep them for yourself. The group of idle youths surrounded Shen Yaowei and Xia Yi, showing no intention of letting them leave. Come on, Shen. Do me a favor and just try one piece of candy, Lu Yuan persisted, thrusting the candy box back towards her. Xia Yi gently pushed Lu Yuan aside. His voice cold. Could you not block the way? Lu Yuan glared at Xia Yi menacingly. Who do you think you are? If you delay my chance with her, I'll make you regret it. The other youths around Lu Yuan glowered, their expressions darkening as they regarded Xia Yi with mockery. What a fool. How dare you speak to Lu like that? One hot-headed youth lunged at Xia Yi, but in an instant, Xia Yi swiftly twisted the assailant's arm, eliciting a howl of pain akin to that of a wounded animal. Don't you dare touch him. Everyone get him, Lu Yuan bellowed, rallying his friends to charge at Xia Yi. Shen Yaowei felt a wave of panic wash over her. Concern for Xia Yi surged within her. However, Xia Yi remained unperturbed, delivering precise punches that left the group of idle youths powerless, all sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat. Just moments ago, Lu Yuan had been arrogant. But after receiving several blows, he lay on the ground, his face bruised and humbled. Shen Yaowei gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Is he really so skilled in combat? The fact that Xia Yi could cook had already amazed her. Now, witnessing his prowess in a fight made her heart race. She felt herself slipping deeper into the throes of love, unable to extricate herself from its grasp. Xia Yi clapped his hands and then pulled out all the white rabbit milk candies from his pockets, tossing them onto the ground. Shen Yaowei hurriedly picked them up, her face filled with confusion. Ego, why did you throw away these candies for no reason? Didn't you just say you don't like white rabbit milk candies? Shen Yaowei playfully retorted. How could I not like them? It depends on who gives them to me. If it's you, I love them. At that moment, Lu Yuan, lying on the ground, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his heart had been stabbed cruelly. Chapter 25. What gives you two the right to be so happy? On the way to the village committee's marriage registration office, Shen Yaowei radiated with joy. Whenever a villager passed by, she would distribute the white rabbit milk candies as if they were wedding sweets. Shen Yaowei, disregarding the need for modesty, held Xia Yi's hand openly in front of everyone. She wished to boldly declare to the other young women in the village that Xia Yi was to be her man from now on, and no one else could lay claim to him. As they approached the marriage registration office, they happened to encounter Yang Liuyi. Upon seeing Shen Yaowei's beaming face while holding Xia Yi's hand, Yang Liuyi was instantly consumed by jealousy. Particularly when she saw them step into the marriage registration office, her heart sank. If they obtained their marriage certificate today, she would never have the chance to snatch Xia Yi away from Shen Yaowei. How could you two be so blissful? If you find happiness, wouldn't all my previous efforts be in vain? No, I must think of a way to stop them from obtaining the certificate. Yang Liuyi rolled her eyes and rushed into the marriage registration office, confronting Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei. Yaowei, why are you still here? Have you forgotten what day it is? We need to go to school to apply for the examination permit. The deadline is almost up. If you don't handle it today, how will you participate in the exam? The college entrance examination is approaching. Don't delay your chance to attend Jianghan University. Shen Yaowei frowned slightly. Is the deadline today? I thought it was tomorrow. You must have remembered it wrong. If you don't go this afternoon, you'll regret it. Shen Yaowei glanced at Xia Yi, her expression conflicted. But today is a special day for Yi Ge and me. We want to obtain our marriage certificate. When can you not obtain a marriage certificate? Besides, the procedures are so cumbersome that it will take an entire afternoon to complete. If you delay the examination permit, you might lose your chance to take the exam altogether. Yang Liuyi deliberately cast a calculating glance at Xia Yi. Yi Ge, what do you think? You can always take care of your matters, but if Yaowei misses out today, it would be a lifelong regret. Shen Yaowei looked at Xia Yi with a hint of guilt, still unwilling to leave his side. Ultimately, she was forcibly dragged away by Yang Liuyi from the marriage registration office. As she left, she turned back 3 times. Yi Ge, you must wait for my return. Xia Yi nodded, watching Yang Liuyi pull Shen Yaowei away. Standing at the marriage registration office, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Comrade, are you still processing the paperwork? If not, could you please step aside? As the dazed Xia Yi regained his composure, he graciously relinquished his position in the queue to a newlywed couple. This couple spent several arduous hours at the marriage registration office, diligently filling out a myriad of intricate forms, ultimately emerging with a marriage certificate that brought them immense joy. In his previous life as a lifelong bachelor, Xia Yi had never experienced the institution of marriage and was entirely unfamiliar with the appearance of a marriage certificate. At that moment, he finally caught a glimpse of the document held by the newlyweds. Curiously, it bore no photographs of the couple, only their names, ages, and the official seal of the government agency. Was this marriage certificate not rather hastily prepared? No sooner had he departed the marriage registration office than he encountered Aunt Zhao, who was laboriously pushing a cart laden with 5 baskets of mountain goods. Aunt Zhao, have you gathered yet another bountiful harvest from the mountains today? Upon hearing Xia Yi's voice, Aunt Zhao promptly set down the cart, her face lighting up with excitement. Xia Yi, when did you return from the city? I've been searching for you for several days. I've been working in the city. I just got back today, he replied. Aunt Zhao wiped the beads of sweat from her brow with a towel draped around her neck, brimming with joy. Oh, Xia Yi, if you hadn't returned, the mountain goods would have overflowed in my yard. Aunt Zhao, you work too hard. How is Uncle Zhou's health lately? Aunt Zhao, her words flowing like a river, exclaimed. Oh, Xia Yi, you have no idea. Thanks to your previous purchase of my mountain goods, I was able to earn some money to buy medicine for your uncle. Now, his health is gradually improving. He can eat and sleep well, and in a couple of days, he should be able to get back on his feet. Xia Yi nodded in agreement. That's wonderful. Please take me to your home to see the mountain goods. Aunt Zhao's face brightened with a smile. I've been waiting for you to say that. By the way, you haven't mentioned my dealings with the mountain goods to anyone in your family, have you? She shook her head vigorously. How could I possibly share such a profitable secret with outsiders? That's good to hear. I've recently been in a dispute with them over the division of the family, and I wish to live independently from now on. Aunt Zhao understood perfectly. It's all for Shen Yiqing, isn't it? As someone who has been through it all, I know how challenging it is for you to be with Shen Yiqing, your mother. Honestly, how could she turn away from such a wonderful daughter-in-law? Ever since your younger brother became a university student, her expectations have soared, and she now seeks a city bride for him. Xia Yi was indifferent to the well-being of his family. Since the division, their lives had no bearing on him whatsoever. Upon arriving at Aunt Zhao's home, he beheld a mountain of goods amassed in one corner of the yard, mingling with a pile of pig fodder. Xia Yi rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, wild boars cannot appreciate fine chaff. Such precious mountain goods should not be so carelessly treated. Perhaps to the villagers of Chaoyang, these were merely commonplace items found in the mountains. Yet, for someone who had spent years in the county seat, these natural ingredients from the wilderness were undeniably rare treasures. After laboriously sorting through the goods with a large burlap sack, Xia Yi managed to extract the valuable herbs, leaving behind the less fresh ordinary mountain goods that would hardly fetch a good price even in a restaurant. Aunt Zhao, I desire only those freshly picked items you have. Along with these in the sack, the rest are no longer fresh, so you may keep them for the pigs. Aunt Zhao, taken aback, replied, Xia Yi, gathering these in the mountains is no easy task for me. Why not take them all? I explained, Aunt Zhao, I only collect the fresh ones. If they aren't fresh, taking them back serves no purpose. Should you find me absent from the village next time, refrain from venturing into the mountains to gather, otherwise, the goods may be wasted. Aunt Zhao, with a slight frown, nodded in agreement. All right, I shall heed your advice and weigh them for you now. Shortly thereafter, she measured the goods, totaling 5 baskets of mountain produce and 1 sack of precious medicinal herbs, amounting to 88 pounds and 8 ounces. I calculated it to be 89 pounds and handed her 44 yuan and 50 cents. As Aunt Zhao received the 4 crisp banknotes, her hands trembled with excitement. The fruits of her labor from early mornings and late nights in the mountains finally bore fruit. This sum far exceeded a month's wages of the village's educated youth working in the fields. Aunt Zhao's smile was nearly ear to ear. Xia Yi, why not stay for a meal at my home before you leave? No need, Aunt Zhao. I merely wish to borrow your cart to transport the goods back, and will return it to you later. Aunt Zhao, exhilarated as she counted her freshly acquired money, readily consented. Chapter 26. Brother no longer cares for our family. As I loaded the sack of rare medicinal herbs onto the cart and began to push it away from Aunt Zhao's home, this scene caught the eye of Xia Qing, who had been troubled over tuition fees. Upon seeing me, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, confirming her sight, and dashed into the house to call out, Dad, Mom. My brother has returned. Summer Ji-young and Ma Shou-qin immediately rushed out. I had been away from home for many days. Ever since I had brought Shen Yaowei home and proposed a separation, I had not returned, and even my presence in the village had become scarce. The family appeared calm on the surface, yet anxiety gripped their hearts. Initially, they believed I was merely sulking and would return home after a couple of days of hunger. Even when the village secretary personally addressed the separation issue, they dismissed it, thinking I was attempting to frighten them. However, a week passed without my return, causing the elders to grow increasingly anxious. Previously, I had orchestrated all family matters, sending money when needed and returning to assist with farm work during busy seasons. My prolonged absence left them feeling as though something essential was missing. They were almost forgetting that I was the backbone of the family. Now that I had suddenly withdrawn my support, chaos reigned within the household. In previous years, during the busy farming season, the elders never felt overwhelmed, as I would share the burdens of labor. Yet, with my departure, they found themselves overwhelmed, struggling to manage everything. Additionally, supporting Xia Yang's university education had relied on my financial contributions, which had alleviated much of their pressure. However, the elderly couple is still deeply troubled by the tuition fees for Xia Yang, their hair graying under the weight of their worries. If Xia Yi were to return, their burdens would be lifted. Thus, they yearn for his return more than anyone else. Yet, accustomed to their roles as parents, they find it difficult to swallow their pride and apologize to him. Upon hearing that Xia Yi has come back, they hurriedly rush to the courtyard, only to be met with disappointment when they did not see him. Ma Xiaoqin turned to Xiaoqin and scolded, "You foolish girl, are your eyes deceiving you? Where is your brother?" Xiaoqin pointed towards a figure at Aunt Zhao's door. "Mother, look, brother is over there." Ma Xiaoqin looked in the direction Xiaoqin indicated and saw Xia Yi pushing a cart, gradually moving away. She stamped her feet in frustration. "This rascal has passed by our doorstep and hasn't even thought to return." Xiaoqin pleaded, "Mother, why not go and call brother back? Our family cannot do without him." "You silly girl, can you not have some backbone? Your brother does not wish to return. Is it our fault?" Xia Zhiyong put down his pipe and sighed. "I will go and bring Xiao Yi back. If necessary, he can marry Shen Jiqing. If this continues, both Xiaoyang and Xiaoqing will miss their education." Xiaoqing nodded vigorously, for she longed for Xia Yi's return, knowing that he would support her education and enable her to take next year's college entrance examination. If he did not return soon, she might not be able to attend school at all. After much hesitation, Ma Xiaoqin steeled herself and said, "Child, go and call your brother back for dinner. Do not mention that your father and I sent you." Xiaoqing smiled and nodded, then hurried to catch up with Xia Yi's figure. Ma Xiaoqin and Xia Zhiyong craned their necks at the entrance to observe the situation. Breathless, Xiaoqing called out, "Brother, can you come back for a meal before you leave? I'm begging you." She tugged at Xia Yi's sleeve, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she implored him repeatedly. Had this been before his rebirth, such a tactic might have swayed him. However, after his rebirth, he had long lost any compassion for his ungrateful family. "I cannot afford the food at home. You should return and eat by yourself." Xia Yi replied coldly. Xiaoqing clung tightly to Xia Yi's arm, her voice urgent. "Brother, it's Dad and Mom who asked me to bring you back. They have already recognized their mistakes and no longer oppose your relationship with Shen Jiqing. Just come back." She was on the verge of tears, disregarding Ma Xiaoqing's instructions in her desperation to persuade Xia Yi. "Return to do what? To continue being a diligent workhorse? As my family, have you ever considered my feelings? Tell them that I will never return to that home." Xiaoqing felt as if she could hear her heart shattering. If her brother refused to come back, she would have to drop out of school next year and face the inescapable fate of working in the county town. With teary eyes, she gripped Xia Yi's arm tightly, refusing to let go. "Brother, I beg you, please come back with me. I do not want to work in the city. I want to continue my studies. I want to go to college." Xiaoqing cried inconsolably, nearly kneeling before him. "Let go of me. If you do not return with me, I shall not release my grip." Xia Yi forcefully shoved Xiaoqing to the ground, then, without a backward glance, pushed the cart away. In the past, her elder brother had treated her with utmost affection, never once exhibiting such crudeness. The current indifference of her brother rendered her utterly unfamiliar with him. He was like a different person entirely. Why had everything changed since Shen Yaowei's appearance? It must be that vile Shen Yaowei who had stolen away her beloved brother. I detest that wretched Shen Yaowei. Xiaoqing cried out in anguish, her tears flowing freely, infuriating Ma Xiaoqin and Xia Zhiyong. They had just witnessed Xia Yi's brutal act of pushing Xiaoqing to the ground. How could this ungrateful rascal turn against his own sister? Ma Xiaoqin exclaimed in exasperation. Xia Zhiyong abandoned his cigarette, rushing over to lift Xiaoqing from the ground. Hiding in her father's embrace, Xiaoqing sobbed, "Father, my brother has abandoned us. He no longer wants this family." "Oh, Little Qing, do not weep. Your brother, that heartless beast, will surely face dire consequences in the future. Xia Yi returned to the entrance of Shen Yaowei's dormitory, pushing the cart laden with mountain goods and medicinal herbs. He returned Aunt Zhao's cart, and, after completing his tasks, glanced at the darkening sky. He then rode his bicycle, towing the cart towards the grass house near Golden Rooster Mountain. With nowhere else to turn, he had no choice but to temporarily reside in the accommodation arranged by Li Jiamin. Once he had dealt with the mountain goods and herbs the following day, he planned to apply for a residential plot at the village committee to build a proper house, ensuring he would no longer be a wanderer in the village. Having a home of his own was essential for a sense of security. Just as he parked his bicycle at the grass house, he noticed a faint light from an oil lamp inside. Creak. The door swung open, and he collided with Li Kaiwei, who was clad in a floral tank top and shorts. Li Kaiwei, already quite alluring, appeared even more enticing in her revealing attire. Xia Yi quickly turned away, saying, I apologize. I thought no one was here, so I came to find a place to stay. Chapter 27. Today, I must marry Ego. Li Kaiwei showed no surprise at Xia Yi's unexpected arrival. She took his arm and pulled him into the grass house, closing and bolting the door behind them. In truth, she had deliberately come here to wait for Xia Yi, as her father, Li Jiamin, had informed her that Xia Yi would assist her in organizing an art exhibition in Chuhan City, and she wished to clarify matters with him. Xia Yi stared at Li Kaiwei, feeling a sudden pang of anxiety. In this era, a man and woman alone in a room could lead to scandal if discovered, tarnishing the woman's reputation. Moreover, during this period, the crime of debauchery could result in severe punishment, even death. You should stay here tonight. I have so much to discuss with you. Xia Yi hastily waved his hand, saying, It's not very convenient here. I should find another place to stay. Li Kaiwei pressed him down onto a chair, pouting, What's inconvenient about it? Do you find me unattractive, or is it my lack of gentleness that bothers you? Xia Yi rose and gently pushed Li Kaiwei aside, preparing to rush out of the room. Li Kaiwei called out urgently, Are you organizing an exhibition for me in Chuhan City because you like me? Xia Yi calmly unlatched the door, replying, Kaiwei, do not misunderstand. I merely see the commercial value in your art. I genuinely admire each of your paintings, and if I could hold an exhibition, it would yield substantial profit for me. I don't believe you. If you weren't fond of me, why would you hide my paintings beneath the bed? Xia Yi rubbed his forehead, momentarily speechless. His intention had been to keep them secret, hoping that one day, when Li Kaiwei became a renowned artist, their value would soar. Instead, his plan backfired, leading to this misunderstanding. Kaiwei, the truth is, I have someone I truly care for. When I mentioned to Secretary Li about helping you with an exhibition, it was to instill confidence and hope in you, so you could immerse yourself entirely in your creative endeavors. I refuse to listen. You are the first person to appreciate my work. I want to be with you. Li Kaiwei opened her arms and embraced Xia Yi tightly, startling him. If the villagers were to discover this, he would find it impossible to clear his name. Moreover, given Li Xiaohui's revealing attire, the potential for mischief loomed large. In times past, such a situation would have led to public condemnation. Xia Yi extricated himself from her grasp, hastily mounting his bicycle. Kaiwei, if I have caused any misunderstanding, I sincerely apologize. I truly have someone I care for. With that, he pedaled away hurriedly, realizing that if he lingered any longer, Li Kaiwei would indeed entangle him, leading to irreversible consequences. Xia Yi, you coward. Upon hearing Li Xiaohui's shout, he trembled, pedaling with renewed vigor. Wasn't it said that women in this era were quite reserved? Yet, here they were, fierce as wolves. How terrifying. Xia Yi pedaled with all his might, unknowingly exiting Chaoyang village and heading toward the county town. By evening, Yang Liuyi returned to the dormitory, arm in arm with Shen Yaowei. As Yang Liuyi pushed open the dormitory door, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Goodness! What is all this? She picked up a box tied with a red ribbon and gently opened it to reveal a diamond watch. Shen Yaowei smiled and said, These are all gifts from Ego. He truly delivered the 4 essential items for a marriage proposal. Yang Liuyi's eyes sparkled with envy as she opened one of the larger boxes, discovering a brand new Farron sewing machine inside. The other 2 boxes contained a panda radio and a seagull camera. She took out the camera, aiming the lens at the stunning Shen Yaowei. Ego is incredibly generous. Buying you a camera as well? You are truly fortunate, Yaowei. If only I could find a man like Ego, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Shen Yaowei cautioned Yang Liuyi, the camera isn't loaded with film yet, so don't press the shutter indiscriminately. Yang Liuyi pouted, setting down her camera, silently thinking, what is so impressive about that? At that moment, She discovered 2 cans of malted milk essence on the table. Picking one up, she exclaimed, "Igu even bought you malted milk essence? You're so lucky, Yaowei." Shen Yaowei smiled and replied, "Liuyi, to be honest, I don't care much for such things. I only value Igu's heartfelt intentions." Yang Liuyi rolled her eyes inwardly, smirking coldly. "What are you pretending to be? Taking advantage of others while acting coy? He has already bought you the essentials. Doesn't he that speak volumes about his feelings for you?" She forced a smile, linking arms with Shen Yaowei, offering her unsolicited advice. "Yaowei, you're inherently exceptional. You shouldn't let Igu easily win you over, you know? Men are often fickle. If they can acquire something too easily, they won't cherish it. Although Igu has prepared the essentials for you, don't rush to get the marriage certificate just yet. He should also prepare an 800 yuan betrothal gift and build a substantial house. These are indispensable material prerequisites. Once he has ensured these, then you may agree to the marriage certificate, thus securing your own assurance." Shen Yaowei shook her head repeatedly. "No. That would make me seem too materialistic. I refuse to be that kind of woman. Moreover, Igu did offer me a 1,000 yuan betrothal gift, but I returned it. I don't want him to think I'm with him for his money." Yang Liuyi shot a resentful glance at Shen Yaowei. Feeling disgruntled, "Must you act so holier than thou? You wouldn't even take 1,000 yuan. You're even more saintly than Mother Mary." Despite her irritation, she continued to advise earnestly, "Yaowei, don't you realize how foolish that is? Do you understand the significance of 1,000 yuan? We earn barely over 300 yuan a year. 1,000 yuan is equivalent to 3 years of our wages without eating or drinking. It's not easy for Igu to earn that money. He must work incredibly hard for it. While others may not care for him, I do." Yang Liuyi chuckled, refraining from further discussion. "Tomorrow, I shall wear my new clothes to get the marriage certificate." That night, Yang Liuyi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The thought of Shen Yaowei marrying Xia Yi the next day left her feeling utterly hopeless. Xia Yi had put in so much for Shen Yaowei. She could hardly find a reason to prevent their union. Likewise, Shen Yaowei was restless, already envisioning the joyous scene after obtaining the marriage certificate with Xia Yi. The mere thought of their sweet moments together caused a smile to involuntarily curve her lips. Early the next morning, Yang Liuyi lay lazily in bed, reluctant to rise. She saw Shen Yaowei already preparing herself, and jealousy stirred within her. "Yaowei, about the marriage certificate, I think you should reconsider." She persistently obstructed her friend's plans. Shen Yaowei donned a red qipao, accentuating her petite figure. "There is no need to reconsider. Today, I am definitely marrying Igu." Chapter 28. Let me withdraw voluntarily. "So you can take advantage of the situation? Didn't he have a falling out with his family? Where will you find him? Do you even know where he is living now?" Yang Liuyi trotted behind Shen Yaowei, her heart filled with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the two would not obtain their marriage certificate today after all? She was aware of his temporary residence. "Yaowei, did you consult the almanac before heading out today? Is today a propitious day for marriage? If the old almanac indicates that today is not suitable for weddings, you must not stubbornly proceed to get your certificate with Igu. I am only looking out for your best interests." Throughout the journey, Yang Liuyi incessantly whispered in Shen Yaowei's ear, to the point where Yaowei's ears felt as if they might develop calluses. "You've been rambling on about this all the way. Do you not wish for Igu and me to marry?" Shen Yaowei's question struck a chord of guilt in Yang Liuyi. She hastily retorted, "Of course not. If you and Igu were to marry, I would be genuinely happy for you. However, as your friend, I believe marriage is a significant matter, and I hope you approach it with caution to avoid future regrets. If you truly consider me a friend, then from this moment forth, be silent. Once I have made up my mind about something, no one can deter me." With that, Shen Yaowei quickened her pace toward a thatched cottage near Jinji Mountain. Yang Liuyi, in a state of agitation, stamped her foot in frustration. Realizing that she might never again have the opportunity to vie for Xia Yi's affection against Shen Yaowei. If they were to secure their marriage certificate today, she would be legally barred from attempting to take Xia Yi away from Shen Yaowei. Yang Liuyi kept up with Shen Yaowei's hurried steps, and soon they arrived at the cottage's entrance. Shen Yaowei knocked on the wooden door and called out, "Igu, it's Yaowei. Are you awake?" She knocked several more times, yet received no reply. Yang Liuyi felt a wave of delight wash over her. Fortunately, Igu was not home. Otherwise, the two would have blissfully gone to obtain their certificate today. "Igu, are you there?" Shen Yaowei knocked again. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from within, and the door creaked open. Li Kaihui, clad in a floral tank top and shorts, stood at the threshold, scrutinizing Shen Yaowei intently. Shen Yaowei felt a bit bewildered. Was this the place where Secretary Li had arranged for Xia Yi to stay? How had a woman suddenly appeared? Li Kaihui noticed the striking red cheapao Shen Yaowei was wearing. The breathtaking beauty of her face compelled Kaihui to steal a few more glances. Shen Yaowei's features resembled a blossoming peach flower, her complexion radiant as dawn, and her slender waist swayed like a delicate willow in the breeze. The woman before her was so stunningly beautiful that Li Kaihui felt a pang of inadequacy. Was this the beloved that Xia Yi had mentioned the night before? If Xia Yi truly favored this enchanting woman, then she stood no chance. Yet, Li Kaihui was not one to concede easily. She straightened her chest with a smile and bashfully inquired, "What business do you have with Xia Yi? He left early this morning." Seeing Shen Yaowei's expression shift slightly, Yang Liui quickly interjected with embellishments. "Yaowei, I told you that this marriage should not be rushed. You don't even know what kind of person Igu truly is. How could you make such a hasty decision?" Li Kaihui was momentarily taken aback. Had Xia Yi and this girl progressed to the point of discussing marriage? If these two were to secure their certificate, would she have no chance whatsoever? Shen Yaowei cast a sharp glance at Yang Liui and questioned Li Kaihui. "Are you certain that Igu slept here last night?" The intensity of her gaze momentarily unsettled Li Kaihui. However, she stood her ground, meeting Shen Yaowei's fierce stare. Where else could he possibly be? Yang Liui pointed an accusatory finger at Li Kaihui, berating her. "Shameless. Do you not realize that Igu is on the verge of marrying our Yaowei? How could you have the audacity to share a room with him? Stop spouting nonsense. Igu would never do anything to betray me." Shen Yaowei fixed her piercing gaze upon Li Kaihui and articulated slowly, "You like Igu, don't you? You wish to fabricate a scenario that forces me to withdraw, allowing you to seize the opportunity?" Li Kaihui's expression shifted slightly, yet she maintained her composure, replying, "Believe what you wish." As she attempted to close the door, Shen Yaowei blocked her path. "If you intend to compete for Igu's affections, do not resort to such despicable tactics. Should Igu genuinely choose you, I would wish you both a lifetime of happiness. However, if he chooses me, I expect you to gracefully distance yourself from him. No one shall easily take him from my side." Shen Yaowei's incisive words quickly overwhelmed the already insecure Li Kaihui, compelling her to retreat. Even Yang Liui, standing nearby, believed the words were directed at her. Flustered, Li Kaihui hastily shut the door and bolted it. Unable to withstand Shen Yaowei's formidable presence, Yang Liui, witnessing Li Kaihui retreat into her abode, exclaimed in frustration, "Yaowei, how can you simply swallow this insult? She has already bullied you, and she even spent the night with Igu. Stop your foolish chatter. Unless caught in the act, anyone can concoct such lies. Igu is not the kind of man who would waver. He has sacrificed so much for me and would never easily share a bed with another woman." Shen Yaowei's anger startled Yang Liui. Her unwavering trust in Xia Yi was both admirable and fierce, rendering Yang Liui's voice somewhat subdued. "Yaowei, men often think with their lower halves. Did you not tell Igu that you would be getting your marriage certificate today? On such an important day, he is absent? Is that not indicative of guilt?" Shen Yaowei's expression remained cold. "When Igu returns, I will inquire myself. I do not require your concern." Achoo! At that moment, Xia Yi, staying at a guest house in the county, sneezed. Could Yaowei be thinking of me? Unbeknownst to him, chaos was brewing in his personal life. Early in the morning, he rode his bicycle to the herbal medicine procurement station, dragging a cart behind him. He sold the rare herbs he had collected from Aunt Zhao the previous day, totaling 38 pounds and 8 ounces for 822 yuan and 60 cents. After collecting his earnings, he cycled to the entrance of Leifuxing restaurant. At that time, the restaurant staff had just arrived, busy tidying up. Xia Yi moved all the mountain goods into the dining hall. "Shali, these are today's mountain goods for our restaurant. Please weigh them and settle the bill." Cashier Xiao Li, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Master Xia, our restaurant will no longer require mountain goods supply." Xia Yi furrowed his brow, questioning, "Who said we no longer need mountain goods? Is the restaurant closing down?" The boss said so himself. A few kitchen staff immediately halted their tasks, gathering around Xia Yi. "Master, you may not be aware, but yesterday, Boss Zhou was deeply distressed. Indeed, I have followed Boss Zhou for quite some time, and I have never witnessed her in such sorrow. Master, Boss Zhou might have spoken in anger. Perhaps when she arrives, you should inquire further." Xia Yi, perplexed, asked, "Why was she crying? Did the restaurant encounter some difficulties?" "I do not know. Wait until she comes, and you can ask her yourself." Little Li at the cash register glanced around before softly warning, "The boss is here." In an instant, the kitchen staff dispersed from around Xia Yi. Chapter 29. A grand business deal awaits. As Zhou Ying entered the Laifu restaurant, she immediately spotted Xia Yi, causing her complexion to pale, and a pang of sorrow struck her heart. Ever since she learned that Xia Yi intended to return home to marry, her spirits had been consistently low. In fact, just yesterday, she had secretly shed tears in the restroom. She was uncertain when her feelings for this man had deepened, despite knowing that a future together was implausible. She could not restrain herself. "What are you back for? Aren't you supposed to be getting married?" Zhou Ying asked coldly. With a haughty scoff, she declared, "I am the owner of Laifu Restaurant. I can decide whether to accept or reject. You are being rather domineering, aren't you? I am also a shareholder of Laifu Restaurant. Wouldn't it be courteous to consult me? I even turned down an invitation from Qingfeng Restaurant for the sake of our establishment, and this is how you repay me?" Xia Yi remained untouched by Zhou Ying's resentful gaze, instead perceiving her behavior as somewhat capricious for a restaurant owner. How could such a short-sighted operator hope to expand and strengthen the restaurant? Zhou Ying seemed to sense the ire brewing within Xia Yi. Rather than being angered by his outburst, she found his passion even more alluring. The man she adored appeared handsome even while chastising her. With a hint of humility, she lowered her head, dejectedly murmuring, "As a woman, is it so wrong to want to indulge occasionally? So, will you accept or not? If you refuse, I shall seek collaboration with Qingfeng Restaurant." Zhou Ying hastily grasped Xia Yi's arm, exclaiming, "I admit what I said earlier were mere words of anger. Is that satisfactory?" Pouting in frustration, she turned to the cashier, Little Li, and commanded, "Little Li, settle the bill for Xia Yi's mountain goods." Cashier Little Li secretly exchanged knowing glances with Xia Yi before commencing the calculations. The kitchen staff collectively gave Xia Yi a thumbs up, then began transporting the mountain goods he had brought into the kitchen. They thought their master was truly remarkable, managing to placate their boss with just a few words. However, they were blissfully unaware that the abilities Xia Yi displayed before Zhou Ying far exceeded their expectations. Did the people from Qingfeng Restaurant truly approach you? They were currently Laifu Restaurant's most significant rival. I am unsure how they acquired the information, but they knew I am the head chef at Laifu Restaurant and sought me out in the county just yesterday morning. Zhou Ying scoffed, remarking that Su Daming was notoriously known as a tyrant in the county, often wielding his power and influence without restraint. For him, uncovering someone's background posed no challenge. In his earlier ventures in minor trades, he had resorted to unscrupulous methods, even resorting to violence to seize others' businesses, leaving some hospitalized. Subsequently, it was unclear how he came into a modest fortune, but he opened the Qingfeng Restaurant. Xia Yi nodded, acknowledging, "So, I have inadvertently caused you considerable trouble." Zhou Ying, with an anxious countenance, inquired, "What trouble have you stirred?" "I rejected the Qingfeng Restaurant, which likely offended him. He may retaliate against our Laifu Hotel." Zhou Ying exhaled, relieved. "I thought it was a grave issue. You did the right thing by rejecting him. A man like him harbors malicious intent, and engaging in business with him is akin to courting danger. Previously, when we procured a batch of seafood from the market, he forcibly intercepted our supply. Consequently, those suppliers refused to deliver to our hotel. All of this was orchestrated by Su Daming, as he threatened the suppliers, asserting that if they continued to provide us with seafood, he would toss them into the sea to feed the fish." Xia Yi pondered momentarily, then added, "Not only did I refuse him, but I also struck one of his men." Zhou Ying was taken aback. Until now, he had only heard of Su Daming's men assaulting others. This was the first instance of hearing that one of them had been struck. Su Daming is known for his vengeful nature. If you strike his men, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Without hesitation, Zhou Ying grabbed the phone at the cash register and began to dial. "What are you calling for?" "To reach my father. He is the only one capable of resolving this matter. You offended Su Daming for the sake of our restaurant, and I do not wish for you to be harmed." Xia Yi chuckled as he severed Zhou Ying's call, saying, "You just described Su Daming as a bully. Calling your father would be futile." Zhou Ying was poised to mention her father's high-ranking position in the county, but Xia Yi interrupted once more. "Even if Su Daming does come knocking, do you think I wouldn't know how to escape? Where would you run to? Are you not planning to continue doing business in the county?" Xia Yi replied with a smile, "Not only do I not plan to flee, but I also intend to embark on a significant business venture here." Zhou Ying's eyes brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, "What grand venture? Hurry, tell me." Since partnering with Xia Yi on the nightclub business, she had grown disillusioned with the meager profits from the restaurant. Xia Yi could earn what the restaurant made in 2 years within just a few nights. There was no reason not to follow him to prosperity. "Are we continuing with small commodities? Will we be creating a new fashion trend?" Xia Yi shook his head. "This time, we need not create demand, but rather seek it out." "Seek demand? But this will attract more competitors, won't it?" Can we carve out a path as we did with the nightclub? You remember how, within just 3 nights of selling, competitors began to swarm us. Do not fret. I have my strategies. Would you like to join me in seeking demand? Zhou Ying's face lit up with excitement. Have you already devised what we will do? Initially, I had not yet formulated my thoughts, but after our discussion about Su Daming, I seemed to have gleaned some inspiration. What kind of inspiration? Isn't our county quite close to the sea? Indeed, it is merely 2 kilometers from the county to Weihai, a bicycle ride of just over 10 minutes. Then let us set off. The cashier, Xiao Li, hurriedly handed 10 banknotes to Xia Yi, saying, Master Xia, this is the money for selling mountain goods. Accepting the money, Xia Yi departed from the Laifu Hotel with Shouing. All the employees of the hotel had gathered together, collectively astonished. Is our master truly so capable? Has he managed to appease our boss so swiftly? Not only appeased, but they are also planning to venture out to sea, with the boss already on a bicycle. Our master and the boss seem quite well matched, don't you think? Do you suppose they might be romantically involved? Chapter 30. You do not understand yet. Weihai is merely 2 kilometers from Phoenix County. The expansive coastline stretches endlessly, with waves crashing upon the soft sands. Tourists flock to the seaside in droves. Xia Yi parked his bicycle on the embankment and beckoned Zhou Ying to the beach. The handsome young men and beautiful women strolled hand in hand along the shore, savoring the romantic seaside moments. Upon witnessing the couples, Zhou Ying's cheeks flushed instantly. Why have you brought me here, a soon-to-be married person? Xia Yi pointed to the young couples on the beach with a smile, saying, This is our business opportunity. Business opportunity? Zhou Ying was momentarily taken aback. After all this, Xia Yi brought her to the seaside not for ulterior motives, but rather to discuss business? Yet, despite her observations, she could not discern any potential. Xia Yi, please do not keep me in suspense. The tourists visiting the beach are in dire need of well-fitted swimsuits. Zhou Ying pondered. You wish to sell swimsuits here by the sea? The idea is commendable, but we lack a supply channel. Xia Yi replied with a smile. I recall that we are quite close to Dacron, which is currently the largest clothing wholesale market in Handong province. We can procure supplies from there. Zhou Ying nodded, soon contemplating a more pressing issue. We can envision this. Our competitors are likely to have similar thoughts. Perhaps we will be imitated within mere days. And you wouldn't propose to switch strategies again, would you? Let us first establish the business, and today we shall set off for Dacron to procure supplies. Zhou Ying suddenly understood. This is what you meant by running away. You had already devised a plan to counter Su Daming's retribution? Your tactic of evading him will surely infuriate Su Daming, as he has never suffered significant losses in our county. Xia Yi. The bus journey from here to Dacron takes 2 days, meaning our round trip will require 4 days, accounting for procurement time. We shall not return for 5 or 6 days. This will be my first extended absence. I must arrange the hotel business and inform my father. Xia Yi nodded. All right. You manage the arrangements. He gazed at the boundless sea and silently vowed, Yue, wait for me. This time I will surely return to build you 3 grand tiled houses. Chaoyang Village. Shen Yaowei had been waiting in the village for Xia Yi for 5 days, yet he had not returned, nor had he sent even a letter. Yue, perhaps you should stop waiting for that heartless man. I firmly believe he has fled in fear of consequences and lacks the face to return to you. With less than a week until our exams, it would be wise to focus on your studies. Gaining admission to Jianghan University is a significant opportunity for you. You cannot afford to be confused at this critical juncture. Yue bit her lip, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. She cast a cold glance at Yang Liuyi and retorted, Do not speak of Yigu in such a manner. If he returns, he will surely clarify everything with me. However, 5 days had passed. Even if he was working in the county, he should have returned by now. He had previously spent many days in the county before coming back, and she was willing to wait a little longer. Yue, do not be so deluded. I suspect Xia Yi has indeed been with that woman. Which woman would jest with her own virtue? A pang of pain pierced through Youei's heart. Had her trust in Xia Yi allowed another woman to take advantage? Was it truly her misfortune to misjudge the character of those around her? She shook her head vigorously, unwilling to entertain such thoughts any further. As they approached the youth dormitory, they unexpectedly encountered Li Jianmin. Secretarially, what brings you here? Yang Liuyi asked with a smile. Li Jianmin pointed towards a thatched cottage at the foot of Golden Rooster Mountain and replied, My daughter lives here. I came to check on her. Yang Liuyi's smile faltered as she gazed at the cottage. The woman they had encountered that morning was indeed Secretary Li's daughter? You are not the one who arranged for Yigu to stay in that house, are you, Secretary Li? How could your daughter? Shen Yaowei inquired, perplexed. Li Jianmin replied with a wry smile, This is my fault for not being supportive of my daughter's passion for painting. She secretly moved in here. When I arranged for Xia Yi to stay, I discovered she was already living here. To avoid misunderstandings, Xia Yi chose not to stay. I had initially planned for my daughter to vacate the house for him, but he insisted on finding another place and mentioned applying for a homestead to build a larger tiled house. Shen, you are truly fortunate to have found such a capable young man like Xia Yi. When do you plan to get your marriage certificate? After listening to Li Jianmen's explanation, Shen Yaowei let out a long sigh of relief. The heavy weight on her heart had finally lifted. As she had suspected, Xia Yi was not the fickle man she feared. His absence these past days was surely due to his diligent efforts to earn money for building that tiled house. How could she have doubted him for even a moment? Feeling a surge of guilt, Yaowei said to Li Jianmen, secretarially, "Ego has likely gone to the county to earn some money. We will get our marriage certificate when he returns." Li Jianmen smiled and replied, "Very well. I look forward to celebrating your union." As Li Jianmen gradually walked away, Yang Liuyi exclaimed, "Yaowei, the woman we encountered that morning is Secretary Li's daughter. If Xia Yi did not stay there, why did his daughter claim that he spent the night?" Shen Yaowei narrowed her eyes and replied, "Because she also has feelings for Ego and wishes for me to withdraw." Yang Liuyi was inwardly frantic. It was over. Yet another competitor had emerged. Once Shen Yaowei was already enough of a headache, and now the daughter of Secretary Li had appeared. Shen Yaowei beamed brightly. "Did you not hear Secretary Li mention it? Ego said he would build me a grand tiled house. He is not fleeing in fear of punishment. He has merely gone to the county to earn money. I must prepare diligently for the upcoming exams and strive to progress alongside him." Yang Liuyi curled her lip. "Yaowei, can love truly provide you with such immense motivation?" Shen Yaowei haughtily huffed. "You wouldn't understand now. Once you fall in love, you will naturally comprehend." Just as the two returned to their youth commune dormitory, a group of people approached from the vicinity of Jinjishan. Aunt Zhao, who had been enjoying a comfortable life lately, swayed her hips, mingling with a large crowd of middle-aged women, exuding a sense of pride. "Comrade Zhao, I heard your family recently bought a radio. How on earth did you manage to earn so much money? Share with everyone." "Yes, do tell us," they urged. "Your home has been wafting delicious aromas of meat lately, tantalizing us all. Isn't your husband Zhou still bedridden? Don't tell me this money is coming from him. We wouldn't believe it." Aunt Zhao, cracking sunflower seeds, replied with a smug expression, "You all needn't pry. I have my own ways." The onlookers, observing her boastful demeanor, could hardly contain their irritation. "Earning a few measly coins has certainly gone to your head." Chapter 31. Outrageous. Xia Yi brought a substantial shipment of swimwear from Dacron, filling 4 bulging burlap sacks. "Xia Yi, this money counts as part of my investment. We spent 3,000 on this batch of goods, and my investment lightens your financial burden somewhat. Once we sell all our merchandise, I shall distribute profits to you based on 1/3 of the shares. Xia Yi, I unconditionally support you and trust you will not let me down. However, have you devised a strategy for when those competitors emerge? After all, this was a crucial consideration for sustaining their business long-term. Unlike the trivialities of the dance hall business, abandoning the Seaside venture would entail far greater losses." Zhou had already realized that selling swimwear by the Seaside could significantly expand their market. Unlike the dance hall business, where efforts were limited by the size of the market, competition would render subsequent endeavors less meaningful. Xia Yi chuckled. "Do you lack confidence in me? How about this? Use the money you invested to purchase fabric and hire the best tailors in the county." "Purchase fabric? Hire tailors? Are you planning to make the swimwear yourself?" "Indeed, I have already formulated my layout strategy. Should competitors enter the market, we will produce and sell our own goods. Always staying one step ahead." Zhou exclaimed excitedly, "Impressive. You've kept a backup plan. We will surely be able to expand and strengthen our business. This task can be handled by someone else. You need to accompany me to the Seaside to sell." Zhou scratched her head. "Isn't selling something a task you can handle alone? Why do I need to tag along? I have my plans. You shall delegate the procurement of fabric and the hiring of a tailor to Shaoli." Upon their return to the Laifu Hotel, it was already 11:30 in the morning. Initially, they intended to have a casual meal at the establishment before heading straight to the beach. To their astonishment, during the lunch hour, the Laifu Hotel was devoid of any patrons. Zhou, witnessing the once bustling hotel transformed into such a desolate state, was instantly enraged. "Where are our customers?" The cashier, Shaoli, along with the kitchen staff, emerged with drooping heads, visibly disheartened. "Boss, Qingfeng Restaurant has stolen all our customers. They have shamelessly imitated our new dishes and are offering even lower discounts than we do." "Indeed, Their hotel had seen a dearth of customers for 2 consecutive days. Boss Su from Qifeng Restaurant is truly outrageous. He even wishes to poach all of us. Boss, we have followed you for so many years, we would never leave easily. However, our restaurant has only just begun to thrive under Master S guidance, and now we are forced into such a dire predicament. Zhou Ying angrily slammed the table, exclaiming, "This Su Daming is utterly intolerable. He resorts to such despicable tactics to snatch away business. I will confront him for an explanation right now." Xia Yi interjected, smiling. "Zhou boss, these are merely trivial matters. The dishes he has pilfered from us are of the most inferior quality. There is no need to get worked up over it. If I could resurrect Laifu Hotel once, I can surely do it a second time. I hadn't intended to deal with Qingfeng Restaurant, but since they have provoked us, we shall settle both old and new scores." The kitchen staff perked up. "Master, do you have any methods to revive our restaurant? You do not think I can only prepare 10 dishes, do you?" Zhou Ying playfully chided. "Oh, Xia Yi, you actually kept something up your sleeve?" Xia Yi chuckled awkwardly. "If I hadn't, Qifeng Restaurant would have stolen everything from us today, wouldn't they? I will prepare the new menu today and personally cook tomorrow. Meanwhile, you all should promote the new menu and activities of Laifu Hotel throughout the county, ensuring we reclaim our customers before noon tomorrow." The apprentices in the kitchen nodded in agreement. Zhou Ying inquired, "What kind of event do you plan this time? If we continue with discounts, there will be little profit left. This time, we shall forego discounts and instead hold a lottery. The available funds in the restaurant should be quite ample, correct? I haven't tallied the accounts for this month yet, so I'm not entirely sure." Zhou Ying glanced at cashier Xiaoli. Xiaoli promptly reported, "Boss, our revenue this month is 1,672 yuan and 64 cents, with a net profit of 723 yuan and 31 cents. Zhou Ying marveled. "Our revenue has multiplied so significantly this month?" With delight, Zhou Ying looked at Xia Yi, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "We will use part of the profit to purchase 2 cameras from the department store as prizes for the lottery, and the remaining funds will be allocated for promotional activities to attract customers." Zhou Ying nodded. "All right, let us proceed according to your plan. Xiaoli, you are responsible for purchasing the cameras." She retrieved 50 bills from her wallet and handed them to Xiaoli, saying, "There's another task I need you to handle. Please hire 4 or 5 of the finest tailors in our county and purchase some fabric." Xiaoli accepted Zhou Ying's money, nodding, "Understood, boss. I will take care of it immediately." Seeing that everything was nearly arranged, Xia Yi began to focus on his meal. "You should eat quickly. We need to head to the beach this afternoon to sell swimsuits and swim trunks." Zhou Ying sighed and joined Xia Yi at the table. "Rest assured, I will have the details for the lottery event drafted by tomorrow." In Chaoyang Village, a cluster of middle-aged women gathered, discussing Aunt Zhao's sudden wealth. The uneducated women often indulged in gossip, envious of any prosperity, as if one's financial success equated to their own losses. "Do you think old Zhao earned that money honestly? I can't shake the feeling there's something fishy about it. The last time I saw her collect some wild goods from the mountains, which old Xia's eldest son took from her, paying her quite handsomely. Could it be that the Xia family requires a large quantity of wild goods to feed their pigs? We could also gather some and sell it to them." "Exactly. Why should only old Zhao benefit from this? We are all from the same village. It's unjust for her to monopolize the profits. Tomorrow, I will also venture into the mountains to collect some wild goods and deliver them to the Xia family. If they refuse, we'll confront them at their home." "Right. We cannot allow old Zhao to claim all the advantages. We shall collectively demand an explanation from the Xia family." Chapter 32. This time, we struck it rich. On the beaches of Weihai, Xia Yi and Zhou Ying each carried 2 snakeskin bags filled with swimsuits and trunks. Standing on the embankment to observe the movements of the Seaside visitors. "Boss Zhou, wouldn't you want to sell our merchandise more swiftly? Who wouldn't you wish to sell this batch quickly? The key is that we don't know if we can make a breakthrough here. After all, the decision lies with the beachgoers. Do you have a plan?" Xia Yi whispered his strategy into Zhou Ying's ear. Skeptical, she replied, "Do you think this will work? Just follow my lead. I'll go down first, and you can join later." The two split their paths, entering the beach from opposite ends of the embankment. Xia Yi found a spot where tourists were congregating, opened the bags, and displayed the swimsuits and trunks. He called out to the crowd, "Come, come. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Swimsuits for 10 yuan each, swim trunks for 7 yuan. Come take a look." The beachgoers, drawn by Xia Yi's shouts, began to gather around. With summer in full swing, many visitors were eager to swim but hesitant, fearing their clothes would get wet. Suddenly, Xia Yi seemed to have opened a new avenue. bringing swimwear into the limelight. As more tourists crowded around, examining the quality of the swimsuits, one vibrant young woman remarked, "Your prices are too steep. 10 yuan for a women's swimsuit? For the ordinary wage earners in a county town, 10 yuan indeed constitutes a considerable expenditure. Young man, your actions are rather unseemly. Look at the fabric of those swim trunks. You sell them for 7 yuan, which is rather extortionate." Xia Yi rolled his eyes and retorted, "Buy if you wish, but do not touch if you do not intend to purchase. Just because you cannot afford it does not imply that others cannot." His words struck a chord with some wealthy, vanity-driven young individuals present. They eagerly fished out their money to buy Xia Yi's swimwear, as if acquiring his garments elevated their status. With a beaming smile, Xia Yi remarked to several paying youths, "You have an excellent eye. These are made from the finest materials." After satiating the vanity of these young patrons, Zhou Ying suddenly sprang into action. "Come and see. New swimwear has arrived. With a variety of styles available. Women's swimsuits for 6 yuan, men's trunks for 3. Her call immediately drew the crowd away from Xia Yi. The sudden emergence of two competitors selling swimwear, particularly with Zhou Ying offering lower prices, attracted all the Seaside visitors. A throng of tourists gathered around Zhou Ying, eagerly examining the quality of her swimwear. They soon realized that the quality of her offerings was identical to that of Xia Yi's, yet the prices were strikingly different. "Miss, yours is cheaper. The other side is charging an outrageous 7 yuan for a pair of trunks. Sister, please give me a swimsuit. Yours is far more reasonable than the competitors. Indeed, the one over there is quite unscrupulous, claiming we cannot afford it." Zhou Ying cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yi, smiling quietly to herself. Xia Yi crouched by 2 burlap bags, grinning brightly at the sight of Zhou Ying's bustling crowd, as a vibrant young girl eagerly purchased a swimsuit. Other tourists followed suit, clamoring for Zhou Ying's offerings. Even those who had just bought swimwear from Xia Yi felt a pang of regret, realizing they had overpaid. "One for me. A pair for me. 2, please." The tourists rushed to pay, swiftly depleting Zhou Ying's stock. Meanwhile, Xia Yi's goods went unnoticed, with some even denouncing him as unscrupulous. As dusk approached and the crowd thinned, Zhou Ying had sold out one of her burlap bags. Observing the twilight, Xia Yi exchanged a glance with Zhou Ying, signaling her. The two then packed up their burlap bags and made their way back to the embankment from opposite sides of the beach. Xia Yi placed the remaining goods on a cart, then cycled nearby before arriving at the agreed meeting point to pick up Zhou Ying as they departed from the seaside. As Zhou Ying climbed onto the bicycle, she radiated joy akin to that of a child. "Xia Yi, your strategy is truly impressive. I was so busy selling that I could barely keep up with the payments. Perhaps I should bring Xiaoli tomorrow to assist me with the transactions." Xia Yi chuckled, replying, "This is what we call competitive marketing. The pursuit of profit is intrinsic to most individuals. With the comparison of prices, a deceptive sense of advantage often arises, ensuring that your goods will sell effortlessly. But what about your end? Surely you cannot remain in a state of unsold inventory indefinitely. Would it not suffice if I share my stock with you? We are all part of the same family, and I doubt we need to worry about unsold goods." "Xia Yi, your intellect is truly remarkable. The swimsuits and trunks we initially purchased were slow-moving inventory, acquired at a mere 1 yuan per set. This time, we are poised to reap substantial profits. Each set sold will yield an 8 yuan gain, should we manage to sell all 3,000 sets. We would undoubtedly be on our way to becoming affluent individuals. However, I anticipate that subsequent sales may exhibit a decline. Nonetheless, this is of little concern. As long as we capitalize on the initial wave, we will maintain a dominant position in the market thereafter." Zhou Ying tightly embraced Xia Yi's waist, saying, "Xia Yi, please refrain from calling me Boss Zhou in the future. Instead, I shall refer to you as Boss Xia. Your acumen truly qualifies you for such a title. My endeavors in the restaurant business are mere trifles compared to your ventures. I am deeply grateful for your willingness to help me navigate the challenges and crises faced by my restaurant, and for your readiness to embark on this business journey alongside me. Boss Zhou, it is I who should express gratitude. Were it not for your generosity in allowing me an opportunity to showcase my culinary skills, I would never have amassed the capital to sustain my business. Furthermore, your support during my entrepreneurial endeavors has been invaluable, and I am sincerely appreciative. Therefore, regardless of the obstacles that may arise for Laifu Restaurant in the future, I am committed to aiding you in overcoming them," Xia Yi stated earnestly. Zhou Ying's eyes glistened with emotion. No man had ever shown her such unconditional trust or willingness to assist her in resolving her restaurant's dilemmas. As a woman, she too required a shoulder to lean on when her restaurant faced hardships. The two returned to Laifu Restaurant, The cashier, Xia Yi, promptly approached Zhou Ying to report on the situation. Boss, I have purchased 2 cameras from the department store, totaling 320 yuan. I have scoured the entire county and secured the best tailor available, although we will need to pay a monthly wage of 50 yuan. I have also provided the swimsuit and trunk samples to the tailor, requesting assistance in sourcing suitable fabrics for bulk purchasing. Zhou Ying smiled with satisfaction. Xia Yi, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall grant you a day off to enjoy a trip to the seaside. Really? Thank you, boss. Xia Yi beamed with joy, believing that Zhou Ying had finally recognized her hard work and decided to reward her. Chapter 33. What kind of misfortune has been brought upon us? In Chaoyang village, a group of middle-aged women in their 40s congregated near Jinjishan. Each woman pushed a cart laden with several baskets of mountain goods, marching resolutely towards Xia Yong's home. Their carts surrounded Xia Yong's yard, leaving no space to spare. Neighbor Aunt Zhao, observing the determined approach of these women, was left in a state of disbelief. What could these ladies possibly want? Why have they gathered around Xia's home after foraging all the mountain goods? Surely, my dealings in selling mountain produce have not been exposed. Have they? As Aunt Zhao cracked sunflower seeds, a sudden sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to hastily secure the large gate of the courtyard before retreating indoors. Outside, a cloud of dust swirled as the gate of Xia Yong's home reverberated with loud knocks. At that moment, Xia Yong and Ma Shouqin were seated at the breakfast table, earnestly persuading their daughter, Xia Qing, to abandon her studies and seek employment in the city at the earliest opportunity. The incessant banging at the courtyard gate compelled them to rise. Peering through the glass window, they noticed a throng of middle-aged women gathered outside. What is happening? Why are the villagers at our door? Could it be that our eldest son has clandestinely wed, and the villagers have come to present their congratulations? Xia Yong chuckled, grinning. Smile, 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 that's all you know how to do. Is this truly a matter of joy? Our eldest son is marrying, and we, as his parents, are entirely in the dark. He must be defying all conventions. Ma Shouqin retorted, her tone laced with irritation. With a creak, she swung open the door and stepped onto the threshold, scolding, knocking incessantly like this is damaging our gate. Her face remained stern as she surveyed the congregation of middle-aged women. They had brought several baskets filled with local produce on their cart. A look of disdain flickered in Ma Shouqin's eyes. On the occasion of my son's wedding, you bring mere common produce to appease us? Do you hold us in such low regard? Comrade Lao Ma, we are all from the same village. You cannot show such favoritism. A representative from the crowd spoke up, chastising Ma Shouqin. Favoritism? What exactly are you here for? To denounce us? Ma Shouqin shot back defiantly, her eyes wide with indignation. Upon hearing that the villagers had come to criticize them, Xia Yong felt his legs weaken with trepidation. He hurriedly approached to explain, Dear villagers, please do not blame Shouqin. If anyone is at fault, it is I for lacking the capability to prevent our eldest from feeling wronged. However, this is a family matter and surely does not warrant public condemnation. The couple assumed that the women had come to defend their younger son, Xia Yi, against accusations of favoritism. The representative of the women, momentarily bewildered by their misunderstanding, quickly clarified, We are not here to denounce you. We merely seek an explanation. You accepted the produce from the Zhao family, so what about ours? Surely, you must consider fairness. No one should benefit at the expense of another. With her words, the women behind her began to echo their sentiments. Lao Xia, your family cannot show such bias. How can you let your eldest son receive only produce from the Zhao family? This undermines the bonds of friendship among us villagers. Lao Xia, if you possessed even a modicum of awareness and conscience, you would accept our gathered produce as well. One must be decent and not so cunning. Lao Xia, you seem quite honest, yet how come you resort to such underhanded tactics? As the chorus of women continued their clamorous protest, Ma Shouqin felt her head buzzing from the noise. When did we ever say we wanted to collect produce? That's simply not the case. You all need to leave at once. Don't block our door with your cart. Ma Shouqin exclaimed, her anger boiling over. Comrade Lao Ma, are you still trying to defend yourself? Many have witnessed your eldest son at old Zhao's home, exchanging substantial sums of money for mountain goods. Indeed, old Zhao has even purchased a radio recently. With your families living so close, how could you possibly be unaware? Are you attempting to deceive us? Moreover, the aroma of meat from old Zhao's house has wafted throughout the entire village. If your family remained indifferent, it suggests that you were already aware of the situation. Listening to these unreasonable women babble, Ma Shouqin nearly lost her composure and reached out to grab one of them by the hair. Summer Jiyun quickly embraced Ma Shouqin. Exclaiming urgently, "This must be the trouble caused by that rascal Xia Yi. We must remain calm." Only then did Ma Xiuqin come to her senses. In recent days, old Zhao had been lavishing gifts upon her husband, purchasing medicine and meat, the smell of which had nearly driven her daughter mad with desire. It turned out that Xia Yi was behind all of this. How infuriating. You have the means to enrich your neighbor while refusing to support your own family. Do you even have a conscience? Ma Xiuqin was so enraged that she felt like overturning the cart before her. Sensing the impending eruption of her fury, Summer Zhiyong held Ma Xiuqin tightly and endeavored to explain to the rowdy group of middle-aged women, "Dear villagers, I apologize. Our eldest son has been insisting on separating from us, and all of his business dealings are entirely unrelated to us as a couple. If you seek justice, you must confront our eldest son. Such matters of division should not be aired publicly, but it had come to a point of absolute necessity." Summer Zhiyong pulled the nearly furious Ma Xiuqin into the courtyard and securely closed the door behind them. Outside, the group of middle-aged women stamped their feet in frustrations, ultimately turning in unison to their representative. "Since old Xia has stated so, let us seek an explanation from their eldest son." With that, they began to push the cart away from Summer Zhiyong's home. In the courtyard, Ma Xiuqin was so furious that she knocked over the haystack. That wretched Xia Yi was utterly intolerable. He would rather allow that insufferable woman next door to profit from him than contribute a single cent to our family. It is truly a disgrace after raising him for so long. Had we known he was so unfilial, we should have sent that rascal away during the famine. Summer Zhiyong sighed. "Xiuqin, continuing this uproar is not a solution. You mentioned that our eldest has the ability to provide a good life for old Zhao's family. If we were to humble ourselves and admit our faults, our family could also enjoy a better life. I am his mother. Why should I apologize?" Xiaoyang, upon returning to school, has been writing daily about the insufficiency of his living expenses. "Our savings are nearly depleted. If we do not persuade our eldest to return, Xiaoyang's university tuition will be in jeopardy." Hearing her parents argue, Xia Qin crouched by the door, eavesdropping. Her brother is so capable. If only he would spare some money for her, she could continue her studies. Yet, her brother would rather give money to outsiders than to his own family. It is utterly infuriating. After a moment of hesitation, Ma Xiuqin sat down on the steps, weeping. "Why is my life so bitter? I married an ineffectual man and bore an ungrateful son. What sins did I commit in my past life?" Chapter 34, The Lottery Event. As lunchtime approached, Zhou Ying anxiously coordinated the staff at the Laifu Hotel, initiating promotions for the newly launched activities around the state-owned factory in the county. "Hello. Do come visit the Laifu Hotel. We have introduced an array of novel dishes, and with any purchase, you can participate in our lottery event, with even more surprises awaiting you." Workers from the state-owned factory eagerly accepted the meticulously crafted flyers distributed by the hotel staff. By making a purchase, you have the opportunity to win a grand prize, a camera worth 180 yuan. The workers, clutching the flyers, called out to their friends, passing the flyers around. "Is this for real? If we win that camera, it would be quite a windfall." Some expressed skepticism regarding the hotel's claims and promptly inquired with the staff handing out flyers. "Is your event reliable? Are you genuinely giving away a camera worth 180 yuan? What if we win but don't receive it?" The hotel staff patiently reassured them. "Rest assured, comrades, our owner has placed 2 cameras right at the cashier's desk. If you win the grand prize, you can take home the camera worth 180 yuan on the spot." Upon hearing this, several workers from the state-owned factory felt a surge of excitement. "Then let us dine at the Laifu Hotel today. It's a rare occasion to eat out, and who knows, we might just win a camera." Thanks to the workers' enthusiastic promotion, the lottery event at Laifu Hotel quickly spread throughout the county. The hotel regained its former bustling atmosphere, with customers arriving in droves, leaving Zhou Ying almost overwhelmed. The patrons within the restaurant fixated on the 2 cameras displayed at the cashier. Is the owner truly giving away cameras? How generous. Let us test our luck. Winning the grand prize would mean we get a camera. "Madam, please tell us how we can participate in the lottery with our purchases." This was a question on everyone's mind, as more people gathered outside, queuing up to enter and make purchases for the lottery. Zhou Ying smiled and addressed the crowd. "First, I would like to thank all of you for your presence. Today, if you spend a minimum of 5 yuan, you earn 1 chance to enter the lottery. Spending 10 yuan grants you 2 chances, and so forth. The more you spend, the more chances you have to win. We have set 5 prizes for this lottery event. So even if you don't win the grand prize, there are other rewards waiting for you. The grand prize is a Hongmei brand camera worth 180 yuan. The second prize is a Panda brand radio valued at 80 yuan. The third prize is 10 yuan in cash. The fourth prize is 10 bottles of Donghai beer. And a consolation prize is a 50-cent voucher. As Zhou Ying finished speaking, the atmosphere in the Laifu Hotel erupted with excitement, and even those waiting outside were filled with curiosity about the event. Meanwhile, Xia Yi was bustling in the kitchen. Having been busy preparing dishes since 7 in the morning, he had just added 8 new dishes to the hotel's menu, perfectly representing the 8 major culinary styles. Xia Yi addressed one of the apprentices in the kitchen, instructing, "Please inform Boss Zhou that we can amalgamate the newly launched 8 dishes into a combination set, allowing our patrons the opportunity to savor all 8 exquisite flavors." The apprentice nodded eagerly and hurried to the restaurant's front hall to relay the message to Zhou Ying. Upon hearing Xia Yi's suggestion, Zhou Ying responded promptly, announcing to the gathered patrons, "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our restaurant's newly launched 8 innovative dishes, guaranteed to be unlike anything you have ever tasted. Moreover, you can order a combination set, enabling everyone to experience these new culinary delights at a more economical rate than ordering individually." The set was priced at a 5% discount, totaling $4.98. To reach the $5 spending requirement, patrons would need to order an additional dish or a bottle of wine. Indeed, once the combination set was introduced, most customers gravitated towards ordering it, and each table, eager to participate in the lottery, would invariably order a fine bottle of wine. The restaurant was bustling with patrons throughout the lunch hour, vibrant and lively. As the meal concluded and guests settled their bills, they all engaged in the lottery activity. However, the majority received vouchers worth 50 cents, redeemable only on their next visit. As the crowd gathered to observe the lottery, dissatisfaction began to brew among them. Is this really just a series of consolation prizes? Surely, there must be a first prize. One patron exclaimed. Indeed, I have been watching for quite some time. Not even one person has won a fourth prize, another chimed in. Could this event be a scam? After spending so much in your establishment, all we receive are paltry consolation prizes? Complaints grew louder, and a few individuals, noticing that Zhou Ying was a woman, contemplated causing a scene. Meanwhile, Xia Yi, having completed his tasks in the kitchen, delegated the remaining responsibilities to the apprentices accompanying him. Upon returning to the front hall, he overheard the crowd questioning the legitimacy of the lottery. Approaching Zhou Ying, he inquired in a cold tone, "What is happening here?" Zhou Ying sighed. "They doubt the authenticity of our event." Unfazed by the skepticism, Xia Yi replied, "If you doubt the event's legitimacy, then invite more friends to dine here and participate in the lottery. If no one wins a prize, you can confront us then." Frustrated patrons retorted, "Fine. I shall bring more people to your establishment. If no one wins anything else for several days, I will ensure your restaurant faces consequences." Just as the disgruntled individuals vented their frustrations, a voice rang out. "Oh my, I won third prize." "What is third prize?" Zhou Ying quickly signaled to Shaoli, who understood and promptly opened a drawer, retrieving a $10 cash prize for the lucky winner. "Please present your lottery ticket to me and enjoy your reward." The fortunate recipient, beaming with joy, handed over the ticket to Shaoli and accepted the cash, grinning from ear to ear. A splendid return indeed. After enjoying a meal, I was even returned 10 yuan in cash. Those who did not win the lottery cast envious glances toward the fortunate winner, questioning whether he was merely a plant hired by the restaurant. However, as more people began to claim the fourth prize, the doubts in the hearts of the crowd gradually dissipated. Those who had just moments ago contemplated causing a scene fell into silence. They secretly resolved to bring more friends and family to partake in the dining experience, convinced that they could not possibly fail to win a camera. Chapter 35, The Millionaire Comrade. Under the intense impact of the lottery event at the Laifu restaurant, the Chief Phone restaurant found itself once again cornered, plunging into a crisis. Su Daming had painstakingly employed various strategies to reclaim some of the lost customers, only to find that just as things began to turn around, the Laifu restaurant snatched them away once more. Hadn't we pilfered their 10 signature dishes? And wasn't it confirmed that the head chef of Laifu restaurant was absent these days? How could they revive their fortunes? Su Daming posed a soul-searching question to his staff, who exchanged glances of confusion. "Boss Su, to my knowledge, it seems that the head chef of Laifu restaurant has returned, and he has collaborated with that woman, Zhou Ying, to launch a lottery event. The restaurant is now bustling, and everyone is eager to try their luck." "Indeed, Boss Su. The Laifu restaurant is behaving unscrupulously. We are merely competitors in the dining industry. Yet they resort to all sorts of tricks to lure away our customers, offering low discounts, hosting a lottery for cameras. Their tactics are endless." Why don't we replicate their event and host a camera lottery as well? Whatever they do, we do too. Why should we fear losing our customers? We could even go down fighting. Su Daming removed his shoe in frustration and struck the heads of these so-called geniuses. Are you all fools? If they can conceive such ideas, why can't you? What do you think I pay you for? Just to eat and do nothing? All you know is imitation. You replicated their dishes, and what happened? Our customers were still taken away. A bunch of good-for-nothings. The advisors standing beside Su Daming hung their heads in shame. Suddenly, the brawny Bao Pai, who followed Su Daming, spoke up. Boss Su, if all else fails, we could confront them directly and smash their restaurant. Let them see the strength of Qing Feng Restaurant. Su Daming was both amused and enraged by the simple-mindedness of this muscular figure. He struck Bao Pai on the head with his shoe and scolded, "You are even more foolish than they are. All you think about is violence. Haven't you had enough of being beaten by their chef? Do you want to seek more trouble?" Bao Pai rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. "Boss Su, last time I was caught off guard by that guy's sneak attack. I was a bit careless. In a one-on-one, I am no match for him. But we could gather more people. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. No matter how strong he is, he cannot withstand sheer numbers." Another brawny figure, Yaowei, standing behind Su Daming, nodded in agreement. "Boss Su, I believe Lao Bao's suggestion has merit. I, alongside Lao Bao, summoned our brothers and ventured to the Laifu Grand Hotel to create a stir, compelling them to falter and subsequently reclaim our patrons." Su Daming squinted, grinning as he patted the cheeks of brothers Bao Pai and Yaowei. "At long last, your mind seemed to have unlocked a bit of insight. Thus, I entrust this matter to both of you. If you execute it well, I shall reward you handsomely by the end of the month." "Thank you, Boss Su." Bao Pai and Yaowei responded with sycophantic smiles. The business at Laifu Grand Hotel gradually regained its vigor, flourishing even more than before. Many customers, eager to partake in the camera draw, gathered at the establishment for a meal. Initially, this promotional event had sparked widespread discontent, with patrons feeling deceived by the hotel and their enthusiasm for the lottery waning. However, the tide turned when someone finally won the grand prize, and it became clear to all present that this individual was not a plant from the hotel. The customers' fervor for the lottery was rekindled, especially with 2 cameras on display, one and another still available for the taking. As the event gained momentum, the hotel's revenue soared to extraordinary heights, reaching levels that Zhou Ying had once deemed unimaginable. Previously, even at peak times, the daily earnings never surpassed 200. Now, they had skyrocketed to 500 and continued to rise. The hotel's remarkable revival deepened Zhou Ying's trust in Xia Yi, to the extent that he personally entrusted him with a key to the establishment. Meanwhile, the beachwear business flourished under their adept management, selling out the stock from Dacron within just 3 days. Had it not been for Xia Yi's foresight in hiring the finest tailor in the county and procuring a batch of premium fabric, their supply would have dwindled. With the hotel's business stabilizing, they redirected their focus to the beachwear venture. "Xiao Li, let us go. Time for you to continue your seaside holiday," Zhou Ying cheerfully announced. Xiao Li, the cashier, was at a loss for words. Last time, she had been lured into selling swimwear and spent an entire afternoon doing so. Although Zhou Ying had generously raised her salary, this method of overtime was rather hard for her to accept. "Boss, how long are we going to sell these beachwear items?" she inquired. "Until the end of time," Zhou Ying replied. "Xiao Li, don't slack off. I've increased your wages, and you must not betray my trust." Xia Yi emerged from the kitchen, removing his apron. "I want to be heading to the beach today. I anticipate a surge of competitors, making my presence unnecessary." Zhou Ying, puzzled, asked, "Xia Yi, where are you going today?" "I haven't returned home in over 10 days. I must go back and take a look. Additionally, our supply of mountain goods is lagging, so I will collect some while I'm there." Zhou Ying protested, "But our hotel has just begun to flourish, and the beachwear business is only just taking off. Why must you leave now?" Xia Yi sighed. "There's no alternative. My relentless efforts to earn money are aimed at acquiring a home of my own. This time, I intend to build 3 sturdy houses, at the very least to provide myself with a place to call home." Zhou Ying felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertainly expressing, "But with your departure, we shall lack a steadfast leader. The market for swimsuits and swim trunks by the seaside now faces competition. How shall we sell? What is the purpose of our self-production and direct sales? Is it not to resolve the supply chain issues and indirectly reduce our procurement costs? If that is the case, why fear those competitors? Regardless of their pricing, you shall always undercut them by a dime to a dollar. Engage them in a price war. They shall never be your equal, for their procurement costs will perpetually exceed yours. Moreover, as competition increases, demand will rise, leading to escalating procurement costs. Should a price war ensue, they will be unable to sustain it. What is there to fear? Zhou Ying suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, Xia Yi, you are remarkably astute. Have you meticulously planned everything, as if it is all within your grasp? Xiao Li nodded in agreement, stating, Boss, Master Xia is truly impressive. It seems that all prior actions, which appeared meaningless, were actually preparations for the impending competition. This is what one might call foresight, right? Xia Yi smiled at Zhou Ying and remarked, Boss Zhou, it is time to settle the accounts for these past days, is it not? Zhou Ying playfully retorted, I have prepared it all for you, O millionaire comrade. Chapter 36. Is he too humble? Zhou Ying retrieved a delicate rectangular box from the cash register, which contained 16 stacks of cash, each comprising 100 bills. The moment the box was opened, the staff at Lai Fu restaurant were utterly astonished. Inside lay an astonishing sum of money, an amount they might never earn in their lifetimes. In that era, being a millionaire was synonymous with being extraordinarily wealthy. Cashier Xiao Li gazed at the stacks in the box, swallowing hard. How did Master Xia become a millionaire? Zhou Ying chuckled, just the other day. I took you to the seaside to sell swimsuits and trunks, didn't I? That is how we earned this. Xiao Li, bewildered, looked at Xia Yi and asked, but was Tea Master Xia always selling across from us, without selling a single piece? Shouldn't it be the boss who becomes the millionaire? Zhou Ying rolled her eyes and replied, that's called a sales strategy. It was all orchestrated by Xia Yi, and the swimsuit and trunk business was his brainchild. He invested more than I did, so I am merely the second largest shareholder. Xiao Li was left speechless in astonishment. The two truly made a formidable team. No wonder the swimsuits and trunks sold so well on the beach. It turned out Xia Yi was the driving force behind it all. Xiao Li, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Boss, Master Xia, you are both incredible. Could you take us along on this path to wealth? Her words instantly ignited a spark of hope among the staff at Lai Fu restaurant. Following two millionaires would surely promise a bright future. Zhou Ying glanced at Xia Yi, seeking his opinion. Observing Zhou Ying's indecision, Xia Yi responded with a smile, Boss Zhou, I recall that our swimsuits and trunks have already entered the stage of self-production and direct sales, have we not? As it happens, future supplies will become quite abundant. So let us all earn together. From now on, you can work in the restaurant in the morning and sell goods by the seaside in the afternoon. As soon as Xia Yi finished speaking, the staff erupted in excitement. Zhou Ying leaned in close to Xia Yi and said, Our county has a regulation that all households with a net worth of over 10,000 will be registered and reported, and they will even make it to the news. I have already contacted a newspaper, and someone will come to interview you. Xia Yi shook his head repeatedly. No need. I'm not fond of such occasions. Xia Yi, the flowers and applause are rightfully yours. This is an excellent opportunity for you to gain fame and fortune. Are you truly willing to let it slip away? Zhou Ying found Xia Yi increasingly perplexing. Many longed for the chance to be recognized in print, yet Xia Yi was prepared to forfeit such a rare opportunity. Fame can be a double-edged sword. I prefer to remain an ordinary person. Why don't you represent me at this interview? As for the swimwear business, please don't refer to me as the big boss. You can take the lead and be the face of it. Zhou Ying stared at Xia Yi in astonishment. You want me to handle this for you? But these ideas for wealth are yours. Xia Yi smiled. I am indifferent to such notoriety. It's settled then. I must return home swiftly. Zhou Ying gazed longingly at Xia Yi as he modestly departed, her heart unsettled. The more humble Xia Yi appeared, the more cultured he seemed in her eyes. How could someone willingly relinquish such easily attainable fame? Her admiration for him grew. What was she to do? Xia Yi secured the money box in a tote bag and tied it to his bicycle handle before leaving the county. Upon returning to Chiyang village, it was already 3 in the afternoon. At the village entrance, a large crowd had gathered, eagerly anticipating Xia Yi's return. Among them were the local women from Chaoyang village who had previously caused a ruckus at Xia Zhiyong's house, only to return empty-handed. They sat at the village entrance, munching on seeds and chatting, with their conversations revolving around Xia Yi. Comrade Guifan, we've been waiting here for 3 days. Why hasn't the eldest son of the Xia family returned yet? I've heard that their eldest son has been working in the county lately, earning quite a bit. He even rides a bicycle now. Not just a bicycle, rumor has it he has gathered all the essentials to marry Shen Yaowei. And he has prepared a dowry of 1,000 yuan. Goodness, what fortune has the eldest son of the Xia family found in the city to earn so much money? If he is so wealthy, why should we worry about our trifling gains? Since he is interested in purchasing mountain goods, Let us gather what we can and sell it to him. If he is willing to pay, we'll lend our efforts. If we truly make a profit, who needs to toil on the production team? Collective gathering is so much better. Hard work leads to prosperity. As these middle-aged women engaged in fervent discussion, Xia Yi finally returned to the village, riding his bicycle and towing a cart. This time, he had not acquired any large items in the city. Only a tote bag tied to his bicycle handle. The eldest son of the Xia family has returned. A voice, unknown to all, called out loudly, prompting the collective gathering of matriarchs at the village entrance to rise and warmly welcome Xia Yi's return. They formed a human barricade, obstructing his path. Startled by the imposing presence of the women, Xia Yi hastily engaged the brakes and brought the vehicle to a halt. He was utterly bewildered by their intentions, fearing he might be overwhelmed by their enthusiastic chatter. With a forced smile, he inquired, "Dear ladies, is there something you need to discuss?" Stepping forward with a warm smile, Sun Guifan, representing the women, explained, "Comrade Xia, we've heard that you've been collecting mountain goods in the village lately." Upon learning this, everyone is eager to assist in gathering these treasures from the mountains. Just let us know if you need help. We can collect as much as you desire. Indeed, Comrade Xia, many hands make light work. Relying solely on the Zhao family, how much can they possibly gather? We can all contribute our efforts to meet your needs. Even if we offer a price lower than the Zhao families, we would be more than willing. Listening to the women chattering excitedly about participating in the supply of mountain goods, Xia Yi felt overwhelmed. It turned out that news of his dealings with Aunt Zhao had spread throughout the village. Having lived in Chaoyang village for over 20 years, he might not have formed deep bonds with the villagers, but he understood their simple hearts were not malicious. They merely wished for a better life for their families. Realizing this, Xia Yi raised his hand and called for quiet, saying, "Ladies, please listen for a moment. I do require a substantial amount of mountain goods. And if you are willing to assist, I would need you to gather a basket full from Jinjishan tomorrow. However, there are two conditions. First, I only wish to receive fresh mountain goods, as I have no use for the stale. Second, each household may only collect one basket, as my capacity to carry them is limited. If you agree to these terms, I shall be here tomorrow to purchase the goods at the price of 50 cents per pound." As his words concluded, cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. "Wonderful. Thank you, Comrade Xia, for helping us prosper together." Chapter 37. I hope this won't be too troublesome for you. After managing to calm the exuberant matriarchs, Xia Yi swiftly departed and rode his bicycle to the village committee. Upon securing his bicycle, he made his way directly to the secretary's office. He knocked gently on the door, and Li Jianmin, wearing reading glasses, slowly lifted his head. Upon seeing Xia Yi, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Xia Yi, what brings you here today?" Li Jianmin exclaimed, removing his glasses and rising to greet him. "Secretarially, I'm here to apply for a homestead." Li Jianmin gestured for Xia Yi to take a seat and smiled. "I knew you were interested in applying for a homestead to build a spacious tile-roofed house. I had this matter in mind. You'll only need to complete some paperwork shortly. Xiao Yi, I have arranged for Xiao Hui to vacate the grass house near Jinji Mountain, and I have tidied it up for you. You are welcome to stay there at your convenience. Additionally, should you face any difficulties in the city, feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you." Li Jianmin's sudden concern caught Xia Yi off guard. "Secretarially, perhaps we should prioritize the paperwork for the homestead? I am eager to construct a house. It has been quite some time since the division of the family, and Yu Wei and I cannot continue living in uncertainty. If you are anxious to settle down, you may temporarily reside in the house previously occupied by Xiao Hui," Secretary Li suggested. "I appreciate your concern, but I believe I would feel more at ease in my own home." "Understood. It's only natural for the youth to have their own aspirations." Li Jianmin retrieved the necessary documents for the application from his drawer and handed them to Xia Yi. As Xia Yi perused the contents, he furrowed his brow upon discovering that the homestead area was merely 60 square meters. "Secretary Li, I require a larger plot. I cannot accept such a small area." "Money is not an issue." Li Jianmin was taken aback. "What? 60 square meters is insufficient? Is it not enough for you in Shenjiqing?" Xia Yi grinned. "In the future, Shenjiqing and I certainly plan to have several children." He intended to take advantage of the fact that family planning had yet to be enshrined in the constitution, coupled with the more lenient rural regulations compared to urban areas, to have more children with Shen Yaowei in the coming years. Li Jianmin chuckled. "Indeed, it is wise to have more children while young, unlike me and your aunt, who only had 2, and they turned out to be quite disappointing. How much land do you wish to apply for?" "Let us apply for the maximum allowable area," Xia Yi replied. "What? Li Jianmin thought he must have misheard. The maximum homestead area currently permitted could not exceed 120 square meters. Did this lad truly wish to apply for such a large plot? Noticing Li Jianmin's hesitance, Xia Yi retrieved a finely crafted iron box from his tote and presented 3 bundles of cash to him. Secretary Li, I hope this does not pose too much trouble for you. Staring at the neatly stacked cash, Li Jianmin was momentarily speechless. This surely indicated a newfound wealthy individual. The village now had a new affluent resident. How much glory would that bring to him as the village secretary? Li Jianmin beamed with delight. Xia Yi, why did you not mention your intention to apply for such a sizable plot earlier? I could have prepared for you. Previously, he had been worried about Xia Yi's ability to assist Li Kaiwei with her art exhibition in Chuan City, but witnessing his remarkable capabilities, those concerns dissipated. Yet, he found himself perplexed about how this young man had amassed such wealth in the county. Xia Yi completed the paperwork for the 120 square meter homestead. Li Jianmin immediately began to flatter him. Xia Yi, come by my house for a meal sometime. I shall have your aunt prepare some braised ribs for you. Xia Yi smiled and replied, Secretary Li, I am in a rush this time. We can discuss dining on another occasion. As for the construction of the house, I entrust you to oversee it. Thank you for your efforts. This is within my expertise. Rest assured, I will ensure the construction proceeds smoothly. I will engage the best roofers and carpenters in our village to help you erect your new home. I apologize for the trouble, Secretary Li. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Why be so courteous with me and your uncle? By the way, when the time comes for you and Shen Yaowei to wed, your uncle will ensure a grand celebration in the village, and I shall serve as your witness, guaranteeing that you bring Shen Yaowei into your home with great fanfare. Thank you, Secretary Li. Xia Yi tucked away the iron box and departed from the village secretary's office. Li Jianmin observed Xia Yi's retreating figure, slowly donned his reading glasses, and placed 3 bundles of great unity into the drawer. This young man, Xia Yi, truly possesses remarkable talent. Were it not for his impending marriage to Shen Yaowei, I might have considered betrothing my daughter, Xiaowei, to him. At the Laifu Grand Hotel, a steady stream of customers arrived, all drawn by the lottery event. Suddenly, a Santana sped past the entrance. The driver opened the door for Zhou Dong, who was welcomed personally by Zhou Ying as he entered the restaurant. Father, have you been keeping tabs on me? Why is it that you appear at the slightest disturbance in my establishment? Zhou Ying lamented. Just a few days ago, some fool reported to me that your business was on the verge of collapse. I took time out of my schedule to check on you. And now you tell me that the business is thriving more than ever? I must see what underhanded tactics you have employed to achieve this. Zhou Dong scoffed. Upon entering, Zhou Dong noticed the throngs of customers gathered at the cash register, all clamoring for the lottery, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Must you always seek the limelight, my daughter? Zhou Ying led Zhou Dong to a private room, retorting, ever since I started this restaurant, you have found fault with everything I do. In recent days, our revenue has increased several-fold, yet you still refuse to acknowledge my success? With that, she presented the restaurant's account books to Zhou Dong. After reviewing them, Zhou Dong's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Daily revenues of 600 to 700? Is this for real? He rubbed his eyes, fearing he was hallucinating. Yet, he soon resumed his usual stern demeanor, coldly stating, achieving this level of business is merely average. It pales in comparison to the public servants in the county party committee compound. Zhou Ying huffed and handed Zhou Dong an envelope containing an invitation for a television interview. Your daughter has become a 10,000 yuan household. What more could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Zhou Dong looked at Zhou Ying with suspicion, opened the letter, and indeed found it to be an invitation for a television interview. You've become a 10,000 yuan household, and I, your father, was completely unaware? I simply hadn't had the chance to inform you. Zhou Dong finally displayed a satisfied smile, setting the letter down and cheerfully saying, My dear daughter, let us celebrate with a couple of drinks today. It's on me. Congratulations on being the first 10,000 yuan household in our county. I am proud of you. Zhou Ying replied with sarcasm, Weren't you always looking down on my restaurant business? Forcing me to go to the county party committee compound? Zhou Dong rolled his eyes, saying, In every profession, there are those who excel. I have merely been encouraging you. Without my motivation, would you have achieved such success today? Father, in truth, I am not the first 10,000 yuan household in the county. That honor belongs to Xia Yi. However, he is modest and prefers not to accept the television interview. Zhou Dong responded without a moment's hesitation, Isn't that the chef who refused to meet me last time? Indeed, it is he. He possesses remarkable acumen in business. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly introduce him to you. Chapter 38. Do you harbor any prejudice against him? Zhou Dong noticed the admiration in Zhou Ying's eyes for Xia Yi and remarked sarcastically, "If that fellow is indeed so impressive, why does he consistently avoid meeting me? Is he present today? I am quite eager to witness this young man's abilities firsthand." Zhou Ying sighed. "Father, your timing is truly unfortunate. He just returned yesterday, and it is uncertain when he will next come to the county. Humph. I suspect this young man is intentionally evading me because he knows I am here." Prior to this, Zhou Ying had always looked up to her father, but now, with her sudden admiration for another man, he naturally felt a sense of rivalry towards him. "Father, please do not speak ill of Xia Yi. Were it not for him, the Laifu Hotel would have long since failed. He is the one who has resurrected the hotel on 2 occasions. If you dare to speak against Xia Yi again, I shall sever ties with you." Are you suggesting that all these flashy activities at the hotel are the result of that young man's influence? Zhou Ying nodded vigorously. Xia Yi possesses a nimble mind and dares to innovate, never adhering to outdated conventions, which is why he has helped elevate the hotel's revenue. Moreover, he has involved me in business ventures twice, allowing me to witness his formidable commercial prowess. She recounted her experiences working with Xia Yi in business to Zhou Dong in great detail. Upon hearing this, rather than feeling gratitude towards Xia Yi, Zhou Dong became incensed and slammed his hand on the table. "These antics you engage in are nothing but lowly opportunistic behaviors. It is utterly outrageous. That scoundrel dares to take my precious daughter to dance? He even brought her alone to Dacron for procurement and allowed her to sell goods by the seaside, exposing her to the elements." This series of actions infuriated Zhou Dong. His daughter had always been his cherished jewel, and he vehemently opposed her working in the restaurant industry, wishing to shield her from hardship. Yet, here was Xia Yi, taking her out into the world, exposing her to the sun and wind, and even showcasing her talents in disreputable venues. "Father, why are you so angry? Do you not think Xia Yi is quite impressive? His remarkable business acumen will undoubtedly lead him to become a commercial prodigy." "Impressive, my foot. In the hierarchy of society, merchants are always at the bottom. They are not to be trusted. You should minimize your interactions with this Xia Yi." Zhou Ying frowned. "Father, do you hold some bias against Xia Yi? He hails from a humble mountain village and has worked tirelessly to become a person of means. How can you speak of him in such a manner? Moreover, individualized business operations have been recognized and sanctioned by the state. As the leader of our county, you cannot lack this basic awareness." Zhou Dong scoffed. "This young man's humble origins make him unworthy of my daughter. Therefore, it is best for you both to maintain some distance. This is my sincere advice as your father." Zhou Ying's cheeks flushed. So, her father was concerned she might develop feelings for Xia Yi? But what if your daughter truly likes him and wishes to be with him? Zhou Dong, with a stern expression, declared, "Then do not call me father again. Dad, please do not be angry. Xia Yi is already engaged. We are merely business partners at most. You can rest assured about that, right?" Zhou Dong's demeanor began to soften. "That is more acceptable. Let's enjoy a few more drinks together today," just as they were about to dine in the private room. A cacophony of smashing and clattering erupted from the restaurant's main hall. A group of burly ruffians, each wielding a steel pipe, wreaked havoc, overturning several tables. "Get the hell out of here. This place is reserved for us today." After applying for the homestead, Xia Yi hurried to the youth dormitory to find Shen Yaowei. It had been nearly half a month since he last saw her. He had left Chaoyang village in such a rush that he hadn't had the chance to say goodbye to her. Upon arriving at Shen Yaowei's dormitory, he discovered the door was locked. He squatted by the entrance, waiting until the sun began to set, but she did not return. At that moment, a villager returning from the mountains spotted Xia Yi and called out, "Comrade Xia, Shen Yaowei has gone to town for the college entrance examination these past few days. Don't just sit here waiting." "She went to town?" Xia Yi quickly stood up and brushed off the dust from his pants. "Thank you, Andy. Do you know which school she is attending?" The woman shook her head repeatedly. "I wouldn't know that. There are so many schools in town. It would be difficult to find her without knowing which one. Could it be that his marriage with Shen Yaowei would be delayed again? Perhaps he should wait until the 3 large houses were built before actively seeking her out to obtain the marriage certificate." Leaving the youth dormitory, Xia Yi turned and made his way to the straw house provided by Li Jianmen, where he could temporarily settle down. As expected, no one was living there now. And Li Kaiwei had moved out all her belongings. He could finally rest easy. The following morning, just as Xia Yi awoke from his slumber, there was a knock at the straw house door. He got dressed and, still groggy, opened the door. "Xiao Yi, I finally found you," said Xia Zhiyong, dripping with sweat and grinning broadly. After much effort, Xia Zhiyong had managed to learn where Xia Yi was staying, just as Xia Yi attempted to close the door. Xia Zhiyong wedged his foot in to prevent it. Xiao Yi, come home with me. Your mother realizes her mistakes. We do not oppose you marrying Shen Yaowei. Will you forgive her just this once? Step aside. Xia Yi replied coldly. Xiao Yi, your younger siblings are on the verge of being unable to pay for their tuition. As the eldest brother, how can you just stand by? Why should I care for them? They're all adults now, capable of taking care of themselves. Are you still angry with your mother? Even if she has made mistakes, shouldn't you give her a chance to amend them? Xia Yi pushed Xia Zhiyong aside and mounted his bicycle. I apologize on behalf of your mother. Please come home with me. I'm begging you. I do not wish to return home. If you want to go back, you go by yourself. Must we, your parents, kneel and beg you before you will return? Xia Zhiyong shouted in desperation. Xia Yi let out a cold laugh. After all these years, how have you treated me? Do you not have any self-awareness? You have regarded me as a mere workhorse, a tool for making a living. Throughout these years, have either of you shown me even a shred of kindness? The moment Xia Yang returns home, you both are quick to call him with endearments. As the elder brother, am I destined to be overlooked, schemed against, and subjected to your indifference? Go back and tell Ma Shouqin that even if she kneels before me and begs, I will never return to that home. From now on, I sever all ties with everyone in that household. Xia Zhiyong, his face flushed with anger, pointed at Xia Yi and shouted, Xia Yi, you ungrateful wretch. We toiled and sacrificed to raise you, and this is how you repay us? Xia Yi gazed coldly at Xia Zhiyong. Have I not already repaid your kindness? After years of being a beast of burden for the family, I have long since settled that debt. Now, it is time for me to live for myself. With that, Xia Yi mounted his bicycle, towing a cart behind him, and departed. Xia Zhiyong, overcome with rage, clutched his chest, feeling dizzy and nearly fainting. What a calamity! Chapter 39. Are there parents like this? Xia Zhiyong returned home in a daze, only to discover a throng of middle-aged women from the village, each carrying a basket of mountain goods towards the eastern part of the village. Comrade Lao Zhan, what is happening? Why are you all rushing to the village head with those things? You don't know. Zhang Yimei exclaimed, looking at Xia Zhiyong in surprise. Your eldest son is collecting our mountain goods at the village head. Xia Zhiyong was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yimei, sensing something, hurriedly grasped her basket and rushed towards the eastern village. Ma Shouqin emerged from the courtyard, seeing Xia Zhiyong in a stupor, her brow furrowed. You old fool. What are you doing standing there? Did you find that foolish boy? With a heavy heart, Xia Zhiyong replied, that ungrateful wretch is as stubborn as a mule. I tried to reason with him kindly, but he refuses to budge. Ma Shouqin shot him a glare. Isn't that temper inherited from your family? At that moment, another group of middle-aged women carrying baskets passed by the doorway. Ma Shouqin, puzzled, asked, what is going on? Why are all these women heading to the village head? Xia Zhiyong smacked his thigh and exclaimed, that brat is collecting the villagers' mountain goods. He has made a name for himself and now refuses to acknowledge us. That little rascal is at the village head? Today, I shall ensure his disgrace. Ma Shouqin declared angrily as she stormed towards the village head. Xia Zhiyong hurriedly followed, with Xia Qing, who had been secretly observing his parents from the courtyard, stealthily trailing behind. Meanwhile, the eastern part of the village was bustling with activity, lively as ever. Even the village secretary, Li Jianmin, was swept up in the excitement of the village's flourishing atmosphere. I am increasingly fond of this child, Xia Yi, he remarked to village head Lu, a smile on his face. Have you sent someone to carry out the groundwork I assigned? With such a grand project in the village, we must not be careless. Village Chief Lu smiled obsequiously and remarked, Secretary Li, as soon as you issue your directives, I shall immediately mobilize people to execute them, ensuring the task is completed within the stipulated time frame. Li Jianmin nodded in satisfaction and then departed with a group from the village committee. Upon arriving at the eastern edge of the village, the middle-aged women, having set down their baskets brimming with foraged goods, began to engage in friendly conversation with Xia Yi. The village comprises a total of over 60 households, and approximately 40 to 50 families had gathered at the eastern edge. In pursuit of this modest income, they rallied their entire families to forage for mountain goods, laboring diligently since dawn. Regardless of the monetary value of the gathered goods, for them, it represented the fruits of their labor. Xia Yi, reluctant to utter the words that he could not transport the goods, resolved to accept everything despite the burden. He weighed each basket of foraged items and meticulously recorded the contributions from each household. Expressing gratitude to the villagers for their warmth, he added, however, I find myself unable to transport these goods. Might I request a few carts to assist? The villagers, displaying their simplicity, promptly returned home to fetch carts for Xia Yi's use. He secured the carts with twine to the back of his bicycle, forming a lengthy procession. It took 6 carts to accommodate the 40 to 50 baskets of goods, barely filling them. As Xia Yi settled accounts with each family, Ma Xiaoqin burst into the crowd, her voice rising in a hysterical outburst. Listen to me. Xia Yi is a heartless beast. He is ungrateful to his parents and neglects his siblings' education. Can you expect someone like him to lead you to prosperity? Who knows what his true intentions are in collecting these goods? Ma Xiaoqin's sudden entrance sparked a flurry of speculation among the villagers. What is going on? Isn't she old Xia's wife? Why is she disrupting her son's good fortune? Are you not aware? Old Xia's eldest son is in the midst of a family dispute, and the couple has decided to sever ties with him. Indeed, they have been unfair to the eldest son, always favoring the youngest. Now, it seems, the consequences have arrived. Isn't it so? The eldest son is now quite accomplished and is about to marry the educated girl, yet Xiaoqin continues to create a scene. Ever since the Xia family produced a university graduate, she has looked down upon us. Now she seeks to ruin her eldest son. How malicious can one be? This is a private family matter. We should refrain from interfering, but let us not jeopardize our opportunity to earn. Unperturbed by the villagers' piercing remarks, Ma Xiaoqin charged towards Xia Yi, her hand raised to strike him. Sun Guifan, representing the women, urged the crowd to restrain Ma Xiaoqin. Comrade Ma, the conflict between you and Xia Yi can be discussed privately at home, but please do not disrupt today's opportunity for everyone to earn. Ma Xiaoqin, struggling fiercely, glared with fervor. He is my son. I shall strike him as I please. You have no say in this. Let me pass. I intend to teach this ungrateful beast a lesson. The gathering of middle-aged women regarded Ma Xiaoqin with disdain, wishing to administer a reprimanding kick. If you wish to act out like a madwoman, at least be mindful of the occasion. Greetings, everyone. After much toil and effort, one can scarcely earn a meager living, only to have it disrupted by your meddling. Are you even human? Xia Zhiyong, you scoundrel, come here and assist me. You neglect your own son, and yet you prompt me to confront him. Encouraged by Ma Xiaoqin, Xia Zhiyong swung his arm to strike Xia Yi's face. However, an invisible force suddenly seized his hand, as if caught in a vice. Xia Yi's palm, as unyielding as steel, gripped his wrist firmly. I have previously stated that should you strike me, our father-son bond shall be severed. Xia Yi forcefully shook off Xia Zhiyong. The latter fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut, utterly helpless. The onlookers were taken aback by Xia Yi's profoundly unfilial act. Xia Zhiyong lay sprawled on the ground, alongside Ma Xiaoqin, crying out in madness, "We implore you all to adjudicate on our behalf. This heartless wretch dares to strike his own father. How can you expect such a morally bankrupt individual to lead you to prosperity?" Xia Qing, hiding amidst the crowd, was rendered speechless upon witnessing her parents and elder brother reach such an irretrievable state. How could her once dutiful brother dare to push their father? Yet, Xia Zhiyong's frenzy failed to stir any sympathy, instead deepening the villagers' disdain. They had all witnessed how Xia Yi had treated his parents, and now, with his sudden rebellion, it was evident that the couple had committed some grievous wrong. This was their just retribution. Xia Yi, amused by his parents' hysterics, declared emphatically, "Let the community judge. I have labored diligently in this household for many years, shouldering agricultural burdens and supporting my younger siblings' education with unwavering dedication. Yet how have my parents repaid me? When Wang Meipa introduced me to Shun Jiqing with the intention of marriage, they, under the guise of concern, obstructed my every attempt. Simply because my younger brother coveted Shen Jiqing as well, they urged me to relinquish her to him. Tell me, is this how parents ought to behave?" At these words, the villagers erupted in astonishment. Chapter 40. The return on investment is rather high. Once Xia Yi exposed the cruel nature of Xia Zhiyong and Ma Xiaoqin to the public, they found themselves ensnared in the whirlpool of public opinion in Chaoyang village. No wonder the eldest son of the Xia family dared to confront his parents so boldly. Their behavior was utterly excessive, even suggesting that his wife be given to the younger son. The eldest son of the Xia family was once a paragon of honesty during his time in the production brigade. Surely, he would not dare to defy his parents so fiercely unless he were truly desperate. This couple displayed such blatant favoritism, allowing their eldest son to toil endlessly for the family while even meddling in matters of marriage to favor their younger son, undoubtedly crossing a line. As the villagers' discussions reverberated in his ears, Xia Zhiyong felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. In the matter of Xia Yi's marriage, the elderly couple indeed had no justification. However, Ma Xiaoqin held a different opinion. She firmly believed that since Xia Yi was her son, he should heed her every command and never defy her. Yet, Xia Yi's decision to publicly disclose these matters had irreparably torn their familial bonds, placing the elderly couple in a most uncomfortable position. How dare you? You heartless wretch! You even dare to push your father aside. What unspeakable acts are you incapable of committing? She exclaimed. Dear villagers, do not allow this beast to deceive you. In the midst of Ma Xiuqin's irrational outburst, Wang, the matchmaker, could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Raising her hand, she bravely spoke the truth. Allow me to speak on behalf of young Yi. Xiuqin's behavior regarding his marriage has indeed been rather unscrupulous. I can attest to the fact that he has been wronged. The young lady, Shen Yaowei, has made her intentions clear. She genuinely wishes to marry Xia Yi. You say it's a matter of mutual consent, yet as a mother, you refuse to support him and insist on intervening. Who could possibly accept such behavior? It is no wonder Xia Yi wishes to separate. Wang's words elicited disdainful glances from the villagers of Chaoyang village towards Xia Zhiyong and Ma Xiuqin. What kind of parents behave this way? With the matchmaker stepping forward to clarify the truth, the matter of right and wrong was unmistakably evident. Wang Hongmei, I will make you pay. Ma Xiuqin's eyes blazed with fury as she seized Wang's hair and began to tear at it, plunging the scene into chaos. The onlookers, including Xia Qing, found it increasingly difficult to witness the spectacle. She was unaware of the extent of her elder brother's grievances at home. It was no surprise he was reluctant to return. Yet, her concerns were far removed from this turmoil. Her sole interest lay in whether Xia Yi would finance her education. His previous stance had been clear. He was intent on severing ties with the family. With her head bowed, Xia Qing could only watch helplessly as her parents were gradually led away by the villagers. Meanwhile, Xia Yi appeared unfazed by the commotion, calmly addressing the villagers of Chaoyang. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for upholding justice on my behalf. I assure you, whenever I return to the village, I will purchase all the mountain goods you gather. Cheers erupted, and Xia Qing lifted her head to see that those who collected mountain goods would indeed settle their accounts with Xia Yi, receiving a sum of approximately 4 to 5 yuan. This opportunity to sell goods to her brother ignited a spark of hope in her heart. She could finally accumulate enough money for her tuition without having to plead desperately with her parents. After settling accounts with everyone, Xia Yi mounted his bicycle, pulling along 6 carts back to the county town. By the time he returned, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning, and his stomach growled with hunger. He hastily grabbed a bite to eat, and then paused to sort through several baskets of mountain goods. Among the 48 baskets, 35 contained mountain produce, while the remaining 13 were filled with exquisite and rare medicinal herbs. He dragged 13 baskets of rare medicinal herbs to the purchasing station, earning 1,980 yuan. The price he collected from the village was barely 240 yuan, yet upon returning to the county town, the value surged tenfold. Engaging in the mountain goods trade proved to be quite lucrative. The return on investment was remarkably high. After selling the herbs, Xia Yi transported the remaining 35 baskets of mountain goods to the Laifu Hotel. Meanwhile, Ma Xiuqin, dragged back home, was in a fit of rage, smashing things around the house. That scoundrel Xia Yi. He deliberately seeks to embarrass us in front of our fellow villagers. He is intent on making our lives difficult. Having bribed that wretched Wang Hongmei, I have lived in Chaoyang village for so long, and I have never felt this humiliated. Xia Zhiyong, you spineless coward. Can't you say something? Xia Zhiyong replied with a bitter smile, Xiuqin, perhaps we have indeed made a mistake. We have wounded Xia Yi's heart deeply. Ma Xiuqin pointed an accusing finger at Xia Zhiyong, berating him. Are you still defending that beast? Who do you think I'm doing all this for? Isn't it for our youngest son? What does it matter if he, as the elder brother, suffers a bit? He used to endure hardships without complaint. Why can't he do so now? Xia Zhiyong, flustered, turned away with the smoking pipe in hand. That is because you have crossed his bottom line. Shen Jiqing has her eyes on Xiao Yi, yet you insisted on introducing her to Xiaoyang. Now look what has happened. You've pushed Xiao Yi to the brink, turning him against us. Ma Xiuqin slapped Xia Zhiyong across the face, shouting furiously, what makes that brat deserving of Shen Jiqing? Clearly, our youngest son is the better choice. Didn't you think so as well? Why is it all falling on me now? You wretched woman. Do you know that I nearly knelt to bring Xiao Yi back? You wouldn't even soften your stance and apologize. You had to escalate the situation. Let us see how you plan to resolve this now. Enraged, Ma Xiuqin scratched Xia Zhiyong's face, drawing blood. If you dare blame me, then I will fight you. The couple began to grapple in the yard, just as Xia Qing returned home and witnessed the scene. Dad, Mom, can you please stop? Why don't we join everyone in gathering mountain goods and sell them to my elder brother? That way, my and heir Ji's tuition fees will be secured. Xia Yi and Ma Xiaoqin ceased their struggle. With your brother's temperament, do you think he would be willing to accept our mountain goods after all this commotion? Xia Yi sighed. Xiaoqin, with a bright smile, exclaimed, I will take it to my brother. Perhaps, in light of my presence, he will be inclined to accept our goods. Ma Xiaoqin scoffed. If that brat can really set aside his pride and accept our goods, then there's a sliver of humanity left in him. Xiaoqin, beaming with excitement, declared, Dad, Mom, it's settled then. When my brother returns, I will join everyone in the mountains. Xia Yi and Ma Xiaoqin exchanged glances. Humph. The couple turned away, each with a huff. Chapter 41. You truly have no idea what hardship is. At the Laifu Hotel, customers dining at noon were startled to see a group of over a dozen burly men charging in, brandishing steel pipes, causing them to flee in a panic. The leading figures, Bao Pai and Yang Wei, sat at one of the tables, shouting at the terrified cashier, Shaoli, bring your boss out. Zhou Dong, who was in the private room, furrowed his brow and remarked, these people truly have audacity. In broad daylight, they dare to gather and create a ruckus in our establishment. Dad, I'm going out to see what's happening, Zhou Ying said as he exited the private room, first instructing Shaoli to call the police immediately before heading to the front hall. I am the owner of the live food restaurant, and your disturbance here is affecting our business, he declared. Yang Wei replied with a smile, Zhou boss, you've encroached upon our territory. I hope you know when to back down. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my brother's 1T return to cause trouble here in the future. Zhou Ying was unyielding, responding coldly, we operate legally here. I ask you to leave at once, or I will call the police. Bao Pai slammed his hand on the table, shouting, you foul woman, don't turn down my offer and invite trouble instead. Several of Bao Pai's subordinates, understanding his intent, began to smash items in the restaurant. At that moment, Xia Yi had just stopped his bicycle outside the restaurant and noticed a group of frightened customers fleeing. Frowning slightly, he pushed open the restaurant door and was greeted by the sight of several burly men wreaking havoc, leaving the floor in disarray. Bao Pai and Yang Wei had anticipated that their intimidation tactics would frighten Zhou Ying into submission, but unexpectedly, a man who instilled great fear in them appeared. Xia Yi strode confidently toward Bao Pai and Yang Wei, fixing them with a cold gaze. You are from the Qingfeng restaurant, aren't you? Bao Pai and Yang Wei, still haunted by the memory of their last encounter with Xia Yi at the department store, instinctively stood up and took several steps back upon seeing him. Don't move, or you'll regret it. Bao Pai, realizing that he had brought more men this time, became emboldened, hurling insults at Xia Yi. You little punk. Last time you caught us off guard. Try to lay a hand on us now, and I guarantee you'll regret it. However, before Bao Pai could finish his sentence, Xia Yi struck him in the stomach, causing him to groan and collapse to the ground like a paper doll, instilling fear in the subordinates who were armed with steel pipes. Yang Wei shouted urgently, get him. He has just one person. Don't be afraid. Encouraged by Yang Wei's command, his group of subordinates swung their steel pipes at Xia Yi. Xia Yi seized one subordinate's wrist, snatched the pipe away, and kicked him aside. Simultaneously, he unleashed an incredible burst of strength, knocking out 2 or 3 others. Yet, despite Xia Yi's prowess, facing such a large group proved increasingly overwhelming. Zhou Ying, watching from the sidelines, felt helpless and anxious. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, several police cars suddenly arrived at the entrance of Lai Fu restaurant. A dozen officers in blue uniforms stormed in, brandishing their firearms and shouting, "Don't move. Everyone, get down and cover your heads." The group of idle youths wielding steel pipes resembled startled birds, instinctively ready to flee when several police officers apprehended them. Zhou Dong stepped out of the private room with a deliberate gait, his face ashen as he confronted Captain Xiao Ruoyun of the criminal police. In a chilling tone, he inquired about Director Liang, expressing his concern over the apparent neglect of public safety in the county. In broad daylight, how dare anyone create such chaos in a store? Xiao Ruoyun, upon seeing Zhou Dong, hurriedly bowed in respect, apologizing for the disturbance. It seems the county must earnestly address public order, Zhou Dong remarked, causing Xiao Ruoyun to break into a cold sweat as he promptly agreed, promising to enhance patrols and ensure the safety of the populace. Spare me the rhetoric. I demand tangible action. Ensure Director Liang submits a thorough written report, Zhou Dong commanded. By this point, the instigators had largely been subdued by the police. Zhou Ying assisted Xia Yi to his feet, expressing concern for his injuries. Are you all right, Xia Yi? Should I take you to the hospital? Xia Yi shook his head. It's merely a minor injury, nothing serious. Zhou Ying added, you scared me to death just now. Zhou Dong observed their interaction, his gaze shifting to Xia Yi. Despite his refined appearance and seemingly frail physique, Xia Yi had exhibited remarkable strength when confronted by the raucous men, bravely stepping forward in defense of Zhou Ying during her perilous moment. This display truly earned Zhou Dong's respect. Approaching Xia Yi, Zhou Dong smiled and asked, Are you Xia Yi? Xia Yi, looking at Zhou Dong with curiosity yet maintaining an air of composure, replied, I am Xia Yi. Having overheard the previous conversation between Zhou Dong and Xiao Ruoyan, he recognized that this middle-aged man was a prominent figure in the county. However, Xia Yi was astonished to discover that the county's lottery event had drawn the attention of such high-ranking officials. Zhou Dong patted Xia Yi's shoulder, praising him. You are quite impressive. After commending Xia Yi, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Ying before striding out of the Laifu Hotel. Once Zhou Dong departed, Xiao Ruoyan promptly directed all officers to escort the troublemakers away. Little Li summoned the restaurant staff and kitchen apprentices to assist in tidying up the disarray left in the establishment. Xia Yi, still in a state of uncertainty, asked, Is that your father? Zhou Ying smiled and affirmed, Yes, that is my dad. Your father is a high-ranking official in the county. With such connections, why do you still run a restaurant and engage in business with me? Xia Yi questioned, perplexed. Because I enjoy it, Zhou Ying replied, her large eyes sparkling. Xia Yi rolled his eyes in disbelief. You truly have no idea of hardship. Zhou Ying, feigning a pout, responded, I do not wish to be a sheltered flower. I want to prove to him that I can make a name for myself in the county without relying on him. Enough of that for now. The mountain goods supplied to our restaurant have arrived. You should move in, and I'll have Little Li settle the bill for you shortly. Let me take you out to see something. With that, Xia Yi led Zhou Ying to the entrance of the restaurant. A bicycle was tethered to 6 carts, each laden with numerous baskets of mountain goods. Zhou Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you manage to gather such an abundance of mountain produce? I rallied the entire village to collect them, and thus we have this bounty, came the reply. However, our restaurant cannot possibly utilize this excess. You are aware, in the kitchen, that our daily requirements for mountain goods are fixed. I suggest you take the surplus to the market for sale, though the vendors there might drive the prices down significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yi responded, as long as we can dispose of these goods. That is what matters. Perhaps we could assign this task to Xiao Li. I wish to discuss swimwear with you. Chapter 42. I am here to settle accounts. Xia Yi carried 5 baskets of mountain goods into the Fuda restaurant. Zhou Ying instructed Xiao Li to settle the bill for Xia Yi and then directed her to ride Xia Yi's bicycle to the market to sell the remaining goods. Is there an issue at the Seaside? Xia Yi casually took a seat on a nearby stool. The Seaside visitors are indifferent to whether your sales yield profit. They simply flock to the cheapest options available. I implemented your suggested strategy and engaged in a price war with them. Now the prices have plummeted to nearly 1 yuan. Yet those individuals show no signs of restraint, even willing to sell at a loss to undermine the entire market. If this continues, the Seaside business will become increasingly unprofitable, and the venture you painstakingly built seems to be crumbling. Only during your presence did the swimwear business flourish. Since your departure, it has devolved into chaos, and I am beginning to doubt my own capabilities. Xia Yi, what do you propose we do? Upon hearing Zhou Ying's grave concerns, Xia Yi fell into deep contemplation. The merchants in the county were evidently not to be underestimated. This was not merely about expanding the market. It was akin to dismantling it. As long as I am unable to profit, no one else shall. Boss Zhou, it seems I initially underestimated the complexity of this situation. These sudden competitors appear to be organized and strategic. They are aware that we would engage in a price war and are intent on undermining us to buy time for their own self-sufficient sales strategy. Zhou Ying furrowed her brow, but such tactics will incur substantial initial losses. They are practically selling at a loss. Xia Yi shrugged. Let them incur losses. Selling at a loss can be advantageous. Unless they possess ample capital, they will not endure for long before retreating in defeat. They are banking on our premature exit from the market, waiting for their self-sufficient sales paths to establish themselves, after which they will raise prices to reap profits. Our task must be to elevate prices once more, stabilize the market, and then leverage quality to overshadow them. Their pursuit of self-sufficient sales will necessitate cost-cutting, leading to inferior quality. Eventually, we will triumph over them. This afternoon, gather everyone and readjust the prices. Even if we sell nothing, we must stabilize them. Once the market regains stability, We will expand our production scale and emerge as the largest swimwear supplier in our county. Zhou Ying smiled and inquired, "Is this your development plan for the future? Do you still intend to open a dance hall?" "I do have such intentions, but presently my funds are insufficient. Moreover, I will need to expand investments in swimwear in the future. I shall ponder over other business ventures," he replied. "Just remember to bring me along when the time comes. We are partners after all." "Certainly. By the way, did your marriage materialize after you returned yesterday?" Upon the mention of marriage, Xia Yi displayed a hint of melancholy and disappointment. It did not come to fruition. She went to take the college entrance examination. She must be exceedingly beautiful, then. She is the most stunning among the group of educated youth dispatched to our village in 74. No wonder you are so determined to earn money to marry her. I envy her greatly. Xia Yi remained silent, sensing a tinge of bitterness in Zhou Ying's tone. "Are you staying in the county today? If so, I would like to introduce you to my father. He is a prominent figure in the county, and you may find his influence beneficial for your business endeavors here." Upon recalling that Shen Yaowei was still waiting for him in the village, Xia Yi shook his head in refusal. "Perhaps another time. This visit to the county is primarily to handle the mountain goods collected by the villagers." A trace of disappointment flickered in Zhou Ying's eyes as she forced a smile. "Well then, shall we have a meal before you head back? I have already eaten." Just as their conversation grew increasingly awkward, Xia Yi returned suddenly, clutching a substantial sum of money. "Boss, I'm back." The vendor at the market haggled fiercely, bringing the price down to 1 yuan per jane. "And I sold for 289 yuan and 63 cents. You should give all the money to Master Xia. It's his mountain goods." Xiao Li handed the money to Xia Yi, sensing an unusual tension between the two. As Xia Yi accepted the money and rose to leave the Lai Fu restaurant, he abruptly halted. "Right, Zhou boss. Given that Qingfeng restaurant has caused such damage to our establishment, we ought to demand some form of compensation, don't you think?" Zhou Ying responded, "I'll send Xia Li to confront the people from Qingfeng restaurant this afternoon. Leave this matter to me. I have already crossed paths with them, and you need not involve yourself personally." With that, Xia Yi strode out of the Lai Fu restaurant, watching his tall figure gradually fade away. Zhou Ying felt her heart sink. He must care for me, doesn't he? At Qingfeng restaurant, Su Daming had anticipated hearing good news from Bao Pai and Yang Wei. But instead, he was met with disheartening news. The two brothers had been arrested for disturbing the peace at Lai Fu restaurant. Yet, this was not the most alarming revelation for Su Daming. What truly plunged him into despair was the fact that a prominent county official was present at Lai Fu restaurant at the time. The two brothers he had sent effectively stirred a hornet's nest. Useless fools. All of them. He erupted in fury within the restaurant, while his advisory team dared not utter a word. Why was the county official at Lai Fu restaurant? The advisors shook their heads vigorously, each remaining silent. They could not foresee the future, and besides, the suggestion to vandalize the establishment had originated from the very two brothers who had now landed in trouble. "Mr. Su, I believe it is imperative for us to swiftly dissociate ourselves from those two foolish individuals. Otherwise, Qifeng restaurant will undoubtedly suffer dire consequences." "Indeed, Mr. Su. We initially opposed such acts of vandalism. Those two fools are all brawn and no brains, constantly devising foolish schemes. We must promptly explain the situation to the county's top authority and extend our sincerest apologies to Lai Fu Hotel to quell this matter as soon as possible." Just as the think tank was eagerly voicing their opinions, a voice suddenly emerged from the entrance. "So, you are confessing without being prompted?" Everyone turned to look towards the door. Su Daming's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the man at the entrance, and he trembled uncontrollably. The think tank, unfamiliar with Xia Yi, was unaware of his identity and immediately adopted a brazen attitude. "Who allowed you to enter?" "We are currently in a meeting. The establishment is closed. Leave at once." One of the staff members even prepared to forcibly eject Xia Yi. However, just as he reached out to touch Xia Yi, his hand was abruptly twisted, resulting in a yelp of pain from the store. Without even glancing at the staff member, Xia Yi enunciated clearly, "Mr. Su, I have come to settle the score with Lai Fu Hotel." Chapter 43. Choose your path wisely. Su Daming recoiled slightly, striking the heads of several staff members with a shoe in hand. "Have you all lost your senses? This is Master Xia. Show some respect." After reprimanding his staff, he hurriedly addressed Xia Yi with utmost deference. "Master Xia, these are new employees who are still unfamiliar with the rules. Please do not hold it against them." The staff of Qingfeng restaurant stood in stunned silence, perplexed as to who Xia Yi was to command such deference from the notoriously domineering Su Daming. In truth, Su Daming had already witnessed Xia Yi's capabilities during their first encounter at the department store. He had been pondering why the county's top authority would be present at Laifu Hotel. Initially, he could not fathom it until Xia Yi's sudden appearance at Qingfeng Restaurant illuminated the matter for him. No wonder Xia Yi had the audacity to decline his invitation. He had the backing of the county's top authority. Moreover, it was possible that the true owner behind Laifu Hotel was none other than Xia Yi. After all, why else would even the county's top official visit Laifu Hotel? With this realization, Su Daming found clarity in all his doubts. Although he was accustomed to bullying others, he was not devoid of intelligence. His arrogance in the county stemmed from his connections within the police station, where many would afford him a modicum of respect. However, one must acknowledge that higher-ranking officials wield more power. No matter how formidable his connections were, they paled in comparison to the influence of the county's top authority. Faced with Xia Yi, who had the backing of the county party committee, Su Daming had no choice but to lower his head. Otherwise, his future prospects would become increasingly limited. Xia Yi pulled up a chair and sat down, smiling as he said, "Mr. Su, did you not comprehend my earlier words? You have turned our restaurant into ruins. Are you not accountable for that?" Su Daming exclaimed innocently, "Master Xia, those two ruffians acted on their own accord to vandalize Laifu Hotel, which has nothing to do with me. Our Qingfeng restaurant conducts legitimate business, and it is impossible for us to have any association with those unsavory individuals. Are you feigning ignorance? The two who led the attack on Laifu Hotel today are the very same ones who blocked me at the department store the other day. I may not possess many talents, but my memory is quite sharp. If you refuse to take responsibility, then there is no need for Qingfeng restaurant to exist. I assure you, I can have it shut down within a week." Summer Yi's words instantly quelled Su Daming's bravado. He was on the verge of tears, nearly ready to kneel before Summer Yi. "Master Xia, please spare me. You have already taken our business. How can you expect me to compensate for the losses at Laifu Hotel? How am I to survive?" Su Daming, "As long as you are willing to bear the consequences of your actions, I do not mind providing you with a path forward." Summer Yi had intentions of recruiting Su Daming in mind. This man held a certain influence in the county. If he could be persuaded to join forces, it would help clear many obstacles for Summer Yi. Su Daming's eyes darted about. Aligning himself with Summer Yi appeared to be his only avenue for survival. With someone of substantial authority in the county as a backer, wouldn't he be able to navigate the county with ease? With this thought, Su Daming quickly retrieved 10 large bills from the cash register. "Master Xia, this is all I have. Business has been lacking ever since we were robbed." Summer Yi took the money, counted it, and then said, "You should cease operations at Qingfeng Restaurant for now, until Laifu Hotel acquires you and you become a branch of theirs." Su Daming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master Xia, are you jesting? Is this your idea of a way out?" He stared anxiously at the stack of bills in Summer Yi's hand, his face turning crimson. "Master Xia, you are truly putting my life at stake. Qingfeng Restaurant represents years of my hard work. Perhaps you could return the money instead?" Summer Yi promptly pocketed the cash, smiling as he said, "Let me show you a way forward. I know you have many brothers in the county. Gather them together, and I have a job for you all. What kind of work are you arranging for us, Master Xia?" "Certainly. It will yield more than what you earn from running a restaurant." "How much do you make in a month from the restaurant?" Su Daming held up 2 fingers proudly and replied, 200. "That must be during peak business, yes? When business is slow, you might not even make 100. And on a particularly unlucky day, you could end up losing money." Summer Yi's words struck a nerve with Su Daming. "I can guarantee you a job that will earn you 500 a month, provided you are genuinely willing to work alongside me." 500 a month? That would amount to over 6,000 a year. Su Daming's heart fluttered with excitement. An annual income of 6,000 was a dream beyond his reach. "Master Xia, I have never bowed to anyone before, but I am ready to follow you. The recent initiatives launched by the Laifu Grand Hotel have left me utterly convinced. If Master Xia could indeed guide me to earn 500 yuan in a month, I would wholeheartedly commit to working diligently under his mentorship. Gather your comrades accumulated in the county, and together we shall embark on a quest to collect scrap from door to door. I shall provide you with 500 yuan as initial capital." Su Daming was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a promising opportunity, yet he found himself being relegated to such a demeaning venture. "Master Xia, are you serious? How much can one truly earn from collecting scrap?" "Su, at this juncture, you have 2 paths before you. Either allow the Qingfeng restaurant to shutter its doors permanently, or align with me and work earnestly. I assure you, you shall earn 500 yuan monthly. The choice is yours." Su Daming found himself at a loss for words. Did he truly possess the luxury of choice? This was 500 yuan in capital. Summer Yi produced 50 crisp bills from his pocket and placed them upon the table. Su Daming wrestled internally for a moment. And recognizing the influence of the other party within the county, he reluctantly accepted the money. Very well, since Master Xia has illuminated a path for me. I shall venture forth. Summer Yi smiled, instructing, you shall consolidate the scrap you collect and deliver it to me. I will settle your accounts based on the amount you gather. Su Daming nodded in understanding. Understood, Master Su. I shall await your good news. With that, Summer Yi turned and departed from the Qifeng restaurant. Once he left, several staff members approached Su Daming, eager to offer their counsel. Boss Su. This fellow clearly intends to leave you no option, compelling you to collect scrap in the county. If word gets out, you will be the subject of ridicule. Indeed. Boss Su, this is an affront. Asking you to lead your brothers in collecting scrap is utterly humiliating. I believe you could take this money and start anew. Why must you bow beneath someone else? Su Daming shot a fierce glare at this group of advisors, chastising them with the soles of his shoes. If I were to abscond with this money, how would I continue to survive in the county? Do you have any inkling of the power behind him? Just uttering it could terrify you. Even if he sought to humiliate me by making me bark like a dog, I would have no choice but to comply. Su Daming's declaration left his advisors in stunned silence. Who would have thought that this seemingly inconspicuous individual, Summer Yi, harbored such formidable influence? Chapter 44. Shen Yaowei has returned. After departing from the Qifeng restaurant, Summer Yi rode his bicycle back to the Lifu Grand Hotel. He withdrew 500 yuan as capital, intending to conduct a test of obedience with Su Daming. Should Su Daming pass this test, Summer Yi would not hesitate to partner with him in earning money within the county. As a competent entrepreneur, one must learn to harness the talents of those around them. If Zhou Ying is a trustworthy collaborator, then Su Daming serves as a puppet easily manipulated at will. Who says one cannot employ both gentlemen and rogues? Mastering both types to perfection is the hallmark of a true elite. Certainly, if Su Daming were to abscond with 500 yuan, he would merely be paying for a lesson, gaining insight into a person's true character. However, with his unwavering confidence, Su Daming would undoubtedly not flee with the money. Instead, he would fulfill the tasks he had been assigned with utmost clarity. Upon returning to the Lifu restaurant, Xia Yi retrieved 150 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the cashier, Xiaoli. Zhou Ying looked at Xia Yi with surprise, exclaiming, "Weren't you supposed to head back? Why have you returned?" "This is compensation I obtained from the Qifeng restaurant," Xia Yi replied. "Please keep this money safe to help our restaurant resume operations, and remember to comfort the customers who were frightened." Xiaoli gazed at Xia Yi. Increasingly perceiving that their roles seemed to have reversed, Xia Yi appeared more and more like the proprietor of the establishment. Zhou Ying, glancing at the 150 yuan on the counter, inquired with a smile, "How exactly did you manage to secure compensation from Qifeng restaurant?" "Su Daming is notoriously stingy in our county." With a grin, Xia Yi responded, "Through a combination of persuasion and coercion, I have already reached an agreement with Su Daming. Qifeng restaurant will cease operations starting tomorrow. When you have the time, let us acquire Qifeng restaurant and establish a branch." Zhou Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, ripples of disbelief crossing her face. "What did you just say? You intend to acquire Qifeng restaurant? How could Su Daming possibly agree to that?" Her eyes widened further, a flicker of incredulity shining within them. "I have my methods. Now that everything is settled, I shall take my leave." "Are you serious about the branch?" Zhou Ying asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Do we have enough energy for such an endeavor?" "That depends on how grand you wish to make this venture. If you prefer to remain in this limited space of Lifu restaurant, then that is all you shall have. However, if you are ambitious and desire to expand Lifu restaurant to Chuan City, or even establish a nationwide chain, then we must act swiftly to set up that branch." Xia Yi's words instilled a great deal of confidence in Zhou Ying. She nodded affirmatively, stating, "Then I will first restore Lifu restaurant to normal operations and personally negotiate the acquisition with Su Daming. Wishing you success." With that, Xia Yi departed from Lifu restaurant, riding his bicycle while pulling along 6 carts back to Chaiyang village. Upon his return to the village, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The middle-aged women of the village were congregated at the eastern end, exchanging banter. From a distance along the village road, they spotted Xia Yi returning on his bicycle. "Shu Fang, is that not Xia Yi?" asked Guifan. "It certainly seems to be Xia Yi," she replied. "Quickly, let us inform the villagers and spread the news." Just this morning, they had sold mountain goods to Xia Yi, and who would have thought he would return in the afternoon? They hurriedly shared this good news with everyone in the village. As soon as Xia Yi returned, they could mobilize their entire families to go to the mountains. A basket full of mountain goods could fetch them around 5 yuan. Do not underestimate this sum. For the impoverished villagers, 5 yuan could significantly enhance their meals for an entire month. With Xia Yi openly collecting mountain goods in the village, the most distressed among them was Aunt Zhao. In the past, she quietly amassed her fortune alone, managing to earn 50 yuan from Xia Yi. However, news spread like wildfire, and now she found herself compelled to join the crowd, only able to scrape together 5 yuan. What a significant loss. Soon, the news of Xia Yi's return circulated throughout the village, and naturally, Xia Qing caught wind of it. After gathering information in the village, she hurried back to her yard. Dad, Mom, my elder brother is back. The whole village is buzzing with news that everyone is going to the mountain tomorrow. Xiaoqing, let us wake up early tomorrow and go to the mountain together. Bringing back a basketful, suggested Ma Xiaoqing, who was chopping vegetables for the pigs, her back nearly breaking from the strain. With Xia Yi no longer the family's pillar, Ma Xiaoqing realized the extent of her hardships. Let us go. We must seize something from that brat. Though 5 yuan is not much, it would certainly help with our youngest's living expenses. Xia Qing interjected anxiously. But what about me? I need to pay my tuition as school is starting soon. Ma Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at her. Didn't we agree that you would work in the county? What use is education for a girl like you? Quickly find a proper job to contribute to the family. After all, you will marry someday, and whether you study or not makes no difference. That's unfair. Why can my second brother attend university, but I cannot? Xia Qing argued, only to be met with Ma Xiaoqing as harsh words. Can you compare yourself to the youngest? He has been clever since childhood, while you are as dull as a pig. What university can you possibly get into? Hurry and make dinner. Tears of grievance streamed down Xia Qing's cheeks. In despair, she wiped them away and clenched her fists in frustration, ultimately resigning herself to the kitchen to prepare the meal. How could she possibly escape such a family? Meanwhile, upon returning to Chaoyang village, Xia Yi was warmly welcomed by the village's middle-aged women. They approached him, showering him with concern and warmth. What brings you here, Xia Yi? They asked. Has Yue returned to the village? I believe Shen Jiqing came back this afternoon. Why don't you go check at the youth station? Xia Yi. If you have nothing else to do, why not join us for a meal at Annie's house? She has made chicken soup today. Come and have a taste. Xia Yi politely declined their invitations to dine and rode his bicycle directly to the youth station dormitory. This time, he was determined to obtain a marriage certificate with Shen Yaowei. As he approached the youth station dormitory, he noticed a plot of land being prepared for construction. Inquiring further, he learned that this was the homestead that Li Jianmin had allocated to himself. Nestled by the mountains and waters, it was indeed a prime piece of real estate. Xia Yi parked his bicycle near the dormitory and glanced at the sky, where the evening glow painted the horizon in vibrant hues, resembling a poetic masterpiece. Arriving at Shen Yaowei's dormitory, he noticed the lock was missing. She must have returned. Excited, Xia Yi knocked on the dormitory door. It creaked open to reveal Yang Li, who looked at him with irritation. You traitor, what do you want? Xia Yi disregarded Yang Li and called out into the room. Yue, are you back? As Shen Yaowei peeked her head out, the sight of Xia Yi nearly melted her heart. It had been more than half a month since they last met, and their eyes brimmed with tenderness upon their reunion. Just as Shen Yaowei was about to leap into Xia Yi's arms, Yang Li intercepted her. Why are you here looking for our Yue? You have unresolved matters with Secretary Li's daughter. Don't you think you owe her an explanation? Chapter 45. I will support you. Liu, stop talking nonsense. Shen Yaowei tugged at Yang Liu's arm, shooting her a fierce glare. Yang Liu shrugged off Shen Yaowei's grip and lost her previous warmth towards Xia Yi. Don't think that our Yue is easy to bully. You can't just flirt around carelessly. She is my dearest friend, and if you wrong her, I will not let you off easily. With that, Yang Liu made to slam the dormitory door shut, but Shen Yaowei blocked her. Liu, what are you doing? Ego has only just returned. Why do you want to drive him away? Xia Yi patiently explained. Yue, please don't misunderstand. I encountered Li Kaiwei at the place Secretary Li arranged for me. There is nothing between us. I merely chatted with her about painting out of respect for Secretary Li. I believe you, Shen Yaowei said, pulling Xia Yi into the room. Her beautiful eyes filled with endless affection. Xia Yi felt warmth in his heart and instinctively touched Shen Yaowei's silky hair. Seeing Shen Yaowei forgive him so readily, Yang Liu flared up like an agitated parrot. Yue, how can you be so devoid of boundaries? After what he did, how can you still trust him? A man's words are often deceitful. You are the only one naive enough to be fooled. Shen Yaowei frowned. Liu, didn't Gu just explain himself? Moreover, there is no discrepancy with what Secretary Li said. Why must you be so harsh on him? Shen Yaowei, you are currently blinded by love and will inevitably regret it. Yang Liuyi retorted angrily. Xia Yi, witnessing Yang Liuyi's frantic behavior, decided not to indulge her any longer. He had previously restrained himself out of respect for Shen Yaowei. But Yang Liuyi's relentless attempts to thwart their relationship had crossed a line. Yang Liuyi, do you truly despise the idea of me being with Yue? What are your intentions? Last time I returned from the village, you even requested to sit in front of me on my bicycle. Have you forgotten so quickly? Shall I help you recall? Xia Yi immediately countered the insipid remarks of the scheming woman before him. Last time, I didn't toss you off the bike, yet here you are, behaving erratically in front of me. I see no reason to spare you any more regard. Yang Liuyi's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Xia Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you slandering me in front of Yue? Xia Yi's retort left Yang Liuyi momentarily speechless, her body trembling with anxiety as she discreetly gauged Shen Yaowei's reaction. In Shen Yaowei's beautiful eyes, ripples of astonishment danced, mingled with traces of disappointment and skepticism. She could scarcely believe that her good friend of 6 years, who had shared her life, was nothing but a seductive vixen attempting to steal away her man. Xia Yi had long anticipated Yang Liuyi's retort, responding with deliberate clarity. On that day, when Shen Yaowei and I went to obtain our marriage certificate, why did you suddenly appear to obstruct us? Are you truly unaware of your own intentions? Must I expose you in front of Yue? Previously, you told Yue that it was the final day for registration. However, I later inquired at the school, and it turned out to be the day before the deadline. Why did you deceive Yue into believing it was the last day? I had thought you would feel remorse for your actions towards us. Yet you not only showed no contrition, but further intensified your interference. Is it that you cannot bear to see Yue and me happy? Xia Yi's reasoned rebuttal left Yang Liuyi momentarily speechless. Shen Yaowei's gaze grew cold, her expression a complex tapestry woven with confusion and disbelief. Liuyi, is what he says true? Why would you sabotage my happiness with him? Yang Liuyi's expression became vacant. Engulfed by a sense of shame as if her lies had been laid bare before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Her face flushed crimson, her chest heaving, breath quickening with indignation. Suddenly, her eyes widened, the whites of her eyes tinged with crimson, as rage transformed her gaze into something fierce and confrontational. Shen Yaowei, how is it fair that you and Yi Ge can be so blissful? Why am I not entitled to such joy? You have been in Chaoyang village for years. Why should you be the vibrant red flower while I am relegated to the role of the willing green leaf? Why must your brilliance overshadow my own virtues? Whenever we walk together, the men in the village only approach you, while I am perpetually overlooked. I too am drawn to men like Yi Ge. Why can you effortlessly win their affection while my efforts only keep me in your shadow? Shen Yaowei, do you deem this equitable? We are both part of the same group of educated youth sent to Chaoyang village, yet everyone favors you. Even with your boldness, men flock to you. Your presence obscures my own merits. I detest you. Jealousy can distort one's very essence. The current Yang Liuyi invoked an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity in Shen Yaowei. Despite sharing the same dormitory for 6 years, she never imagined that her companion could harbor such intense jealousy, sending a chill down her spine. Were it not for Xia Yi unveiling Yang Liuyi's true nature, she might have remained blissfully unaware of the betrayal lurking beneath the surface. It was terrifying. Yang Liuyi, we are no longer friends. As soon as the words left her lips, Shen Yaowei grasped Xia Yi's hand and departed the dormitory. Yang Liuyi slammed the door shut, bolting it securely. Before returning to her room, collapsing onto her bed in a fit of tears, soaking her pillow. Meanwhile, Shen Yaowei fell into Xia Yi's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Human hearts are tender, and the unraveling of 6 years of friendship is not easily borne by anyone. Xia Yi gently patted Shen Yaowei's back, offering comfort. Yue, I am here for you, so do not be disheartened. Given the circumstances, he found no reason to continue disparaging Yang Liuyi, for the bond between her and Shen Yaowei was genuine. However, Yang Liuyi had concealed her true nature so deftly that the innocent and kind-hearted Shen Yaowei had failed to perceive her character. Tears from Shen Yaowei soaked Xia Yi's chest. With a quivering voice, she said, Yi Ge, I am so sorry. It is my inability to discern people that has caused you such trouble. Xia Yi felt a pang in his heart, his affection for Shen Yaowei deepening. Even in the face of shattered friendship, she still thought of him. This girl was indeed irresistibly endearing. Such a wonderful woman is hard to find. Silly girl, let us go and register tomorrow. Shen Yaowei's cheeks flushed slightly, a smile breaking through her tears. Yi Ge, What about tonight? I cannot return to my dormitory. How about we stay at the place arranged by Secretary Li for the night? Shen Yaowei teased. What do you mean by stay? Is it convenient? Xia Yi nodded and then mounted his bicycle, with Shen Yaowei bashfully sitting on the front bar. After we register tomorrow, we will move to the county town temporarily, but I still have work in the village. I have already taken several days off for the college entrance examination. If I delay any further, I will lose my salary for the month. Once we are in the county town, I will take care of you. Shen Yaowei's heart fluttered like a plucked string, a sensation she had never experienced before. At that moment, it felt as if time itself had frozen for her. Chapter 46. You look beautiful in anything. Xia Yi carried Shen Yaowei to a modest thatched house near Jinjishan. With her cheeks flushed, Shen Yaowei followed him inside. Upon entering, Xia Yi promptly made a bed for her. Yaowei, you will stay here for the night. Tomorrow, after we obtain our marriage certificate, we will head to the county town together. Shen Yaowei bit her lips shyly and asked, Igu, there is only one bed here. How shall we sleep? You will sleep on the bed, and I will sleep outside. But there is no place for you to sleep outside. Xia Yi led Shen Yaowei into the living room and arranged several stools together. I will sleep on the stools. It is getting late, so you should hurry and rest. Shen Yaowei felt a pang of guilt and said, Igu, why don't you sleep on the bed too? It must be uncomfortable for you here. Xia Yi affectionately ruffled her hair and teased, Aren't you afraid that if I sleep on your bed, I might devour you? Shen Yaowei's face turned as red as the evening clouds. In a soft voice, she replied, Since we are getting married anyway, what is there to fear? Xia Yi gently cradled her face and said tenderly, We have a lifetime ahead of us. We are not in a hurry. Tonight, just listen to me and sleep on the bed. I have grown accustomed to sleeping on stools when I was in the county town. Shen Yaowei, being rather stubborn, grasped Xia Yi's hand and declared, If you do not sleep on the bed, then I shall not sleep on it either. We will both sleep on the stools together. After saying this, Shen Yaowei found 2 more stools in the living room and lay down on them. Xia Yi could not bear for Shen Yaowei to sleep on the stools. They were too hard, and prolonged rest would surely strain her back. Xia Yi was on the verge of gaining experience from his nights spent at the Laifu Hotel. In this era, housing is predominantly state-owned, to reside in the county seat. One must secure a stable job within a state-run entity to qualify for a home. Were it not for such constraints, Xia Yi, having earned a decent income, would have long established a household in the county. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, Well, I suppose we should share the same bed. Shen Yaowei chuckled. Then why are you still standing there? Come on in and lie down. I'll wash my feet first. Allow me to do that for you. Shen Yaowei picked up a wooden basin, lifted the lid of the water jar, scooped a ladle of water, and brought it to Xia Yi's feet. With his eyes glistening, Xia Yi felt a warmth he had never experienced before. No one had ever shown him such concern as Shen Yaowei. I can manage it myself. Yet, Shen Yaowei gently rolled up his trouser legs and placed his feet into the water. Igu, there's no need to feel shy. Tomorrow we'll be getting our marriage certificate, so consider this an early adaptation to married life. Xia Yi's face flushed at her words, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Yaowei, were the exam questions difficult? Shen Yaowei replied with a smile, I've done my best. The outcome is in fate's hands. Regardless, I have given my all, and whether I succeed or not is now up to the heavens. After a brief, light-hearted exchange, they settled into bed. Shen Yaowei felt her heart race, as if her very breath might falter. Xia Yi, equally anxious, could feel perspiration forming on his palms while the intoxicating fragrance of Shen Yaowei enveloped him. Having lived as a lifelong bachelor, he had never savored the essence of a woman. Now, the woman he yearned to marry lay beside him, yet everything felt surreal. In the darkness, he reached out to find Shen Yaowei's delicate form. Upon touching her smooth, soft arm, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, momentarily losing himself. Igu, are you still awake? Shen Yaowei's breath was like a gentle breeze, restoring some clarity to Xia Yi. Not yet. Tomorrow. I would like to return to the dormitory first to wear something beautiful before we go to obtain our marriage certificate. All right. I will take you back to the dormitory tomorrow. They shared a silent night. When Xia Yi finally opened his eyes, he found the bed empty. He hurriedly got up and saw Shen Yaowei, having found a comb from somewhere, tidying her bangs. Igu, you're awake. Xia Yi yawned as he slipped on his shoes by the bedside. Yaowei, shall we head out? Yes. Leaving the humble abode behind, Xia Yi escorted Shen Yaowei back to the dormitory. She asked him to wait outside for a moment before emerging in a stunning red qipao. Igu, do you think this outfit is beautiful? Xia Yi's eyes widened in awe. Shen Yaowei, clad in the qipao, resembled a celestial being descended from a painting. Her breathtaking beauty made it difficult for onlookers to divert their gaze. Her voluptuous figure and perfectly rounded curves were accentuated, and every smile and frown captivated the heart, exuding an enchanting, timeless grace. You look stunning in anything. Xia Yi struggled to swallow, realizing that marrying such a remarkable and beautiful young woman made his life worthwhile. Shen Yaowei linked her arm with Xia Yi and cheerfully exclaimed, "Let us go and obtain our marriage certificate." Before stepping out, she seized a handful of white rabbit milk candies to distribute among the villagers they encountered along the way. As they passed a construction site, Xia Yi halted his bicycle. "Yaowei, this is the plot of land I applied for from Secretary Li, where I intend to build a spacious house for us. This will be our future home." Shen Yaowei gazed at the foundation site, firmly gripping Xia Yi's hand. "Ego, please do not overexert yourself for my sake. Earning a living outside is not easy. Henceforth, be prudent with your expenditures. Do we really need such a large house?" Xia Yi chuckled. "Regardless, the house will be ample and comfortable. We can have several children in the future." Shen Yaowei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully retorted, "But isn't family planning in effect now? How can we have so many children?" Indeed, such a policy exists, yet by the time it is enforced in our village, it will likely take several years. We should seize the opportunity to have a few more. "You rascal." Shen Yaowei gently tapped Xia Yi's chest, bashfully wishing to bury her face in her attire. Xia Yi remounted his bicycle, carrying Shen Yaowei, and they sped towards the village committee office, not far from the eastern end of the village. Shen Yaowei soon spotted a bustling group of middle-aged women gathered there. "Ego, what is the matter lately? Why are so many people congregating at the eastern end of the village? It seems they are all seeking me. I have been collecting mountain goods in the village recently, and everyone wishes to earn some money. Whenever I return, they wait for me there. You truly are remarkable. Shall we go greet them?" she asked, noticing their apparent impatience. Since obtaining the marriage certificate was a foregone conclusion, the couple was not in a particular rush. Shen Yaowei approached the group of women and distributed the white rabbit candies from her tote. "These are the wedding sweets for Ego and me. I hope everyone can join us for our wedding. Xia Yi is indeed fortunate to marry the most beautiful educated youth in our village. With his current success, Shen Jiqing will surely lead a life of comfort. Congratulations, Xia Yi. Congratulations, Shen Jiqing. You are a perfect match." The chorus of well wishes filled Xia Yi and Shen Jiqing with immeasurable happiness. Yaowei stated, "I do not wish to keep the esteemed villagers waiting, so I will collect everyone's mountain goods first, and then proceed to obtain the marriage certificate. Please help spread the word." "Excellent." Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd at the eastern end of the village. Chapter 47. Do not pity her. Upon his return, Xia Yi's announcement of collecting mountain goods spread swiftly throughout Chaoyang village. Those families who had missed out previously seized this opportunity eagerly. In total, there are 66 households in Chaoyang village, and each family sent a representative hastening to deliver their mountain goods. After gathering the news, Xiaqing dashed back to the courtyard. "Mother, elder brother has started collecting mountain goods at the eastern end of the village. I saw everyone heading there." Ma Shiqing set down the knife she was wielding and handed a basket of mountain goods to Xiaqing. "5 yuan must be returned to me in full. Should I discover that you wretched girl, dare to pocket any of it, you shall see me break your legs." Xiaqing, with a bamboo basket slung over her back, trembled as she replied, "How am I to know how much this weighs? What if it amounts to less than 5 yuan? Ma Xiaoqing picked up the beam scale from the courtyard and said, "I have weighed it long ago, unless that scoundrel dares to shortchange us. According to the price he set, it amounts to 5 yuan. "Understood," Xiaqing said despondently, adjusting the bamboo basket on her back before darting out of the courtyard. Xia Zhiyong, squatting at the doorway and smoking, tapped the pipe against the wall. "Xiaoqing, I feel uneasy letting Xiaqing go alone. Should I accompany her for a look? What good would that do? What if that rascal refuses to buy? Let the poor girl go, if she can indeed exchange it for money. It will secure our youngest living expenses." Meanwhile, representatives from the 66 households of Chaoyang village gathered in full. A multitude of bamboo baskets brimming with mountain goods were arranged at the eastern edge of the village. Xia Yi assigned Sun Guifan, known as the representative of the women, the task of inspecting the mountain goods. "Xia Yi, I have already checked them. These goods were freshly gathered by everyone early this morning. Each household's contributions have been weighed and recorded. Would you like to take a look? Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Sunday. Why be so polite with me? Xia Yi, you have done so much to help everyone prosper. The villagers are immensely grateful. In the past, this would have been seen as an act of kindness. Xia Yi accepted the record book from Sun Guifan and humbly replied, "Aunt Sun, please do not flatter me. Now, based on the records, call out their names so they can come and collect their money." As a capable representative, Sun Guifan quickly gathered all the household representatives and began calling names. The villagers, upon hearing their names, approached Xia Yi to receive their payments, while the stronger villagers assisted in loading the mountain goods onto the carts. Shen Yaowei, observing the bustling activity around her, stepped aside patiently, occasionally distributing sweet treats to the crowd. Before long, she had nearly finished handing out a large bag of white rabbit candy. As Sun Guifan called out names one by one, the representatives joyfully collected their money from Xia Yi and returned home with their families. Xia Qing. When Sun Guifan called her name, Xia Qing hurriedly ran up to Xia Yi, looking pitifully at him. "Brother, I just want to earn a little tuition." Their gazes met, and her eyes reddened instantly. Now that Xia Yi was not at home, she had endured countless grievances in that household. Witnessing Xia Yi's impressive standing in the village, she could no longer contain her emotions. She covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably, drawing sympathy from many villagers around her. "Child, what troubles you? Have you suffered greatly at home?" Sun Guifan, a mother of 3, could hardly bear to see a child cry. Whenever a child wept, her heart softened. Had this been before her rebirth? Xia Yi would have easily succumbed to Xia Qing's pleas. In her previous life, this girl captivated him with her innocent gaze, compelling him, as the elder brother, to willingly endure 3 years of imprisonment on her behalf. He had anticipated that Xia Qing would express gratitude for his sacrifice. However, upon his release, he discovered that she had long since lost even the slightest respect for him. On one occasion, when Xia Qing mentioned Xia Yi's 3-year incarceration for her sake, she casually remarked that it was merely a reflection of his foolishness as an elder brother, always being the soft-hearted one. These words pierced Xia Yi's heart deeply, leaving an indelible wound that still haunts him. In this lifetime, no matter how pitifully Xia Qing may feign, he shall not be deceived by her seemingly innocent facade again. "Aunt Sun, from now on, our family's mountain goods must not be reported. They are unworthy of sharing in the prosperity with the rest," Sun Guifan said, momentarily taken aback as she glanced at the pitiful Xia Qing, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Xia Yi's standing in Chaoyang village was now indisputable. She could not afford to offend him for the sake of Xia Qing alone. If she were to provoke Xia Yi, the repercussions would affect many who relied on him for their livelihoods. In the face of collective interests, individual concerns seemed insignificant. Reluctantly, Sun Guifan picked up her pen and crossed Xia Qing's name off the list, instructing someone to move her goods away from her feet. Xia Qing grasped Xia Yi's arm urgently, pleading, "Brother, just have a little pity on me. Is it so wrong to want to earn some money for my education?" Xia Yi responded nonchalantly, "You could find a brick factory in the county and earn $5 a month. After a few months, wouldn't your tuition be covered? Rather than relying on your own efforts, you prefer to seek shortcuts and gain without labor, don't you?" His words ignited fervent discussions among the villagers. Wasn't it customary for siblings to support one another? Why had Xia Yi become so harsh with his sister? Hadn't he always been affectionate towards his younger siblings? Perhaps, as Xia Yi's fortunes flourished, his siblings had begun to view him solely as a means to their ends. Xia Qing, nearly bursting with indignation, cried out, "Ever since you got involved with Shen Yaowei, you've changed. You are no longer the caring brother I once knew. First, learn how to be a good person yourself before criticizing me as the elder sibling. Take your mountain goods and go home." Xia Yi showed her no mercy in the face of her accusations. Even the villagers of Chaoyang were taken aback by his stern demeanor. Xia Qing's tears streamed down her face as she wiped away her flowing sorrow, shouldering her goods and vanishing into the crowd. It was an unbearable injustice. In front of so many, he refused to accept her goods, insisting she go earn her own tuition. Her family had already subjected her to countless grievances. And now her brother not only failed to assist her, but continued to admonish her, deepening her sense of unfairness. Once Xia Yi finished collecting the villagers' mountain goods, Shen Yaowei approached him, linking her arm through his. "Aren't you being a bit too harsh on your sister? It's not easy for her to handle all these goods alone. If we can lend a hand, shouldn't we at least try? Do not pity her. She is akin to a wolf that cannot be tamed. It is only fitting that she endures some hardships outside to temper her temperament." Chapter 48. Yaowei, I apologize for your grievances. From Shen Yaowei's perspective, she vividly recalls the day she returned home with Xia Yi. The entire family regarded them with skepticism, their eyes filled with doubt and disdain. Xia Qing even went so far as to place the blame for Xia Yi's desire to partition the family squarely on her shoulders, hurling harsh words in her direction. Yet, Xia Yi fiercely protected her, going to great lengths to ensure a complete separation from his family, even sacrificing the opportunity for his younger siblings to continue their education. Shen Yaowei always believed that Xia Yi's sternness towards Xia Qing stemmed from his affection for her. This sense of being cherished filled Shen Yaowei's heart with warmth. Go. Let us go inside to register our marriage. Today, no one will impede our union. Xia Yi smiled and nodded, accompanying her to the marriage registration office. At that moment, a considerable queue of couples awaited their turn to wed, and Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei patiently sat on a long bench outside. Xia Yi held Shen Yaowei's hand tightly, beaming as he declared, "Yaowei, I am finally marrying you." Shen Yaowei's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and she playfully retorted, "If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. Once we are registered, there is no turning back." Gently caressing Shen Yaowei's cheek, Xia Yi chuckled. "How could I possibly regret marrying such a beautiful bride? I can only imagine how many would wish for my change of heart. But I shall not grant them that satisfaction. How insufferable." Shen Yaowei shyly punched Xia Yi's chest. Just then, the marriage registration staff member, Wang Sufan, called their names. Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei promptly took their seats before Wang Sufan. She patiently explained the steps and regulations for marriage registration. Xia Yi listened intently. Having lived a solitary life in his past, this was his first marriage in this new existence. "Please fill out the application forms clearly." Shen Yaowei completed one form and handed the other to Xia Yi. Once they had filled out the forms, they submitted them to Wang Sufan. Upon seeing their names on the application, her demeanor shifted. "Both of you need to provide proof of employment." Shen Yaowei retrieved a document from her handbag and handed it over. Wang Sufan casually glanced at it before turning her gaze to Xia Yi. "And yours?" Xia Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Is proof of employment truly required for registration? How else can we ascertain your eligibility for marriage? Is there no way to be lenient on this matter? We are adhering strictly to the regulations. If you cannot provide the necessary documentation, please do not waste the time of those waiting behind you." Shen Yaowei frowned slightly and interjected, "Comrade." He previously earned labor points in the production team and later worked at the brick factory in the county. Everyone in the village is aware of this. What further proof is needed? Wang Sufan impatiently shook her head. "If you wish to register, you must comply with the rules. Otherwise, it cannot be done. What if I were employed at a restaurant in the county? How would I obtain proof of employment? In that case, you would need your restaurant manager to provide a written verification." Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei exchanged glances, feeling deflated as if air had been released from a balloon. After enduring numerous obstacles to their marriage, they found themselves unexpectedly hindered by the requirement for documentation. What left Xia Yi speechless was the realization that his marriage depended on Zhou Ying's approval. Should Zhou Ying refuse to provide the necessary proof, they would be unable to secure their marriage certificate. The two retreated to a corner, while others stepped up to register their own unions. Shen Yaowei suggested, "Could we perhaps seek assistance from Secretary Li to help us obtain the necessary documentation? This matter should not burden anyone else," she continued. "Perhaps we should return to the county and devise a solution there." Shen Yaowei shook her head resolutely. "No, since obtaining the certificate requires official documentation. I cannot resign from my position lightly. I must continue my work at the broadcasting station. Otherwise, it would only complicate our efforts to get married." "And where will you stay tonight?" With a sigh, Shen Yaowei replied, "I suppose I must return to the youth dormitory. Although I am unsure how to face Yi. For the sake of both of us overcoming this hurdle, I will make do." Xia Yi looked at Shen Yaowei with compassion. "Yaowei, I am sorry for the inconvenience." "Igu, what inconvenience is there for your sake? You should return to the county as soon as possible and see if there is a way to resolve this. If all else fails, we can consult Secretary Li. Solutions are always more plentiful than difficulties." Xia Yi gently ruffled Shen Yaowei's hair, feeling a sudden pang of emotion. He retrieved a considerable amount of rations and various coupons from his pocket and placed them in her palm. "Take this money. Even in the village, do not deprive yourself. Eat well and have plenty of meat while I am away." Shen Yaowei hurriedly pushed the money back, shaking her head. "Igu, I have enough money. You should not strain yourself for me. Earning a living in the county is not easy. How can I accept your money?" "Yaowei, money is the least of my worries right now. Please take it. If you refuse, what would be the point of earning money in the county?" Tears welled up in Shen Yaowei's eyes as she clutched the rations and coupons tightly. "Igu, you are giving too much. I cannot possibly consume all of this. Save what you cannot eat. With plenty in hand, there will be no cause for worry," he reassured her. Shen Yaowei nodded, instinctively leaning her head against Xia Yi's shoulder. In this place far from home, having such a steadfast man to rely on filled her with contentment. Yaowei, I will return to the county to think of a solution. Wait for me. They bid a poignant farewell at the village committee's entrance. Xia Yi added 2 carts to the back of his bicycle, laden with 65 baskets of mountain goods. Yaowei, I am off. Await my good news. Shen Yaowei waved at Xia Yi. Yiga, return soon. I will be waiting for you. As she watched his figure gradually fade into the village, her face clouded with disappointment. Another attempt thwarted. They were so close. Yet the marriage certificate remained elusive. Unbeknownst to Shen Yaowei, someone was quietly observing from behind the village committee's entrance. Li Kaihui, Wang Sufan, who had just assisted Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei with their paperwork, approached her side. Xiaohui, I have followed your suggestion and instructed them to submit the necessary documentation before they can obtain their marriage certificate. Aunt Wang, I am grateful for your assistance in this matter. Li Kaihui discreetly slipped 5 yuan into the other person's pocket. Xiaohui, why are you being so polite with me? Tell me, do you have feelings for Xia Yi, which is why you do not want him to marry? Li Kaihui remained silent. Xiaohui assured. Leave this matter to me. As long as I am present at the marriage registration office, these two will not be able to obtain their certificate. My only concern is if they approach your father, what then? Aunt Wang, I will handle things on my father's side, so you need not worry. Li Kaihui replied with a smile. This reassured Aunt Wang. Li Kaihui gazed at Shen Yaowei's gradually receding figure, her expression growing increasingly profound. Chapter 49. Is all of this not mere rubbish? Tears streamed down Xia Qing's cheeks, leaving 2 clear trails. She returned home burdened with mountain goods, then crouched down, burying her head in her shoulders as she wept uncontrollably. Ma Xiaoqing, who was chopping pigweed, looked up and, seeing Xia Qing's pitiful demeanor, quickly inquired, What is wrong, girl? Has that brat bullied you again? Xia Zhiyong put away his smoking pipe and approached to help Xia Qing to her feet. Little Qing, what happened? Xia Qing sobbed, choking on her words. My brother refuses to accept the mountain goods we worked so hard to gather. That brat shows no regard for his own sister's dignity. He truly has a heart of stone. Xia Zhiyong's face darkened, and he coldly declared, I will settle the score with that ungrateful scoundrel. Father, confronting my brother is futile. He is determined to sever ties with our family. All of this is the fault of that wretched Shen Yaowei, had it not been for her. My brother would not treat me this way. Ma Xiaoqing solemnly remarked, the girl speaks the truth. That brat keeps turning his back on us. He disregards our wishes, marrying that rotten Shen Yaowei, and even leads a good life with the villagers, clearly intent on driving us to despair. Since he wishes us ill, let us not allow him to thrive. Xia Zhiyong flung open the yard gate in a fit of anger. Then I shall confront Shen Yaowei. But she is an educated youth. What do you intend to confront her about? Our village leader treats the educated youths as treasures if we cause a scene. Will we still be in the right? Xia Zhiyong sat down on the doorstep, hands raised in exasperation. Then what do you propose we do? A chilling smile spread across Ma Xiaoqing's face. Just wait. As long as we disrupt that brat's mountain goods business, I wonder how he will face the villagers in the future. Xia Yi rode his bicycle, pulling a cart to the county town. He spent some time categorizing and organizing the 65 baskets of mountain goods. Among them, 25 baskets contained rare medicinal herbs, while the remaining 40 baskets were filled with mushroom varieties. He sold the rare medicinal herbs at the procurement station for 3,968 yuan, then took the remaining 40 baskets of mushrooms to the Laifu Grand Hotel. By that time, the lunch rush had passed, and the number of patrons was not as high as during midday. As Xia Yi stepped into the hotel, the cashier, Xiaoli, greeted him warmly. Master Xia, you're here. Have you eaten lunch? If not, I can have the kitchen prepare something for you right now. What about Boss Joe? Is he not out doing business by the seaside today? The seaside business is being overseen by other associates in the shop. She has gone to Qifeng restaurant today to discuss the acquisition. Xia Yi did not anticipate that Zhou Ying would act so swiftly. How has the seaside business been lately? Xiaoli sighed and replied, Master Xia, ever since you stopped going to the seaside, the business there has never recovered. Many vendors selling swimsuits and swim trunks have appeared, fiercely competing with one another, creating quite a chaotic situation. A lack of market regulation has inevitably led to malicious competition, a consequence Xia Yi had long foreseen. If the currently mass-produced swimsuits and trunks continue to languish unsold, then alternative supply routes must be sought. One cannot solely focus on that small plot of land by the seaside. Master Xia, are you here to deliver mountain goods? Xia Yi nodded and went out to carry the 5 baskets of mountain goods from the cart into the food restaurant. Yi did not even weigh the goods before handing Xia Yi 10 large bills. The boss has instructed that from now on, you will be paid this price for the amount in goods you deliver. If you have any leftovers, I can help you sell them at the market. Xia Yi shook his head, saying, I'll take them myself. You stay here and manage the shop. All right, Master Xia. After leaving Fuda restaurant, Xia Yi went to the market and sold the remaining 35 baskets of mountain goods to the vendors there. Last time, these vendors had paid 1 yuan per pound. But now the price had dropped to 80 cents per pound. The increased supply of mountain goods had led to a decrease in their price. From the market, Xia Yi received 255 yuan and 32 cents, then rode away on his bicycle. This time, the mountain goods collected from the village had sold for over 4,000 yuan, yielding a profit of exactly 4,000 after deducting costs. Xia Yi calculated that he now had nearly 20,000 yuan in capital. However, this amount was still far from sufficient to hold an art exhibition in Chuhan City. Chuhan City is the most prosperous city in Handong Province, densely populated, and one of the coastal cities supported by the reform and opening policy. In his previous life, Xia Yi had yearned for this city, dreaming of making his mark there. Unfortunately, he had been constrained by family obligations at that time, which became a lifelong regret. He believed that true success could only be achieved in a place like Chuhan City, where one could earn the applause and admiration of countless people. Before he realized it, Xia Yi had arrived at Chi Feng restaurant on his bicycle. As he pushed the door open, he saw Su Daming approaching him with a cheerful demeanor. Master Xia, what brings you here in person? Did you not send Boss Zhou to discuss the acquisition? Xia Yi replied calmly, she came to talk to you about the acquisition. I am here to discuss other matters. In truth, he had come to find Zhou Ying, but they had just missed one another. Su Daming's eyes flickered as he recalled the task Xia Yi had assigned him. Master Xia, I have dispatched my brothers to handle the matter you entrusted to me. I assure you we will retrieve all the waste. I thought you might be running off with the money, Xia Yi joked lightly. Su Daming, being astute, quickly clarified. Master Xia, do not jest. With your capabilities, how could I dare to abscond with your money? As the two individuals engaged in casual conversation, a group of workers from the Qingfeng restaurant entered, each wielding a large burlap sack. Boss Su, this is the collected refuse from various households in our county. They unceremoniously tossed the sacks onto the ground, signifying the completion of their task. Su Daming promptly beckoned the workers closer, urging them to greet Master Xia respectfully. Upon realizing it was Xia Yi, the workers hurriedly bowed in deference. Greetings, Master Xia. Xia Yi paid no heed to their flattery. Instead, he approached the sacks and began to open them one by one. Inside, he discovered an assortment of old porcelain and iron cans, interspersed with a few exquisite items. He retrieved a Qianlong jade cup, covered in a thick layer of dust. These treasures had been sold off as junk by those in the county lacking in appreciation for their worth, allowing Xia Yi to stumble upon these hidden gems. In that era, most individuals possessed little knowledge of antiques and cultural relics, often treating them as mere old items. Xia Yi delved into another sack and found a battered iron box filled with a myriad of yuan coins. In a few years, these coins would be worth a fortune. He carefully repacked these items into the sack when suddenly, he spotted a shattered piece of porcelain amongst the contents. Extracting it, he examined it closely, only to ascertain it was indeed blue and white porcelain. Who allowed you to damage this? I require everything to be intact, now that you've broken it. How am I to account for it? Su Daming and the restaurant staff appeared utterly bewildered. After all, were these not merely unwanted scraps? Why the fuss? Chapter 50. Brother Yi, you are my true brother. As the crowd remained perplexed, Su Daming seized a shoe insole and struck one of the workers on the forehead. What kind of work ethic is this? You can't even safeguard the items you've collected, and now you've angered Master Xia. The workers felt wronged. As collecting refuse was not their responsibility, they were merely tasked with delivering the items to Su Daming. Boss Su, we had no part in the collection of these items. If they are damaged, it is not our fault. Su Daming, filled with rage, struck the worker again with the insole. Do you dare to argue? You've shattered the items. How am I to explain this to Master Xia? Your wages will be docked by 5 yuan each this month. Consider this a lesson. The workers looked crestfallen. Su Daming glared sternly at them. What are you lingering for? Hurry and notify the brothers responsible for collection to handle the items with care. If anyone dares to damage them, I will ensure they face dire consequences. With that, he delivered a swift kick to one of the workers, who then left the Qifeng restaurant in a dejected manner. All this was performed for Xia Yi's benefit. Su Daming merely hoped that Xia Yi would not place the blame for this pile of refuse squarely upon their shoulders. After fulfilling his duties, Su Daming approached Xia Yi with a forced smile, saying, Master Xia, these fellows are rather uncouth. Please do not take offense. Whatever punishment you deem fit, we shall accept. This is our first venture into such business, and we are lacking in experience. Xia Yi observed that Su Daming's demeanor was relatively sincere, and given their ignorance regarding antiques, he refrained from further reproach. He felt a profound sense of regret over the shattered blue and white porcelain, as such pieces would command a minimum value of 1 million in later generations. Fortunately, it was merely Ming blue and white. Had it been from the Yuan dynasty, the loss would have been unbearable. Never mind, this is your first foray into this line of work, and I have not clearly explained many of the protocols. I shall not hold you accountable for my losses this time. Instead, I will deduct a mere 100 yuan from your wages. You have no objections, I presume? Su Daming hastily shook his head in agreement. Xia Yi produced a substantial handful of large denomination notes, counting out 40 bills to hand over to Su Daming. This month's wages are settled. Do not hoard it all for yourself. You need to support so many under you. So distribute 200 among them to bolster your authority. When Su Daming received the payment, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The promptness of the transaction was astonishing. He instantly felt that working alongside Xia Yi was a promising venture. This was far more lucrative than operating a restaurant. Earning 500 a month would accumulate to 6,000 a year, and in 2 years, he could become a person of considerable wealth. Brother Yi, you are like a true sibling to me. I shall certainly work diligently alongside you. I will ensure my comrades collect scrap well in the county, and I will not disappoint you. With eyes gleaming, Su Daming flattered Xia Yi, even changing his address from Master Xia to Brother Yi. Xia Yi patted Su Daming on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "The 500 you earn monthly is not solely for collecting scrap." Su Daming, ingratiatingly grinning, responded, "Brother Yi, do you have any further instructions? Do you recall what I mentioned? From now on, the Lai Fu Hotel will rely on you for protection. Should anyone dare to cause trouble at the Lai Fu Hotel, it will be your responsibility to resolve the matter." Su Daming thumped his chest, assuring Xia Yi, "Brother Yi, leave it to me. From this moment on, the Lai Fu Hotel is our domain. Anyone who dares to create a ruckus on our turf is taking issue with me." Su Daming, I believe you have some associates still incarcerated, correct? Su Daming, we might as well consider ourselves acquainted through this endeavor. Could you assist in securing their release? With a grin, Su Daming replied, "Brother Yi, you need not worry about this. I will arrange their release shortly. Let us conclude our business for today. I will take all these items with me." Su Daming promptly assisted Xia Yi in carefully loading the sacks onto the cart. "Brother Yi, travel safely." Xia Yi waved as he rode away on his bicycle, departing from the Qifeng restaurant. Once Xia Yi was a distance away, Su Daming eagerly pulled out a hefty stack of cash, spitting on his fingers as he began counting the money. In the afternoon, the Qifeng restaurant was acquired for 800 yuan by the Lai Fu Hotel, and now, Su Daming had earned 400 yuan from Xia Yi. This brought his total earnings to 1,200 yuan, and he was so elated that his fingers could hardly keep up with the counting. "I am rich. I am wealthy." Xia Yi found a secluded spot to halt his bicycle and proceeded to rummage through the contents of the sack. Essentially, the collection comprises a selection of antiquated porcelain and several old tin cans. Among the porcelain pieces, there might be 1 or 2 valuable antiques, while the remainder consists of mere trinkets. After sifting through 7 burlap sacks, Xia Yi managed to unearth a total of 10 pieces of vintage porcelain, all originating from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Presently, these items hold moderate value, existing in a phase where they are priced, yet lack a market. However, their worth is destined to appreciate with the passage of time. Furthermore, some of the tin cans contained either yuan to 2 coins or copper coins that circulated during the Ming and Qing eras. Currently, these artifacts possess only a limited collectible value, and it will require at least 2 decades for them to potentially yield substantial returns. He meticulously set aside the valuable items into a separate sack, treating the remainder as refuse. It would have been splendid had he managed to retrieve some calligraphy or paintings. He regretted not mentioning this to Su Daming. Xia Yi retained 1 burlap sack, taking the remaining 6 to the recycling station for disposal. To his surprise, these discarded items fetched over 100 yuan at the station, allowing him to recoup a portion of his initial investment. After dealing with the refuse, he returned to the Lai Fu Hotel, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Nowadays, the hotel receives only a sparse number of patrons in the evenings. Carrying a large burlap sack, Xia Yi entered the establishment, weary from his endeavors. He gently placed the sack on the counter and smiled, saying, "I'm back this afternoon. I heard you've acquired the Qifeng restaurant." "Indeed, business at our hotel is flourishing, so I must seize the opportunity." "You were right. I should set my sights higher and not limit myself to just Laifu Hotel. Boss Zhou, I suppose I shall follow your lead from now on, Xia Yi remarked. Zhou Ying smiled. Don't jest. This was your suggestion. I'm merely following your example. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I have a favor to ask of you upon my return. What is it? Zhou Ying inquired, her face beaming with delight. I would like your assistance in drafting a letter of employment verification to confirm my position at our hotel. What do you need such a document for? To obtain a marriage certificate. Zhou Ying's smile abruptly faltered. Is a letter of employment necessary for acquiring a marriage certificate? I don't recall it being required in the county. Perhaps our village is rather small, Xia Yi replied. Are you willing to assist me with this verification? Zhou Ying forced a smile. It's merely a letter. I will write it when I have the time. Having said that, she attempted to slip away. Why would you bring up the marriage certificate in a way that provokes me? Zhou Ying pondered, perplexed. Xia Yi grasped Zhou Ying's arm, insisting. Please write it for me now. I am in urgent need of it. There are people waiting for me in the village. Seeing no way to evade the request, Zhou Ying begrudgingly conceded. I will write the verification, but you must let me enjoy some profits first. Am I not helping you become wealthy? Isn't that enough to please you? While you have indeed aided me in earning a significant amount, my recent investments have also been considerable. For instance, the investment in Seaside Enterprises and the acquisition of Qifeng Restaurant. Do you truly believe such endeavors are effortless? You establish these businesses, reap the substantial profits, and leave the remnants for me to manage, all while you assume the role of a carefree overseer. These responsibilities rest solely on my shoulders. How can I possibly find joy in this arrangement? You must not only assist me in overcoming my current predicament, but also guide me towards ventures of greater magnitude. Otherwise, I shall refuse to provide you with the necessary documentation. Xia Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. She truly is a woman of immense greed. I have discovered a new avenue for profit, yet this particular venture is ill-suited for you. I have entrusted it to Su Taming of Qifeng Restaurant. Zhou Ying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, You have entrusted the business to that bully? What on earth are you thinking? Collecting scrap from door to door is a dirty job. If not him, then who else could undertake it? Collecting scrap? Zhou Ying covered her mouth and laughed. Xia Yi, I suspect you are mocking Su Taming, are you not? What sort of grand enterprise is collecting scrap? Xia Yi lifted a sack from the cash register and led Zhou Ying into the restaurant's private room. Allow me to show you something remarkable. He mysteriously opened the sack and produced several pieces of jade and porcelain, placing them before Zhou Ying. She crossed her arms and scoffed. Aren't these merely old items from your home? I have plenty of those. Xia Yi replied with a smile. Do not be deceived by their current antiquity. In time, they will transform into valuable antiques. Antiques? Zhou Ying's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Are you suggesting these are quite valuable? Presently, they hold no market value, as few can afford such relics. However, in a few years, the situation will shift, and these items will fetch no less than several tens of thousands. Several tens of thousands? Are they truly worth that much? Zhou Ying's pupils dilated in astonishment as she eagerly examined the jade and porcelain. This secret I share only with you. You must not divulge this information to Su Taming. If he learns of it, he will undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives, jeopardizing the scrap collection business. Zhou Ying's understanding dawned. I see now. You are acquiring antiques at a low price and will sell the discovered treasures in a few years for a considerable profit. Xia Yi nodded. This investment boasts an exceptionally high return rate, yet it is a long-term venture. Initially, we will incur losses, but once they appreciate in value, the gains will multiply exponentially. Zhou Ying gasped in awe, her gaze towards Xia Yi now imbued with admiration. One cannot deny that Xia Yi possesses an extraordinary acumen for business. He consistently identifies opportunities that others overlook and promptly acts upon them. It is no wonder he achieved the status of a 10,000 yuan household in just 1 month. As she pondered this, a realization struck her, and she inquired, Wait a moment. How did you connect with Su Taming? Aren't we in opposition to him? I have tamed him, Xia Yi replied. Zhou Ying was left astounded, her eyes nearly bulging from her head. Initially, she had anticipated that discussing the acquisition of Qifeng Restaurant with Su Taming would be fraught with challenges, and she had prepared herself for a tumultuous encounter. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the other party had readily agreed. It turns out that Xia Yi had already arranged everything. He is a notorious bully in our county. How did you manage to subdue him? In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. As long as I am bound by mutual benefit with Su Taming, he will willingly work for me. Zhou Ying was taken aback by Xia Yi's words. He dares to manipulate a petty man like Su Taming. Such decisive methods remind her of her father's words. The lengths to which men will go to achieve their goals far exceed her imagination. She has finally grasped the true meaning of that saying. But is that not the nature of the strong? They can not only keenly seize any opportunity around them to stand out, but also command those around them for their own purposes. However, Xia Yi still harbored a slight unease within her. With such a petty individual by your side, are you not fearful that one day he might stab you in the back? Is this your scheme? Xia Yi remained silent and shifted the topic. I have heard that business by the seaside is not particularly good. Perhaps we should relocate our personnel and explore new market channels. I have been troubled by this issue recently. We have invested so much money in manpower. Yet if our returns do not match our investments, sustaining the business will indeed be challenging. Have you thought of any countermeasures? Without hesitation, Xia Yi replied. We need to take a broader view. In fact, any coastal area presents a market for swimsuits and swim trunks. Our county is merely a point. What we need to do is transform this point into a line, casting a long net to catch bigger fish. Are you planning to move the business elsewhere? But this would mean losing the market in our county if the other places do not succeed. Wouldn't that be counterproductive? Xia Yi shook his head. We do not need to invest so much manpower at the seaside in our county, given the fierce competition. It would be better to open up several new markets. There must be untapped markets out there. Once all the markets are adequately developed and competitors flood in, won't our line be established? Then we can scale up production, intensify our efforts, and become the source of this line. Becoming the largest supplier of swimsuits and swim trunks. Would we not have ample business then? Upon hearing Xia Yi's strategic vision, Xia Yi took a full 10 minutes to digest it. I see now. You intend for us to become distributors, rather than merely acting as resellers. Xia Yi, you are truly remarkable. With the problem resolved, Xia Yi could hardly contain her excitement. I must quickly dispatch people to explore the coastal markets. Perhaps we should go ourselves. During the initial market runs, we will be reaping the rewards, which is crucial. Xia Yi smiled broadly. Understood. Let us go together and take more stock with us this time. Just as the two finished their discussion, Xia Yi rushed over in a panic. Boss, not good. The group that caused trouble in our store last time has returned. Chapter 52. Welcome to the Laifu Grand Hotel. What? Were they not just arrested? How could they be released so quickly? Xia Yi smiled and reassured, there is no need for concern. I instructed Su Daming to release them. Why would you have Su Daming set them free? These ruffians are nothing but scum. If they feel cornered, they could resort to anything. Xia Yi and Xia Yi stepped out of the private room simultaneously, while the group that had previously caused a ruckus began to line up as they entered the Laifu restaurant. Among them were two towering figures, broad-shouldered and imposing, instilling a palpable sense of intimidation. They bowed in unison towards Xia Yi, uttering, Boss Joe, we apologize. Xia Ying's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, as if struck by lightning. It was unfathomable that this gang of street thugs, typically brash and arrogant, would humbly apologize to her. She glanced back at Xia Yi, who wore a knowing smile, clearly having anticipated this turn of events. How had he managed to tame these individuals? Yang Wei stepped forward, acknowledging his wrongdoing. Boss Joe, I feel deep remorse for the trouble we caused your establishment last time. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. We promise to keep a vigilant watch over the place and ensure you are never let down. Bao Pai added his voice in agreement. Boss Joe, from now on, Laifu Restaurant will be under our protection. Anyone daring to cause trouble here will have to contend with us. The two towering men bowed deeply, eliciting a sense of sincerity from Xia Yi regarding their apology. Leaning close to Xia Yi, she whispered, Did you arrange this with Su Daming? To some extent. This is a verbal agreement I reached with Su Daming. From now on, this group will maintain order at Laifu Restaurant, ensuring that no one dares to create disturbances here. Xia Yi marveled. I must say, you possess quite a knack for managing people, even managing to subdue these street thugs. Their apologies were so earnest. Should Boss Zhou not promptly grant them forgiveness? Zhou Ying shot Xia Yi a playful glare before addressing Yang Wei and Bao Pai. Welcome to Laifu Restaurant. Upon receiving Zhou Ying's response, Yang Wei and Bao Pai's spirits soared. Memories of their release from custody began to flood back. Su Daming had leveraged his connections at the police station to facilitate their swift release. Released, Yang Wei and Bao Pai instinctively stretched their limbs, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Su Boss, last time at Laifu Restaurant, that brat surnamed Xia was merely fortunate. Had the county head not visited, I assure you, I would have made certain that boy faced dire consequences. Indeed, Su Boss, we must avenge this slight. He will surely regret crossing us. It is a profound humiliation that he dared to scheme against us, leading our brothers into custody. Su Daming, growing impatient. slapped the soles of his shoes against Yang Wei and Bao Pai's foreheads. Are you both daft? The current world of underworld dealings is no longer merely about brawls. One must possess discernment, understand? Yang Wei and Bao Pai rubbed their heads, bewildered by Su Daming's words. Su boss, failing to retaliate against an enemy is unbecoming. Su Daming rolled his eyes at the two men and declared, let me tell you, the tides have shifted in our county. From now on, when you see my brother Yi, you are to address him as brother. Anyone who dares to show him disrespect is, in fact, crossing me, Su Daming. Do you understand? The man named Xia Yi had suddenly elevated himself to the status of Su boss's elder brother. Yang Wei and Bao Pai, with a hint of defiance in their eyes, were evidently reluctant. To refer to him as brother felt akin to a death sentence. Suddenly, Su Daming produced 2 large banknotes from his pocket, slapping one into each of their palms. With a derisive smile, he said, whoever can help us earn is deemed our elder brother. Surely, you comprehend this simple truth? The two men swallowed hard, clearly taken aback by the weight of the banknotes in their hands. Su Daming had always appeared miserly to them. Had it not been for his connections to the police station and his long-standing entanglement in both the underworld and the legitimate world, who would have acknowledged him as a boss? Yet today, his unexpected generosity astonished Yang Wei and Bao Pai. Boss Su, is this for us? They inquired. This is an advance on your wages. From now on, you will be working alongside Brother Yi, and I have a task lined up for both of you. Su Daming replied. The formerly defiant duo grew considerably more compliant. What task? Su Daming chuckled. The Qingfeng restaurant has been sold to Boss Zhou. Now, we are all part of the same family with the Lifeng Hotel. You two vandalized Boss Zhou's establishment last time. This time, you must apologize on behalf of your brothers. Yang Wei and Bao Pai felt as though they might vomit. What on earth was happening? They had only spent 3 days in the precinct, and the outside world had transformed so drastically. Hadn't Su Daming always been at odds with Zhou? How had they suddenly become one big family? Let me clarify. Su Daming continued. The boss behind us is none other than my brother Yi. From now on, treat him with the utmost respect. Yang Wei and Bao Pai nodded begrudgingly. So, if we apologize to Boss Zhou, we will receive 10 yuan? Su Daming wore a cunning smile. I told you, that is merely an advance on your wages. Do you think earning money is that simple? From now on, you two will oversee security at the Lifeng Hotel. Oversee security? Yang Wei and Bao Pai were taken aback. Indeed, if anyone causes trouble at the Lifeng Hotel, you are to throw them out, Su Daming instructed. Thus, under Su Daming's guidance, the duo joined the security team at the Lifeng Hotel. Xia Yi approached Yang Wei and Bao Pai, who resembled frightened mice before a cat, bowing deeply. Brother Yi. Xia Yi contemplated for a moment, then said, once the second branch of the Lifeng Hotel opens, one of you will take some men to oversee security there. Understood. Brother Yi, they replied. Nearby, Zhou smiled. Xia Yi, I didn't expect you to have everything arranged. Now, we can confidently expand into the coastal market. At that moment, Xiao Li and the other staff members of the Lifeng Hotel cast admiring glances at Xia Yi. They could hardly believe that the very individuals who had previously wreaked havoc in the restaurant were now tamed like docile sheep under Xia Yi's command. The group of street ruffians quickly integrated into the family atmosphere of the Lifeng Hotel, mingling seamlessly with the staff. Xia Yi glanced at the dimming sky outside and sighed. It seems we will have to spend another night in the county. Zhou patted Xia Yi on the shoulder and said, what are you thinking? You should rest early tonight. We will set off first thing tomorrow. All right. Having resolved so many of my immediate dilemmas, could you perhaps provide me with a letter of recommendation? Zhou hesitated. What's the rush? Once we establish our foothold in the coastal market, I promise to write it for you. Chapter 53. Learn more from others. At 6 in the evening, the county committee compound was ablaze with lights. Zhou Dong emerged from the courtyard, surrounded by admirers, where a familiar figure awaited him at the entrance. Dad. Zhou, clad in a vibrant red dress, beamed with joy. The young, promising cadre members within the courtyard were left spellbound. The crowd around Zhou Dong, recognizing the moment, politely bid him farewell and departed. A few captivated young officials were forcibly pulled away by their elder counterparts. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. Is that the daughter of Secretary Zhou? My goodness, she is stunning. Her beauty has nothing to do with you. If you dare to have designs on Secretary Zhou's daughter, he would surely flay you alive. Move along. Secretary Zhou's daughter is as beautiful as a celestial being. I wonder which unfortunate fellow will win her heart. I don't see anyone in this courtyard worthy of her. Haven't you been reading the news? She is already a wealthy individual in the county. Wealthy individual? Goodness. Secretary Zhou is quite impressive, raising such an outstanding daughter. Once most had departed, Zhou Dong and Zhou Ying walked side by side towards a Santana parked by the roadside. Girl, do you have something to ask of me? You've never waited for me at the county committee gate before. Zhou Ying playfully responded, Dad. Don't say it as if you don't care about me at all. With that, she suddenly produced a gift box from behind her, smiling, Dad. This is a present from your daughter. Zhou Dong was taken aback. My daughter has grown up and knows to buy gifts for her father? Business at the hotel must be thriving. Indeed. Dad, I have wonderful news to share. The chief Feng restaurant in our county has been acquired by me. It will now serve as a branch of Laifu Hotel. Zhou Dong scoffed. This time, it's thanks to that Xia Yi fellow that the hotel is reaching new heights. Isn't it? Dad, do you think so little of me? While Xia Yi encouraged me, I negotiated the acquisition myself. I think Xia Yi is quite remarkable. You should seek his guidance more often. He possesses courage, vision, and resourcefulness, and will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. This was indeed true in business. Whenever any issue arose, a conversation with Xia Yi would invariably lead to a resolution. Zhou Dong and Zhou Ying settled into the back seat of the Santana as the driver took them to the county committee residential building. Once inside, Zhou Dong retrieved a newspaper from his briefcase and handed it to Zhou Ying. The interview you were invited to as a wealthy individual has made it to the papers. It's not often you let me shine in the county committee compound. Zhou Ying gazed at the interview content in the newspaper, her pride evident as she declared. Of course, my ambitions extend beyond merely becoming a wealthy individual. I aspire to establish the Laifu Grand Hotel as a nationwide chain. Your confidence is quite remarkable. Zhou Dong remarked. Father, you wouldn't insist on my returning to the county committee to work, would you? Zhou Dong pondered for a moment and replied. Given your impressive achievements, what purpose would my opposition serve? However, the business world is akin to a battlefield. One must exercise caution in all endeavors, lest one faces ruin and finds oneself in tears. Should you ever incur such losses that leave you destitute, you shall obediently return to the county committee for employment. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. By the way, Dad, I have a question for you. What is it? Is it still necessary to provide proof of employment in order to obtain a marriage certificate? Zhou Dong furrowed his brow. Where did you hear such a notion? Acquiring a marriage certificate isn't that complicated. A photo and a form will suffice. Zhou Ying inquired in surprise. What if one were to obtain the certificate from the village committee? Is proof not required there either? Zhou Dong shook his head. There is no such requirement nationwide. However, there will indeed be reforms in marriage registration by year-end, possibly necessitating proof of residency. Yet, this is not yet widely implemented, and even in trial areas. It has not reached our county. After speaking, he regarded Zhou Ying with suspicion, asking cautiously, Why are you inquiring about this? Are you contemplating something devious? He knew his daughter well. She had lived a life of privilege and pursued her desires freely. Had she been a son, Zhou Dong would have imposed stricter discipline. But fate had bestowed upon him a daughter whom he cherished dearly. He feared that one day she might clandestinely acquire a marriage certificate without informing him. Zhou Ying seemed to sense her father's concern and quickly clarified, Dad, where are you wandering with your thoughts? I'm inquiring on behalf of someone else. For whom are you asking? Xia Yi. It seems he has encountered difficulties in obtaining his marriage certificate, claiming he needs to provide proof of employment. He has been urging me to assist him with the necessary documentation. Zhou Dong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Is someone attempting to obstruct Xia Yi from acquiring his certificate? Orchestrating the situation? You should advise him to verify with the local village committee whether there exists any misconduct by the local marriage registration office, concealing facts for personal gain. Dad, are you letting your profession cloud your judgment? Never mind. I want to discuss this further. I have a business trip tomorrow and may be away for several days. Where are you headed this time? The last time you went to Xingqing, it left me anxious for your safety. Why does a young lady like you roam about so freely? I'm going with Xia Yi. You needn't worry, as he will protect me. Zhou Dong released a sigh of relief, reminding her, Xia Yi is soon to be married. Maintain a respectful distance. I already explained this before. We are merely business partners. He has helped me achieve financial success. You should be grateful to him rather than obstruct our interactions. Invite him over for dinner so that your mother and I can express our gratitude in person. Now, can you tell me where you are heading this time? Off to a coastal city. The nation has strategically positioned its economic special zones along the coastal areas, prompting us to seek opportunities in these regions to potentially expand our seaside business. Are you referring to the swimsuit and swim trunk venture you mentioned previously? Zhou Ying smiled and nodded, saying, Xia Yi and I built our fortune through the Seaside business. In less than 5 days, he sold out all the swimsuits and swim trunks he had wholesale purchased from Xingqing. Moreover, he hired the finest tailors in our county to specialize in the production of swimsuits and swim trunks for bulk supply. He resolved every conceivable issue, making it effortless for us to engage in business with him. All we had to do was invest, and profit would follow. Zhou Dong listened with rapt attention, nodding in admiration. This Xia Yi truly possesses a sharp mind. If you could learn from him, there is a genuine possibility of expanding the restaurant into a nationwide chain. At that moment, a Santana came to a stop in front of the county committee's residential building. The father and daughter exited the vehicle and ascended the stairs. However, amidst the inky darkness, a figure lurked nearby, watching Zhou Ying ascend the building. Chapter 54. I shall bring her down. At the Chaoyang village broadcasting station, Shen Yaowei had just finished her shift when she encountered Yang Liuyi. Yue, could we share a meal together? Yang Liuyi lowered her demeanor, hoping to regain Shen Yaowei's acceptance. No need. Shen Yaowei coldly declined, brushing past Yang Liuyi. Though they resided in the same dormitory, a rift had formed between them. Yue, can't we return to being friends as we once were? I admit I entertained thoughts of competing for a man with you, but I deeply regret it now. After several nights of reflection, I realized my previous actions were utterly unwarranted. We were once as close as sisters in the village. Why let a man disrupt that bond? Yang Liuyi implored. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Let us not argue anymore. Let us reconcile, shall we? With a downcast expression, she tugged at Shen Yaowei's arm, looking forlorn. Shen Yaowei, however, remained composed, gently pushing Yang Liuyi's hand away. Liuyi, there are certain things I can forgive, and it won't affect our friendship. Yet, there are matters I cannot overlook. Even if I verbally forgive you, a thorn will remain in my heart. Yang Liuyi's gaze turned icy as she sneered. I see. What you're implying is that I, Yang Liuyi, am no longer worthy of your friendship. Shen Yaowei chose to ignore Yang Liuyi and walked directly towards the dormitory for the educated youth. Yang Liuyi glared at Shen Yaowei's retreating figure, gritting her teeth. You insist on severing ties with me over a man, do you? Just wait and see what regret brings. On her way back to the educated youth dormitory, Shen Yaowei paused before the large tile-roofed house constructed by Xia Yi's team in Chaoyang village. In just 5 days, the house had already reached a considerable scale. At this pace, with so many workers continuously on site, it would be completed within a week. Gazing at the nearly finished structure, Shen Yaowei's heart brimmed with happiness. She had begun to envision the beautiful life awaiting her after marrying Xia Yi. Yue, what brings you here? Shen Yaowei was astonished to discover that the grand tile house belonging to Xia Yi was personally overseen by Li Jianmin. Secretary Li, did you personally supervise the construction of EGE's grand house? Li Jianmin wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a smile. Indeed. Little E entrusted me with such an important task, and I assured him I would handle it well. Shen Jiqing, you will undoubtedly enjoy a life of comfort in the future. Just look at the splendid 120 square meter house that little E has built for you. The villagers will certainly envy you. In due time, you and E must strive to have several children. Otherwise, such a spacious home would feel empty without inhabitants. Shen Yaowei's cheeks flushed as she responded, Secretary Li, we haven't even registered our marriage yet. You haven't obtained your certificate yet? I heard you were supposed to go get it last time. Was he too busy to attend to it? No. It is because he did not provide the required work certification, and the staff at the marriage registration office did not allow us to complete the process. Li Jianmin was perplexed and questioned, What? What kind of proof is needed? There has never been such a requirement for obtaining a marriage certificate. One simply needs to fill out a form and take a photo to finalize such a joyous occasion. Shen Yaowei was taken aback. If even Secretary Li was saying this, it indicated that the personnel at the marriage registration office were at fault. Secretary Li, it seems that someone does not wish for Egu and me to register our marriage smoothly. Biting her lip, she quickly recognized the potential culprits. It could either be Yang Liuyi, who lived with her and sought to sabotage her happiness, or Xia Yi's family, who were intent on preventing her union with him. The thought of either possibility was profoundly troubling. Li Jianmin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Shen Jiqing, rest assured, I will get to the bottom of this. How dare someone orchestrate such underhanded actions beneath my nose? This is an infringement on the people's rights, and I, Li Jianmin, will not let it go unpunished. Thank you, Secretary Li, for your assistance. I appreciate your concern regarding my relationship with Ego. Shen Jiqing, please do not be so formal with me. I have always hoped for you and little E to reach a happy conclusion. You both are wonderful individuals, and it is not easy to come together. I am looking forward to celebrating your joy. Thank you, secretarially. I will take my leave now. With a heavy heart, Shen Yaowei returned to the youth dormitory. Just as she was feeling despondent, a postman suddenly appeared behind her. Shen Yaowei, here is your letter. Thank you. After delivering the letter, the postman rode away on his bicycle. Shen Yaowei accepted the envelope, opened it, and was thrilled to find an acceptance letter from Jianghan University. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, I got accepted. However, when she turned around, she realized there was no one nearby with whom to share her joyous news. Suppressing her disappointment, she tucked the letter away and returned to her dormitory. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Liuyi was gathering a group of rugged men at the eastern edge of the village. Are you willing to do something thrilling for me? Yang Liuyi adopted a pitiful expression, casting flirtatious glances at the men. Fortunately, at this moment, the group of elderly men and women at the eastern end of the village had dispersed. Otherwise, they would have surely reported her for lewdness. These rough men had seldom savored the pleasures of a woman and were exceedingly covetous of Yang Liuyi. Were it not for her identity as a sent-down youth, they would have long since taken her home to indulge in carnal desires. Yang Liuyi playfully lifted the chins of these coarse men, smiling as she remarked, Aren't you all quite fond of Shen Yaowei? Why not find an opportunity to corner her on the road? With a sinister chuckle, she continued, Then, ruin her for me. I want her to be utterly disgraced. Among these rough men, the leader was Lu Yuan from the neighboring village, the very one who had previously attempted to ambush Shen Yaowei, only to be met with a brutal beating from Xia Yi. This incident loomed over him like an inescapable shadow. The mere mention of Shen Yaowei's name sent shivers down his spine, instilling a paralyzing fear akin to that of a nightmare. Lu Yuan shook his head repeatedly, pleading, Yang Jiqing, please spare us. We wish to live a few more days. If you mean to ruin someone else, my brothers and I would gladly assist. But as for Shen Yaowei, let us not go there. Lu Yuan's companions nodded in agreement. Like him, they had been psychologically scarred by Xia Yi's wrath. Who would dare lay a finger on Shen Yaowei now, unless they were seeking their own demise? Following Lu Yuan's beating, the number of suitors for Shen Yaowei dwindled significantly. Previously, many had flocked around her like flies, but after Lu Yuan's encounter, none dared approach her in a futile pursuit. Are you not men? Are you so cowardly? Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, offering a wry smile as he replied, Yang Jiqing, it's not that we're unwilling to help. It's simply that this matter is too precarious. Perhaps we should withdraw, and you can seek assistance elsewhere. With a wave of his hand, the group promptly retreated from Chaoyang village. Yang Liuyi stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming at Lu Yuan, a bunch of cowards. Spineless wretches. Chapter 55, Survival Comes First. Xia Yi and Zhou Ying set off from the county seat, packing nearly 4,000 swimsuits and trunks into 4 woven bags, and journeyed to the coastal area of Dongxiang County. They spent 2 days on the road and arrived at the guest house in Dongxiang County around 3 in the afternoon. The two made a special visit to the beach, conducting an on-site investigation, discovering that no one had yet begun selling swimsuits or trunks in the area. This was undoubtedly splendid news for Xia Yi and Zhou Ying. With the market still in an undeveloped state, they would be the pioneers. Zhou Ying's lips curled into a smile that was difficult to conceal. Xia Yi, just as you predicted, this coastal market remains untapped. If we can ignite interest in swimsuits and trunks here, local vendors will seek us out as suppliers. Xia Yi nodded in agreement, stating, Then tomorrow we shall stick to our usual strategy. Let's thoroughly exploit this market, leaving just a taste for the locals. After concluding their discussions with a leisurely stroll along the beach, they returned to the guest house to rest. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhou Ying knocked on Xia Yi's door. Xia Yi, let us embark. At this moment, Zhou Ying exuded an abundance of energy, making it hard to believe she was the daughter of the county leader of Baolong. She seemed to possess an innate understanding of hard work and perseverance that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If someone from such a distinguished lineage could labor so diligently, it would be futile for common folk to remain idle, as they would likely languish at the bottom for their entire lives. Xia Yi greatly admired Zhou Ying's indomitable spirit, as she was unafraid of hardship and often took it upon herself to tackle the more arduous tasks in the restaurant. Having just arrived in Dongxiang County, they found themselves without any means of transportation, which made transporting their goods a real challenge. Fortunately, the guest house was not too far from the seaside. After trudging with woven bags for half an hour, they finally reached the coast of Dongxiang County. The beach here attracted more visitors than that of Baolong County. A steady stream of tourists flocked to the shore to frolic and play. Xia Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Ying, and they proceeded to replicate their previous sales strategy from Baolong County. Before long, Zhou Ying's swimsuits and swim trunks were selling like hotcakes, even outpacing their sales back home. By the end of the day, she had sold 200 pieces, with a total income of 400 yuan, leaving her overwhelmed with cash. Meanwhile, Xia Yi's stall continued to languish in neglect, and he occasionally faced harsh criticisms from passing tourists who labeled him a profiteer. As long as he could earn some profit, he paid little heed to their scornful remarks. As dusk approached and the number of beachgoers began to dwindle, Xia Yi and Zhou Ying started to pack up, circling around several times before they finally reconvened. Xia Yi, today was quite successful, even better than our sales in our county, Zhou Ying exclaimed. Xia Yi nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, we shall sell out our remaining stock by the day after tomorrow. The following day, the business by the beach surged even more, leaving Zhou Ying overwhelmed, wishing she could clone herself to manage the workload. By nightfall, as she was nearing exhaustion from her relentless selling, Xia Yi nearly stepped in to assist her in front of the throngs of tourists. According to their arrangement, they would meet at their usual spot after closing. However, after waiting for an extended period without seeing Zhou Ying, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to retrace his steps back to the beach. After sprinting along the shore for a while, he finally spotted Zhou Ying among some nearby rocks. She was encircled by 4 or 5 burly men, one of whom had seized the remaining merchandise from her. Little beauty, we've been watching you for quite some time. You've been selling these rags at the beach for 2 days now. You've probably made a pretty penny, haven't you? This beach is the territory of our brother Lu, and if you wish to earn a living here, you must pay a protection fee. Despite her formidable appearance, Zhou Ying was utterly exhausted from a day of selling, her face pale and weary, leaving her no energy to engage in a dispute with these thuggish ruffians. How much do you want for the protection fee? I will pay it, but will you let me leave afterward? The leader, a man with wild, curly hair and a scruffy beard, bore an intimidating demeanor. He scrutinized Zhou Ying with malicious intent, his gaze flippant. Our brother Lu demands a substantial protection fee, at least 5,000 yuan. Without that amount, if you sell by the seaside, we shall wreak havoc on you. Witnessing the shamelessness of this group, Zhou Ying trembled with fury, yet felt utterly helpless. After all, it was her misfortune to encounter them, and she could only resign herself to fate. She had sold 2,000 swimsuits and earned a total of 9,000 yuan today. But now half of her earnings were demanded as protection money, which left her feeling quite unwilling. Just as she reached for her handbag to retrieve the money, she noticed the leader, a man with a black beard, stroking his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. Listen closely, little beauty. It's 5,000 a day to sell here. Zhou Ying's pupils dilated in shock, her grip on the handbag tightening, despair flooding her eyes. 5,000 a day? How is this any different from robbery? How could these ruffians be so despicable? At this moment, it was dusk, and she had separated from Xia Yi. He was surely still waiting for her to regroup. If she didn't hand over the money willingly, who knew what these thugs might do to her? The black-bearded man grinned greedily, his tone lewd. Little beauty, you're quite lovely. If you can spend the night with us, I could persuade brother Lu to waive your protection fee. The few lackeys beside him burst into excited laughter, joining in the taunting of Zhou Ying. Her face turned ashen with fear. Without Xia Yi's protection, she felt an unprecedented sense of danger, her eyes reddening with urgency. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll scream. She intended to intimidate the thugs, hoping to deter their reckless behavior, but instead, it only seemed to excite them further. Little beauty, there is no one around the seaside. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will hear. Today, we'll have our way with you, and no one will come to your rescue. Ha ha. As he spoke, the black-bearded man loosened the thin cord at his waist, advancing step by step towards Zhou Ying. Help! Help! Zhou Ying shouted desperately, on the verge of tears. Just then, a figure appeared like lightning behind the black-bearded man, delivering an elbow strike that sent him staggering back several steps. The 4 lackeys nearby were caught off guard as the black-bearded man fell to the ground, mouthfuls of sand filling his mouth. Xia Yi seized Zhou Ying's hand and took off running. What about the remaining goods? She cried anxiously. Survival comes first. Who cares about the merchandise? As the 4 lackeys regained their composure, they rushed to help the black-bearded man to his feet. Damn it, chase after them. I want that brat's hand. The lackeys sprinted along the seaside in pursuit of Xia Yi and Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's pace was painfully slow, and it seemed inevitable that they would soon catch up. Breathless and exhausted, she gestured frantically, indicating she could run no more. Xia Yi kicked one of the pursuing lackeys away and then executed a shoulder throw to take down another. Once he dealt with the 4 lackeys, he immediately dragged Zhou Ying into an alleyway. Blackbeard caught up but found all 4 of his subordinates lying on the ground, instantly consumed by rage. "You little brat. Just wait. Brother Liu, will take action." Chapter 56. Terrifying. As they traversed the narrow alley, Xia Yi and Zhou Ying hid behind a wall, peeking out cautiously to see if anyone was in pursuit. Upon noticing that no one was following them, Xia Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief. Zhou Ying, panting heavily, inquired, "Xia Yi, what should we do now? Not only have we lost 300 pieces of merchandise, but you also have a woven bag of goods yet to be sold. Why were you targeted by these thugs in the first place?" With a bitter smile, Zhou Ying explained, "Those ruffians have likely had their eyes on me for quite some time. Seeing my profitable sales of swimsuits and trunks by the seaside, they sought to exploit me and consequently intercepted me for a direct robbery. They claim that this area belongs to someone named Brother Liu, and anyone daring to conduct business here must pay a protection fee, which is collected daily. It's utterly despicable. No wonder we encountered no vendors in Dongxiang County yesterday. It seems this Brother Liu is behind it all." Xia Yi inhaled deeply and remarked, "It appears we should not linger here. With so many ruffians around, why is there no one to manage them? Our county has far better law enforcement. The security in Baolong County is commendable largely due to Su Taming, who engages in legitimate business and looks down upon the petty street trade. If Su Taming were to adopt the same protection racket as Brother Liu in Dongxiang County, countless ordinary citizens would be lamenting their plight. Though Su Taming may employ unscrupulous methods, he is not entirely unreasonable. In contrast, Brother Liu is a true tyrant who leaves no room for mercy. Attempting to reason with such bullies is akin to playing a lute to a cow. Only brute force is respected. Regrettably, as a newcomer to Dongxiang County, I lack the local connections that these ruffians possess. It is best to temporarily set aside the seaside business. We have made a decent profit over the past 2 days. Let us consider how to develop markets in other regions." Reflecting on the harrowing experience of the day, Zhou Ying felt a wave of dread wash over her. Had Xia Yi not appeared in time, she shuddered to think of the consequences. "I will defer to your judgment. Though it is somewhat disappointing, we have no choice. Let us return to the guest house for a night's rest and head back in the morning." Xia Yi shook his head. "We may not be able to leave in the morning. We have already attracted the attention of the local bullies. If those thugs decide to eradicate us, escape will be impossible. While they are still occupied with relaying messages, we must hasten our departure from Dongxiang County." Zhou Ying gasped in dismay, expressing her frustration. Why is Dongxiang County so chaotic? In impoverished, treacherous areas, the locals tend to have a narrow mindset. We should flee from here as quickly as possible. Then let us hurry to the station to purchase tickets, she suggested. Once again, Xia Yi shook his head. We cannot take a long-distance bus. I suspect that the first place these local thugs will secure is the bus station. We should find a donkey cart to discreetly exit the county under the cover of darkness. After experiencing the harrowing events by the seaside, Zhou Ying found herself haunted by the psychological shadows cast by a group of ruffians. The 2 of them conspired to procure a donkey cart in the county town, offering the driver a generous sum to ensure their departure before sunset. Just prior to leaving Dongxiang County, Zhou Ying witnessed a thick haze of smoke at the bus station's entrance, where a considerable gathering of thugs loitered, smoking and chatting, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Her gaze quickly fell upon one particular man, the very black-bearded brigand who had assaulted her by the sea. Had she followed Xia Yi's advice to take the bus, she would have undoubtedly fallen into their clutches. A chill coursed through her, her legs trembling with fear. It was a stroke of fortune to heed Xia Yi's counsel. The consequences of remaining in Dongxiang County were too dire to contemplate. Leaving the county felt like a release from a den of monsters, an escape from which there was no turning back. Zhou Ying exhaled a sigh of relief. Having eluded those ruffians meant that, despite Xia Yi's formidable skills, he would have struggled against such overwhelming numbers. Xia Yi, thank goodness we made it out. Otherwise, we would have been trapped in Dongxiang County. Xia Yi gestured for silence and lowered his voice. Let us not speak just yet. We'll quietly jump off the cart and slip away. Zhou Ying's mind was a flurry of questions when she suddenly noticed that the donkey cart driver was behaving oddly. Although the path out of the city was growing dark, there were still illuminated areas in the distance. Strangely, the driver was steering the cart towards an even darker road. Everything felt awry. As the saying goes, where there is abnormality, there is treachery. Had they just escaped a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair? Amidst her growing confusion, Xia Yi seized her hand, and they leapt off the cart into a nearby haystack. Their actions startled the driver. who immediately halted the cart and whistled. Suddenly, the dark road was ablaze with light as a group of burly men surged forth from the woods. They had recently abducted a man and a woman but could not allow their escape. They hurriedly began a thorough search of the surroundings. Fortunately, Xia Yi had anticipated this turn of events and, with keen eyes, spotted the haystack, offering them a glimmer of hope. Hidden within, they could hear the echoing footsteps surrounding them. Had it not been for Xia Yi covering Zhou Ying's mouth, her startled cries would have surely pierced the night. The thugs of Dongxiang County were truly terrifying, and the presence of human traffickers added an even more sinister layer to their plight. Xia Yi listened intently, noting that the footsteps were gradually receding, and he slowly released his grip. Zhou Ying gasped for breath, on the brink of tears. Xia Yi, what on earth is happening? Dongxiang County is utterly horrific. How did you realize that the driver was scheming against us? When I pulled out 10 yuan from my pocket, I noticed the driver fixating on our woven bag. His gaze towards you was unsettling, as if he were eyeing meat on a chopping board. Then why didn't you just choose another donkey cart? Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yi expressed his concerns. I fear that we might alert the snake in the grass. And I am even more apprehensive that the new master we find could inform the local thugs. How can you be sure that this carter is not in league with the local ruffians of Dongxiang County? If he were indeed allied with them, he would undoubtedly employ every trick to delay us. However, the fact that this carter readily agreed suggests he has no ties to those local bullies. At that moment, I contemplated using this old fellow to first escape the county. As long as he could assist us in fleeing, we would devise another plan for our ultimate escape. My delay in explaining this to you was to avoid raising suspicions. Should that old man become wary, our departure from the county would become exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing Xia Yi's words, Zhou Ying felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. If Xia Yi miscalculated at any juncture, their fates would be sealed. Whether at the hands of the local thugs or human traffickers, they would surely meet a grim end. Xia Yi, what should we do next? Those people may still be searching for us, and if we are exposed, they will capture us again. Xia Yi pondered for a moment before replying. Let us wait until dawn before venturing out. I apologize for the inconvenience, Boss Zhou. Zhou Ying managed a wry smile. There is no inconvenience. Remaining alive is already a great fortune. Chapter 57. The Malice of Humanity. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xia Yi roused Zhou Ying and swiftly departed from their hiding place in the haystack. Fortunately, they encountered no one retracing their steps to seek them out. After an arduous journey, Xia Yi and Zhou Ying finally escaped the clutches of Dongxiang County. Were it not for Xia Yi's 3-year incarceration in a previous life, where he often heard tales from fellow inmates, he would not have possessed such acute awareness. The 1980s were a tumultuous time, which explains the severe crackdowns of '83. The return of educated youth to their hometowns led to rampant unemployment, making jobs increasingly scarce and resulting in a rise in vagrancy. These young individuals, driven by necessity, resorted to petty thievery to scrape by. The chaotic law enforcement situation in Dongxiang County was quite common throughout the entire Handong province. In small towns, far removed from central authority, local forces grew increasingly brazen. Some powerful local thugs even instilled fear in the county committees. Conversely, Baolong County stood out among the numerous counties in Chuan City for its relatively stable security, thanks in large part to Zhou Ying's father, Zhou Dong, whose effective governance prevented the establishment of a thug-dominated environment akin to that of Dongxiang County. Xia Yi carefully observed the direction of the rising sun and mentally reviewed the map. Baolong County lay to the south of Dongxiang County. Their only option was to head southward to have any chance of returning to Baolong County. As they trekked towards a small village, they found the southern path abruptly ending, leaving them directionless like headless flies. Let us inquire with a local villager for guidance, Zhou Ying said, exhausted, leaning against a tree for rest. I will go and ask. At that moment, they encountered a middle-aged woman who had just finished her farm work. Hello, ma'am. May I ask where we are? We are from out of town and have lost our way. A middle-aged woman gazed intently at Zhou Ying, grinning with her yellowed teeth. Young man, is this your first time visiting our village? Why not come to our home for a drink? It's quite a distance to the city, and I'll have my uncle take you there shortly. The woman's furtive eyes bore an unusual gleam as she regarded Zhou Ying. Sensing a potential ulterior motive, Xia Yi inquired. Could your uncle escort us to the city first? We are visiting relatives in the county, and if we don't hurry back, they might begin to worry. He's still working in the fields. Why not come to our house and wait a bit? Once he finishes, he can take you into town, she suggested. Instinctively, Xia Yi felt that this woman harbored some ulterior motive. If they followed her home, there would be no turning back. Uncertain of her true intentions, he declined, It's all right. We're in a bit of a hurry, so we won't trouble you. Having recovered somewhat, Zhou Ying expressed her dissatisfaction. Xia Yi, we finally found a village. Shouldn't we rest a while? I can barely walk. The girl is exhausted. Let her rest at my house, the woman insisted, attempting to pull Zhou Ying back. However, Xia Yi swiftly pushed her aside. Without time to explain, he urged Zhou Ying to run. Hurry. Confused yet unwilling to hesitate, Zhou Ying followed Xia Yi, panting as they fled. A glance back revealed two burly men emerging behind the woman. Beside them was a foolish-looking man who kept shouting, "I want the pretty sister to be my wife." The middle-aged woman shrieked after them, "I want that girl. Bring her to my son as a bride." The two men sprinted after Xia Yi, who, uncertain of the number of pursuers, had been cautious. Now that it was just the two, he felt emboldened. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a surprise attack on their lower bodies. The unexpected assault left the men in shock, writhing on the ground, clutching their groins. Terrified, Zhou Ying ran after Xia Yi, sobbing, "Why are places like this so chaotic?" They ran for what felt like an eternity, and upon realizing no one was in pursuit, they paused to catch their breath beneath a tree. People can be treacherous. One must never harbor ill intentions, yet always remain vigilant against others. In impoverished areas, you encounter all manner of individuals. Our Baolong County is relatively safe. Having spent so long in a sheltered environment, you may not comprehend the chaotic world outside. Wiping her tears, Zhou Ying choked back her sobs. "I can never come out again. These places are too frightening, filled with all sorts of people." Seeing the disorder in Dongxiang County should make you appreciate how well your father has governed Baolong County. Even in our Chaoyang village, known for its civility and advancement, we have never faced issues like human trafficking. Xia Yi, his expression solemn, reassured her, "Do not fear. As long as I am here, I will ensure you return home safely. You have not experienced these events. Thus it is entirely understandable that you may not grasp the full essence of this world. However, such experiences will foster your personal growth. In the future, you will remain vigilant in business to avoid being deceived, which could lead to financial ruin." Zhou Ying wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded, saying, "I understand now. These experiences will only fortify my inner strength. Surely, I will encounter more formidable challenges in business ahead. If one cannot confront such minor setbacks, how can they bear greater burdens? Your insight is commendable. If one day you can face calamity with unwavering composure, you will have ascended to the pinnacle of greatness. The breadth of your heart determines the magnitude of what you can encompass." Zhou Ying, with a smile breaking through her tears, remarked, "No wonder you remained so composed in the face of such terrifying events last night. Your inner fortitude is evidently profound." Xia Yi replied with a wry smile, "My past experiences have been far more desolate than this." His previous life had tempered his character through countless trials. The darker aspects of society now seemed trivial to him. No one understood human nature better than he did. Even those closest to him had once betrayed him. Could there be a more despairing circumstance than this? At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage passed by them. Zhou Ying warned, "Xia Yi, we must flee. The old man trafficking in humans is coming." Xia Yi scrutinized the carriage driver closely, then grasped Zhou Ying's arm and approached the carriage. "Let us go. Let this esteemed gentleman take us into the county town." Zhou Ying was perplexed. "Did you not just say we should not easily trust others?" Xia Yi waved to the carriage driver. "Sir, would you be so kind as to give us a ride to the county town? We are visiting relatives." He was about to retrieve money from his bag when Zhou Ying stopped him. "Give him less. Otherwise, it may arouse ill intentions." Xia Yi smiled with satisfaction. "Applying what you've learned, your progress is remarkable." Zhou Ying huffed playfully, "I am not foolish." Xia Yi extracted a few notes from his pocket and offered them to the carriage driver, saying, "Sir, this is all the money we have. May we consider it fair?" The driver readily accepted the notes and waved his hand. "Hop in. I happen to be heading to the county town to deliver vegetables." Chapter 58. Exploring the high-end market. The carriage driver safely delivered Xia Yi and Zhou Ying to the county town. To their surprise, this was the very place where they had first procured swimsuits and swimming trunks. The security in Xingxing was significantly better than in Dongxiang. As long as they avoided ruffians and human traffickers, they deemed themselves fortunate. Zhou Ying smiled, saying, "I never expected we would inadvertently return to Xingxing. I'm going to buy a bus ticket right now. I'll return to Baolong tomorrow." Xia Yi glanced at the sky, nodding, "Then we shall split up. You procure the tickets, and I will see if I can manage to sell this remaining batch of goods. But Xingxing has no coastline. How will you sell this inventory?" "We'll sell it to wholesalers. After all, our cost for swimsuits and trunks is low. Even selling to them at wholesale prices will not result in a loss. After concluding their discussion, the two set off on their respective tasks. Xia Yi, clutching a woven bag filled with swimwear, arrived at the wholesale market in Xingqing. Having previously engaged in a procurement experience here, he was relatively familiar with the surroundings. He had thoroughly acquainted himself with the stalls specializing in wholesale swimwear. "Young man, are you here to wholesale swimwear?" The stall owner inquired. "The wholesale price is 3 yuan for swimsuits and 1 yuan for swim trunks." Xia Yi smiled and replied, "Boss, when I last wold here, the prices were not like this. Why the sudden increase?" The stall owner scoffed. "It seems you lack discernment. These items are freshly sourced from Baiyun City, and with the current high demand for swimwear, a price hike is only to be expected." Xia Yi perused the newly arrived swimwear and trunks, noticing they were indeed fashionable and far more stylish than the outdated stock he had previously sold. He initially contemplated disposing of the swimwear in his woven bag at a low price to avoid attracting thieves on his way back. However, the stall owner dismissed his old styles with disdain. Fortunately, the procurement cost for this batch was not trivial. Otherwise, if the people from Baolong County got their hands on them to sell at the beach, they would undoubtedly be quite popular. Xia Yi had decisively set the prices for his swimwear, leaving no room for competitors to exploit. With such high costs, no one dared to sell too cheaply, as it would merely result in losses. Moreover, replicating this unique batch would prove challenging. It bore distinctive characteristics that were evidently designed by a professional designer. Even the best tailor in the county could only imitate the form but not capture its essence. "I'll take 10 pieces of each new style," he declared. The stall owner rolled his eyes in response. "A minimum order of 50 pieces. These are high-end goods that could fetch more than 10 yuan in a department store." Suddenly, Xia Yi experienced an epiphany, instinctively recognizing a substantial business opportunity. Large markets like department stores were in dire need of such trendy swimwear. Moreover, these swimsuits were ideally suited for a high-end market. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yi asserted, "Let us start with 100 pieces of each. I'll test the waters." The stall owner, seeing business on the horizon, beamed with delight. "Young man, I've already sensed you are no ordinary customer. I'll pack them up for you." "Boss, could the price be a bit lower? If they sell well, I shall certainly become your regular customer. You're only ordering 100 pieces. How can I offer you a discount? I can only give you a dime off. Next time, if you order more, I assure you a better price." Xia Yi rolled his eyes. "You're giving me a dime off. Why not just give me a 10% discount? It amounts to the same thing." The stall owner, unfamiliar with the concept of discounts, struggled to comprehend the calculations. Xia Yi promptly paid, handing over 36 yuan. "Selling this many, you're not at a loss. Consider it a gesture of friendship." The stall owner, pleased with Xia Yi's prompt payment, thought little of it, reassured by the transaction's profitability. "All right, remember to order more next time." As Xia Yi departed with the goods, the stall owner finally realized, wait, a dime off is not the same as a 10% discount. Zhou Ying hurried back to rendezvous with Xia Yi, only to find that not only had his woven bag not diminished, but it had also increased by an entire sack of goods. "Xia Yi, what is going on? Weren't you supposed to be handling the remaining stock? How come there is an additional sack?" Xia Yi chuckled. "Xingqing truly is a remarkable place. I never anticipated discovering such novel styles of swimwear and trunks." As he spoke, he opened the sack to reveal the new designs to Zhou Ying. After examining them, Zhou Ying exclaimed, "Wow, these swimsuits are absolutely stunning. Did you acquire these new arrivals in Xingqing?" Xia Yi nodded. "These new swimwear designs today have reminded me that we must not solely focus on the lower-end market. We should also hasten to explore the high-end market." "High-end market? What do you mean?" Zhou Ying inquired. "Previously, we have directed our attention towards seaside tourists, neglecting a more affluent clientele. For instance, customers from affluent backgrounds who seek higher quality swimwear. We could attempt to sell these styles in department stores and test the waters." Zhou Ying suddenly grasped the concept. "I see now. You are segmenting the market into tiers. The items we previously sold were accessible to the masses, while these swimsuits cater to the wealthy." Xia Yi, impressive. "You've quickly devised alternative strategies for market expansion. What are the costs for these swimwear? Can we have the seamstress expedite the mass production?" Xia Yi shook his head. "I'm afraid ordinary seamstresses may struggle to replicate these new swimwear designs. They incorporate several intricate design elements, and even if they attempt to imitate, it would merely result in counterfeit products, unable to entirely replace the originals." "So what shall we do?" Zhou Ying asked. "We will sell the initial stock as is. Once we have established ourselves and built our own production line, We can then engage a designer for tailored designs and consistently pursue the high-end brand route. Zhou Ying's face lit up with excitement. I eagerly anticipate the expansion of our swimwear business. How did your ticket purchasing go? What time is your bus tomorrow? Zhou Ying replied indignantly. I was just about to discuss this with you. The national road from Xingqing to Baolong is undergoing construction, and all buses have been suspended. We can only take a train to Chuhan and then transfer back to Baolong from there. Xia Yi, isn't it true that when misfortune strikes, even drinking water can be troublesome? We could have arrived in 2 days, but now with the train, it will take us an additional 2 days. It infuriates me. Xia Yi shrugged helplessly. Let us accept this arrangement calmly. You surely don't wish for a repeat of your experiences in Dongxiang County, do you? Zhou Ying vigorously shook her head. I certainly do not wish to endure that again. I have purchased a train ticket for tonight, and I shall arrive in Chuhan by tomorrow morning. With that, Zhou Ying handed the train ticket to Xia Yi. As he gazed at the ticket bearing the name Chuhan City, his heart brimmed with boundless anticipation. Chapter 59. Embarrassing myself before the police. In this era, trains predominantly operated on steam engines, requiring the boilers to be fired for proper functioning. The green train from Xingqing to Chuhan, stopping at 8 minor stations, spans over 600 kilometers and takes nearly 10 hours to reach its destination. As the train arrived at the station, the platform was already teeming with people, creating an unprecedented scene of a bustling crowd. Passengers jostled eagerly to squeeze into the carriages, with some even resorting to climbing through windows to gain entry. In such a congested situation, it was inevitable that unscrupulous pickpockets would seize the opportunity to steal, and even human traffickers might exploit the chaos to abduct children. Such incidents were not uncommon on trains during that era. Fortunately, Zhou Ying, the esteemed daughter of the county head, generously purchased 2 sleeper tickets. Otherwise, they would have been forced to join the throngs in the cramped hard-seat carriage. Upon entering the sleeper compartment, Zhou Ying comfortably reclined on the lower bunk, letting out a long sigh of relief. At last, she could lie back and relax. Xia Yi, we won't arrive in Chuhan until tomorrow morning, so be sure to get a good night's sleep tonight to recharge, she advised. Xia Yi, who lay on the adjacent lower bunk, smiled and inquired, Boss Zhou, is this your first visit to Chuhan? Zhou Ying shook her head, replying, I accompanied my father there once during my childhood, but back then, Chuhan was not much different from our county town. However, after years of development, Chuhan City has become the central metropolis of our province, Handong, and it is no longer comparable to what it once was. Xia Yi was aware that in his past life, Chuhan had already evolved into a new first-tier city, distinguished itself across numerous industries, and ranked among the top in GDP among provincial capitals. For Xia Yi, the greatest regret of his previous life was not establishing himself in the aspirational Chuhan City, instead centering his existence around his parents and siblings at home. During that time, his younger siblings, Xia Yang and Xia Qing, led a life of abundance in Chuhan, having long since forgotten about their elder brother. Even their aging and biased parents had entrusted him with their care, denying him any opportunity to venture into the bustling city. Thus, he remained trapped in Chaoyang village for his entire life, devoid of prospects, akin to a colossal beast confined within a cage. It was only after his rebirth that Xia Yi truly began to live for himself. Gazing out at the inky night beyond the window, he felt an overwhelming longing for Chuhan City and gradually closed his eyes to rest. The sleeper compartment dimmed its lights by 9 o'clock, and the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. As time ticked away, Xia Yi found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Ying slept soundly beside him, her gentle snores audible in the stillness. They had been tirelessly traversing Dongxiang County for the past few days, leaving them utterly fatigued. It was only through sheer determination that they managed to escape such a perilous place. Despite feeling drowsy, Xia Yi's mind remained alert, preventing him from slipping into slumber. He quietly lifted the thin white quilt covering him, stealthily slipped on his shoes, and made his way to the restroom at the end of the carriage. Opening the carriage door, he pulled out a pack of peony cigarettes and a box of matches from his pocket. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a cloud of smoke. The sleeper carriage was connected to the dining car, and beyond that lay the hard-seat carriage. Just as Xia Yi leisurely enjoyed his smoke, a sudden commotion erupted from the adjacent dining car, accompanied by the sounds of a scuffle. Don't move. Suddenly, the door of the dining car swung open, revealing a frantic assailant brandishing a knife, his gaze darting erratically. He menacingly pointed the spring knife at Xia Yi, barking, "If you dare to stop me, I'll stab you to death." Inside the dining car, 2 other culprits had already been fitted with silver handcuffs. One of the conductors was restraining the apprehended criminals, while another rushed towards Xia Yi with fervor. As the desperate assailant lunged forward, aiming the spring knife at Xia Yi, the conductor shouted, "Watch out, comrade!" With remarkable agility, Xia Yi discarded his cigarette butt and seized the assailant's wrist with a grip akin to that of a vice. Delivering a swift kick to the villain's knee, he forcefully pulled back the assailant's arms, causing the spring knife to clatter to the ground. Accompanied by a wretched howl reminiscent of a pig's cry, the fierce assailant collapsed to his knees, immobilized. Xia Yi's actions flowed seamlessly, resolutely aiding the conductor in apprehending the criminal. The conductor, now catching up, cast a look of admiration at Xia Yi. "Brother, you were impressive. Your agility is remarkable. Have you trained before?" Xia Yi hesitated, responding, "Well, it was all from past brawls. There's no real technique to it. I'm embarrassed to showcase such skills in front of law enforcement." The conductor approached, fastening the silver handcuffs on the assailant while glaring at him. "Behave yourself." Yet, the assailant, still defiant, glared back at the conductor with malice, muttering, "If I hadn't encountered tough opponents today, I wouldn't have fallen into the hands of you brats." He cast a resentful glance at Xia Yi, his eyes blazing with fury. The conductor shoved the assailant into the dining car, scolding, "You chose the wrong path, and now you dare to blame others for your fate. Just wait to be dealt with." He then called out to another conductor in the dining car, "Old Sheen, keep a close watch on this one. Don't let him escape again. When we reach the next station, take him to the local police station." As Xia Yi turned to re-enter the sleeping car, he was halted by the conductor. "Brother, don't rush off. The person you helped us catch is a wanted fugitive. We'll acknowledge your contribution at the bureau." The conductor patted Xia Yi amicably on the shoulder. "Isn't it too much trouble? It's just what I ought to do." Xia Yi was reluctant to seek recognition, viewing the capture of such a fugitive as merely a trivial task. "Ah, so you're the kind of person who does good deeds without seeking fame?" Xia Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "Officer, I really dislike complications, and I'm in a hurry to return home for my wedding." The conductor regarded Xia Yi with appreciation. "You're quite altruistic. We respect your wishes. If it's inconvenient, we can let it go. But may I know your name for reporting purposes?" "My name is Xia Yi." The conductor extended his hand. "Pleasure to meet you, Comrade Xia Yi. I'm Wang Bin. Should you encounter any difficulties on this train, feel free to seek me out." Xia Yi shook Wang Bin's hand before heading back to the sleeping car. Through the glass window of the sleeping compartment, he observed as the three assailants were escorted away by the two conductors. He returned to his bunk, and gradually, the faint sound of Zhou Ying's gentle slumber filled his ears. Meanwhile, a shadow in the darkness was stealthily rummaging around his bunk. The intruder had evidently set his sights on the woven bag beneath Xia Yi's bunk, harboring a keen interest in his belongings. Just as the thief was on the verge of succeeding, Xia Yi, concealed in the darkness, swiftly pinned him to the ground. Chapter 60. Until we meet again. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of all the passengers in the sleeper carriage. Zhou Ying, groggy from her slumber, let out a shriek in the dark. Xia Yi reassured her, "Quickly, call the train police. There's a thief here." "I'm not a thief. This is my bunk," the thief protested, still struggling beneath Xia Yi's weight. Zhou Ying, somewhat shaken, reflected on the myriad of events that had transpired during their journey, each incident echoing the last. "I will go call the train police." Other passengers in the sleeper compartment were roused from their sleep, gathering around Xia Yi's bunk. The thief continued to incite the crowd, vehemently claiming his innocence. "Everyone, please judge for yourselves. I was peacefully sleeping in this bunk. This guy accuses me of being a thief without cause. Is there no justice?" A few overly sympathetic passengers began to chastise Xia Yi. "You're not a policeman. Why accuse an innocent person? He was simply resting in his own bunk, and you've thrown him down. In this pitch darkness, if he were truly a thief, he would have long made off with the goods rather than wait to be caught. Hurry and let him go, regardless of whether he is a thief. Shouldn't he have rights?" Xia Yi coldly replied to these overly compassionate individuals, "I am the rightful occupant of this bunk. Let us discuss this matter once the train police arrive." What unreasonable logic! The thief began to struggle furiously. After approximately 10 minutes, perhaps exhausted from his efforts, the subdued thief lay on the ground, considerably more compliant. The onlookers remained alert, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the train police, their sleep entirely forsaken. The door to the sleeper carriage swung open, and Zhou Ying appeared, accompanied by two trained policemen wielding flashlights, approaching Xia Yi's bunk. "Comrade Xia Yi, it's you again," Wang Bin remarked with a smile. The sympathetic onlookers immediately turned to the officer in blue, reporting, "Officer, This man is impersonating a policeman and has assaulted a passenger in the sleeper. Wang Bin shot a disapproving glance at the overly sympathetic individual and retorted coldly. Comrade Xia Yi is a commendable citizen who acts heroically. I trust he would not recklessly harm a fellow passenger. Comrade Xia Yi, please explain the situation. Xia Yi nodded and recounted. As I returned to my bunk, he was stealthily searching beneath it for the woven bag. Officer, I am truly wronged. Is it a crime to return to my bunk and tidy my belongings? The thief shouted hoarsely. Wang Bin, with a serious expression, replied. Whether you are wronged or not is not for you to decide. First, let us see your train ticket. How can I retrieve my ticket when I am pinned to the ground? Beside him, Zhou Ying promptly reported to Officer Wang Bin, Comrade, this is Xia Yi's sleeping berth. We have adjacent tickets, and it is evident that he is lying. Xia Yi rose and produced a ticket, handing it to Wang Bin, coldly regarding the thief. Wang Bin stated, the evidence lies before you. What more is there to say? Be honest and come with us. The thief immediately retorted, his ticket is counterfeit. Mine is the genuine article. With that, he retrieved another ticket from his person, which indeed matched the berth number of Xia Yi's ticket. Wang Bin's expression shifted slightly as he scrutinized the tickets, then sneered at the thief. Are you not admitting your guilt? We have been rigorously inspecting for counterfeit tickets. And you have walked right into our trap. Take him away. The thief, bewildered, exclaimed, I am innocent. Wang Bin instructed Officer Qin to handcuff the thief and escort him to the dining car for interrogation. The passengers on the train erupted in a clamor, their gazes towards Xia Yi becoming increasingly peculiar. Why was his ticket deemed authentic while others were considered fraudulent? Those who had connections with the train guards could manipulate the situation, leaving ordinary passengers vulnerable to wrongful accusations. It was disheartening to witness such collusion between law enforcement and criminals even aboard the train. How could the safety of ordinary passengers' lives and property be assured? Zhou Ying overheard several self-righteous passengers making disparaging remarks and immediately defended Xia Yi. What nonsense are you all spouting? That man's ticket was clearly a forgery. Xia Yi kindly assisted in apprehending a thief, and yet you vilify him. How disgusting. Moreover, that fellow looks like a beggar. Could he afford a sleeper ticket? Are you all lacking in reason or blind? Xia Yi tugged at Zhou Ying's arm, shaking his head. Let it go. It is futile to engage with such people. Having grown up amidst indifference, he was already immune to such disparagement. Zhou Ying, indignant, replied, I cannot stand by while they slander you. The two returned to their respective berths and lay down for nearly 10 minutes. Suddenly, Wang Bin re-entered the sleeper compartment with a flashlight. Comrade Xia Yi, we cannot thank you enough for helping us capture a habitual thief aboard the train. That man had already pilfered numerous items in the hard seat compartment and was just about to infiltrate the sleeper section when you apprehended him. Furthermore, his ticket is fraudulent, and we are investigating the source of these fake tickets in hopes of apprehending the ticket scalpers as well. Zhou Ying crossed her arms, indignant. Officer, you should at least inform the passengers of the situation. Otherwise, they will continue to malign Xia Yi. Rest assured, by tomorrow morning, our train announcer will broadcast the commendable actions of Comrade Xia Yi throughout the carriage, the officer replied. Comrade, this was merely a small act. There is no need for a broadcast, Xia Yi modestly protested. He was not one to seek fame or fortune, preferring to maintain a low profile to cultivate his own growth. Zhou Ying huffed with a touch of petulance, saying, Xia Yi, why shouldn't you make an announcement? Those despicable individuals ought to be made aware that you are valiantly safeguarding their lives and property. Wang Bin chuckled as he patted Xia Yi on the shoulder, remarking, I believe this young lady makes a valid point. The public should remember your act of bravery tonight. Thus, more heroes will emerge in the train car. Having said this, Wang Bin procured an industrial ticket from his pocket and handed it to Xia Yi, stating, You have twice intervened to assist our police in apprehending criminals. The train conductor entrusted me to present you with this industrial ticket as a token of our sincere gratitude. In this era, an industrial ticket was a rare commodity. Without it, many substantial items were unattainable in the city. Zhou Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly accepted the industrial ticket from Wang Bin's hands, exclaiming, Officer, I shall accept this on Xia Yi's behalf. Wang Bin adjusted his hat and extended his hand towards Xia Yi, saying, Comrade Xia Yi, may our paths cross again by fate. Chapter 61. Purchasing a Tractor. At 7:30 in the morning, the train arrived at the station. Xia Yi and Zhou Ying each carried a woven bag filled with goods as they disembarked, weaving through the throngs of people until they finally emerged from the Chuhan train station. The square in front of the station was teeming with life, bustling with vendors selling breakfast. This place had been among the first to respond to the national call, giving rise to the initial wave of individual entrepreneurs. Just as Xia Yi suggested they grab breakfast before making further plans, Yaowei became ensnared by an elderly woman, clad in rags and exuding an air of desperation. "Young lady, please have mercy. All my money has been stolen, and I only wish to gather a bit for my journey home. You seem so kind-hearted. Won't you spare a little for this poor old woman?" Yaowei felt a surge of compassion for the pitiful figure before her, ready to reach for her wallet. But Xia Yi intervened. "Ma'am, if your money has indeed been stolen, you should seek help from the police. We are not law enforcement, and approaching us is futile. Would you like me to speak to the police on your behalf?" The old woman shot Xia Yi a venomous glare before slinking away in defeat. Yaowei expressed her astonishment. "Can you believe some people exploit the sympathy of others to swindle money? I almost fell for it." Xia Yi replied, "In a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. When venturing out, one must safeguard their belongings, especially in big cities where thieves and con artists are rampant. If luck runs low, one might even encounter a robbery." Yaowei instinctively shrank her neck, feeling as if Xia Yi had traveled to many places. Who truly was the Na-Ve country bumpkin here? Carrying her sack, Yaowei surveyed the bustling square with a wary eye, suspecting that everyone looked like a potential wrongdoer. Xia Yi gently patted her shoulder, smiling. "There's no need to be so tense. If anyone were to attempt a robbery, I would handle it." The pair settled at a breakfast stall, ordering 2 fried dough sticks, 2 sesame balls, and 2 cups of soy milk. After taking a bite of a fried dough stick, Yaowei sighed. "Xia Yi, I think we should hasten back to Baolong to avoid any unforeseen complications. I have been feeling quite uneasy while out. Just think of all that has transpired during our journey. Had it not been for your sharp intellect and fearless demeanor in confrontations, we would have long been left stranded in that wretched place, Dongshan County." Xia Yi broke a youtiao and dipped it into the bowl of soy milk, savoring both the beverage and the snack simultaneously. "Do you still aspire to expand your business? Surely you intend to establish a presence in Chuan City in the future. Inevitably, you will encounter a myriad of deceitful characters. Do you plan to avoid them for the rest of your life, living as a frog in a well? Will you be content to remain in Baolong County, leading a mundane existence?" Xia Yi's words rendered Yaowei momentarily silent. Indeed, her business would inevitably grow, and should she shy away from even the slightest challenge, she would be relegated to a life of mediocrity as a mere affluent figure in Baolong County. However, Yaowei's ambitions extended far beyond this. She envisioned establishing a nationwide chain for the Laifu Hotel. If she were to be defeated by such minor setbacks and choose to give up, what prospects would lie ahead? Zhou Dong had always believed that a girl like her should not pursue a career in business. If she were to abandon her ambitions midway, it would only serve his interests. She had no desire to return to the county committee and become a small-time official, nor did she relish the deceptions of political life. "Why does your tone increasingly resemble my father's?" Yaowei remarked with a hint of discontent, taking a bite of the youtiao. "Zhou boss, what about that industrial ticket given to you by Officer Wang? Hand it over. I have grand plans for it." Yaowei carefully produced the hard-earned industrial ticket and inquired, "Are you planning to purchase something substantial in Chuan City? It's over 100 kilometers from Baolong County. You could buy it when you return." Xia Yi smiled. "We could buy a tractor in Chuan City and drive it straight back to Baolong." Yaowei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this your grand plan? Setting aside the exorbitant cost of a tractor, how long would it take to return? By car, we would arrive in 2 to 3 hours, but with a tractor, it would take at least 5 or 6. Xia Yi shrugged. "However, I need a tractor now, and we cannot find one in our county. Since we are here in Chuan City, we might as well procure one. It will make transporting goods from the village to the county much more convenient. Yet, I must admit I know little about tractors and cannot offer much advice." Yaowei confessed, her fingers nervously fidgeting, eager to assist Xia Yi. Xia Yi chuckled. "That is fine. I'll handle it. Just accompany me and observe." Yaowei nodded and followed Xia Yi, inquiring around the train station for the location of tractor sales. Once they gathered the necessary information, they hailed a rickshaw to take them to a dealership specializing in tractors. "Gentlemen, which model are you interested in? Would you like me to provide some recommendations?" The moment Xia Yi laid eyes on the Dongfanghong 28 tractor, he was captivated. Despite enduring decades of harsh weather, its quality remained remarkably resilient, and its design was far more striking than that of other tractors. "This one," exclaimed Xia Yi, admiring the owner's discerning taste. "The Dongfanghong tractor is the finest piece of machinery produced by our agricultural machinery factory, incorporating advanced technology from the northern Bear Country. Our inventory is limited, and typically, It is first come, first served. Xia Yi handed over the industrial ticket without hesitation, inquiring, "How much?" The proprietor responded promptly, "I can offer you a factory price of 4,500. Zhou Ying exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it really that expensive? A mere broken-down machine costs over 4,000. More than the price of constructing a large tiled house." The sales representative awkwardly smiled and explained, "Boss, it is no easy feat for our factory to produce a tractor. We must overcome numerous technical challenges. Moreover, look at the exceptional quality of this tractor. I assure you that even after 20 years of use, it will remain undamaged." Xia Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Then I shall take one." Zhou Ying lowered her voice. "Xia Yi, do you think this is like buying cabbage? You can't just decide to purchase something so pricey on a whim." Xia Yi chuckled. "I'm concerned that if I wait for a lower price, it might increase later, and I would regret not buying it now." Zhou Ying was filled with confusion. Could this dilapidated machine truly appreciate in value? Xia Yi pulled out a substantial amount of cash, grinning, "By the way, I would like to request another service. I intend to use this tractor for transporting goods. Could you add a large trailer to the back and provide some extra diesel?" The sales representative nodded vigorously. "We can certainly assist you with these modifications. However, it will require some time. If you return tomorrow, we will have the trailer ready for you." "All right, I appreciate your help. Could you calculate the total cost for me?" "In total, it comes to 7,500. I can offer you a 5% discount, bringing it to 7,125. Xia Yi counted the cash and handed it to the sales representative. "We shall return tomorrow to collect the tractor." Chapter 62. A vicious beating for Xia Yang. Upon leaving the agricultural machinery sales point, Zhou Ying gazed at Xia Yi in shock. "Did you really just spend over 7,000 on a tractor? I saw you barely blink when you made the purchase. You must be quite extravagant." Xia Yi smiled. "The Dongfanghong tractor is trustworthy. If we don't buy it now, we might not be able to acquire it for even 10,000 in the future." Zhou Ying struggled to comprehend Xia Yi's reasoning. If she were his wife, witnessing such extravagance would surely provoke her ire. "Shall we spend another day in Chuan City then? Since we've never visited before, why not explore a little longer? I recall there is a park nearby. Should we go take a look?" Xia Yi nodded. "Since we have the time, let us go for a stroll." Chuan City differs from other counties, with a number of tall buildings already gracing its skyline, unlike the neighboring counties, where most structures remain rudimentary single-story homes. In the park, a group of elderly men and women was engaging in exercise, while a few young people were rowing on the lake. The further they ventured into the park, the more secluded it became. For instance, a couple sat passionately on a park bench. However, in this simple era, public displays of affection were seldom witnessed. Seated upon a chair, even a gentle grasp of a hand is conducted with a sense of secrecy, a commonplace occurrence indeed. At this moment, Xia Yi and Zhou Ying chanced upon a young couple whose cheeks flushed with shyness at the mere act of holding hands. The moment they noticed Xia Yi and Zhou Ying approaching, they swiftly retracted their hands, akin to students caught by a teacher for daydreaming. Observing the increasing number of couples in the park, Zhou Ying felt her face growing as rosy as an apple. She suddenly realized that bringing Xia Yi to stroll through the park might not be entirely appropriate. After all, he was on the verge of marriage, while she remained an unwed young lady. It felt rather awkward to be in a park meant for romantic rendezvous. Xia Yi, however, was unfazed by such thoughts. His mind preoccupied with the desire to return to this enchanting park with Yue someday, aspiring to be a man of romance and charm. As they wandered deeper into the park, Xia Yi's gaze fell upon a familiar figure seated on a park bench. To his astonishment, he spotted his younger brother, Xia Yang, embracing a girl, seeking a kiss in a rather lewd manner. The girl, in response, seemed to play coy, her blushing face betraying no signs of anger. In this era, apart from Zhou Ying, who had a certain sophistication about her, most young women donned identical plaid shirts and sported horn braids. It didn't take long for Xia Yi to recognize the girl. She was none other than Huang Man, the sharp-tongued wife of Xia Yang from his past life. To prove Xia Yang's determination to wed Huang Man, her family had not only insisted that he purchase a home in the city, but also demanded the customary 4 major gifts as a bridal price, with no concessions on the dowry. To facilitate his younger brother's marriage, Xia Yi had nearly depleted his savings to help Xia Yang secure a residence in the city. After having taken advantage of his elder brother's generosity, Xia Yang even pressured their elder sister, Xia Jie, and her husband to provide the new 4 major gifts. The marriage was fraught with difficulties, yet Xia Yang seamlessly transitioned into city life. However, ever since establishing himself in the city, he had been relentless in exploiting their family members, compelling them to work for him in order to appease Huang Manman. There was a time when Xia Yi, worn down by illness, sought refuge at Xia Yang's home, hoping to recover while receiving medical attention in the city. Yet, both Xia Yang and Huang Manman, the ungrateful duo, not only barred him from entering but also scorned him for his past incarceration, fearing he might set a poor example for their children. They conveniently forgot that their comfortable life in the new city home was entirely supported by Xia Yi's hard-earned money, residing in the house he had purchased. They still found reasons to disdain him for his past. How could such ingratitude not pierce his heart? The resentment accumulated from his previous life surged within Xia Yi. What did it matter if Xia Yang had gained admission to university? He merely squandered the fruits of Xia Yi's labor in the city, living lavishly. The thought ignited a fury within Xia Yi. He hastened towards Xia Yang and Huang Manman, locking eyes with his brother. At the sight of Xia Yi, Xia Yang's reaction was akin to a mouse encountering a cat, nearly springing from the park bench in alarm. Goodness! The city of Chuhan is nearly 200 kilometers away from Chaoyang village, isn't it? Riding a bicycle would take an entire day and night, wouldn't it? How did his elder brother manage to arrive here? Huang Manman was startled by Xia Yang's panicked actions and, feeling guilty, inquired, "What's going on? Who is this person?" "This is my elder brother," Xia Yi remarked with a forced smile, his voice laced with coldness. "Xia Yang, our family has sacrificed greatly to support your university education. While you squander your time in the city, you should be focusing on your studies rather than indulging in frivolities." Xia Yang, visibly flustered, attempted to explain, I was engaging in some profound discussions with Comrade Huang Manman, something you wouldn't understand. Xia Yi seized this moment to retaliate against Xia Yang. "You don't understand?" Xia Yi scoffed, abruptly striking Xia Yang across the face. "Do you need to press your lips against someone else to engage in discussions? Our family sends you monthly allowances, and yet you frolic about with your female classmates. Do you honor the sacrifices made for your education?" The slap startled Huang Manman, who nearly screamed in shock at Xia Yi's ferocity. "How dare you hit me?" Xia Yang clutched his stinging cheek, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the usually amiable Xia Yi would resort to violence over a trivial disagreement, showing no regard for their mother, Ma Xiuqin's, honor. "What's wrong with hitting you? As the elder brother, I have the responsibility to discipline you on behalf of our parents. You are wasting your time while they work tirelessly to fund your studies." Xia Yi, seeing Xia Yang's defiance, kicked him sharply, following it up with another slap that left Xia Yang reeling. Xia Yang's face was swelling from the blows, and he endured both the physical assault and the barrage of insults. "You should be studying diligently in the city. Our family has tightened its belt to support your education. And here you are, discussing how to kiss with your female classmates? Have you no sense of decency? You are a university student, yet it seems you have learned nothing. Should I inform your school and expose your disgraceful behavior to the entire faculty and student body?" In Chuan City, without parental support, Xia Yang had no one to turn to for justice. His elder brother's actions were considered justified by onlookers, leaving him with no choice but to endure the humiliation. Huang Manman had never witnessed such a scene. She cowered in fear, her head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. Xia Yi shouted at Huang Manman, "If you continue to associate with Xia Yang, I will not hesitate to include you in this punishment." Terrified, Huang Manman turned pale and fled without so much as a word, dashing away faster than a rabbit. Zhou Ying, observing that Xia Yi was becoming increasingly aggressive, rushed over to intervene. "Xia Yi, what's happening? Why are you fighting? He is my brother, freshly admitted to university, with our entire family working to support him. Look at what he does in the city. He spends his days indulging in romantic escapades, shamelessly." Xia Yi hurled the harshest words at Xia Yang, offering him no mercy. If Ma Xiuqin were by Xia Yang's side, he would undoubtedly spring up and retaliate. However, in the absence of parental favoritism, Xia Yang's character, which thrived on the weak and feared the strong, was on full display at this moment. He was thoroughly subdued by Xia Yi, his once defiant demeanor replaced by a battered visage. Xia Yang stole a glance at Zhou Ying beside Xia Yi, a torrent of frustration flooding his mind. Wasn't this guy supposed to be marrying Shen Jiqing? Why was he mingling with another woman? How dare he manage his own entanglements while reprimanding me? Xia Yang was seething internally, yet dared not show it, not even a whisper of dissent escaping his lips. Xia Yi, though not particularly robust, appeared remarkably imposing next to Xia Yang's slight frame, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Zhou Ying gently advised Xia Yi, "Perhaps you should take him home and educate him privately. There are so many people in the park. Show your brother a bit of grace." Her words struck Xia Yang like a dagger to the heart, and he suddenly noticed the myriad of couples around them, some of whom were even his classmates. This was utterly humiliating. He wished he could vanish into the ground. To his dismay, Xia Yi uttered a statement that left him feeling even more wounded. What grace should be afforded? Their family was barely making ends meet. Having managed to send him to university, did he still have the audacity to indulge in romantic escapades? You, a mere chick sprung from a village, think you deserve a city-esque golden phoenix? This was catastrophic. His classmates would undoubtedly discover his rural origins. Not only would he face exclusion from the city folks at school, but even the urban girls would keep their distance from him. Xia Yi, I will definitely tell Mom and Dad. I will inform Shen Yaowei, so she knows what kind of person you are. Xia Yi's fragile self-esteem was deeply wounded by Xia Yi's words. Enduring the curious gazes of those around him, he suddenly roared and clenched his fists. Making a desperate escape from the park, he felt utterly humiliated. Behind him, Xia Yi's voice rang out, cold and unfeeling. If I catch you flirting with other female classmates again, I will break your legs. Xia Yang left in shame and fury, his face flushed and burning. His mental state shattered, feeling as if his future was crumbling around him. Zhou grasped Xia Yi's arm, saying, Xia Yi, don't you think this is a bit excessive? Your brother has his pride too. Xia Yi scoffed. Did he consider his pathetic pride when he was kissing a female classmate in the park? Zhou dared not press further. She was bewildered by the deep-seated animosity between the brothers, which had escalated to such a point. After encountering such distressing events in the park, Zhou lost her desire to continue their outing. Shall we find a place to stay? Xia Yi nodded, his expression seemingly stoic. But inwardly he felt a surge of satisfaction. He had long harbored discontent towards Xia Yang, but parental favoritism had previously prevented him from acting on it. At this moment, Xia Yang found himself alone in the park, and he felt compelled to assert his authority as an elder brother and impart some lessons to the other party. Zhou had accompanied Xia Yi to a reasonably pleasant guest house in Chuhan City, where they rented 2 rooms. Unexpectedly, Xia Yi discovered an art gallery nearby. Once Zhou returned to her room to rest, Xia Yi ventured out alone to explore the gallery. The gallery appeared somewhat desolate, with few visitors. Yet it housed several corridors adorned with vivid paintings. However, compared to the works of Xia Yi, these pieces seemed to lack a certain depth. After wandering through the gallery for a while, Xia Yi inquired with the staff about the curator's office. He made his way up the staircase to the 2nd floor and arrived at the door of the curator's office, knocking gently. Please enter, came the voice of a middle-aged woman from within. Xia Yi stepped into the office, smiling as he greeted her. Hello, curator. I would like to ask you something. Lu Shuiqin, the curator, looked up and adjusted her reading glasses. What would you like to know? I would like to inquire about the cost of renting the entire gallery for a day, Xia Yi stated. Lu Shuiqin furrowed her brow in surprise. Young man, this is an art gallery, a public space. Why would you want to rent it? I wish to hold an exhibition here to promote my friend's artwork, Xia Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuiqin's expression brightened. So you are interested in collaborating with our gallery? I will need to report this to my superiors before I can give you an answer. How about you leave me your address? And I'll send you a letter once I have news? Xia Yi nodded. Thank you for your assistance. He provided Lu Shuiqin with his address, which was the village committee. His visit to Chuhan City was not only to procure a striking tractor, but also to fulfill a promise he made to Xia Yi. Upon returning to school, Xia Yang felt engulfed by a sense of inferiority. He perceived every classmate passing by as if they were pointing fingers at him. He returned to his dormitory in a daze, only to hear his roommates laughing heartily, which he mistakenly believed was at his expense. As he entered, their laughter abruptly ceased, further fueling his spiraling thoughts. He lay on his bed, enduring the pain coursing through his body, his eyes beginning to redden. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a male student called out, Xia Yang, this is something someone asked me to return to you. Xia Yang sat up in bed, only to find a tin box of white rabbit milk candies being presented to him. This was the same candy he had given to Huang Man during his courtship of her. Now, she had unexpectedly returned it, and the implication was unmistakable. Clenching his fists, he ground his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for Xia Yi's sudden intrusion into his tranquil university life, he wouldn't have lost his city girlfriend. Xia Yi, I will not rest until we settle this. He hurled the tin of white rabbit candies to the ground with force and stormed out of the dormitory. The 3 roommates in the dormitory were left utterly astonished, perceiving Xia Yang as a madman. Breathless, Xia Yang arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, patiently awaiting Huang Man. Before long, Huang Man returned, accompanied by a tall and robust young man, both engaged in cheerful conversation. Xia Yang rushed forward, seizing Huang Manman's arm, and urgently inquired, Man, aren't we in a relationship? How can you be so jovial with another guy? Chapter 64. Such terrifying power? Huang Manman forcefully shook off Xia Yang's grip, sneering. Who said we were in a relationship? Did I ever agree to that? It's all in your imagination. Xia Yang stood there as if struck by lightning, his hands rendered helpless and trembling. Man, weren't we just at the park together this afternoon? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhu Bo, the tall young man beside Huang Manman. Man, who is this guy? Just a casual friend, really. He has been pursuing me. But I haven't given him an answer yet. Zhu Bo scoffed derisively. So he is just a toad, huh? Doesn't he realize what he looks like? How dare he chase after Man? Ignoring Zhu Bo's mockery, Xia Yang clung tightly to Huang Manman's arm, fervently exclaiming, Man, we were so close in the park. Why do you say we're not together? Please don't treat me like this. If I've done something wrong, I can change. Huang Manman, filled with disdain, forcefully pushed Xia Yang away, her voice laced with anger. Xia Yang, that's enough. Who said we were in a relationship? Can you stop being so self-deluded? Don't make me dislike you more. She turned to leave, pulling Zhu Bo along, but Xia Yang, undeterred, lunged forward, gripping her leg desperately. Man, please don't leave me. Let us give our relationship another try. I promise to agree to anything you ask. Huang Manman's fury intensified as she shouted, Xia Yang, what on earth are you? Don't you even realize? You deceived me from the start, claiming to hail from Baolong County. If your brother hadn't come looking for you today, I would have remained in the dark. You're just a poor kid from a backwater. Do you think you deserve me? Get lost. Xia Yang felt as though he had been struck by thunder, his entire being numbed. It was all because of Xia Yi's sudden appearance that his tranquil life had been shattered, and now, even the city girl he admired, Huang Manman, wouldn't he spare him a glance. A profound sense of humiliation washed over him. Suddenly, Zhu Bo's expression darkened, and he seized Xia Yang by the head, delivering a brutal beating. Already battered, Xia Yang found himself suffering even more injuries under Zhu Bo's relentless assault. You damn toad, still trying to act tough, huh? Didn't Man make herself clear? Didn't you hear her tell you to leave? As Zhu Bo unleashed his fury, more and more onlookers gathered in the campus, witnessing Xia Yang either being beaten or on the verge of being beaten. In the university environment, being pinned to the ground and assaulted was a disgraceful spectacle. Even Xia Yang's roommates, upon witnessing the scene, fell silent, pretending not to know one another. Zhu Bo dragged Xia Yang aside like a lifeless dog and then departed with Huang Manman. Slowly, Xia Yang raised his head, only to witness Huang Manman's indifference to his plight as she laughed and chatted with Zhu Bo while leaving. Overwhelmed by a tide of humiliation, he sobbed uncontrollably, his fists pounding the ground with fierce intensity. Why must they treat him this way? Why? The following day, Zhou Ying knocked on Xia Yi's door. Together, they made their way to the agricultural machinery sales point. Xia Yi was thrilled to finally drive the modified Dongfeng Hong 28 tractor that the factory had prepared for him. Boss, your tractor is ready for you to take at any time, the proprietor announced. Xia Yi poured some diesel into the tractor and loaded the remaining barrels onto the trailer, then cranked the engine to life. The tractor roared to life with a throaty rumble. He signaled to Zhou Ying to take a seat on the trailer. After considerable effort, she managed to settle onto the back. Xia Yi took the driver's seat, maneuvering the steering wheel as they set off from Chuan City towards Baolong County. In this era, compact cars were not ubiquitous. Bicycles dominated the roads. Thus, a rumbling tractor on the national highway drew the attention of many passersby. The journey from Chuan City to Baolong County spanned 185 kilometers. Even at maximum speed, it would take Xia Yi over 6 hours to arrive, and he would inevitably stop to rest when tired. Consequently, their journey stretched to nearly 8 or 9 hours, departing around 9 in the morning and arriving after 6 in the evening. The roar of the tractor's engine echoed throughout the county, with Xia Yi sitting in the driver's seat becoming the most striking figure on the street. Baolong County lacked large agricultural machinery factories and thus had no residents operating tractors. Such vehicles could only be obtained in larger cities like Chuhan. A single tractor cost several thousand yuan, a sum that ordinary state factory workers would take 2 or 3 years of frugal living to save. Witnessing Xia Yi enter the city in his vibrant tractor, the onlookers could hardly conceal their envy. The tractor came to a halt in front of the Laifu Hotel. Xia Yi helped Zhou Ying down from the trailer and cheerfully remarked, I need to head back tonight. Will you write me a proof of employment? Zhou Ying hesitated, yearning to reveal the truth about the forces trying to thwart his marriage. Yet, she could not bear to see the disappointment in his eyes. After much contemplation, she ultimately penned the proof and handed it to him. Xia Yi regarded the document as a treasure, carefully tucking it away, his face alight with joy. In all their time together, Zhou Ying had never seen him wear such a radiant smile. She could hardly fathom the despair that would ensue if Xia Yi were to discover this, for even with the evidence in hand, should anyone wish to thwart you, they could still prevent you from obtaining the certificate. What anguish that would bring him. Xia Yi, what if someone attempts to obstruct your marriage? Zhou Ying inquired tentatively. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yi asserted, it matters not who tries to impede me. I am resolute in my intention to marry. In his previous life, he had already missed his chance with Shen Yaowei. Now, having been reborn, how could he possibly endure another separation from her? Witnessing the unwavering determination in Xia Yi's gaze, Zhou Ying offered her heartfelt wishes. May you have a joyful wedding in advance. Thank you. Xia Yi beamed with radiant joy. He turned away from the Laifu Hotel and drove his tractor out of the county town. Meanwhile, one of Su Daming's subordinates, having seen Xia Yi arrive in a striking tractor in Baolong County, hurried back to report. Boss Su, Master Yi is returned to our county. Su Daming struck his subordinate sharply on the head with a shoe in frustration, exclaiming, call him Brother Yi. If you forget again, I will smash your head. Rubbing his sore head, the subordinate replied, Boss Su, Brother Yi came back driving a tractor, and it looked quite impressive. Su Daming was taken aback. A tractor? My Brother Yi possesses such formidable prowess? Chapter 65, Ma Xiuqin regrets. The silvery moonlight bathed Chaoyang village. From the eastern end of the village emerged the thunderous roar of a tractor. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, Xia Yi returned to Chaoyang village, driving his tractor. The villagers, roused by the cacophony, donned their jackets and brandished flashlights, peering out to discern the situation. Is someone visiting our village? It seems a tractor has arrived. In the darkness, they struggled to identify the visitor. As discussions swirled, Elder Wang, residing at the eastern edge of the village, illuminated Xia Yi's face with his flashlight. Xia Yi, have you just returned from the city? Xia Yi, dismounting from the driver's seat with a smile, nodded. I went to Chuan City today and returned quite late. Elder Wang soon noticed the vibrant red tractor, his eyes widening in surprise. You rascal. You've managed to drive a tractor after a trip to the big city? Is this for convenience in commuting? Excitedly, he called out to several households behind the village. Everyone, come and welcome Xia Yi. He asked back with his tractor. His voice triggered a chain reaction, drawing many families to the scene. The allure of Xia Yi's return from the city was already significant, and the added spectacle of his tractor heightened their curiosity. Before long, a cluster of children gathered around the tractor, curiously inspecting it and playing joyfully, their laughter ringing like delightful bells. Meanwhile, the villagers of Chaoyang maintained their distance, gazing at the tractor with envy, acknowledging that the eldest son of the Xia family was becoming increasingly prosperous, even acquiring a tractor. They were all curious about how much wealth Xia Yi had amassed during his time in the city. The villagers engaged warmly with Xia Yi, their words brimming with admiration and praise. He embodies the aspirations of many young men in the village. Xia Yi, do come over to my home for a visit. I have prepared some chicken soup for you, made from our farm-raised hens. Xia Yi, your aunt has made plenty of pancakes. Come by and take a couple home to savor. Xia Yi, do visit uncle for a couple of drinks. I have some fine-aged wine prepared for you. Surrounded by the villagers' warmth, Xia Yi found himself momentarily unable to extricate himself. To all the esteemed elders, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. If ever you wish for me to bring something from the city, do not hesitate to let me know. I assure you I will bring it back for you. Excellent. Elder Wang led the applause, and the lively atmosphere at the eastern end of the village soon attracted several households from deeper within Chaoyang village. Upon hearing that Xia Yi had returned from the city, driving a tractor no less, they hurried over to join in the merriment, marveling at the young man's growing success. Aunt Zhao beckoned several neighboring households to head towards the eastern end of the village, but notably, she did not include the Xia Zhiyong family. However, their raucous chatter still roused the Xia Zhiyong family next door. My dear, did you hear? Xia Yi seems to have come back, said the wife. So what if he has returned? Everyone in the village is fawning over him. What is so remarkable about that? Replied the husband. But I just heard them say he returned driving a tractor, exclaimed Ma Xiuqin, immediately rising from her bed, her eyes wide with disbelief. A tractor costs several thousand. Just how much has that rascal earned in the city? Xia Qin, unable to sleep, rushed out of her room and stood at the door of Xia Zhiyong and Ma Xiuqin's room. Dad, Mom, have you heard? Eldest brother returned to the village driving a tractor. He must have earned a significant amount. Do we really need to oppose him? If Xia Yi had merely returned on a bicycle, Ma Xiuqin would have dismissed it as trivial. However, his arrival on a tractor instantly unsettled her. Even employees of state-owned enterprises find it challenging to purchase a tractor, even if Xia Yang graduates from university and achieves success. The most he might earn in a month is just over 100. What a meager sum for such a coveted machine. How many years would it take to afford one? Ma Xiuqin swallowed hard, filled with regret. Their eldest son made her feel as if today he was indifferent to her. Yet tomorrow he would be out of reach. What shall we do now? Our eldest has become so successful, and I drove him away. Is there any hope for us to mend this? Ma Xiuqin lamented. Xia Yi lit the oil lamp and sighed. Xia Yi is quite stubborn. Given how we treated him before, it may not be easy to win him back. With red-rimmed eyes, Ma Xiuqin replied, This trouble is all my doing. I will personally apologize to him. If necessary, I will kneel and beg for his forgiveness. It was rare for Xia Qing to witness Ma Xiuqin's humility. She could only acknowledge that Xia Yi's current achievements placed him far beyond the reach of his family, compelling them to lower their once stubborn heads. My dear wife, let us hasten there. Perhaps we are still in time. Ma Xiuqin hurriedly donned her clothes, made a quick arrangement, and dashed out of the courtyard. Xia Zhiyong and Xia Qing followed closely behind, both eager to reconcile with Xia Yi, believing that such a reunion would restore their family's former happiness. As Ma Xiuqin reached the eastern edge of the village, she noticed that most villagers had already dispersed. She quickly seized the arm of a returning villager and inquired, Comrade Laolin, where is my eldest son, Xia Yi? Did he not return to the village? Where has he gone? He greeted everyone and left. You weren't aware? The smile on Ma Xiuqin's face faltered, and she hesitated to speak further, fearing that the villagers might discover that Xia Yi had separated from her. Xia Qing, with keen eyes, spotted a tractor parked at the eastern end of the village and called out to Ma Xiuqin and Xia Zhiyong. Father, mother, come quickly. This must be the tractor that elder brother purchased. Xia Zhiyong, illuminating the tractor with his flashlight, was filled with joy. Unable to resist caressing the pristine metal of the vehicle, he exclaimed, My dear wife, you cannot fathom how long I have dreamt of owning a tractor. I never imagined our Xia Yi would fulfill this dream for me. Now that Xia Yi has achieved so much, we cannot continue to treat him as we did in the past. We must find a way to have him return home. If he wishes to marry Shen Jiqing, let him do so. You must not oppose it any longer. Ma Xiuqin nodded repeatedly, gazing at the new tractor, her heart swelling with regret. She acknowledged that she had been overly harsh with Xia Yi, often exhibiting unreasonable authority. Now that he had achieved such success, would it not be foolish for her to continue driving him away? After all, he was her own son, regardless of their conflicts. Could they truly disregard the bond of blood? Father, mother, let us quickly bring elder brother back home. Whatever misunderstandings exist can surely be resolved through open conversation. Chapter 66. In this lifetime, I, Shen Yaowei, have determined that you are my man. At the youth commune dormitory in Chaoyang village, Xia Yi strolled for half an hour from the eastern edge of the village to arrive at the commune dormitory. He rapped gently on the door of Shen Yaowei's room. Creak. The dormitory door was cautiously opened. Shen Yaowei was dressed in an exceptionally revealing manner, a white tank top clinging to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Her fair skin glowed under the silvery moonlight, stirring one's very blood. Ego. Upon seeing Xia Yi, Shen Yaowei could not help but smile and eagerly embraced him. Xia Yi's hands hovered at her back as he glanced into the dormitory, nervously asking, Is Yongli inside? Shen Yaowei took his hand and led him into the room. Smiling coyly, She is not here. Come inside quickly. Once Xia Yi entered the dormitory, Shen Yaowei peeked outside for a moment before closing the door and securing the latch. As Xia Yi stepped into Shen Yaowei's sanctuary, an unexpected warmth enveloped him, prompting him to wipe the perspiration from his brow. The tank top Shen Yaowei wore enhanced the fullness of her form, rendering it difficult for his gaze to stray from her captivating presence. Xia Yi felt a wave of parched dryness wash over him and quickly averted his gaze, retrieving the proof of documentation that Zhou Ying had provided. Yaowei, I've managed to secure the necessary documentation. We can collect our marriage certificate tomorrow. As Shen Yaowei accepted the hard-won document from Xia Yi, a bittersweet expression crept across her face. Ego, you have endured so much during this time. If we cannot obtain the certificate here, we can seek another place to do so. Xia Yi suddenly sensed that something was amiss with Shen Yaowei and questioned, Yaowei, what has transpired during my absence? Has Yang Lu been giving you trouble? Shen Yaowei shook her head, replying, I believe we can go to the county seat to collect the certificate. There is no need to do so in the village. But I want everyone in the village to know we are married. I want to honor you in style. Shen Yaowei intertwined her arm with Xia Yi's, speaking softly, Yi, all that you have done for me has not gone unnoticed, even without the villagers' blessings. I already feel incredibly happy. Yaowei, regardless of what happens, we can face it together. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me. Tell me, what has truly happened? Shen Yaowei clutched the proof tightly, taking a deep breath before saying, in fact, obtaining the certificate does not require a work unit as proof. I have confirmed this with secretarially. It seems that someone may have employed underhanded tactics to prevent our marriage. Xia Yi felt a thunderous roar in his ears, as if struck by lightning, and he fell silent for several seconds. His mind raced, pondering who could be so malicious as to employ such tricks to hinder his and Shen Yaowei's marriage certificate acquisition. Shen Yaowei sighed deeply. Secretarially has already taken this matter seriously. The staff member at the marriage registration office has been reassigned. Xia Yi's expression turned grave, and several potential culprits flitted through his mind. Shen Yaowei seemed to sense his thoughts and continued, I pressed Yang Lui for answers. And it was not her doing. If Shen Yaowei could confirm that Yang Lui was not behind this, then the faces in Xia Yi's mind became strikingly clear. He clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging, and spoke coldly, I know who is responsible. Their gazes met in a silent understanding. So, you are reluctant to obtain the certificate in Chaoyang village out of consideration for my feelings? Shen Yaowei lowered her head, forcing a bittersweet smile. After all, they are your family. I cannot blame them. You have sacrificed so much for me, and I do not wish to cause you any distress. Xia Yi embraced Shen Yaowei tightly, the warmth of her presence and the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. Silly girl. For you, I would do anything. What does it matter if they are my family? No one shall cause you even the slightest grievance, not even myself. Tears of joy welled up in Shen Yaowei's eyes. Knock, knock, knock. The dormitory door was rapped upon by Yang Lui. Shen Yaowei reluctantly withdrew from Xia Yi's sturdy embrace and hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, Yang Lui entered upon seeing Xia Yi, letting out a cold scoff. Xia Yi then asked Shen Yaowei, why didn't you request a change of dormitory from Secretary Li? Shen Yaowei helplessly shook her head, resigning herself to the situation. Well, I am leaving Chaoyang village soon, so I might as well make do for now. Yi, don't leave just yet. Allow me to show you something. With a radiant smile, she dashed into the dormitory and retrieved an envelope from beneath her pillow, presenting it to Xia Yi. As he opened the envelope, a letter of acceptance emerged, and the corners of his eyes lifted in uncontainable joy. Yaowei, you are incredible. You've been accepted into Jianghan University, he exclaimed, embracing Shen Yaowei and spinning her around in the courtyard by the dormitory entrance. Shen Yaowei beamed even brighter, wrapping her arms around Xia Yi's neck in joyful accord. However, Yang Liuwu, watching from the window, seethed with envy, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Initially, she had intended for Shen Yaowei to accompany her in the pursuit of admission to Jianghan University, hoping to create a rift between her and Xia Yi. To her dismay, despite their joint preparations, Shen Yaowei succeeded in gaining admission while she herself was left empty-handed. What purpose did her continued presence in Chaoyang village serve? Unable to secure a man or gain entry to university, returning to her job at the state-owned factory seemed the only option. Yet, she had already torn up her transfer orders back to the city, leaving her with no escape. Concealing her head beneath the covers, she sobbed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Xia Yi, after spinning Shen Yaowei around a few more times, excitedly declared, Yaowei, you need not worry about any of your university expenses. I have earned a substantial amount and can support you. Shen Yaowei blushed slightly, replying, I've saved quite a bit myself. As my future wife, of course, I must invest in you ahead of time. Otherwise, someone might steal you away from me. Her laughter rang out like a melody. Yi, no one can take me from you. In this lifetime, I, Shen Yaowei, have decided you are my man. Xia Yi planted a kiss on Shen Yaowei's cheek and, glancing at the darkening sky, said, It's getting late. You should rest early. I must head back now. Be careful on your way, Shen Yaowei said reluctantly. All right. I shall return tomorrow. As for the marriage certificate, I'll follow your lead. No one will prevent us from obtaining it. Shen Yaowei's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she tightly embraced Xia Yi's neck, whispering in his ear, Yi, I will accompany you to the county tomorrow. Reluctant to part, Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei shared a bittersweet farewell. As he stepped out of her dormitory, Xia Yi felt a sudden emptiness within. Just then, he heard Ma Xiuqin's voice behind him. Boss, I finally found you. Xia Yi's eyes filled with disdain as he frowned slightly. What do you want? I have severed all ties with this family. Ma Xiaoqin's eyes brimmed with regret as she spoke with a quivering voice. Boss, I was wrong before. Will you please forgive me just this once? If you wish to be with Shen Yaowei, I promise not to interfere. Just come home. You are still my beloved son. Xia Yi could only find the situation utterly ridiculous. Once, he diligently tended to his home like a faithful ox, only to be summoned and commanded by them. However, when he began to prosper in the city and uplifted the entire village alongside him, Ma Xiaoqin shamelessly approached him, begging for his return. A flood of grievances surged within him. How had you treated me in the past? Now that you see my success, you want me back. On what grounds? Xia Yi coldly regarded Ma Xiaoqin and replied, I will not return, and my marriage to Shen Jiqing does not require your approval. In a frantic tone, Ma Xiaoqin implored. Eldest son, I have come to apologize. What more do you want? Should I kneel before you as your mother? Xia Yi took a deep breath and stated, I will never return home. I understand your true intentions for wanting me back. I am no longer the Xia Yi of the past, someone you could command at will. Ma Xiaoqin was taken aback, suddenly feeling that her eldest son was a complete stranger. In a fit of rage and humiliation, she retorted, ultimately, you have been bewitched by Shen Yaowei. I admit that introducing her to Yang was a mistake, but must you hold that against me forever? I brought you into this world and raised you. Was it easy for me? Do you have no conscience at all? If you did, would you still engage in such despicable acts? Enough. I no longer wish to waste words on you. From now on, let us part ways. Mother and son shall have no further ties. With that, Xia Yi turned his back on Ma Xiaoqin, gradually disappearing into the night. Ma Xiaoqin, feeling lost and despondent, gazed after him, her heart a tumult of emotions. It was her favoritism towards Xia Yang that had driven Xia Yi to reject her as his mother. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Aunt Zhao next door. Known for her gossip, before long, the incident spread throughout the village. Have you heard? Xia Yi has completely severed ties with his parents. Look at him thriving while his family's circumstances seem unchanged, still struggling. Indeed. Did you notice how Xia Yi avoids his family like a plague whenever he returns to the village? The animosity must be profound. Now that Xia Yi had returned to the village in a tractor, Xia Daong and Ma Xiaoqin must be regretting their decisions. Their eldest son had surpassed their youngest in success. Such words reached Xia Daong and Ma Xiaoqin, leaving them with a bitter taste in their mouths. They had never anticipated that Xia Yi would act so decisively, offering them no time to react. The next morning, Xia Yang returned to the village for the school holidays and noticed a striking tractor parked at the eastern edge of the village, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. This tractor must be worth at least 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. Who in the village is wealthy enough to afford such a vehicle? Rushing home, he called out, Dad. Mom, I'm back. Which family has struck it rich? There's a flashy tractor parked in the east end of the village. Upon hearing that Xia Yang had returned, the elderly couple initially felt a pang of joy. However, their expressions abruptly soured upon the mention of the tractor. Both felt a deep embarrassment, knowing that the tractor had been purchased by their elder son, Xia Yi, leaving their faces flushed with shame. Father, mother, why do you look so troubled? Have you not been resting well lately? Ma Xiaoqin asked with a bitter smile. Yang, why are you back today? Are you hungry? I'll prepare a meal for you right away. Mother, I've returned to lodge a complaint. That scoundrel Xia Yi hit me, and you must stand up for me. Both Xia Daong and Ma Xiaoqin were taken aback. Aren't you studying in Jiahan City? How could you possibly encounter him? I'm not certain how he suddenly appeared in Jiahan City, but he did indeed give me a beating. Father, mother, you must help me teach him a lesson. At that moment, the sycophantic Xia Qing emerged, coldly stating, Do you still wish for our parents to discipline our elder brother? He no longer wishes to return to this family. Xia Yang was momentarily taken aback. He merely bought a shabby bicycle. What is there to be so proud of? That tractor at the east end of the village was purchased by our brother. Did you think he went to Jianghan City for no reason? Xia Yang was rendered speechless. Could it be that his brother could simply decide to spend 5,000 or 6,000 yuan at will? Haven't you all been living a good life with him? Xia Qing shot him a glare. Isn't it your fault for insisting on following mother to snatch his matchmaking partner? Now look. He doesn't care about the family at all. He would rather help the entire village prosper than ensure our family lives well. Furiously, Xia Yang declared, Father, mother, I'll seek out Secretary Li for justice. He cannot simply refuse to help us. We should sue him. Will suing him be of any use? Why would it be? You are his biological parents. He has a legal obligation to support you. Very well. Then we shall heed Yang Ng's advice and take legal action against him, fighting to the bitter end. Xia Yi was left speechless, thinking Xia Yang had lost his mind, contemplating a lawsuit against their brother who now had so many supporters. How could they possibly win? Fuming, Xia Yang stormed out, heading straight for the village committee. Meanwhile, Xia Yi and Shen Yaowei had arrived at the marriage registration office to obtain their marriage certificate. With Secretary Li's assistance, they successfully acquired the certificate, and the staff member who had previously refused to help them had faced repercussions. "Brother Yi, we are finally husband and wife," Shen Yaowei exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Xia Yi embraced her tightly, saying, "From now on, you are my wife, and I will protect you for a lifetime." "Xia Yi, you scoundrel. Now that you've become wealthy, you neglect your family, don't you? I will hire the best lawyer to sue you until you are bankrupt." Hearing Xia Yang's voice at the door, Xia Yi ignored him, taking Shen Yaowei by the hand as they boarded the nearby tractor. "Feel free to stir up trouble. I'm off to lead a good life with my wife in the county." He carefully placed Shen Yaowei in the passenger seat and drove the tractor away from Chaoyang village.